Just after transmigrating to another world, this young man was granted an overpowered skill by the system that can cure all diseases. With observation hockey, he only needs a single glance to immediately know what the illness is. His communication skill, Lord of Words, automatically translates all languages. Even the top 1 server healing mage would be overshadowed upon meeting him. However, because he lacks a medical license, the male protagonist, Kang Sun-Hun, can only work as a wandering quack doctor. Rut is an adventurer in the town. Today he was just ambushed by 30 wolves. Thanks to his ancestors carrying him hard, he barely survived to drag his body back. However, he was severely injured, and if not treated in time, he would be dead. Seeing this, our main character offered the guy a quick treatment for 150,000 gold, guaranteeing a fast and reliable cure. But since Sun-Hun didn't have a healer's badge, Rut naturally refused. He even thought he had run into a scammer trying to trick him. Seeing Rut leave, Sun-Hun remained very calm. He simply told Rut to come find him if his wound didn't heal. Afterwards, Rut found another healer to treat his wound. Even though the price was a bit steep, the effect was very fast, and he no longer felt any pain. Unexpectedly, that night, Rut's foot suddenly turned black. Only then did Sun-Hun appear in Rut's room. It turned out he knew beforehand that a normal healer wouldn't be able to handle his wound. At this point, Rut realized that Sun-Hun was not a scammer, and hurriedly begged him to save his life. The main character held up 3 fingers, signaling 300,000 gold to seal the deal and treat him. The young man was shocked and panicked upon hearing that Sun-Hun had doubled the price. He explained that it was because his wound had become much more severe than before.
Wanting premium goods with little money will only get you the smell of incense and dirt. Finally, after some bargaining, Rust agreed to the treatment for 200,000 gold. Having no cash left, he had to use his sword as collateral to Sun-Hun. The young man turned pale with fear, asking if his wound was very dangerous and if he was about to kick the bucket. His foot was swollen and purplish, as if in the final stages of poisoning. Sun-Hun immediately tapped the guy's foot and comforted him. With this divine doctor here, I guarantee you will live as long as a cockroach. You won't kick the bucket anytime soon. You see, there are things that cannot be healed, and one of them is poison. Hearing the word poison, the boy's face turned green like a banana leaf. He handed him a purple fruit and instructed, "Here, consume this." He was confused. What is this? He introduced this as a blackcurrant. Its leaves and stem contain paralyzing poison, and this is why black-maned wolves usually live around these plants. Driving their prey into them will immobilize the prey, making it convenient for their hunting. Rust went almost crazy. You mean I will be paralyzed from now on? Healer, please save me. Please do something to help me. He conjured a purple potion bottle. Actually, there is still a way, he asked tremblingly. What are you going to do with that? The healer took out a sharp knife and carefully placed the blackcurrant antidote bottles on the table. This antidote needs to be poured directly onto the wound. I also wanted to treat it without too much hands-on work, but I don't know anyone else who can. However, someone already did a great job healing your wound earlier, so the only way left is to cut it open. Rust helplessly said, "Right, you are correct. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten it healed earlier. I really played myself hard." He continued, "As I explained earlier, I cannot perform the healing, not because I do not want to, but because I am unable to. I don't have painkillers, so just scream as loud as you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to bring the knife near his leg. His tears and snot were falling messily. "Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet." He reminded him, "This will be worse if you wiggle." Finally, the wound was cut open and the antidote vial was poured in. He thought to himself that it was common sense when a healer performs healing, but he took out another vial and said, "Once again, endure it or pass out." That talented healer is named Kang Sun-Hun, an S1 healer. Kang Sun-Hun recalled 3 years ago, when I opened my eyes, I was in a strange cave. A notification popped up, "You have been assigned a new class." I had seen this scene many times before, and there were monsters appearing everywhere. So many people were attacked by wolves until their flesh was torn and bones crushed. The system gave him a mission to be a healer. At that time, he was still dazed. A healer? It seems this is not Earth, and I am in another world. But the lucky thing is that I am not the only one from Earth pulled here. Everyone fell into panic. What should we do now? We need to find a way back home. We have only just begun. How can you think about going back already? I know. I like it here. I need to go back as soon as possible. I still have a family. Everyone had a different opinion. Only Mr. Kang sat in the corner silently thinking, this situation looks too much like a fantasy story. Especially this. The status window showed his healer stats, but what is the question mark at the end? A woman raised her point. She is right. We must find a way to survive. Even though the monsters are terrible, if we work together, it's not that hard to defeat them. Each of you has received your class and skills, right? He suddenly discovered his skills. The first skill window is cut. Cut anything with a sharp object. He said, not this one. The next skill is language lord, automatically translating all languages. Not this either. Finally is observation eye. Observe everything with your eyes.
Still not right. What he needs, this is not it either. What the hell? My class is definitely a healer, but why don't I have any healing skills? Light shone into the room through the window crack. Mr. Kang used a towel to wipe the bloodstains on his hands. All right, it's done.
The wound will heal quickly, but please do not walk for 2 to 3 days. Rude cried out. I'm still alive. Even though I was hacked and slashed, I'm lucky to still have my life. He repeatedly bowed and thanked him. Healer, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Kang Sun-Hun smiled and said, I told you this illness wouldn't kill you. He looked at the wound he had personally treated. The wound seemed to have gotten better. Can I do this without having healing abilities? Root embarrassedly said, I'm sorry for cursing at you yesterday and calling you a scammer. He smiled friendly and replied to him, It's fine. I've heard it a lot and got used to it. Who would believe a healer doesn't have healing abilities? In his heart, he secretly praised him. He has a kind heart. Kang Sun-Hun confided to Root, It's also fun to see the people who said that to me beg me to save them. That is why I do this job. Root thought to himself, Forget about that kind heart. I misjudged him. After finishing everything, Kang Sun-Hun went to the restaurant alone. Miss Julia, 1 portion please. She happily turned around and replied, Okay, 1 portion for Mr. Kang. He sat down at the table, took out a small notebook from his pocket and asked himself, Should I write a diary while waiting for the food? Finally, he hurriedly wrote down a few lines. Good weather, location behind the village, poison patient. After stepping into this world, I have formed a new habit. The place I was dragged into is full of monsters and deadly pollution everywhere, a place very hard to survive in, the On-Continent.
Therefore, to find a way back to Earth, I recorded the daily events. A scream caught his attention. Julia had carelessly cut her hand. He suddenly appeared behind her and asked, Are you okay? Julia was startled. Oh my God, you scared me out of my wits. He anxiously said, Let me see your wound. Julia laughed and replied, All right, it's nothing serious. He helplessly thought to himself, tired of these arguments. The observation eye skill was activated. His eye was now like a scanner, displaying the target's injuries and physical condition. Abnormal condition detected, bleeding from a knife cut on the left index finger. It wasn't anything serious. He just needed to stop the bleeding. Mr. Kang tried to persuade her, If your hand hurts, you won't be able to prepare meals. Julia found it reasonable. Then I'm sorry for the trouble. Please take a look at it. He immediately used the bleeding control skill, lightly touched her hand, and in the blink of an eye, he said, It's done. Julia politely replied, Thank you, Mr. Kang. The system announced the acquired points, plus 1 point. As expected, treatment was worth 1 point. Reserved points, 103. You can spin the roulette once for 20 points. He pondered, having accumulated a decent amount of points anyway, why not do 5 consecutive roulette spins? The system confirmed the activation of the roulette, and a lucky wheel appeared before his eyes. Result, strength plus 1. Result, strength plus 1. Result, 10 gold. Result, 10 gold. He trembled with anger. Actually, gold shouldn't even appear in this roulette, right? Lucky wheels are truly a scam in any era. You literally get nothing from them, guys. He eagerly awaited the next result. There it was. Result, obtained a new skill, distribution. Converts absorbed medicine into energy and distributes it, increasing the effect of the medicine by 30% when used.
This is very good. Eating and drinking are all done. Should we give it a try? In his hand is the minor recovery potion item. He used all his strength to crush the potion bottle. The absorption skill was activated and the health potion was absorbed. After that, the distribution skill was activated and the health of the targets around the distribution area was restored. Very stable, right? I can also use it on patients. It's much better than just having them drink the potion. While he crushed the potion bottle, a gas flew out from inside, causing a passerby to scream in fear. He fell flat on the ground. Who are you? Mr. Kang calmly said. Ah, I'm sorry. He angrily asked, Do you think just an apology is enough? You suddenly attacked me. He shrugged and replied, I have fully restored your stamina. He blankly touched his body. Right after that, he changed to a welcoming and flattering attitude towards him. Oh my, are you a healer? He was speechless. This guy changed his attitude even faster than an ex-lover. He continued, I have never seen such a skill before, so I don't know about it. Well, I live in the countryside. He just smiled and said, I understand. In his mind, he thought, how could you know the skill meant for a healer? At this point, the friend took the initiative to offer. Then, Mr. Healer, maybe this is fate. Do you want to join us? He curiously asked. An adventuring party? He immediately replied, That's right, we are recruiting healers. If you join us, we will become a party of 4, a perfect number for a team. He asked further, What is the team's mission? He honestly told him, We are going to hunt rare monsters. He was interested in this invitation. How is the reward for the mission? He confidently answered, 1.2 million gold. Hearing that number, he thought to himself that the reward was pretty good, and there wasn't any healer in their team. Should he join? At the Adventurers Guild, an injured person nervously asked, Then, Mr. Healer, can you show us your ability first? That healer said with a firm voice, Of course, I am capable enough to be the only healer in the team. Mr. Kang and the friend he just met earlier went to the Adventurers Guild. Arriving there, seeing the appearance of 3 people, he immediately patted his shoulder and asked, Mr. Rick, you said that including me there would only be 4 people. He started to feel a headache. I think at the same time we invited another healer. You guys have heard about the mission, right?
The reward is 1.2 million gold coins, so the more people we have, the more each person's share will decrease. Are you two okay with that? Both answered in unison. It's fine. Mr. Kang thought to himself. It seems he has no intention of backing down. The healer also pondered. Perhaps he is after the same thing as me. One of them stepped out to shake hands with him. Very well, let's cooperate together. I am Ferio. He also politely introduced himself back. Kang Sun-Hun. The other healer stood silently glaring at him. After the meeting, everyone went into the forest together. Among them, someone laughed with delight and said, I feel really reassured when we have up to 2 healers. Seeing Kang Sun-Hun calmly humming, he was extremely annoyed. Tss, you bastard. I won't forgive you for this. After that, the young man started to flex his skills.
In short, I can use basic healing or even intermediate healing, blessing, divine shield, first aid, poison resistance, recovery, light resurrection, purification, light arrow, and many other divine skills. Just like that, everyone who heard it clapped and praised. So cool, truly a talented healer. Rick turned around and asked, what about you? Kang hummed and replied, I can do this. An aura appeared surrounding his body. Everyone asked in surprise, What is that? The other healer started to worry. That arrogant bastard, how dare he use a trick I have never heard of? Kang stepped forward and asked, So what monster is our target? Ferio replied, Rat, a rat monster that lives everywhere on the On continent. I didn't know there was a rare type among those rats. 1.2 million gold coins for that rat. He was stunned. What? You guys have never hunted a rare monster? Everyone answered honestly. Yes, we have never seen one. Me neither, the healer said hesitantly. I just became a healer less than a year ago. Kang, full of experience, instructed everyone. We need to prepare a lot of potions to fight a rare monster. Let's go back to the village to prepare first. Ferio sighed. Going back when we have come this far? Forget it. It's just a rat. That guy took advantage of his loophole and retorted. Didn't you bring enough potions? That's your responsibility. If you are so scared, you can leave. He smiled and decisively made up his mind. I'm out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. The other healers celebrated joyfully, while Ferio approached and asked, Are you sure? Don't change your mind later. He turned and said, I'm sure you guys will lose, but I can help you later.
Great, now everyone will have 300,000 gold coins. Everyone burst into laughter at his silly words. Rick didn't forget to wave goodbye. Take care, running away just because of a sewer rat? Then I will take that thing for you, a rare item. After fumbling around in the forest for a while, they finally reached their destination. Found it, the rat worth 1.2 million gold coins. Jiahui in the other world is truly on another level, right guys? The healer told him not to worry about his stats, so he confidently said, All right then, let's advance everyone. Pouring all their strength into the attack simultaneously, Ferio rushed forward frantically. The cunning sewer rat had spotted the enemy. Ferio lunged forward, intending to end its life. Die! He slammed his hand hard onto the ground. The earth cracked, but the rat was nowhere to be seen. Where did it run to? The rat had appeared behind him without him knowing. Its whole body emitted a blindingly bright lightning energy. He immediately used his clothes to cover himself. What is this light?
My mana is quickly depleting, Rick worriedly asked the healer. Are you okay? He urged. I'm still fine. Hurry up. I will use an attack boost spell on you. Blessing. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Everyone was confused. An earthquake? What is that? An army of sewer rats, numbering over 1,000, was charging toward them. They attacked relentlessly, leaving everyone unable to fight back. Ferio screamed. Damn it. Henry, the healer, could not believe his eyes. This is absurd. Did we lose this fast? Meanwhile, Rick took the opportunity to find an escape route, accidentally letting the healer see it. That cowardly bastard. He is running away alone. I am completely out of mana, too. He saw Rick enter a space-time black hole. Rick squeezed his eyes shut and ran like the wind. Sorry, I will save you guys in the next life. Suddenly, the two of them met again. The healer was bewildered. Why did he go this way? Rick was equally confused. I definitely ran away. Did we fall into a trap? Damn it. The healer yelled helplessly. Bastard. A blue potion fell out, and a calm voice asked, So, you guys have failed, haven't you? I knew this would happen. The healer was stunned to see Kang Sun-Hun appear. Mr. Kang continued speaking. You guys should have thought about this sooner. Who would give you a massive amount of money just for a rat? I will charge a fee of 500,000 gold coins per person. A blue aura attracted the sewer rats. Mabella was amazed. Kang Sun-Hun, why are you here? He hurriedly planned to fight the monsters. They will attack us immediately. Mabella, you once said you know how to use God's shield, right? He trembled and said, That is right, but I do not have any mana left, and I also have no recovery potions.
So all you need is mana. The absorption skill is activated. Mana absorption potion. The distribution skill is activated, increasing the potion's effect by 30% due to the application of the distribution skill. All skills and power were transmitted into Marbello's body. He was incredibly shocked. His mana was recovered by a skill. A mana recovery skill? He suddenly remembered the words his old teacher once told him. You need mana to use skills. That's nonsense. Don't let yourself take the easy way out. The only one who can do such a thing is a great god himself. Kang Sun-Hun appeared benignly under a halo. He bowed his head and asked, What the hell are you? Lord Ivor, Lord Fritz agreed to the incarnation of the sunlight. This lowly life is too rude to you. His strange actions made him confused. What was wrong with him? Marbello kept shouting his oath.
Lord Ivor, I swear to God I will never tell anyone about what I saw today. He smiled and whispered in his heart. This child, if I tell him the truth, I think he might pass out from embarrassment. The sewer rats fumbled along the human scent, approaching the place where the Adventurers Guild group was lying. Marbello immediately used his power, kicking a rat away with one foot. He also used his hands to blast an attack at them. Great benevolent Lord Ivor, please lend me this wonderful power. If you allow it, Shield of the Lord. A circle was created to prevent the rats from entering. Kang glanced at his situation and thought to himself, so he made everything up to make things better? Until the last moment he still knelt down and said joyfully to him, Great Lord, I did it.
You just play your part well. Do what you want and don't bother me. You too. Saying that, he took out a blue potion, single-handedly defeating 2 or 3 rats at the same time. The reason this mission is worth 1.2 million is because of this trap, Domination, a special skill of rare monsters that can gather their kind and control them. If the adventurers get scared and try to run away, it will trap them in a small dungeon with the Space Ruler ability. That is why I prepared pesticides in this world, Tarun Mint Essence. He held the smoking potion and directly rushed towards them. Tarun Mint can be lethal even to small animals. Although this amount was not enough to kill hundreds of rats, the distribution skill was activated. It would be different from the normal distribution skill, and now their defense was weak. He grabbed the fur of a rat and slashed its head open. Another rat realized its comrade was being attacked. While he was engrossed in dealing with this rat, another rat suddenly rushed in from nowhere. Fortunately, he realized this damn rat in time. Kang quickly dodged to another place, causing the rat to crash into a tree trunk. That was dangerous. It's the domination skill again. On this side, Marbello knelt down to pray. The faith of a man devoted to the gods. I shouldn't bother him. He ordered not to be bothered. The rats? A bunch of rats crawled all over Kang's body. Seeing that, Marbello immediately screamed, Oh, great Lord! Hearing that, he immediately intervened. Don't. Recovery potion. Distribution restores health. With the effect of the recovery potion, the recovery will last for a certain period of time. He thought to himself that his stats were fine now, so he should take care of it before the potion's effect ended. There were so many of them. Suddenly, while he was not paying attention, he was sneak attacked by Jiahui with a bite to his ankle.
He immediately frowned to feel it, preparing to use his knife to deal with it, but because it hurt so much, he collapsed on the ground. Abnormal status. Bleeding caused by a monster's bite. The effect of the recovery potion has been cancelled. Bleeding at a time like this? This rare monster is quite smart, isn't it? He used the bleeding control skill. He and the sewer rat glared at each other. The system flashed a red warning. Domination. You have been affected by a debuff skill. Damage taken and mana consumption will be doubled. Domination? I'm getting hit with too many adverse effects. If you think you can deplete an opponent's mana source so they run out of mana, and then they won't be able to use skills anymore. While concentrating on his thoughts, the rat advanced toward him, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. He boldly declared, But do you know that I don't use mana? He ruthlessly stabbed it in the throat with a fatal strike. The rat weakly rolled over on the ground. He looked at his wound. His limbs were still intact and his ankle was fine. I thought I was a goner for sure. The system panel popped up with a notification. Achieved the rare one-on-one achievement. Completed the achievement by hunting a rare beast yourself. Receive a reward. A gentle smile appeared on his face. It's finally done. Truly worthy of the effort put in. Marbello shouted loudly, Oh, great Lord! He smiled and said to himself, That almost ruined everything. It's a good thing that idiot canceled the healing spell halfway through. He clicked to view the reward. The achievement reward is being rolled randomly. Even the reward is a gotcha spin? You have received a new skill. Throw. Throwing accuracy plus 100%. Throwing damage plus 100%. Effect enhancement plus 25%. And attack skill. I was hoping for something better. Huh? Wait. Effect enhancement? So if I throw a poison with a 1% chance of causing sudden death, it will increase to 26%? But what is this? Marbello ran over while calling out, Great Lord! He turned around and praised him. Marbello, you did a great job. His eyes lit up. It's all thanks to your mercy that we were able to survive. I will keep this a secret for the rest of my life. He advised against it. Let's skip this for now. Wake everyone up first. He immediately obeyed and did it right away. All right, resurrection. They gradually woke up in a daze. Ferio frowned and asked, What happened? Seeing a rat with its tongue hanging out lying right next to him, his face turned pale and he screamed loudly, What the hell is this? The main character approached to check on him with a confused expression.
Did you sleep well? He was stunned. What was going on? Are you the one who killed it? He laughed and said, Did you think it died of old age? He was amazed. Did he defeat that monster by himself? No matter what happened, Kang Sun-Hun did not forget to mention money. 300,000 gold coins each. Thanks in advance. He replied, Yes, we will pay. He added something else, and the three of them stared at him.
Kang Sun-Hun touched the mouse and said, One more thing. This is what I was aiming for. I'll take this away. A sparkling purple gem. A bag of money has fallen into his hands. Now I feel a bit shy. Feriol expressed his gratitude. It's okay, Uncle. I'm very grateful to you for saving everyone's lives. He politely replied, But I found this mission thanks to you. Let me buy you something to drink. Henry sighed wearily. We will return to the village tomorrow, so I think drinking right now is a bit difficult. He wondered. We. Ferio explained. All three of us are from the same village. We almost had a mass funeral, just because we tried to make a little money, so we won't be adventurers anymore. He nodded in agreement. That's right, an adventurer can quickly make a lot of money, but along with that comes an equally huge risk. Ferio and everyone turned around, smiled, and said to him, "We will go now. Treat us to a drink next time if we have a chance to meet again." He sadly waved goodbye. "What a pity. What about you?" Mabello startled and replied, "I don't know how to drink." He said to him, "Then from now on let's pretend we don't know each other. I will do the same." Mabello immediately turned on his worship mode, replied, "Yes, great lord, you must be hiding your identity, right?" Saying that, he quietly walked away. "I'm still not good enough. I need to train myself more so I can participate in the real adventure of the great god." He stood frozen for 10 seconds. Did I just turn a normal person into a psycho? Whatever, what can I do? Let's examine this item first. He went to the treasure appraisal area.
He handed him the purple gem. "I came here to have this appraised." The man nodded. "Let's see." Then he picked it up to observe. Looking at his surprised expression, he silently asked himself, "Is it better than he expected?" The man announced, "I will start right now." A blinding light like the sun emitted, and the man narrowed his eyes to look carefully. Done! A C-rank treasure. It is the beauty of a small life. He was stunned. C-rank? The man laughed and said, "Yes, it's about 80,000 gold coins, but if you sell it at our store, I can pay you 120,000 gold coins." He conjured a blue bottle and dropped a few drops onto the gem. The boss was confused. "Huh? What are you doing?" The gem, after absorbing the solution, showed no reaction. He explained to him, "Latasa potion. It's very famous in the north, a substance that reacts when in contact with blood. This is the knife I used to kill that rare monster." The man forced a smile and asked, "Is that so? Why are you telling me this?" He continued speaking with brutal words. "It looks quite clean because I washed it. However, it still has blood on it. We just can't see it. So with this thing taken out from a monster's body, it should react more strongly than the knife, right? Unless someone..." He grabbed the man's head and slammed it hard onto the table. He said angrily, "Swapped it." The sound of breaking objects echoed throughout the room. The treasure appraiser screamed in pain. "You are making a mistake. We are in the Adventurers Guild facility. If I report this..." Kang Sun-Hun suddenly remembered. "Oh, that's right." Then he slammed his head hard onto the table again. "Thanks for reminding me." He placed his hand on his head, and immediately the bleeding control skill was activated. Kang Sun-Hun's voice became terrifying. "It seems I forgot to introduce myself." The appraiser trembled all over. "Blood. My blood stopped flowing. Could he be..." "I am the healer, Kang Sun-Hun." The man begged in a low voice. "Save me." There is a saying on the On continent that if you were planning to scam a healer, make sure you don't get caught.
There are two types of healers carrying artifacts. One is an extremely strong person or a madman who takes pleasure in hunting monsters. A moment later, after the appraiser had his wounds bandaged, he thought to himself that they were right. A healer beating enemies to the brink of life and death, healing them, and then beating them again. His eyes showed suspicion, but I couldn't feel any divine power at all. Sun-Hun stared intently at the gem. So is this really a B-rank artifact? Reluctantly, he still had to answer, yes, a B-rank artifact. And the mental focus ring is at A rank. It costs about 6.4 million gold coins. He approached threateningly, yet he planned to buy it for 120,000 gold coins. Should I kill him? He still didn't understand why this thing was so expensive. The mental focus ring item, when equipped, allows the wearer to significantly increase their mental focus, enhance mana, increase damage, boost spellcasting speed, and increase mental strength by 50%. The appraiser further explained, if a mage panics, it's over. Sun-Hun's expression remained as usual. Increasing mental strength by 50%, it's useful in many ways, so that's why it's so expensive. Hearing that, he smiled coldly. Pretty good. Then unseal it, and I will take this enchantment artifact too. Don't trick me again. He bowed his head and replied, yes, but what about the payment?
This question received no answer at all. Sun-Hun was already at the tavern. He had earned enough to drink, but an old lady hurriedly ran over and apologized. "Sir, we don't have any seats left right now. I think you can share a table with someone or visit another tavern." He felt a bit regretful. "Is that so?" "Dr. Kang," someone called out to him. Sun-Hun turned his head and realized it was Kim Jong-ho. He exclaimed in surprise, "It really is you." So the two sat at the same table and chatted. How long had it been? He unsurely replied, "About 2 months." The guy happily said, "You are lucky today. I earned quite a bit this time." He curiously asked how much. The guy's face was excited. "About 2 million gold coins. Amazing, right? Order whatever you want. I'll pay for it all." Sun-Hun followed his words. "Then beer won't be enough." He pointed at the book Bunja wine. "You should try this." Looking at the price of 1 million, Jung-ho was stunned. "It's too expensive." He laughed and spoke up. "Then let me pay for this. Please give me a bottle of Bokbunja wine." The two continued to confide in each other. Jung-ho was full of admiration. "You did a great quest, an artifact even." While pouring the item, Sun-Hun asked, "So have you had any luck today?" The guy couldn't believe his eyes. "Can I really drink this stamina potion? Just thinking about stamina and stats makes me tired."
He comfortably affirmed. Of course, stamina is a different stat from strength. We don't have to use potions because it can recover through resting, but we cannot use skills without it. Sun-Hun pondered, because he didn't have mana from the very beginning. He thought it might be because he didn't come from the Oan continent, but other dimensional travelers still had it. Jung-Ho smiled and said, "It's still better than me, right? Still comfortable when using skills." He replied, "Well, there are some advantages, because mana potions are very expensive." The guy was already tipsy. "Now let's drink together like friends. Cheers to people like us living on the Oan continent with this damn energy." Not long after, Jung-Ho was completely drunk and kept mumbling. "Sure enough, it's expensive for a reason." Sun-Hun spoke up. "Just relax. Right, I have something to ask you." "What is it? Is it important?" He glanced behind him. "There are many people around. Turn off the god's communication first." The guy immediately understood. "It seems really serious, huh? Cancel god's communication."
Jung-Ho asked wonderingly, "What's wrong? Did you find the way home?" Sun-Hun replied coldly, "You expect too much. I got a new skill and there are some weird things about it. It's a skill with a black star. The throwing accuracy and damage are 100%, and the effect increase is 25%. Did you guess 1 star in the name of the skill? I don't have any skill like that." He nodded slightly. "This is also my first time seeing such a thing. Maybe it's better than normal skills. Should I try to kill a rare monster by myself? Do you know anything about it?" "I'm not sure." Suddenly, Jung-Ho shouted, "That's right. I think someone in my former platoon once mentioned a black star skill." He asked eagerly, "Really? Who is it?" He scratched his head. "I think his name was Kim Jae-hung, Kim Jong, or Kim Jin-hung. Let's just call him Kim Jae-hung." He reminded, "You can't just arbitrarily decide someone else's name like that." He didn't care and got to the main point. "Anyway, that guy is really strong. He is a dimensional traveler just like us, but the gap is truly huge."
He killed all the monsters by himself, so I asked him what he ate to be so strong, and he said he possessed an awakening skill. And on the last day, he started screaming. What did he say in the end? Now for the 4th skill. Jung-Ho's expression became serious. Maybe this is the way back. Hearing this, he immediately lost his composure. What? The way back? The two left the tavern. Jung-Ho was staggering. "Thanks for treating me to a drink. Someday I will earn 4 million and buy you 2 bottles. Sun-Hun laughed. "I'll look forward to it. Did you even take the bottle?" "I'm heading back to the inn. How about you?" He replied, "I'm going to buy a few potions." He waved his hand. "All right, I'll go first. See you later. Take care." He also said goodbye in return. The next second, his eyes changed completely. His brain started working at full capacity. If what he just said is true, then obtaining a 4-star skill could change something. Then I also need to get one like that, because it could be a clue to find the way back home. Anyway, how did Kim Jae-hung manage to collect 4 of them? I only got 1 after risking my life. How could he forget such important information? He sighed. What should I do tomorrow to earn more points? The next day at the Lang Hill Street Market, a crowd gathered around a signboard. "Cheap healing. We accept payment in goods." The sign even had a drawing of an injured head with a damaged side. Was he afraid people wouldn't understand or what? He's just being too careful. Sun-Hun welcomed the customers with a smile. "Welcome. We will take care of you at a cheap price." A person asked hesitantly, "Are you a healer?" His face was full of confidence as he affirmed, "That's right." Another voice interjected, "I know that guy. He's a weirdo who can't even get a healer's badge because he can't use healing magic."
Immediately whispers broke out. "What? I knew something was wrong. Come to think of it, he really looks like a scammer. How can someone who doesn't know how to heal be a healer?" Soon only Sun-Hun was left alone there. I anticipated this. Suddenly a commoner approached. "Excuse me." He happily welcomed her. "My real customers are not the adventurers, but these people." The woman asked hesitantly, "Do you accept payment in goods? I have some potatoes. I'm not sure if they are enough." With a friendly expression, he replied, "All right, so what problem are you having?" She unwrapped the cloth around her wound. "I was injured here by a farming tool. An acquaintance of mine only got a slight scratch on his finger from a hoe, but I heard that he got very sick and passed away." Just hearing a few sentences, Sun-Hun could guess it was tetanus. It is a terrifying disease because people here do not have a vaccine for it. "First, let me see the wound." The person slowly reached her hand forward. He immediately used the observation eye skill, and right away all the information appeared. Abnormal status, scratch cut by a hoe, 2 days since the incident occurred, prone to infection due to the use of old bandages. After observing for a while, he rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, it wasn't tetanus. "There's nothing dangerous, miss." The other person was overjoyed. "Really? Let's see." Sun-Hun took out a bottle of medicine. "This will help treat your wound. It's a weird potion, isn't it?" He quickly explained. "This is a cream-type potion. You just need to apply it after morning and evening and use clean bandages."
Hearing her say she didn't have any, he immediately turned away. Wait a moment. Healer. Her call couldn't stop him in time. Sun-Hun used a bundle of straw. If there wasn't any, then he could just make some himself. He combined it with the fabric crafting skill and succeeded perfectly. Since he was already at it, he made some extra for backup. It was a bit difficult for commoners to buy bandages because they were too expensive. The woman teared up, thanking him very much, thanking him so much for this. Take care, he waved goodbye to his first customer. This is a good start, Sun-Hun hummed happily. He had earned some points. Good news travels fast, and soon people were rushing over to find him. Healer, do you really accept payment in goods? Please help look at my wound. Everything went smoothly. Thank you, the system announced. Receiving healing points. Points earned were 3 points. God bless you. Points earned were 2 points. Thank you, sequentially receiving 2 points, 5 points, 3 points. Thank you very much. The total accumulated points were 172 points. Sun-Hun wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was truly, truly worth it. Hunting monsters wasn't bad, but peacefully healing the people in the village was the best. I hope I only see sick people. Suddenly the table holding the medicines was overturned. This is ridiculous. You call this filthy tent a shop. Hey, give me some potions. Looking at everything destroyed, which bastard is this? Sun-Hun tried to suppress his anger. What kind of potion are you looking for? He replied arrogantly, the kind you make. He cursed inwardly. Bastard. It looks like he comes from a noble family, but why would he come to this small shop? He looked around and criticized the place for being as small as a booger. He took out a potion. I don't know what you were looking for, but currently this is the only kind I have. He spoke up, so you're the one who made it. For a potion maker, you're in luck. I am Richard Iref. He was one of the 3 sons of the Iref family. He was a bit surprised. Iref was quite a powerful family around here. And what brings you here? A soldier replied, it's nothing unusual. Our family head wants to hire you to work for him.
Hearing these words, Kang Sun-Hun could not help but be suspicious. Why would such a noble person seek him out? Richard annoyedly reminded, you are talking too much with this guy. The man hurriedly apologized to the young master. I am only following orders. Take this. A bag was thrown towards him. What is this? The boy shouted. You don't even know what it is, you idiot? He froze on the spot and didn't speak. How would I know? The soldier explained. They are ingredients used to make Tesji's potion. That is a polluted land, as that person told. Tesji actually used to be a beautiful land, but now we don't know why it became so polluted. The land is now rotting and continuously emitting toxins. The Lord, who is in charge of this land, led the army to wipe out the monsters to prevent the pollution from spreading further. But without needing to hear more, he could guess. He must have come into contact with the toxins during that time. The soldier replied, yes, one of the servants at the mansion said that he received a potion from this place. Currently, the supply of the antidote for this poison is very far away, and it is not really good anymore. Sun-Hun chuckled inwardly. So that is the reason why this young master came here himself? To repel the toxin, a cream potion is better than a liquid one, and currently the only person who can make it is me. He calmly sat down on the chair. So you want me to concoct the potion? Richard was still in a grumpy phase. So you don't understand human language, huh? If you make a good impression on my father will grant you a much more magnificent shop instead of this torn tent, meaning you will receive a favor that you won't be able to repay in your entire life. He pretended to be interested. What an honor! That made him even more arrogant. If you understand, then go concoct the potion. Sun-Hun answered bluntly. I refuse. These words struck Richard like lightning. What did you just say? He repeated. I said I refuse. The boy lost his temper. You arrogant bastard. It's not a matter that a concoctor like you has the right to refuse, but an opportunity that my father granted you. He placed the bag back on the table. You got the wrong person. First of all, I am not a potion concoctor. Well, I could earn quite a bit if I accepted this job, but then I would have to continue working for them. I need to earn more points. He glanced at him and thought, try to be more polite if you are begging for help. You rude idiot. Are you really a healer? Nonsense. Right at this moment, someone rushed in and interrupted Richard. Dr. Kang, help me.
Healer, my little sister. Sun-Hun immediately checked. Abnormal status. Bleeding from a wound so deep that the bone was exposed. The finger was cut by an iron sickle. Could die if not treated. His eyes became tense. It was completely severed, including the blood vessels, nerves, and ligaments as well. The finger is simply just tied up. We have to wash the wound first. There are a lot of impurities from that sickle.
He asked anxiously, then can you save him, sir? Richard's laughter rang out. It's so funny I can't hold it in anymore. Only at this moment did he notice Lord Richard's presence. Richard began to show off. A potion maker can cure diseases or treat poison, but with this wound he can't do anything. With this kind of injury, healing light is something only a healer like me can cure. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. Is he a healer? Then please heal her finger. He calmly asked back, why should I do that? Does a lowly commoner like him have enough money to pay me? But if you beg me for forgiveness for acting arrogantly and agree to our request, I will mercifully save that commoner. Sun-Hun doubted. Will he really treat a commoner? A noble normally would never do that. A flash of light crossed his mind. This bastard seems like he really needs my potion. He decisively turned away. No, you don't need to do that, sir. I will treat it myself. Richard gritted his teeth and asked, then what are you going to do? Sun-Hun took out his tools. I just need to stitch it up. As soon as he finished speaking, he took action.
The wound has been washed and the bleeding stopped. Luckily, I made a saline solution earlier. He continued to laugh loudly. Stitch it? Do you think humans are toys? He muttered in his heart. Just get lost. Don't distract me. Richard challenged. I bet my lucky necklace that he can't do it. Sun-Hun was not afraid of anyone. Then if I can do it, I will take your necklace, and you will have to provide free treatment and food for the commoners for 3 days. How about that, young Master Richard? He forced himself to say. Fine, you quack. But if you fail, make the potion we need and never call yourself a healer again. All right, he comfortably accepted. Even so, he still felt a tit uneasy inside. I said I would stitch it, but this is a pretty difficult situation. That is, if I use normal thread. He immediately used the potion skill along with the thread crafting skill. With these, we can create a thread suitable for this surgery. Now to use the observation eye skill. Richard couldn't wait any longer. How dare a potion maker waste my time like this? I will make you regret it when this is over.
Meanwhile, Sun-Hun remained highly focused. I have learned a few principles during my time living as a healer. Healer survival principle number 5. He successfully used the bleeding control, observation eye, and wound suturing skills. Do not expect to get a good skill, but make the most of all the skills and knowledge you have. Sun-Hun was performing a finger transplant. This is an extremely complex surgery, but with the right skills there is nothing I cannot do. It will take a lot of mental power to connect each nerve one by one, but with rare artifacts it is well worth it. A notification appeared. Your mental power has greatly increased thanks to the effect of the mental focus ring. Now, if I suture the skin, suddenly he stopped. Damn it, my stamina. Sun-Hun did not stop but kept trying. A little, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Done. Looking at the sutured finger, Guan was moved to tears. It's reattached. He also rejoiced inwardly. Thank goodness, if it took a bit longer, I would have passed out. First, I have to recover my stamina and finish it properly. He applied the recovery skill to increase the patient's recovery speed. Done. Witnessing his success, Richard angrily made excuses. Do not joke around. There is no way a finger can move just because of that. Sun-Hun replied, check it yourself, sir. He did not hesitate and stepped forward. Get out of the way, you arrogant fool. Resurrection. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Sun-Hun spoke up. Can you hear me clearly? Can you close your hand and open it? The little girl obeyed. All right, that is good. He exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. He smiled and asked, do you remember what you just said, sir? He hesitated. What? Sun-Hun teased. Do not tell me you were going to break your promise in the name of Irif the First. How dare a mere medicine maker like you? He threw the lucky necklace hard on the ground. Bastard! He reminded, the gift is not as important as the way it is given, sir, then picked up the item. Guan hurriedly said, Dr. Kang, thank you very much, but do you think he will keep his promise? Sun-Hun was completely confident. Of course. His father will definitely be very strict about this. Please spread the word everywhere, telling people that if they come to the city square, they will receive free food and treatment. Returning to Julia's inn, she anxiously asked, Dr. Kang, have you heard the rumor? His voice was heavy. A rumor?
She hesitated. He looked so strange. The young master of the IRF family had opened a free clinic in the city square and was even distributing free food, so a lot of people gathered there. Is that so? That's great, she said with concern. So I'm worried that the number of your patients will decrease. Sun-Hun's expression remained calm. It's okay. To me, it's already wonderful enough that people are getting free treatment. Her eyes became full of admiration. What a kind-hearted man, he thought with extreme joy. His situation is really making me happy. Same as Julia. I got some potatoes today. If you don't mind, please take this pile.
She immediately accepted. All right, let me. I will cook something really delicious for you to help you regain your energy. Sun-Hun replied shyly. Thank you, but probably not today, because the 10-time spin and 200 points will be deducted. The spin knocked me out. Getting the skill multiple times like the last time was really strange, but the life crystal expands the storage. I will use this. This is the material for stamina equipment, so at least this is useful. A curious person asked, Isn't that a crystal? He immediately recognized that person as Kim Jung-ho. Are you here too? He replied, The food here is absolutely top-notch. You're in luck. I also just got this. Sun-Hun was surprised. Isn't that used to enhance crystals? Jung-ho acted like a generous man. Take it. I don't need it. If you sell this, you will make a lot of money. Hearing that, Jung-ho immediately asked back, So you won't accept it? He didn't beat around the bush and replied, Yes, I will. Thank you. Jung-ho's eyes caught something. Haven't you sold that ring yet? Are you going to continue using it? He answered, No, I just temporarily need it. It's also quite expensive, so it's very hard to sell. Jung-ho offered, Let me introduce you to a shop. Following Jung-ho's advice, Sun-Hun found a weapon shop. He slowly stepped inside. Hello. If it's a place recommended by Kim Jung-ho, it shouldn't be too bad. The boss also replied with 2 words. Hello. I came here to sell some items. He took out the lucky necklace. The boss looked it over and spoke up. The crystal of this necklace is cracked. He recalled Richard, that bastard. I will buy this for 3 million gold. Sun-Hun nodded in agreement, secretly thanking Richard in his heart. What about this? He continued to bring out the ring. The boss was surprised. That is very rare. Wait, let me check the recent transaction history. He turned his head and walked away. Take your time. I will look around this place in the meantime.
The old man replied, Make yourself at home. Sun-Hun carefully observed everything. Let's see, is there any useful weapon here? A crossbow? Should I try to evaluate its quality? After all, having a ranging weapon is also very good. Just as he was about to pick it up to look, a beam of light suddenly emitted. He was confused. What is this? At this moment, a notification was sent. Get it at all costs. It's just a crossbow, but I have to get it at all costs. Sun-Hun felt something unusual. Get the crossbow? Up until now, I have received countless messages, but I have never encountered a message that seemed so human-like. He suddenly realized, but this feels like it is watching me. Sir, the voice rang out, making him jump. It turned out to be the shop owner. Is there a problem? He replied, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Is that crossbow a special type of weapon or something? The old man immediately understood Sun-Hun's intention. You must be talking about Freeka's crossbow. It is a precious weapon recently found in the ruins. It goes with this Ephraia pouch, and if you put an item in here, he put a gold coin inside and then took aim. The item will turn into an arrow. You can even shoot 5 consecutive shots. He thought to himself, that must be very expensive. So what is the price? We are pricing it at about 15 million. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze on the spot. How could I afford such a thing? If you want to buy it right away, I can sell it for 14 million. Hearing 14 million, he had a little hope. How much can I get from the mental focus ring?
The shop owner replied, I see the transaction record says 6.6 million gold. I can buy it back at that price. Sun-Hun started calculating, a total of 9.6 million gold for both the ring and the necklace. Sigh. Even if he spent all his emergency funds, it still wouldn't be enough. Wait, maybe, he muttered to himself. If you are watching me, then give me 4 million gold right now. The space remained utterly silent, with no changes. He felt disappointed. Figures. The shop owner reminded him, if you want to buy this, you have to at least give me the money. If you don't have enough money right now, do you want me to hold on to this item for you? He asked back, can you? The owner smiled brightly and said, of course. Considering the items you brought, I am sure you will earn enough money soon. He thought to himself that he now understood why Mr. Kim Jung-ho recommended this shop. Thank you, sir. All right, so do you need anything else? Please get me the silver item that looks like a hairpin. The next day, Sun-Hun went to the Adventurers Guild with the life hairpin artifact pinned to his shirt. Let's see. Selling my talent in exchange for points and money. It's noisy and bustling everywhere. Let me check the quests, too. If you're done reading, get out of the way. That's work for adventurers. I intended to borrow some money for Mr. Kim Jung-ho, but he said he only had 5,000 gold. He was even poorer than Sun-Hun thought. He asked curiously, do you think there's a chance we will never be able to return? He replied vaguely, I'm not sure anymore, but I think I have a clue, because that guy talked to me after 3 years of silence. That person is the one who brought us here. Maybe I can talk to him if I get the crossbow, and I will inform you if I find out anything.
First of all, perhaps Sun-Hun had to find a job first. He squeezed into the crowd, wondering if there was anything useful. So these are for healers. He grabbed a notice. A girl saw this and spoke up. Mr. Kang Sun-Hun, I'm sorry, but only licensed healers can accept those jobs. You need to have a healer's badge. Even though you have helped us a lot, we still can't register you. His expression remained cheerful. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. She was embarrassed. Is that so? Wait, are all of them currently in progress? After a while, he selected one. This one looks okay. Urgently need a healer. The patient's leg is bleeding nonstop. The address is Julia. Julia was surprised to see him. Dr. Kang, did you forget something? No, I'm just looking for someone. He opened the door. Found it. There was a voice talking inside. Let me do it. Lord Ivor will bless you. Sun-Hun observed that person. A priest? How could someone hire a normal priest for this job? Is he a laundering priest? A blonde woman spoke up. Father, Miss Lena is very tired. He hurriedly replied. Hurry up, my child. Can you take off the bandage? Sun-Hun from afar activated the observation eye skill. Abnormal status, bleeding due to infection from a sharp cut. Tooth marks identified on the wound. He was confused. Teeth? Please rest assured. The priest started healing. He spoke up to stop it. Wait a minute. He blankly asked, who are you? He introduced himself. I am Kang Sun-Hun, a healer. Sorry for interrupting, but your healing method won't work. Hearing these words, he felt unhappy. Huh? Do you know what kind of healer I am? What a rude person, he hurriedly explained. I think you misunderstood. I don't mean your ability. The girl suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, did you say you are a healer? Then I'm sure you understand my friend's current situation. If you're just here to talk about these things, you should stop and go out. He firmly repeated, I told you, doing that is useless. She forcefully pushed him. Go out, you're getting in the way. Sun-Hun was kicked out. They are so stubborn. Don't say I didn't warn you. Inside, everything was still proceeding. Father, please continue. Please rest assured. He confidently affirmed. It's useless. The priest was worried. Why he tried using holy light to heal Lena's wound? Healing has no effect. The wound is getting worse by the minute. The old man hesitated. Lizzie panicked. Father, what's going on? The blood keeps flowing endlessly. She stood deep in thought. Everything happened exactly as that healer said. I thought the priest of the Ivory Church would be different.
Even if we brought her to any healer, Lena still wouldn't be cured? Lena called out, Lizzie. She immediately replied, Huh? What is it, Lena? With a haggard face, she said, The previous healer knew that treating me would be useless. If it's him, he might be capable of curing me. Lizzie forced a smile and said, But Lena, that guy is very suspicious. Lena grabbed Lizzie's hand and begged, Please, I won't be able to hold on even though I'm taking the elixir. Lizzie could feel her hand was so cold. Finally, she made a decision. All right, I will bring him here. Julia was cleaning the inn. Suddenly, a loud noise made her look up. Lizzie bluntly described, Excuse me, did you see anyone who just left the waiting room? A person with black hair and eyes, also quite tall. Julia pointed to where Kang was sitting and asked, You mean Dr. Kang? The young man was exactly like sitting and waiting since afternoon. There's no way to escape. I've calculated it all. He sat far away looking at Lizzie and asked, How is the treatment?
Lizzie clenched her fists and recounted. You were right, Pastor Hayward's healing spell also has no effect. Do you know where the problem lies? He nodded and replied, It seems so. So after all that, do you want me to be the one to treat her? She was so embarrassed that her face turned completely red. I misunderstood your words earlier. You spoke as if the situation was beyond saving. I thought the treatment was ineffective due to the inexperienced skills of the healers. Even though I know I seem brazen. No, I know I am too brazen, but please save my teammate. She thought to herself, asking for help after provoking someone? Even I think I don't have the right to do that. Seeing no response, she felt curious and looked up to check. Kang turned around and said, What are you standing there for? I need to see the patient first. Hurry up. Lizzie was bewildered, speaking because he had acted as if he had no intention to help. As soon as he arrived, he quickly reprimanded the old pastor. You should find out the cause before rushing into blind treatment. He turned to the old man and said, I told you treatment wouldn't work. Pastor Hayward asked, If treatment doesn't work, are you implying that the girl is poisoned? Not only do I treat, but I have also researched nearly 100 types of poisons to master the detoxification skill. My thorough knowledge of poisons is my pride. I assure you this patient is not poisoned. He glanced at the old man and muttered to himself, Subtly showing off, huh? The typical personality of a healer. Finally, he spoke up. Well, I didn't say the culprit was poison either. This statement surprised the old man. What? He didn't care about what the old man said, but just did his duty. What is your name? The girl whispered in reply. Lena. He began to investigate the cause. Ms. Lena, let me take a look at your wound.
Why do you have this wound? She sat and recounted that a week ago, I was attacked by a stone lizard on the way to Hin Village. It wasn't a very strong monster. In fact, this wound wasn't serious at first. Lizzie stood next to her and chipped in, but strangely, I was also attacked. He was curious. Did you two go straight to the village after being attacked by the stone lizard? Lizzie calmly recalled. No, after that incident, we were chased by a group of goblins in the forest, along with being hunted by a pack of crocodiles in the Mika swamp. The priest, upon hearing this, also admired these two women for overcoming so many obstacles. Lizzie continued. Not long after setting foot in the village, Lena's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. Brother Kang continued to ask, Does this wound cause you pain? Lena looked at him and replied, Pain? She sat in silence, feeling it carefully. No, come to think of it, it doesn't cause me any pain. That answer struck the old priest like a bolt of lightning, and he annoyedly questioned, Such important data, and you only mention it now. Lena explained that because she was dizzy, she didn't realize the wound wasn't causing her pain. He frowned and said, I thought it was a strange occurrence, but who would have thought this is dark magic? Dark magic, a skill that uses dark mana, the polar opposite of holy power. The fact that healing has no clear effect is obviously because of a curse. Kang calmly denied all of old Haywitch's words. What dark magic? If it were a curse, healing would have made the condition worse, but doing anything was useless. The old man trembled with anger, but couldn't argue back. As he spoke, he took out a potion. The answer is right here. He then activated the distribution and absorption skills. Lena's wound absorbed all the aura. Haywitch was surprised by this. What did you do? The elixir is turning into mist. Lizzie panicked and jumped up saying, Huh? The bleeding has stopped? The priest was completely shocked. What? He smiled and introduced, A little turn mint, just using a homemade elixir to catch bugs. It's not some grand invention. Lena was dumbfounded. Bugs? He began to use his vast knowledge to explain. Observe right here. You mentioned earlier you crossed the Mika swamp. The swamp is naturally the habitat of countless monster bugs. When crossing the swamp, Lena's wound was open, right? She confirmed, yes, it wasn't treated immediately, but Lizzie was the same. He asked again, where were you two injured by the stone lizard? Lizzie tried to remember. For me, it was the back of my hand and cheek, while for Lena, there was nowhere else besides her leg. Only Lena's wound was soaked in water. From those words, he could draw a conclusion. That's right. The infection process took place in the swamp. Lena's wound was infected by the bugs because it came into contact with water. The old pastor also realized that because there was a foreign object inside the girl's leg, obviously healing couldn't help control the bleeding. Finally, it was clear. Lizzie suddenly shouted, So is she cured? He answered frankly, No, this is a temporary treatment.
The wound doesn't feel painful because the bug possesses the sensation nullifying skill, a high-level skill for bugs. For such a bug species, the first dose of medicine is not enough to destroy them. He took out his familiar knife and slashed at the wound. Something purple popped up. It was a bizarre multi-toothed monster. Lena glared at the disgusting thing wriggling in her leg. Lizzie also gaped in astonishment. The old pastor asked, "What is that?" He held the knife firmly in his hand, preparing to fight it. Must finish it right away. A troublesome thing that is the black water leech. A leech family monster living near water. Old Haywitch was startled, throwing the large notebook onto the steps, and just as he finished speaking, he fell heavily to the ground. He glared at it more, but the speed of this black water leech was too fast, too dangerous. He already knew the intention of this monster. That bastard was planning to escape through the sewer. "Give me a weapon quickly." He immediately dashed towards the water leech. Kang Sun-Hun used all his strength to get close to it. When seeing the right opportunity, he lightly slashed its body. A stream of poisonous gas spewed out from its mouth. Fortunately, he was quick enough to block it. After a while of fighting, Mr. Kang also gradually became tired. How frighteningly strong. Even knowing that the human blood it had absorbed over a week would help increase its strength, the water leech always dodged and escaped his knife slashes. This growth rate is still too fast. Seeing the situation was not positive, Lizzie immediately chased after the monster.
She lunged and grabbed onto the cabinet in the room, using all her strength to say, "I won't let you escape." Right after saying that, she pulled the cabinet down, intending to crush the water leech. Letting the thing that almost killed Lena get away? How could that be? True to being a relative of leeches, it was as tenacious as one. It still raised its head, staring fixedly at her. Kang immediately finished it off with a kick from behind. The monster writhed in pain, knocking over all the furniture. He raised his knife with intense determination, stabbing straight into its mouth.
Because the energy it gained was from absorbed blood, prolonging the battle would cause it to consume all its blood and dry up. He pulled out the knife. The water leech also gradually shrank. Its size was smaller than before, but its tail was still moving very vigorously. Everything was captured in its sight. A screech rang out. The water leech rushed to the window on the wall and used its tail to break the glass. He frowned, remembering how carefully Julia had to clean the room. "Miss Julia, I am so sorry." If it blended into the town's canal to escape, there would be no way to track it. Losing track of it now would mean it is all over. He crushed the glass potion bottle, using circulation to cast the mist spray skill and absorption, enhancing the effect of the Tehran Ment elixir. The medicine surrounded the water leech. He once again held the knife and rushed towards it, decisively slashing at its tail. Abnormal status. Target bleeding consumed a large portion of blood in its body. He encouraged himself that it was almost done, if only he could deal a critical blow now. He pulled out the knife. Unluckily, the blade had broken in half. Now all that was left was a measly knife. Priest Henowich appeared just in time and used the light restraint forced corpse technique. A bunch of chains appeared from nowhere to control the monster. He tried to hold the chains tightly and said it took a while to cast the spell. It cannot be maintained for long, so hurry up. He turned around and smiled, saying the timing is perfect. Although it bought some time, but I do not have a weapon to cast skills. That broken blade is useless. Suddenly, Lizzie threw him a fancy knife and told Sir Kang Sun-Hun to use it. The monster used all its strength, making its body swell up and break the chains. Old Henowich grimaced that it broke free. He shouted loudly and rushed over to cut its body into 100 pieces. "It is over." The priest asked if it was dead. He said with a firm voice, "Yes, guaranteed. Thanks to you, we caught it. Father Henowich, do you want to keep this thing?" Henowich replied, "I do not want to touch that filthy thing." Lena was amazed at his dexterity. Lizzie was also terrified by his skills. His speed of using the skin sewing needle was like a portable sewing machine. He stood wiping his hands while saying that sewing with magic thread will help increase immunity. Doing that will keep her leg from hurting for a while. Lena tearfully said, "Honestly, I was very scared. I thought I was going to die. Thank you, healer." He gave a friendly smile and said, "I am just fulfilling the responsibilities of a healer. Now, Father Henowich, let's go back and report that you failed this mission." The old man glanced at him and asked, "What?" He replied, "So I can receive the reward." At the Adventurers Guild, Priest Henowich announced, "I came to report that my mission has failed."
The female staff member stared wide-eyed at the old man. What failed? His whole body trembled as he tried to answer. That's right. She was bewildered. Impossible. Father Haywitch belonged to the ranks of the highest level priests at the Ivor Church. If he wanted to, he could easily hold a higher position. So why? Kang Sun-Hun walked in from afar. She realized it was that guy, the troublemaker, Kang Sun-Hun. Lizzie stood right at the reception desk in disgust. "So according to what we are saying, can I cancel the request?" The staff member replied dejectedly, "Yes, that is an acceptable reason. According to the rules set by the Adventurers Guild, we will refund half of the fee you spent and cancel this quest." Kang sat in the back, thinking to himself, although I can't take quests as an orthodox healer, I have the right to take quests canceled by the guild. Sometimes people also say things like this. Do you have no self-respect? How can you stick your nose into other people's quests? You don't even know how to use healing arts. Although I understand why you guys are resentful of me, the fault lies with you for not healing properly from the start, right? That is why I became a healer. Lizzie handed him a pouch of money. "This isn't much, but please consider it a token of our sincerity. It also includes the half fee refunded by the guild." He took the pouch and said, "Thank you. I really need this." "Oh right, your dagger." Lizzie shook her head and said, "Just keep it. Your dagger's ruined anyway. It's crafted from blue silverstone. Fits well in the hand, doesn't it? When I said I would become an adventurer, the people in the village crafted it as a gift."
He asked curiously. Is it such an important item? Are you sure you'll be okay? She hesitated and replied, well, I also wanted it to be an apology. To me, nothing is as important as the lives of my teammates. He nodded, smiled brightly, and said, I see. Thank you. I will give you a 10% discount for the next time, but don't get hurt too soon. Lizzie laughed and replied, all right. He opened the pouch and tried counting. 600, 650,000, a total of 700,000 gold coins. I urgently need 2 million gold coins to buy that crossbow. It will take over 2 million, and I also need to save some for self-defense. Let's spin the roulette 5 times consecutively. Spin the roulette. Load 100 points.
Spin result, miscellaneous items, 1 gold coin. All 4 times yielded the exact same result. He was so bored he didn't even want to mention it was all gold. Although he really needed money, just a little pocket change like this, expecting these gotcha spins to be fair is just a scam, guys. Spin result, obtained a new skill. At least I got a skill from the final spin. The air skill allows the caster to concoct elixirs with similar attributes. He felt intrigued. An air attribute, huh? It must be wind medicine then, which isn't bad at all. Now a tent appeared right before his eyes, and he bravely stepped inside. Excuse me, a voice rang out. Dr. Kang, right? Judging by the voice, it seems to be you. Take whatever you need. She was the pharmacist, Latassa.
Hearing him say he was here to sell rather than buy, she immediately tossed the octopus aside. Then what are you waiting for? Hand it over right now. He also felt it was strange. A customer comes into the shop and they prefer people to sell rather than buy? What kind of weird shop is this? I just picked this up. She observed it and then asked, is this a black water leech? Did someone go to the Mika swamp? He honestly replied, yes, but that person wasn't me. She touched it and appraised it. Chopped in half, injured, and scratched in many places. This thing won't fetch a good price. The wonderful teeth of the water leech caught her eye. Over here he was standing and playing with a carnivorous plant while asking, so how much can I get? Around 30,000? She tentatively asked, how about 3 million? He paused upon hearing that price. Nani? You just said it wouldn't fetch a good price. Are you taking a liking to them? Latte bluntly replied. Of course not. Look at this. The color of its teeth is not like its kind. The teeth of regular leeches are usually black. It's a mutated blackwater leech. Mutants are a branch of mutated monsters. They are stronger than regular ones and possess superpowers. He then asked, so it's no different from a rare monster, right? She explained, it's relatively different. Even if there are no scratches, the remains of a rare monster can only be used to craft extremely rare variant materials, which haven't even been thoroughly researched yet. That's the reason they are so expensive. He smiled and said, no wonder the pharmacist likes it so much. She glanced at him and asked, so what do you say? For someone whose eyes light up at the sight of money, he immediately agreed. Of course, it's a deal. The two shook hands, a handshake worth 3 million. The transaction was successful, and she happily said, this is why I like you. He politely replied, me too. Holding a large bag of money, he aggressively barged into the weapon shop. He hurriedly walked over to the owner, placed the money bag on the counter and said, 14 million gold coins. Feel free to check. The owner was stunned. Huh? Already? He smiled and asked, I really need that crossbow. You still have it, right? The owner replied, of course. Wait a moment. The owner took the crossbow and handed it to him. Thank you. He cherished the crossbow with both hands. So from now on, it belongs to me. He put on a cool face and asked, satisfied yet? The mysterious voice revealed itself. Wait, it seems like I did something wrong?
The boss looked at his strange expression, blankly wondering where he was looking. At the Autumn Rhythm Inn, he stepped inside and looked around. As if obtaining this was not enough, Kang took out the divine crossbow and stored it in the inventory. The system confirmed you have succeeded. He was just thinking when the system screen suddenly malfunctioned. He was extremely surprised. What is this? What's wrong with it? What the hell is happening to it? The system notification popped up with broken text. I guess this is a message stating that I have completed the quest. You have possessed the legacy and achieved the status. But what are the rest of the things? A stranger's voice spoke up. Sorry, but I think the system is broken. He gritted his teeth bitterly. Don't choke around. I already got the crossbow you people asked for. Stop watching me and show yourselves. Come here and talk to me. Suddenly, the system notified of a black star. Does this symbol represent the person watching me? The system displayed in large letters. I understand. I will answer 5 questions. Kang recalled the first time he was teleported to the On continent. The people who were teleported with him either had to try to survive or died in the cave. Everyone couldn't cooperate together. They argued whether to stay here or find a way to return to Earth. He stood up alone and stated his point of view. Whatever we do, we still need money. So how about this? Find a well-paying job that suits everyone's skills. After splitting up and adapting to this world on their own, those who wanted to return to Earth tried to find a way. And 3 years later, he pondered. 5 questions. I have a chance to figure out how to return to my world. The messages are getting shorter and shorter. This thing is limited to some extent. I need to think carefully about this. The first question he asked, are you the entity that brought us to the On continent? The system displayed a perfect 0.
With 4 questions left, he speculated, just as I thought. So what kind of monster are you? What is your purpose?
The system only displayed an O again, he said sadly, so it can only answer yes or no. The next question was asked, is there any way for me to return to Earth? The result is probably something everyone can guess. The third question, has anyone successfully returned? A giant X appeared. Not even a single person? So even Kim Jae-hung couldn't? The only way to get a lot of information from yes or no questions is, I bet you didn't bring us here for no reason. You must have a purpose, even though it seems you haven't achieved it yet. What do you want from us, Earthlings? He wrote 2 options in his notebook. Which one is closer to your purpose? 1 is collecting points, collecting items. 2 is using skills to become stronger. There are exactly 4 ways for it to answer this question using the status window. If the answer is number 1, then say O, and if it's 2, say X. The system answered O. The final question, which one do you care about more? Answer O if it's points, X if it's items. The system still displayed an O. He had a headache thinking, I see. So basically this bastard brought us here to be slaves farming points. It really annoyed him, but looking from an objective perspective, if he is the only one who knows this much, then he is also the closest to its goal.
I don't care what you do, but I need to know your identity, and then I will find a way to return to Earth. Are you a god of the on-continent? I might have run out of questions, but I would answer that question if I were you. If you want to help me, then be honest. The system announced point consumption. Accumulated points, 52 points. He froze for 5 seconds. Accumulated points, 32 points. Accumulated points, 12 points. Accumulated points, 5 points. He asked angrily, what the hell do you think you're doing? Give me back my points. Point balance, 0 points. He went from shrugging to scratching his head in frustration. That's it. I will kill you, even if you are a god. A quest to earn 5,000 reward points? He curiously looked at a quest window, and the reward was a skill. There had never been a quest system like this before, because it took his points and gave back a quest in return. Did it need to use points to manage the system? It didn't forget to remind him to take his time earning points. He thought to himself that it might be difficult to communicate at the current moment. All right, this time I will do as you say, but I expect a satisfactory reward. Although I really want to call you the demon ruler, slave trader, or evil creature, since you hold the authority to manage the status window, I will call you admin from now on. On a beautiful morning, Sun-Hun sat leisurely in the shop, nibbling on a piece of bread while complaining about the terrible smell of this small meat sandwich. The system popped up a notification. You have learned a new skill, Freakus Crossbow. You can summon Freakus Crossbow at will. Freakus Crossbow is now bound to you and can be transformed into the Freaka armband form. So the reward was a unique crossbow skill. Combining it with other skills wouldn't be bad. He clicked on the Freaka roulette that had been added to the information window. 50 points per use. Received item, 5 free roulette tickets. Is there also a roulette wheel for this crossbow? Let's try it out. Use item, 5 free roulette tickets. The wheel spun crazily, and he looked surprised. As a result, the additional damage stat increased by 1. As a result, the additional damage stat increased by 1. As a result, the attack speed stat increased by 1. The skill of the Afreya pouch, soul points have increased. He pondered the unique feature that only Freaka's crossbow had. It allowed him to increase stats and add a skill. Plus, it didn't have that annoying gold requirement anymore. It even granted extra points for every soul point he received. Hopefully, it will be like this every time. Kim Jung-ho walked in sluggishly. I'm so sleepy. Seeing him, Sun-Hun happily stood up and said he was here. Upon seeing him, he also regained his vitality and said, Dr. Kang, you're here. He suggested, Mr. Kim Jung-ho, come with me for a moment. I have a few things to talk to you about. A frantic scream rang out. What? Kim Jung-ho was still doubtful. Is that true? We were captured and brought here just because of those points? Sun-Hun replied, essentially yes. He said in frustration, who do they think we are? Just a bunch of slaves? But I'm still so happy. I thought I would die before I could set foot back in my hometown. I didn't expect to finally be able to go back. As he spoke, he cried like a baby. He seriously advised, stop crying and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I don't know how much you can take in, but I really have to try to grind points like crazy. Dr. Kang, are you having trouble earning points? He explained, I just need to heal wounds, but first of all, wounds caused by me during healing won't be counted. The system thought to itself, if it were counted, wouldn't you just spend all day punching people and then conveniently healing them? He continued, healing teammates is allowed. If I heal a teammate's wound on the spot, then I can earn points very quickly. So what is your proposal? He reached out his hand and said, Mr. Kim Jung-ho, please become my supporter. Actually, he had already planned everything out in his head. Right now, I need to have a temporary teammate. The suitable person for the supporter position are dimensional travelers, people who already know about the status screen system, and that person must be someone I trust. Among countless other people thinking about it, at this current moment, only Mr. Kim Jung-ho can help me.
Since Dr. Kang requested it, of course I had to nod in agreement. He smiled with satisfaction, knowing immediately that the guy would accept right away. Jung-ho suddenly picked up a knife and said, All right, now I will dedicate this body to you, Kang Sun-Hun. Doctor, this is an investment in points, so that Dr. Kang can earn them. Doctor, hurry up and save me, heal me, and take the points. He said something that made Jung-ho collapse. Torturing your own body won't help me get more points. Kim Jung-ho screamed in despair, No. After having his wounds healed by Kang, Jung-ho also realized that he just needed to defeat monsters normally. I just need to do that, right? But this is too rushed. He encouraged Jung-ho. Everyone should live diligently. Well then, the familiar female staff member voiced her welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Looking closely, she realized that the contract destroyer, who hadn't been here long, was back again. Look at his face, that excited face ready to destroy all the contracts. I have to hide the healing contracts. Kim Jung-ho saw her ugly expression and wondered, what did you do to make her show that kind of face? He said it was nothing major. Let's see, are there any feasible contracts? Look at this, Kim Jung-ho, a contract at Broad Mountain. For some reason, there are a lot of contracts from Broad Mountain today. Jung-ho explained, that's because the number of monsters has suddenly increased lately. The staff member suddenly appeared behind them. It's currently the monster mutation period at Broad Mountain, so we will regularly post extermination contracts. During this time, everyone can use the Adventurers Guild's pre-built campsite. Are you too interesting? Kang also found it interesting. A campsite? What better place to farm points than an area filled with adventurers like that? These extermination contracts are very suitable. We'll take them. The girl rejoiced as if everything went according to plan. I have confirmed the contract. Good luck to you both. Welcome to the Broad Mountain campsite. My name is Velo.
At the campsite, we will give you rewards based on the number of monsters you catch. The western road where everyone arrives might be safe, but other places are always full of secrets, so please be careful. Kim Jung-ho and Sun-Hun had fully prepared their weapons and equipment. He excitedly asked, Mr. Jung-ho, are you ready? Jung-ho also answered with burning enthusiasm. Of course I am. It's time to harvest gold. The dirt and rocks suddenly flew everywhere, and a pack of iron-clawed moles appeared. He used the Afria pouch. They immediately rushed out as soon as we left the campsite area. The crossbow in the inventory was confirmed to create stone arrows. An arrow was shot out and pierced into the mole's body. Thanks to this skill, I don't need to load each arrow every time I shoot, and the damage is also higher than I thought. The mole seemed to go crazy, opening its mouth to show off its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Kim Jung-ho immediately shouted to warn Dr. Kang. Just as the mole was about to use its claws to scratch him, Jung-ho appeared in time to block the attack for him. Kang worriedly cried out, Mr. Kim Jung-ho! Even though he was in pain, Jung-ho did not back down. Don't worry about me, keep fighting. He used the Afria pouch to create a minor recovery potion arrow. Jung-ho turned around and asked, Did you just shoot an arrow at me? He smiled and said, It's a healing arrow. I just wanted to confirm that even if someone gets shot by it, they will be fine. Jung-ho said sadly, You can't treat me like a guinea pig like that. The two of them continued to fight. Kang continuously shot arrows at the moles, while Jung-ho only needed a sword to send off countless of them, with mole corpses piling up like straw. Mabello couldn't believe that just the two of them could catch this many, and they were all steel-clawed moles too. He asked, weren't they iron moles? But no matter what they were all caught by Mr. Kim Jung-ho.
Velo said fearfully, I will calculate the results immediately. Please wait a moment. Take your time. Everyone in the campsite began to gossip about the two of them. With this speed, what is the quantity? Who could those two be? At least we can know they are not ordinary adventurers. Yeah, but no matter how talented they are, with all those bandages and gauze, they are probably so poor that they can't even afford to hire a healer. Kim Jung-ho heard this, and the anger in his heart rose again. They were truly as blind as bats, daring to say such things without finding out beforehand how amazing a healer like Dr. Kang was. He immediately spoke up to soothe his anger. Hearing you say that makes me happy. Jung-ho asked, Aren't you angry, Dr. Kang? Those guys need to witness the doctor's skills to open their eyes. He smiled casually and said, There's no need to waste effort on those kinds of people. Anyway, they are really late. Kim Jung-ho wondered, Huh? Who? Suddenly someone in there is seriously injured. A healer.
I am looking for a healer, he smiled and said to Jung-ho, the patients I am expecting. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. Healer! We are looking for a healer! Can we get treated right here? Kim Jung-ho looked around. Even though it was night, the number of injured people was still gradually increasing. Dr. Kang, you can earn a fortune here. Sun-Hun calmly spoke. I'm fine, but there are so many patients here. Suddenly, someone cried out in pain, and he made a decision. I already have my own patients. Does that patient mind if I take a look at him for a moment? A man suspiciously asked who he was, these strangers. Sun-Hun immediately recognized them as the bastards who had mocked them before. It seemed they didn't have the money to hire a healer. He kept his pride and rejected the good intentions of others. Thank you, but I'm not incompetent. I don't think I need help from an outsider. He walked straight to the patient. Is that the reason this patient ended up in such a condition? At least they got a decent treatment. It seemed he had been attacked around the arms and shoulders. The observation eye skill was activated. Paralysis state due to infection. Bite marks from wild beasts could be seen on the patient's body. There used to be an open wound, but it seemed to have healed recently. Jung-ho wondered, Did you find anything out? Sun-Hun proceeded to check his pulse. It seems he was bitten by some wild beasts, and there is a paralysis in his arm due to stiffness. He pondered deeply. Paralysis? Then he might have been bitten by the Barodo hounds.
The other person protested, "Don't make me laugh. Paralyzing poison doesn't cause that much pain to humans," he confidently asserted. "The paralyzing poison of the Boruto hounds is truly unique if we meet a few special conditions." Next, he used a small knife to cut open the wound. Anyone witnessing this scene was panicked. What is that? The flesh in that area has rotted away. This is the effect of necrotic poison. So, what should we do? What should we do? We should do this. He took out the crossbow and aimed it straight at it. Everyone was shocked. "You better stop right now. You guys came here to pick a fight from the start, didn't you?" He coldly ordered. "Mr. Kim Jung-ho, please chase away the unrelated people." He immediately followed suit. "Did you hear that? Don't distract this healer. Get lost." Sun-Hun thought to himself that if he wanted to quickly remove the toxins from various parts of his body, this was the most feasible method. He could create a potion compatible with a person's characteristics, plus the Aphraya pouch skill, Wind Arrow. The potion was activated, a continuous chain of 5 potion wind arrows. The others were terrified to death. "I don't dare to look anymore. Are you out of your mind? How can you just kill a person like that?" Sun-Hun found the word kill ridiculous. Don't call a healthy living person a dead person. The injured person's expression looked a bit better. Everyone buzzed in disgust. He got shot with arrows but is still fine? Moreover, even the toxins were neutralized. Healing with arrows is truly surreal. Guys, I've never seen such a surreal scene since I was a kid. He spoke up to explain that Boruto hounds are weak against the wind attribute, and even the poison they use is affected by the air. So if we treat this person in a place with stable air, I guarantee that this toxin will naturally disappear. Jung-ho suddenly realized, wait, so this person's condition became severe because this healer tightly wrapped his wound. He stammered. "What?" Sun-Hun smiled and said, "That's right. If that healer had been a bit smarter and hadn't wrapped the wound, it would have been simpler. I think something like that probably won't happen again." His eyes became scary, right? The people around all agreed. That sounds reasonable, but how could he treat so recklessly? He was right. It would have been better if that guy just left the patient alone. He cursed and turned to run away. Jung-ho laughed gloatingly. "It feels great." A while later, the wound was carefully bandaged. "Now your arm is completely healed, but you should still be careful until your body is fully recovered."
He replied emotionally, "Yes, thank you so much." Jung-ho suddenly realized, wasn't it strange? Why was this guy here all alone? Where did his group go? Sun-Hun had also accidentally missed this detail. Now that you mention it, I just noticed. There is no way someone would go hunting alone at night. "Hey man, where is the rest of your group?" The man answered, "Our team was ambushed and now everyone is separated." He trembled and blamed himself. "It can't be. Am I the only one left alive? Oh God, I really shouldn't have run away alone." The pack of Boruto hounds kept suddenly rushing out of nowhere. Jung-ho felt something was wrong. It's really strange. Boruto hounds don't usually attack in such a large pack. Sun-Hun also realized something was off. Could the sudden increase in monsters and the missing remaining members of the team be caused by a rare monster? That is the most logical explanation. It seemed like they were trapped inside a dungeon. He held the lantern and followed him. What if they're all dead? Let's hope that's not the case. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. "Do you hear that?" Someone yelled out, "Damn it, you bastard dogs!" Sun-Hun noticed the anomaly. "Mr. Kim Jung-ho, the lantern." He immediately replied, "Understood." The ferocious hounds were charging at them. Immediately, a wind arrow potion was crafted and attacked them directly. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He was trembling all over. "Yes, thank you." Jung-ho called out in panic, "Dr. Kang, over there are corpses everywhere in the distance." He speculated that it seemed they had entered their territory.
He analyzed this pile of corpses containing both humans and beasts, which seemed to have been decomposing for a while and did not look like they had all recently died. He wondered if Boruto hounds didn't prefer fresh meat. I am sure they don't have the habit of hoarding their prey's corpses like this. There are still some that like to eat rotting meat, which are zombies, creatures that are already dead but can move again thanks to dark magic. They are the things that clerics hate the most. Kang Sun-Hun took out the crossbow. "This thing is troublesome." Jung-ho asked worriedly if the two of us could handle this. The hounds howled and rushed forward all at once. "Don't even think about it." Jung-ho managed to block them in time. He shouted loudly, "Duck down, Mr. Kim Jung-ho." Right after that, using the Aphraya pouch skill to craft wind potion arrows. Sun-Hun suddenly called Kim Jung-ho and aimed the crossbow at him. It turned out to just be a vaccine injection. It scared him to death. At least give a warning. After a long time, the battle still hadn't come to an end. Damn it, there are too many of them. Suddenly they became immobilized. Jung-ho was excited. The wind potion is really awesome. Sun-Hun kept fighting without resting his hands. He accidentally noticed a strange-looking hound. What is it doing? Since the battle started, it hasn't made a single move, as if waiting for all its comrades to die. Could it be? You land the finishing blow on the last one. Immediately the hound in the distance howled and transformed. Sun-Hun also guessed that the hound was a necromancer. He panicked when hearing this. A dog that knows necromancy? What do we do now? If this keeps up, it will probably last until morning.
Jung-ho, seriously, do you think you can defeat it? If we get close enough?
Hearing the answer was yes, he immediately took a step forward. Then leave these guys to me. Sun-Hun suddenly remembered that although he looked like a weak mage, Kim Jung-ho's role was to be a tank. He used the Herd Enrage skill. Under the effect of this spell, the monsters would increase their speed, which meant this spell could kill me instantly. Dr. Kang, I trust you. Sun-Hun nodded slightly to thank Kim Jung-ho. As for now, dealing with a zombie was easy. According to Latte, the source of power for rare monsters was shaped like a holy relic. If ever encounter someone, just track that thing down and smash it. He rushed in with the observation eye skill. Saw it, the holy relic was located at the chin. Then he used the throwing skill. The opportunity had come. Next was the Ephraia Pouch Crass Wind Arrow Potion skill. Suddenly, something jumped out from the nearby grass. Sun-Hun realized it had hidden one there. His arm was snapped up by it. Stupid human, how dare you touch the holy relic? As soon as he turned his head, he was right in front of its mouth. I will swallow you alive. Sun-Hun concentrated deeply and used the Freakus Crossbow skill, then retracted Freakus Crossbow. He felt a bit relieved. Quite lucky, huh? Then he continued to re-summon Freakus Crossbow. My other arm is not useless. Not foreseeing this development, he shot straight into its chin. Die, you mangy dog. He did it. He would never repeat this again. Sun-Hun hurriedly used the bleeding control skill. Where did my wrist roll off to? The person he saved earlier offered it. Here, take your wrist back. Thank you for finding it. He politely replied. I should be the one thanking you. Let me help heal your wrist. Sun-Hun asked curiously. Are you a healer? He answered. Yes, my name is Keithu. Thanks, but I can do it myself. He turned to the side. Why don't you help me check on the person over there? I think that person needs your help more. He was surprised. Are there still survivors? Yes. Sun-Hun ran around. Where is Kim Jung-ho? Dr. Kang, pull me out. He was stuck and couldn't budge. He realized there was someone here who needed help too. Jung-ho stood up and dusted off his clothes. I thought I was dead from being crushed flat. Well, we both survived. Jung-ho worriedly said. Your wrist is still severed like that? But he remained calm, saying this was still lucky, making Jung-ho speechless. You're too optimistic, man. Jung-ho asked again. So how should we handle this place?
Sun-Hun replied, Then let's just rely on those guys at the Ivor Church. Returning to the base camp, Kang Sun-Hun immediately began his treatment. First, I should adjust the position of my injured wrist and then use my mouth to stitch the wound in place. Even if the stitches are loose, it still holds it together. I will quickly use my other hand to finish stitching. Jung-ho next to him spoke up. You're really doing it yourself. Why don't you ask that friend named Keithio to help? He replied, I hate depending on other healers. Suddenly, someone called him. Kang Sun-Hun, the priests have arrived. I'm coming out. He immediately ran out while Jung-ho let out a long yawn. I am Katnin Asolo from the Ivor Church in Hin Village. He observed the person carefully. His holy power radiating from his whole body clearly indicated that he was indeed a priest. Nice to meet you. I am the healer Kang Sun-Hun. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a murmur of discussion. Is that Kang Sun-Hun? Oh my god, why does it have to be him? I'm so scared of that guy. Katnin shouted loudly. Silence. Please be quiet. Please excuse them. We have heard a lot about you from Priest Haywich. Ah, is Priest Haywich doing well? Let's get straight to the point. Where did those undead monsters appear? Please follow me. Sun-Hun led the way for them, and after a while, everyone arrived at the location. Looking around at the corpses everywhere, someone exclaimed, My god, this is truly a disaster.
Team 1, purify the Dark Manor from this area. Team 2, search around here. Team 3, transport the corpses to the camp. And finally, Team 4, gather and incinerate the infected corpses. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. The holy fire flared up fiercely. Someone was amazed. This is the first time I've seen undead being incinerated. It's truly overwhelming. He explained, if not incinerated, those corpses could come back to life. Mr. Kang Sun-Hun, Cadden called out unexpectedly, can you take a look at the rare undead? He accepted. Sure. He observed intently. How terrible. Sun-Hun thought to himself, it is indeed terrible, but he must be talking about the dark mana. Cadden added, I want to bring this corpse back to the church to investigate the main cause of its appearance. Of course, I don't intend to take it for nothing. This is holy water created by the Ivor Church, called Dawn Holy Water. Mabello panicked. Huh? Dawn Holy Water? He still didn't understand. How valuable is it? He began to explain. Dawn Holy Water is created by placing clean water in a chapel at dawn and praying for a whole year. It requires a lot of effort and devotion. Even inside the bottle, it radiates a lot of holy power. Just one bottle can purify hundreds, no thousands of undead. If you give the corpse to us, we will pay you with Dawn Holy Water. Money can't even buy it. Sun-Hun smiled lightly. When I destroyed the artifact, I thought I made a loss. If you need it, please just take it. Of course I will give it to you. Cadden politely thanked him. Also, I say this on behalf of the Ivor Church in Hin Village. Thank you for working hard to find corrupted creatures and defeat them in a lonely battle. We sincerely thank you. He smiled brightly and replied, I'm just doing what I should do. They gritted their teeth in indignation. Receiving money, even for an undead corpse, this guy spares nothing. He happily continued, I'm just a healer. I just can't stand those sinister undead. A desperate call rang out. Mr. Kang Sun-Hun, Mr. Kang Sun-Hun, wake up. He struggled to get up. What is it?
He recounted the story. The regional manager of the Adventurers Guild came looking for him. Riwin Herster laughed loudly. Adventurer Kang Sun-Hun, I've heard the stories about you. Did you defeat a rare undead monster? I am proud of you. His voice remained gloomy. Thank you for visiting. Are you that excited to hear the news? Can't I come? Sun-Hun's eyes exuded coldness. How ridiculous. Riwin Herster is an incompetent, greedy bastard. He couldn't possibly have any goodwill towards a notorious guy in the guild like him. He obviously has some scheme going on. He snapped his fingers. I am very grateful for your efforts in protecting the peace of Hin Village. I've prepared a small gift for you. Mabello opened his eyes wide. Golden vitality mushroom essence? He started to put on an act. You there, explain it. He immediately spoke up. Vitality mushrooms are used as ingredients to make recovery potions, and the golden vitality mushroom is the rarest type because it is a rare item that increases endurance to the highest level. Sun-Hun immediately took it and chugged it in one gulp. His endurance increased by 3%. Regional Manager Riwin, thank you very much. His expression remained welcoming. Glad you like it. But the glass bottle was thrown to the ground. You couldn't have come all the way here just to give me this. I am very tired right now, so don't waste my time. You want the Dawn Holy Water, don't you? He smiled a scary smile. I like your quickness. Money cannot buy that, so I want to exchange it for something that money also cannot buy. Space Traveler Kang Sun-Hun. Riwin was extremely confident. Am I right? You are a dimensional traveler from another world? Sun-Hun wondered in surprise. What? He knows about dimensional travelers? How much does he know? He continued speaking. What a shame. Dimensional travelers possess many special abilities.
However, just because your backgrounds are unclear, you are often not treated kindly. Even if you prove your abilities, you still cannot achieve a corresponding status. And here, there is even a healer who has not yet been recognized as an official healer. What do you mean? Sun-Hun asked. He smirked and replied, if you hand over the Dawn Holy Water, I promise to give you a healer's badge and ensure that the Hooser family will back you up. He replied, but based on the rules, I cannot become an official healer. Liwin laughed. Rules? Do you think those rules can make things difficult for Liwin Hooser? You will be honored as a healer by a noble family. If you accept this condition, you could even become a royal healer. In short, your life will begin to blossom from adversity. He still couldn't believe it. I can become a royal healer? He calmly drank his tea and replied, that is a worthy price for the Dawn Holy Water. If I get the Dawn Holy Water, I can move to a larger and more spacious place, instead of just a small rural area like this Hin Village. Turning an eccentric like him into an official healer is as easy as flipping my hand. Unexpectedly, his next words turned him to stone. Then I will reject this offer. Liwin stammered. What, reject it? Sun-Hun sighed. I have to reject it. I don't need to bribe someone just to be recognized, because I am already qualified for a healer. He cursed inwardly. So arrogant. Then he made many attractive offers. So what about the donation? Having the opportunity to be supported by the Hooser family is really not easy. He calmly replied, about this matter.
From what I've heard, you don't have much authority in your family, do you? Those conditions aren't realistic at all, so I will refuse. Liwin couldn't hold back anymore. You? You dare insult me? Mabello quickly said. Please calm down, sir. Jong-ho was also very surprised. Are those people really that generous? They gave me this as a reward? Sun-Hun asked curiously. What did you get? This thing is a bloodthirsty bloodstone which helps enhance attack power. He thought to himself. He actually offered quite a good item. At that time he had subtly reminded them. You know, I dealt with the undead alongside a teammate. He looked at the item and commented. That is a good item. The alarm bell rang. Monsters are attacking from the south, north, and west. The monsters are approaching the adventurers. Please join in defending the camp. They are here. We must stop them to protect the village. Let's go. Jung-ho immediately accepted. All right. Everyone began to counterattack. Sun-Hun crafted the Afreya pouch stone arrow, while Jong-ho used the blood congestion skill. Compared to what we had to go through the other day, this battle is too simple. Suddenly, a boss monster appeared. Shoot it! Attack! This is the last one! Charge! Jong-ho was worried. I don't think the stone arrow will work on it. He chuckled secretly. That's why I prepared this. He had crafted a mole claw metal arrow. He exclaimed in amazement. The arrow pierced its skin. He commanded. Aim for that spot. He immediately attacked it directly. Dr. Kang, the time has come. Sun-Hun jumped high and used the throw skill. The boss monster took the hit and fell flat on the ground. Everyone rejoiced. We won! We successfully protected the village. Great job, adventurers. The final attack was amazing. Is that the group that dealt with the rare necromancer monster? Jung-ho felt proud of himself. How smug! We've become heroes.
He replied, I've earned quite a few points, which is 3 points. He asked curiously, are you going to use them? Stop it. The gacha won't give you anything good. I'm telling you not to. Sun-Hun remained determined. Who knows? What if I get lucky? He was completely confident. I bet 100,000 gold that you'll only get some trash. The result of the spin was exactly as Jung-Ho predicted. Didn't I tell you? Wait, Sir Kang Sun-Hun. Sun-Hun asked him. Mavello, what's going on? He panted. We have prevented a great disaster. It's all thanks to you two. Thank you so much. It's nothing. Why don't they evacuate from this camp? He replied, until the priests conduct their survey, they will delay the departure time. And here is a special reward that our camp wants to give you two. Jung-Ho was surprised. This is honey wine. The two of them went to the tavern together. Jung-Ho happily cheered. I was planning to go drinking to celebrate our success. Sun-Hun also didn't expect this. I didn't expect them to give us this. I heard that all the workers in the camp are from Hin Village. He replied, mostly yes. They are outsiders, aren't they? Suddenly someone recognized the healer Kang Sun-Hun. He was vaguely unsure. Are you Rust? He was equally surprised, not expecting to meet him here. Jung-Ho curiously asked, an acquaintance of yours? He answered, roughly speaking, a patient I treated just a few days ago. He happily recalled, I was truly helped very wholeheartedly. He took out a pouch. Doctor, here is the treatment fee I haven't had the chance to pay you yet. I completely forgot about it. Here. Sun-Hun suddenly remembered. Ah, right. By the way, let me return the sword I kept for you last time. Rust emotionally hugged his baby Icarus. Oh my God, I missed you so much. Jung-Ho asked in a low voice. Is his mind normal? Sun-Hun is a doctor, but didn't know that either. Beats me. After a while of talking, Rust learned a few things. So you two have been in the camp all this time until today? He asked back, and you are resting after your contract ended, right? He said, yeah, if you guys have time, you can try taking a look. He handed out a party invitation. Recently, next to Hin Village, a dungeon portal has appeared. The villagers said they plan to go inside and explore it in 3 days. Therefore, my cousin invited me there as a party member. But since I still have unpaid debts, I cannot go. Jung-Ho acted experienced in life. That's a life lesson. Even if you starve to death, never borrow money from the Union. Sun-Hun suggested, so what do we do now? The dungeon conquest reward sounds quite attractive. He casually said, I'm fine with it. We can just go. Rust rejoiced. Thank you two so much. Feeling relieved. If it's them, I can completely trust them. He chuckled inwardly. Do scumbags like you know how comical it is to see scumbags like you begging me to save you? It should be fine, right? 3 days later, Jung-Ho asked with concern, Dr. Kang, is everything prepared? He calmly replied, yes. My wrist hasn't fully healed yet, but I'm ready to go claim the 100,000 gold coins reward. He didn't catch it in time, so he asked again, what? Oh my God, did you get it already? That is the retrieval of Frika's arrows, allowing the user to return used arrows to their original state. Sun-Hun recounted, yesterday I met K. Theo and was granted some kind of blessing by him on my hand.
Is he a follower of Nakkum or something? He continued, that's why my luck has skyrocketed like this. I was wondering if it would work, but looking at it now it makes sense. He froze. No way, you're kidding. Snap out of it and let's go. A little while later, the two arrived at Hakat Hill. A swordswoman, Rut's cousin, came to greet them. Hello, I am Tina Putin. I have heard Rut talk about you two. He shook hands with her. I am the healer Kang Sun-Hun, and this is Kim Jung-Ho. She was curious. His complexion looks a bit. He told her not to mind it. Curiosity started to arise. Is that a healer? How can that be? That person standing over there, his holy power is at rock bottom. They pointed at Jung-Ho. That other guy is weird too. Is there any tanker who wears a cloak like that? He looked bewildered. What's wrong with me wearing this? My clothes have their own value, you know? Another person slowly walked over. Now, everyone calm down. They came here to help us, so we should mind our manners a bit. By the way, my name is Ai. Jung-Ho said happily. This guy seems a bit nicer. You look sharp. Are you the leader? Lakamati spoke up unhappily. I am the leader here, so if everyone is present, let's go. Everyone step inside the circle.
A flash of light appeared, and everyone arrived in front of an ancient dungeon. Su-Hee used lighting to illuminate the way. Sun-Hun observed his surroundings, thinking this place was too degraded. Normally, eroded walls are due to the weathering process or water, right? Since this place is deep within some ruins, it definitely couldn't be due to weathering, but he couldn't feel any moisture either. So could it be due to dark magic? Jung-Ho called out, Hey Lamptey, you said you're a warrior, but you also know how to heal, right? Then you should be called a physical therapist. He shouted back in annoyance, Oh my God, I'm a monk, a monk! Sahito was tense, but still didn't see much reaction from the holy power user. Suddenly, Sun-Hun discovered something. It was a swarm of giant scarab beetles. Su-Hee exclaimed in fear, So gross! Everyone started attacking them. So disgusting. After a while, seeing that things still weren't looking good, Ali shouted, There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. Someone open a path straight ahead and let's run away together. Sun-Hun called out to Su-Hee, Do you know how to use wind magic? She answered while running, Yes. He immediately used the water mist skill, releasing the effect of the mint poison to spread around. Combined with her whirlwind, it wasn't long before the giant scarab beetles were wiped out.
How did you do that so well? Sun-Hun refused to answer. Military secret cannot be revealed. Soo-hee still stubbornly followed and said, tell me quickly, what kind of magic is it anyway? Lamptey stood admiring from afar. Just the two of them alone completely wiped out that swarm of giant bugs. Ali walked over happily. Everyone worked hard. Let's each have a bottle before moving on. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'll take one. Sun-Hun was suspicious. High-dose mana? Liquid mana potions like this are quite expensive. Is it really okay for you to just share them like this? He handed him a bottle and said, because I have an acquaintance working at the pharmacy, I got a discounted price. He smiled and accepted it. Oh, is that so? Well then, I won't be polite. I didn't expect such kind-hearted people to exist in this world. However, this feeling is somewhat familiar.
Jung-ho suddenly stopped. Wait, it's a fork in the road. Their expressions immediately changed. What is that? From the left side came an overwhelming amount of dark mana. Ali speculated, is it a trap? Lakamati gritted his teeth. No need to think about it. Just take the right path. No, Kang Sun-Hun said with full confidence. We will choose the left. Kang Sun-Hun's dismissal of the idea made leader Lakamati furious, lunging forward to grab the male lead's collar, almost punching him in the face. Jung-ho and Tina hurriedly ran over to intervene, fearing an unnecessary brawl. This did not reduce Lakamati's wrath. On the contrary, it made his words increasingly venomous. We shouldn't have let such a rookie join us in the first place.
Tina was stunned, standing still in place. Sui and Sahida had sided with the leader from the beginning, so they spoke up in his defense. Finally, their teams split into two groups, each taking the path they wanted. Watching Lakamati and his two teammates, Sui and Sahida, get further away, Sang-Hun finally opened his mouth. He adjusted his clothes and asked Tina for her reason. She simply replied that she trusted him. In reality, it was because Rust had recommended him, which made her feel somewhat reassured. Ali didn't participate in the argument, but also chose to trust Sang-Hun. He felt warmed and determined not to betray the trust of his two newly met teammates. Speaking of those three, the path they chose was quite peaceful, with nothing happening and no monsters around. They kept walking and accidentally stepped into a magic array set on the floor. Strange sounds echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked around to see what was making such a horrifying noise. Sui discovered the trap on the floor and quickly warned his two teammates. Before they could jump away, sharp spears shot up from underground. Anyone unlucky enough to be skewered would die, but fortunately Lakamati and Sui were quick enough to dodge. Sahida was not so lucky. She was pierced in the leg by two spears and fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the floor. Lakamati hurriedly used healing light to save Sahida, but it had no effect, and even made the wound worse. Lakamati realized Sahida was hit by dark magic, a cursed wound, and only a priest could remove this curse. Seeing the little girl screaming in pain, a leader like Lakamati didn't feel good at all. Sang-Hun's group also just arrived. His appearance was like bright moonlight saving them. Tina stepped into the magic circle and found it was broken, but just a moment ago it was working so well that it injured a nun. Lakamati sensed something unusual. The dark magic seal reacted strongly to holy power. This trap was designed for priests. In the end, how did he... Pushing his thoughts aside for now, Lakamati hurriedly requested healing for Sahida, but Sang-Hun coldly refused. Why should I do that? You guys were the ones who didn't listen to the group member's opinion. Lakamati was extremely angry, but seeing his teammate on the verge of losing her life, he had no other choice. He lowered his voice to apologize to Sang-Hun, then even knelt down and sincerely begged him for help. Seeing that he had submitted, Sang-Hun chuckled inwardly and quickly used his skills to heal her. Jung-ho couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? How can a skill using holy power break it?
Although he didn't have that supreme skill, Sun-Hun had a bottle of pure holy water. Just one drop was enough for this curse. After saying that and dropping it onto the spreading wound on her leg, a miracle happened, and a light flashed as it slowly healed Sahita. She was no longer moaning or feeling such intense pain. Lakamati had bad thoughts again, worrying that Sahita would lose her life in this place. But before he could even finish his thought, Sun-Hun happily walked out carrying Sahita on his back, the wound on her leg also gradually disappearing. She leaned tiredly against Sahita. Having gone through what just happened, this little girl must have been very scared. The leader, along with Soo-hee and Tina, rushed over to Sahita, happy that she was okay. They also truly admired the monk Sun-Hun for healing the patient. I didn't realize there was such an amazing healer like you here. I made a huge mistake. Seeing the three of them aggressively running over, Sun-Hun had to shout out loud, warning them to be careful. After all, she was someone who had just been in an accident. Sun-Hun smiled, clearing up all misunderstandings that were finally resolved. Ali looked towards them, his face completely expressionless.
Their team returned to the path on the left, following Sun-Hun's guidance. At the end of the road was the boss room. Lakamati pushed the door open. Welcoming them was a one-eyed, two-horned demon. Welcome, useless sacrifices. The demonic wind of that monster was strong enough to blow a person away. It already felt like a bad omen. Its dark magic was too strong, but retreating after making it this far wouldn't be heroic. Whether they could defeat it or not was unknown. The monster began to cast its magic, the fireball in its hand accumulating more and more power. Dark mana also emanated, growing thicker by the moment. Everyone got into a combat stance, ready to counter the single strike it was about to unleash. The two-horned demon became arrogant. It despised these foolish humans for coming all the way here to throw their lives away. However, before it could gloat for long, half of its body was blown away by someone.
While it was still bewildered about what had happened, it dissipated into smoke. The person behind this was Sun-Hun. He unleashed his strongest skill to obliterate the monster in the blink of an eye. While everyone was still in shock over the monster, Jung-Ho turned to Sun-Hun and whispered, "You shouldn't finish the boss with your strongest skill, right?" He just smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Using the strongest skill after a series of useless skills is what's weird." Saying that, he raised his hand to retrieve Freya's arrow and the Dawn Holy Water. The final boss was finally destroyed. Suhi was about to use her staff to draw a magic circle to escape, but Ali stopped her. "There is still time. Why don't we inspect this place before heading back?" Maintaining the magic circle consumes a lot of mana too. Finding it reasonable, everyone started spreading out to examine the room. The blood-stained altar terrified Tina, so she quickly slipped away somewhere else. Sun-Hun observed curiously, thinking that there must definitely be something under the altar. After flipping it over, a box engraved with strange symbols hidden underneath was discovered. He opened the lid and countless undead leaped out, looking absolutely hideous. An unexpected situation. Everyone quickly took their combat positions. Lakamuni focused his power, using Holy Fist to take them down. Jung-Ho fought while teasing, which annoyed Lakamati, yet he didn't forget to remind him, even if they are undead, just use your power and aim for the head. The two sides fought fiercely. Massive explosions soon left the place in ruins. Sun-Hun felt something was strange. If the boss was defeated, the undead shouldn't be able to move. What was going on? After eliminating the last ones, Sun-Hun looked toward the leader's corpse and discovered that its core was not there. He was about to turn to talk to Jung-Ho, but the man collapsed right in front of him. Luckily, Sun-Hun caught him in time, otherwise he would have broken his nose. He also quickly realized that everyone else had passed out. They were still breathing, so they weren't dead, just sleeping.
Observing the situation up to now, Sun-Hun suddenly realized that the one he just killed was merely a clone of the leader. Where are you really? His sixth sense told him the monster was still in the room. Sun-Hun pulled out his divine crossbow and aimed it in the direction his intuition guided him, then fired. The arrow, carrying terrifying power, whizzed towards its target. He was no pushover either, deflecting the skill with a single slash. Sun-Hun's attack had two purposes. First, to restore everyone's strength, and second, to find the hidden boss blending into this room. Everyone else had fallen asleep, but he was still fine. Ali calmly replied, "Aren't you the same?" Sun-Hun responded, "So I thought it over. I didn't drink the mana potion you gave everyone." He pulled out a dagger and lunged forward to slash Ali, causing the white bandage wrapped around his hand to come loose. Sun-Hun exposed him. A swindler wouldn't use a weapon imbued with dark magic, would they? Unless you are the real boss of the dungeon.
Dark energy began to radiate from Ali's body. His secret exposed, Ali did not hesitate to admit it. Contrary to expectations, he transformed into a boss monster, but still maintained a handsome, aristocratic elegance, completely different from his previous impoverished swindler disguise. Using this disguise, he had caused countless foolish people to step into this place, never to return. Only Sun-Hun realized his true nature. Being so smart naturally made him a fat prey for a live sacrifice. Without hesitation, Ali stabbed his own hand, then attacked Sun-Hun. Taking a defensive stance as he rushed in, he firmly blocked his opponent's sword path. Sun-Hun raised his divine crossbow, and two arrows grazed past him before falling to the ground. Ali seemingly went mad, slashing furiously and threatening. "He chose me. I was just a nameless thief until he made me special. If I offer you as a sacrifice to him, I wonder how satisfied he will be, just like those comrades I killed that day. So just stay there and wait for your death." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red magic circle appeared behind him, and an identical one appeared under Sun-Hun's feet. It turned out that him stabbing his hand earlier was to create this magic formation, then lure him to stand in the center. Ali smiled triumphantly and began ordering the capture of Sun-Hun, and immediately a huge mass of tangles rushed straight at him. A blinding light flashed, and the male lead was still standing there, while that chaotic mess that had just turned into a pair of hands intending to swallow him was now slowly disappearing. Sun-Hun mocked. This really surprised me. Seeing the situation before him, Ali grew even more furious, continuously ordering magical attacks, but to no avail. He had to join the battle himself. Sun-Hun was in no rush to fight. He held the sphere emitting a strange light and asked. Seeing the precious item in his opponent's hand, he blurted out, "The crystal of Lord Kureso. This is an artifact containing divine defensive magic power, granting magic resistance. No matter what it is, it's dark magic, and sooner or later it will be dispelled by holy water."
Ali frantically rushed forward to snatch back the sphere. Since it was an important item, Sun-Hun mercilessly threw it straight into the sky. He used a skill to retrieve this crystal mass, then pulled out his crossbow and aimed straight at Ali's head to shoot. Attacked unexpectedly, he unleashed dark spikes. These spikes surrounded him like a protective magic circle. It seemed he intended to heal himself first, but that wasn't going to happen. Sun-Hun used the cut skill to break through the siege, approached the opponent, and with his crossbow, ended the life of the crazed boss. To think he still hadn't died from such a powerful attack and was still kneeling to beg for the crystal. So this is how fanatics are. Ali used his dying breath to say, "Lord Creator has told me. He can feel the invisible presence when looking at us. So you are just like me, aren't you?" It turned out this guy was also a god, and through the status window, he could see the administrator. Sun-Hun coldly replied, I don't believe in gods, but I don't deny that I cannot explain my own power. Ali laughed loudly and said his last words before taking his last breath. Eventually, you will only covet more. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. The evil boss had paid the price for the crimes he committed. Holding the crystal mass in his hand, Sun-Hun thought that it was almost time to wake the administrator up. Everyone was starting to wake up, feeling a splitting headache. Sun-Hun explained, no need to be surprised. That bastard is the leader of the monsters. Not forgetting to brag, you all survived thanks to me. The whole team started to crowd around the corpse. Previously, no one suspected the dark magic he emitted. Jung-ho wondered how Sun-Hun could recognize him as a bad guy. He calmly shared his experience. I usually don't trust bastards who pretend to be nice, smiling and acting kind and good-natured for no reason, even using honorifics. Whenever you meet bastards like that, you must stay as far away as possible. Jung-ho looked at his friend with judging eyes. You are describing yourself. Did you recognize your own kind? Sun-Hun turned to ask Soo-hee to create a magic circle to escape. Soo-hee began to be suspicious. She felt the holy power of a high priest and that judgment.
Why is he hiding it? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Well, I just need to perform well in Sun-Hun's eyes. Yes, leave it to me, sir. She looked strange. Sun-Hun was also a bit stunned as she suddenly used honorifics to ask for a favor. Once done, Sun-Hun looked at the girl who was endlessly worrying in the corner. He cleared his throat and called out, Priestess Sahita, can we talk for a moment? Sahita, caught off guard, was slightly startled but still tried to appear calm. According to Sun-Hun's words, he believed that these monsters were actually adventurers who had been turned into the undead previously. Sahita also timidly expressed her opinion. She wanted to pray together for the dead. They were placed inside the magic circle, and they sincerely prayed for the deceased, hoping they would rest in peace. As soon as it was completed, the system panel also displayed an achievement earned, obtained for participating in the purification ritual to pray for the dead to rest in peace. Sun-Hun raised his hand and clicked it. Looking over, Jung-ho was making the exact same gesture, and the two understood each other implicitly.
Meanwhile, Tina created a mana shield to protect the corpses. Although it was a bit thin, it was better than nothing. Soo-hee walked briskly without knowing a figure appeared behind her. Sensing something wrong, Sun-Hun immediately turned his head. He warned Soo-hee just in time, but it was too late. She was stabbed by Ali and immediately fell to her knees, motionless. Sun-Hun had carelessly forgotten that Lord Caresso passed his power to Ali. He immediately ordered, take the corpses and Soo-hee out of here, priestess. We must eliminate that piece of trash. Sahita's face turned pale. She was already timid and fearful, yet she was forced to participate in the battle. Quick as a flash, Ali jumped forward to stab Sun-Hun, but he blocked it. The power of this guy was too great. He asked Sahita to unleash her energy. Although scared, she still focused on channeling holy power, causing Sun-Hun's combat strength to increase significantly. Pushing him away, this time Ali's target was Sahita. He dashed towards her, but Sun-Hun intercepted him by the neck just in time. Sahita cast a spell again, with even greater power than before, making Ali's eyes hurt so much that he had to cover his face and scream in agony. Suddenly, he pulled out the crystal of Lord Caresso from his body and immediately crushed it, swearing that this would be the final sacrifice. A hurricane rose, blowing everything away. As the dungeon was gradually collapsing, Sun-Hun hurriedly ran with Sahita toward the magic circle to get out of this place. As for that bastard Ali, his head was crushed by a large rock. It was unknown if he was truly dead, but things didn't stop there. Because the attack earlier made Soo-hee's mental state unstable. Even though she was healed, she could not focus her mind to control mana. The dungeon was collapsing more and more heavily, and Soo-hee cried bitterly. Sun-Hun suddenly realized that this magic circle was already complete. It only lacked energy to operate. Meanwhile, Tina was proficient in magic, able to immediately recognize what kind of magic circle it was, and was also skilled in creating magic barriers. Combining those two things, Tina could save everyone. Given this important responsibility, Tina was afraid she couldn't do it, and refused. But a word from Sun-Hun enlightened her with her profound knowledge. With Sun-Hun's help, Tina successfully operated the magic circle, bringing everyone to a safe place. Soo-hee jumped up with joy, completely different from her haggard look just now. Sun-Hun asked about where they were, and Soo-hee informed him that this was the city located above Lake Kama. It was peaceful due to the existence of the magic tower. Therefore, many nobles and mages gathered here because it was very easy to find research materials and rare books. Sun-Hun looked around curiously. It was his first time visiting a magic tower.
3 people wearing clothes similar to Soo-hee's opened the door. They received the activated return coordinates, so they came to check. Soo-hee met her acquaintances again, but before she could rejoice for long, her professor knocked her on the head. After that was a chasing scene between the teacher and the student. After hearing the whole story, Tanenrola teased her, giving up becoming a witch of the magic tower to become an adventurer and returning after almost losing her life, leaving her speechless to explain. Then he turned to praise. Sun-Hun did a great job, taking them back to the guest room. Not knowing if it was because of the unfamiliar place, Sun-Hun tossed and turned but couldn't sleep, so he had to put on his coat and go out for a walk. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him. What are you doing at this hour, Kang Sun-Hun? Sun-Hun also surprisingly asked back. It's late, but you're still awake.
Miss Tina suddenly exclaimed, Healer Sun-Hun, it has been a while since I returned to the tower, so I feel a bit nostalgic. Hearing this, he gently smiled and replied, So you also came from a tower? After nodding in confirmation, Tina expressed her hesitation.
I apologize for what happened earlier. It was a dangerous situation and I was too hesitant. Sun-Hun quickly reassured her. There is no need to feel sorry. We are still alive, all thanks to you. Feeling relieved, Tina comfortably shared. I originally came from the Golden Tower. Since I was young, I showed a talent for magic and was pressured to enter the tower, but I prefer using a sword, and I always remember the hand-to-hand combat battles with Rut. And then it turned out my talent wasn't anything special. Faced with Sun-Hun's question, is that the reason you left the tower? Tina admitted without hesitation. Yes, but in the end, both my magic and swordsmanship are terrible. If at least I had only focused on magic, then maybe. After suddenly thinking about vague talent, Sun-Hun quickly gave advice. I don't know much because I have never learned any of those things, but I think the important thing is to do what you like. And if you find that your talent is lower than others, you can use a trick. Pursue it to the end at all costs, no matter what method you have to use. The next morning, seeing Kim Jung-ho still saying goodbye with full of regret, Sun-Hun spoke up. They have all left. Lakamati wants to continue training, and Soo-hee wants to finish her work. What a beautiful farewell. No one lost their life. Then he quickly turned to look at Tina and asked, What about you, Miss Tina? Jung-ho also eagerly offered, If you still have no plans, you can come with us. After hesitating for a moment, Tina firmly declared, I want to become a magic swordsman. People might laugh at me, but I want to choose my own path. Sun-Hun smiled and continued, I knew you would do that. If you want to become a magic swordsman, visit this place, Lin Faroli Village, the coldest place in the north. There is a crazy guy there, a very strong magic swordsman that I know. I guarantee he is very good, so just observing him will be extremely useful to you.
Tina was extremely excited about this guidance and kept saying, thank you, thank you. Before saying goodbye, she didn't forget to promise, I will write to you often. Jung-ho also started urging, let's get going now. As the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard Soo-hee calling out, wait. After arriving at the professor's red magic office, I apologize for holding you back. Sun-Hun calmly replied, it's fine, but who is this? The man standing opposite hurriedly spoke up. Nice to meet you. I am Zion from the Dark Magic faction. Speaking briefly about this tower, it is usually known as the Tower of Dark Mages. Our main goal is to find appropriate methods to utilize dark magic and dark mana. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. It seems that using dark magic is still legal if licensed, even though the Holy Temple will hate it. Following the opening words from Professor Tencel, he had heard about this incident and begged me to meet you. Zion hurriedly continued. I heard that the boss was an extremely powerful dark mage. Did you pick up any of his personal belongings? I want to buy them back to use in experiments. Hearing this proposal, Sun-Hun focused his thoughts. I have the crystal of Lord Cariso, but I don't want to hand it over. Is there anything else? After recalling the battle that day, he vaguely remembered a small knife. I almost forgot about it. Sun-Hun did not hesitate to ask, so how about a magic knife that the dark mage used? Zion quickly realized that there was still an enormous amount of dark mana inside this knife, feeling thrilled and eager to study how wonderful it was. Deal. I will give you anything you want. In his heart, Sun-Hun also felt somewhat satisfied. These things will be very interesting to mages, magic books, and a bunch of other things. Something on the table suddenly caught his attention. What is that? After trying to pick it up to study, Sun-Hun was amazed by it, as this strange thing started playing melodies and dancing continuously in front of everyone. Zion hurriedly grabbed it and explained, This thing is called a hyperactive music box. Why is the toy my friend gave me here? It absorbs mana in the air and converts it into vitality energy. Sun-Hun suddenly realized that it helped him recover stamina points, then hurriedly declared, I will take that. The result couldn't be more satisfying for Sun-Hun, as he gifted him an extra scroll and a bunch of accompanying books.
Sun-Hun still couldn't help but wonder. This scroll was the recipe for formulating a freezing potion. It was true that he needed more excellent potions and ingredients. Then Sun-Hun came up with a suggestion. Brother Jung-ho, why don't we stay here a little longer? Professor Tencel had given me permission. At that time, he handed it over with a deeply grateful attitude. This is a small token of appreciation for saving my student's life. Since you are already at the magic tower, why don't you look around a bit? Jung-ho also seemed extremely surprised. It turned out they weren't that arrogant after all.
I thought all mages were just a bunch of arrogant pricks. Fine, staying a bit is okay. I heard the tower has a lot of good stuff and high-quality potions. Sun-Hun laughed and replied, That's exactly my purpose. After stopping by the potion shop in the magic tower, Sun-Hun said while choosing, I will take 1 box each of mana potions and health potions, and 3 boxes of stamina potions. Seeing the man in front of him concentrating on brewing, Sun-Hun hurriedly intervened. Excuse me, I think it's better not to put that in. The man turned to look at him with disdain, clearly thinking he was someone who didn't even know how to use mana, then angrily shouted, Nonsense, and continued to do whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Jung-ho quickly commented, I think they are all a bunch of arrogant fools. What kind of attitude is that? Sun-Hun could only smile and urge, Let's just go.
After the two left the shop, Jung-ho curiously asked, "Kang, why did you tell him not to add that?" He was about to explain when, before he could finish, a loud explosion was heard behind them. Despite this, he calmly continued, "That's the reason." Jung-ho was still terrified and exclaimed, What just happened, Healer Kang?" Inside the potion shop at this moment, the people present were coughing repeatedly, staggering around while angrily asking which freak caused this. Why did they do this? It could be poisonous smoke. Use magic shields. Magic shields were immediately activated, but didn't seem very effective in this situation, as they were gradually being pierced. Even though the man tried to defend himself, he still had to cry out helplessly, "The magic shield isn't working! Hot! Hot!" He kept muttering to himself, "No way! I have to get out of here first." Unexpectedly, he was blocked by Kang Sun-Hun. "Where do you think you're going?" He resolutely blocked the doorway, confidently declaring, "None of you can step outside. That's why I told you guys not to put it in there." They still stubbornly refused to admit it, resolutely shooing him away. "What are you doing? Get out of here." Sun-Hun remained calm and reassured them. "The herbal incense is not poisonous, so don't be afraid. The smoke is not dangerous at all." Hearing this, they interrupted. "Meaning we are still fine?" But the next piece of information he provided was, "But when inhaled, all the mana in your body will melt away."
Making them look at each other shiftily after a loud shout of "What?" They immediately felt the change in their bodies as liquid appeared and dripped onto the floor. Panicked screams began to emerge. "This is my mana melting, so I won't be able to use magic anymore. No, I'm out of here." The whole group started to flee under Sun-Hun's observant eyes. He hurriedly stopped them. "Stop! I think you guys have forgotten who you are. We are right here in the Blood Magic Tower. Do you think you can handle the consequences if you open it?" Speaking of the Magic Tower, an organization built for mages to research magic and increase their power, it means this place is filled with all kinds of magical research and mana-utilizing facilities. They immediately wondered, if this smoke escapes outside, all the facilities of the Magic Tower will be destroyed. We are dead for sure. Sun-Hun immediately explained, "Even if you are poisoned by the fragrant herb, there is still a way. If treated in time, you will quickly recover. Of course, I know how to cure it. I am a healer after all." They immediately rejoiced. "Then that's great. We will live." Sun-Hun immediately cut them off and added, "But removing the smoke is still more urgent than saving you guys." In his heart, Sun-Hun knew very well that even without mana, they wouldn't die, but a mage who couldn't use mana was no different from being dead. But he didn't care. Sun-Hun continued to ignore their words. "Please, we will do anything, so please heal us." "We will even inhale all of this smoke if you need us to, please, Mr. Healer." Hearing this, Sun-Hun smiled smugly. "Perhaps unless they do this, this is the reason why I like being a healer." Seeing this, Jung-ho curiously asked, "Healer Kang, do those people need to inhale all the gas to remove it?" He immediately received an answer from him. "That sounds like fun, but it takes too much time. Luckily, this is a potion shop. Bring out all the ingredients I mentioned quickly." Everyone hurriedly started searching. "The dandelion you mentioned. Here is the dried sandvine root. This smoke must be dealt with right here, but since the smoke cannot be held in hand, it's very difficult to remove, so it must be turned into a form that's easier to clean up." Hearing Jung-ho's coughs, Sun-Hun thought to himself, "Even though Mr. Kim Jung-ho has little mana, he is starting to show symptoms. I need to hurry." He quickly mixed the ingredients while telling himself, "Because my former teammate's absorption and spray skill cannot become useless." A strange object began to appear, gathering the smoke into large chunks. Jung-ho exclaimed in astonishment, "Healer Kang, this is..." and received the answer from him. "Solvent, a type of potion that turns smoke or gas into gel form. What are you guys doing? Aren't you going to pick it up?" They quickly gathered it and chatted. "The texture is a bit disgusting. Be quiet and clean up. The healer will get angry." "We have cleaned up all that gas and healed everyone. The aromatic herb has also calmed down." After observing around, Sun-Hun shook his head in frustration. What a mess. Everyone remember to apologize to the shop owner and clean up carefully. "By the way, you just said it's an aromatic herb, right? I'm sure the thing I put in was a water attribute plant, and an aromatic herb is a water attribute herb that has been mutated due to too much mana. Usually it is a herb that helps mix potion ingredients together, but when it becomes an aromatic herb, it will melt away the mana." A girl also expressed her curiosity. How strange, to think they would grow such a dangerous thing in the Magic Tower. Seeing Sun-Hun wondering about the Magic Tower, she hurriedly explained, "Yes, because most of the ingredients come from the cultivation area of the Magic Tower." He curiously asked again, "Could the cultivation environment have been altered?" But she didn't think so. Probably not, because the cultivation room is managed by a mana system. "Can you explain in detail?" After all his questions were answered, Sun-Hun immediately rushed off, to Jung-ho's astonishment. "Hey, where are we going now? We have to find Professor Tensol. The situation might be worse than I thought."
Tensol spoke flatly. "I heard about the accident at the potion shop. He was communicating via hologram. I wish I could be there in person, but I can't go anywhere because of this damn conference." Tensol quickly granted access. "You are allowed to enter the herb cultivation room." So he replied briefly, "Thank you."
Sun-Hun smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you on the way." She was sweating profusely. "I searched the whole tower for you just to show you the way." They headed straight ahead. Over there is the herb cultivation room. As soon as the door opened, Suhi's expression changed. The entire room was in ruins. "What is this?" He calmly prepared himself, as it didn't look very safe, and summoned Freeka's crossbow. Everyone checked around together. Humidity control, climate control, temperature control. All the support enchantments have been destroyed.
She came to the conclusion the mana condensation in the room was also unusually high. "I think the main magic circle has a problem. The whole party scattered to search. Where is it? I think it's deep inside." Suddenly, an accelerating vine lunged forward. Sun-Hun was startled and noticed it. He quickly pulled Jung-Ho backward. He narrowly escaped. Jung-Ho tried to catch his breath and asked, "What was that?" Sun-Hun calmly asked back, "What do you think it is?" The answer was very simple. A monster that had grown by absorbing mana, the hidden magic ivy. Suhi reacted quickly, immediately launching the Windblade skill. She dealt it a massive amount of damage. The wood monster screamed agonizingly. It whipped its vine straight at Suhi. Jung-Ho immediately rushed up. "How dare you?" He easily slashed the vine. It fell heavily to the ground. Suhi laughed confidently. "Easier than I thought." Jung-Ho raised his guard. "Wait." At the newly severed part of that wood monster, thick white foam appeared. It immediately grew into a new vine. Both Suhi and Jung-Ho were attacked by surprise. Sun-Hun frowned tightly. Is it self-healing its injured trunk? The Ephraia pouch was creating poisoned arrows. He rapidly shot to destroy several vines at once, but they immediately grew back. He sat up dumbfounded. What the heck? If I met this thing, I would run right away. Sun-Hun calmly assessed. No, he keenly noticed. The healing speed is different. It heals faster when Miss Suhi slashes. Suhi tried to guess. Perhaps the attack contains mana. He agreed. Right. All the herbs here grow rapidly thanks to the excess mana. Sun-Hun came to a conclusion. I think that monster has the ability of mana absorption.
She launched a direct attack at its face, a fire mist. Completely unharmed, the wood monster counterattacked immediately after. Suhi escaped by a hair's breadth. Burning it didn't work either. Jung-Ho stood frozen. I don't think we can kill it that way. Both of them thought it was time to retreat. This room is full of mana. Only Sun-Hun sneered. Why retreat? He took out dozens of white spheres. We have someone who can remove mana. The other two were stunned. Hey, that thing! Sun-Hun quickly crafted. The Ephraia pouch is creating fake scent arrows. The wood monster took full damage and screamed tragically. It suddenly closed its petals, then spewed a cloud of poisonous gas directly at everyone. Jung-Ho coughed violently. What is this? We can't use our skills. Sun-Hun calmly summoned his weapon. It's all done. Freeka's crossbow has been stored. His smile deepened. Now we can attack automatically until it dies. Sun-Hun changed his dagger-holding stance. Countless attacks were launched. The wood monster screamed frantically. Its vines became much slower. Jung-Ho rejoiced. It's working. It's healing slower. He shouted, Mr. Sun-Hun. Sun-Hun pointed out. It's the root. He jumped high. Jung-Ho headed straight for the target. He used all his strength to launch an attack. Does everyone think it's cool? Jung-Ho tensed his entire body. The only person who didn't rely on mana. He gathered momentum and roared, take this last hit. But Jung-Ho suddenly called out loudly, Mr. Kang. Sun-Hun used him as a springboard to jump up. He accumulated power on his short sword. I think this situation is beyond saving, guys. Sun-Hun just gave a faint smile of certain victory. Cut. He unleashed a fatal blow. Later, the wood monster could only lie flat on the ground. Suhi sighed in relief. We did it. Sun-Hun wasted no time. Miss Suhi, take us to the main magic circle. They went together to the herb planting room. The stone slab was shattered into pieces. Oh my, he calmly assessed. It's completely destroyed. Did you find the cause? She couldn't believe it either. It seems the absorbed amount of mana has exceeded its limit, and it couldn't take it anymore. How is that possible? The energy from the circle is getting more chaotic, and there's even mana leaking out. It's about to create violent sparks of lightning. Everyone immediately understood. A mana explosion.
The stone slab containing the magic circle had cracked and was emitting chaotic energy currents. Young-Ho held his head in panic. It's going to blow up. Sun-Hun calmly tried to find a solution. Miss Suhi, is there any way to block the mana from continuously pumping into it? Suhi hurriedly shook her head. No, there is no way. A low-level mage cannot even look into the mana connection vein, she firmly asserted, and if it suffered any impact, it would explode immediately. Sun-Hun quickly decided, let's run. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Sun-Hun analyzed the pros and cons. If it was as strong as a 6th-tier spell, its destructive power would be absolutely terrifying, not only engulfing them, but even the people outside. He extremely decisively used the observation eye skill. I must find the mana connection vein at all costs. Sun-Hun's vision was greatly enhanced, and in just a moment he spotted it, found it.
The other two couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Sun-Hun resolutely stepped forward. Seeing him advance, the two panicked and screamed, "What are you doing? Healer Kang, you can't go in there!" Sun-Hun thought to himself that a large amount of pure mana was gathered to create that bomb, so normal attacks would have no effect. He took out a golden sphere. Sun-Hun speculated, but what if it's an item with strong mana resistance? The item in his hand was the artifact Crystal of Lord Careso, possessing strong defense and mana resistance. The shockwave from the magic circle radiated fiercely, and Sun-Hun endured significant pressure. Suhi turned away, her face pale. "I can't look." Jung-Ho turned pale with fear. "Healer Kang." He gritted his teeth and continued upward. "I must aim for the connection point of the vein." Sun-Hun tightly gripped the sphere. He spun his body, put all his strength into his arm, and used the throw skill. Sun-Hun aimed precisely. One strike. The orb had touched the magic circle. Did everyone see how cool that was? Absolutely amazing. The color on it immediately turned red. The orb quickly distorted the magic matrix. The mana haze were gradually being blocked. It seemed to drain everything to the point of turning blue. Shortly after, the orb fell to the ground. Suhi anxiously opened her eyes slightly. She looked around in a daze. The explosion had stopped. While they were bewildered, Sun-Hun turned around. What just happened? He smiled smugly. The two of them immediately rushed forward and hugged Sun-Hun tightly. "Healer Kang, healer, you are really the best," he calmly replied. "I know." Suhi was overjoyed. "Seriously, what kind of entity are you?" Sun-Hun replied coldly, "Please let go of me." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had checked the power of the holy orb beforehand. Tencel frowned in confusion. What happened? He firmly asserted that there must be a problem with the energy supply system. Suhi thought that even magic wouldn't be able to resist if incidents like this continued to happen. She analyzed seriously. If the magic tower collapsed, the protective barrier guarding the city would also dissipate. "Please let us investigate the mana center."
Tencel shook his head helplessly. "The mana center is crucial to the source of magic. That is beyond my authority." Jung-Ho rubbed his chin in thought. "Even the professor can't enter as he pleases. This is going to be difficult." Kang Sun-Hun didn't give up. "Then who is the one managing the mana center?" He lightly replied, "One of the vice tower masters of the blood magic tower." Tencel brought up a name, Sir Hive. Hive coldly asked, "So you are Kang Sun-Hun? What do you want from me?" He began to summarize the incident, the things that happened at the magic tower today, explaining the situation. He nodded in understanding. "Is that so? So you want to enter the mana center right now?" Sun-Hun sighed tiredly. "Actually, I didn't really plan to come here, but he would probably agree if I told him everything." He put on a professional smile. "No, instead But Hive suddenly cut him off. "How ridiculous!" He yelled furiously. "What nonsense!" Hive slammed the file down on the desk. "The facilities inside the mana center," he babbled foolishly, "were created using the most advanced technologies of the blood magic tower. It is a place that will remain safe even if the magic tower collapses." Hive shouted angrily. "How could there be a problem with such a place?" Sun-Hun was stunned. What nonsense is he spouting? Suhi broke into a cooled sweat. "Professor Hive, do you know what has happened to the herb cultivation room now?" Jung-Ho also raised his voice in frustration. "Yeah, do you know what we had to face?" She tried to explain. "The magic circle has completely..." But he strained his neck to criticize. "Stop, Suhi Pernay. Not only did you run away, but now you are insulting the magic tower?" She was instantly left speechless. Hive firmly rejected. "I cannot let you guys into the mana center." Sun-Hun just stayed silent. A moment later he chuckled lightly and spoke up. "Vice Tower Master Hive, I will give you some advice. Evacuate everyone and take action immediately." Sun-Hun kindly gave him his final words. "That is the best thing you should do." But Hive only looked down on him disdainfully. "I don't want to hear it. What a waste of time." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. "Get out of my room right now. If it were up to me, I would have gotten physical." Suhi scratched her head in frustration. Good grief. Jung-Ho was annoyed. Full of nonsense. Sun-Hun just shrugged calmly. He's picking a fight in a weird way. She was so angry that she lost control of her words. Damn it. This is why all these bastard mages are like shit. He just chuckled to himself. It doesn't matter anyway. In the end, A moment ago, Sun-Hun had used the observation eye skill. A series of red warnings surrounded Hive. Danger, 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 danger. He knew for sure. He would die too.
In the room, he was constantly sighing. Hai was nervous and restless. How much did those bastards already know? He sweated profusely, speculating in every possible way. Could there really be a huge problem? Did they know the mana supply system was already broken? Hai held his head in misery. He had neglected taking care of the mana center because he had to prepare for the successor Tower Master coronation ceremony. He had really neglected it. He scratched his head in frustration. If others found out about this, he would be eliminated from the candidate list. Hai determinedly made a decision. At the very least, he had to keep this a secret before the ceremony took place. He could handle this in secret. While he wasn't paying attention, the wall behind him cracked.
After becoming the Tower Master, Hai turned around to see what that was. He frowned, not understanding the situation, and then suddenly the whole room exploded, dirt and dust flying everywhere. The entire villa became a chaotic mess. Hai was lucky to keep his life. What the hell? But he was stuck tight in the layer of rocks. He couldn't move. He had to try to move these things away first.
The mana in Hai's hands lost control, and he suffered a backlash that made him almost pass out from the pain. Hai gritted his teeth, unable to understand. A mana reflux? He called out loudly for help. "Is anyone out there? Come here and help me." The sound of approaching footsteps made Hai overjoyed. "Over here, help!" A cold voice rang out. "Do you understand now, sir?" Sun-Hun walked up calmly, his eyes lightly glancing around. "I warned you already." Hai humbly begged. Your timing is perfect. I apologize for what happened just now. Do you guys think this move is stupid or what?" He urgently urged. "Hurry up and help me." Sun-Hun shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you listen to other people's advice? The tower's mana system is currently releasing too much power. All places where mana veins flow through are in the same situation as here." He looked down with a disdainful gaze. The man didn't even bother to listen when he warned him. Sun-Hun soberly realized that he only changed his mind because he was about to die. Hai still trembled and pleaded. "Please save me." He cursed inwardly. "Bastard." Sun-Hun replied coldly. "I'm very busy, so I can't spend my precious time here." He was stunned. "What?" He turned his back, about to leave. "If you give me something valuable," he gritted his teeth, hastily considering. Hai quickly decided. "Wait, I have something you might want." Sure enough, he took out the key to the mana center. Hai smirked calculatingly. "If you save me, I will give you this. You must be able to control the mana center to save everyone here." Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. "Are you taking the other people as hostages?" He used a coaxing tone. "Think about it." He chuckled inwardly, thinking, a bastard like this is actually a strong candidate for the position of Tower Master? The Blood Tower has really gone crazy. Sun-Hun leaned in slightly. "I forgot to say." He gave Hai an important piece of news. "The explosion just now has destroyed all the seals at the mana center." He dropped the artifact in despair. Sun-Hun continued to walk away. "So I don't need that precious key of yours. Bye."
Mana began to fall into chaos again. He pleaded, "Wait, I will give you something better." He calmly replied, "Really? Then I'll come back later." After saying that, Sun-Hun decisively walked straight ahead. "I'm going to save the others first." The man couldn't hold back his tears anymore. A tragic scream rang out at the same time as the explosion. "No!" He increased his speed. This place had already been destroyed. Sun-Hun dashed quickly through the mana streams. "I have to check the situation outside first." Suddenly, a cry attracted him. Sun-Hun couldn't help but be surprised. Children? Did these two kids not evacuate in time? He immediately put on a standard smile and asked, "What's wrong, kiddos?" Lucy pointed at the rubble while crying. "My friend." The little girl couldn't say much and burst into tears again. Sun-Hun was helpless. "I don't understand what she's saying at all. I'll use my skill then." He was a bit surprised. Skill name, Calm Voice. When cast, it calms the target's psychology, eliminates their panic, and increases the chance of them being fully healed. Is this a variant of the calming prayer? Sun-Hun slowly reached his hand out. Prayer skills probably require divine power, and I don't have any skills like that. He patted their heads while casting the Calm Voice skill. "Both of you calm down and tell me what happened." Both of them immediately stopped crying. "Yes." Sun-Hun broke through the pile of rocks blocking the way. The children recounted. "We were doing our homework together when the floor and walls suddenly exploded. Lizzie used a barrier for us so we could escape, but suddenly a bookshelf fell down while we were running and Sun-Hun silently prayed. "I hope it's not too late." He found a child crushed by a bookshelf. "Lizzie? You are Lizzie, right?"
The little girl dreamily woke up. "Who is it?" Sun-Hun quickly kneeled down. "I'm here to save you. Are you okay?" Lizzie guessed. "You're not wearing a cloak. You must be a traveler." The little girl affirmed. "I'm definitely going to die. Please take my friend to a safe place." He was stunned for a moment. Is this her second life? Why is this child so mature? Sun-Hun immediately analyzed Lizzie's condition. Bleeding debuff, mana reflex debuff, broken ankle debuff. While thinking, he started to pull her out. She was still trying to save her friend despite being in this condition. Lizzie called out anxiously, completely different from a person waiting to die. "Traveler, you don't have to do this." Doesn't everyone think this child is heartbreakingly sensible? She tried to use her last bit of strength to warn him. "Your mana will also overload and reflux." But Sun-Hun didn't listen at all and gently reached out his hand. Lizzie squeezed her eyes shut. "Because of me." He cast the bleeding control skill, gently comforting her. "I can't take your pain away, but I can stop your bleeding." Lizzie was stunned. "What?" she exclaimed in shock. "How can you ignore the mana reflux and use a skill?" Sun-Hun smiled and replied, "I am a healer. If it were me in this situation, I would definitely fall hard for him."
After applying first aid to Lizzie, Sun-Hun carried the little girl on his back and ran away. He dashed quickly, with explosions closely following the two of them. Lizzie looked back anxiously. "Be careful, the explosions were stronger than before." Sun-Hun reminded her. "Keep your head down, Lizzie. It's very dangerous." He ran while carefully observing the surroundings. "This is only the 12th floor. If we make it down to the 9th floor..." Suddenly, Sun-Hun stopped in his tracks. The stairs ahead were no longer usable. He looked around and concluded, I didn't anticipate this. There is no other way. Suddenly, Sun-Hun saw a huge hole in the wall. Lizzie, he asked the little girl, hey, don't overthink it. Are you afraid of heights? Lizzie couldn't help but doubt. Brother, is this really the only way out? He tied a few more loops around his body. Don't worry, you just need to close your eyes. Sun-Hun decisively stepped outside. I will make sure you are safe. Reaching this point, I would be trembling just like the little girl. Lizzie was very brave. Yes, I'm ready. They have to move fast. Let's go. The mana circuits became unstable again. Right as the two of them jumped down, the floor above exploded. They were completely in freefall, with only pitch black visible below. The little girl kept her eyes tightly shut without crying out, which was highly commendable. Sun-Hun carefully observed Lizzie. A normal child would have fainted from crying. His thoughts wandered. If a child like her died, Azun's future would become extremely bleak and gloomy. The Afreya pouch was crafting a bandage arrow. It shot forward swiftly, the arrowhead embedding itself firmly into the wall, halting the two of them midway down the tower. The sudden break made his entire body ache. Sun-Hun gritted his teeth and tried to hold on tight. Please don't break. This combination looked extremely loose. 3 parts unreliable, 7 parts identical, but somehow it worked well. It seemed they were temporarily safe, with a makeshift hook made from a curved metal bar and a makeshift rope from bandages. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I never thought I would do something like this in my life. Outside, a bunch of mages were gathering to gossip. What just happened? It's probably nothing. After all, it is the magic tower.
The teacher continuously bowed to Sun-Hun, thanking him for saving the children. Lizzie introduced, she is our teacher. He summarized the situation. It's nothing. It's something I should do. I only did temporary first aid for Lizzie's leg. Please call a healer to help me. The boy hurriedly asked, are you going to the mana center now? Sun-Hun confirmed, that's right. I still have to help others. Lizzie handed him a scroll. Then take this with you. This was originally for an assignment. I don't know if it will help, but he casually flipped it open. This is... Suddenly, a voice echoed. Lizzie! The 2 children ran over happily. It's Lizzie! The little girl recognized her friends immediately. Terrace! Lucy! The kids cried and asked, Lizzie, are you okay? Does your leg hurt a lot? She happily recounted, I'm fine. That healer saved me. The 2 of them cried really easily. We're sorry, Lizzie. It's all our fault. Lizzie acted like their parent. Don't cry. I told you I'm fine. We're not, because she also shed tears. I'm really fine, but if you keep crying like that, I'll cry too. Lizzie joined the chorus of crying. I was so scared. Sun-Hun thought to himself, it seems she's still just a kid. He returned to the main issue. Now let's head to the mana center. At the same time, at the mana center, Suhi had fainted. Jung-Ho was also lying in a corner, and around the mana tower system, many mages had lost consciousness. Sun-Hun looked around warily. What happened here? Is that the mana tower system? He did a quick scan. Sun-Hun quickly realized the problem. The mana circuits were attached to them. Even Suhi and Jung-Ho as well. They had captured everyone. Suddenly, Tensel shouted a warning. Don't come here. He was surprised. Professor Tensel? He struggled to explain. It absorbed everyone's mana in the blink of an eye. The jade block emits an overwhelming feeling. We cannot subdue it. Get out of here quickly. It spotted Sun-Hun and quickly dashed towards him. Tensel panicked and shouted, Kang! He calmly reassured, I'll be fine. The magic arrays climbed onto Sun-Hun, but they were no match for him. It doesn't affect me. Sun-Hun raised his crossbow. The Afreya pouch was crafting rock arrows. 3 powerful attacks aimed at it. The energy flow changed. The magic crystal put up a defense, a mana shield. He was utterly terrified. A mana shield? It can even use skills now?
Contrary to Tensel, Sun-Hun calmly observed, just as he predicted, a series of small screens appeared. Mana overload. Warning. Mana. Warning. We want mana. He anticipated that it would become a monster. The tactics changed. If so, Sun-Hun switched his attack type. Herbal incense arrow. The barrier showed signs of disintegrating. It flowed down like melting ice. He secretly rejoiced. It's done. If I only melted the protective layer, then... Tensal called out loudly and pulled Sun-Hun back. Mr. Kang, look! The magic circuit lit up. The leaked mana was gradually collected. It reused everything. How environmentally conscious. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. Did it absorb the melted parts back? 3 magic circles were summoned, much stronger and more complex than before. If this hit me, I'd be done for. It seemed Sun-Hun wasn't doing well either. I'm screwed. The magic crystal launched a series of attacks towards him. Mana bullet. The magic crystal unleashed its ultimate move. Mana bullet. The destructive power was truly terrifying.
Tensel panicked and called out loud, Kang! His left arm was severely scorched into a large pitch-black patch. Coughing dryly while struggling to get up, he asked, Are you okay? Sun-Hun still maintained his smile. It almost killed me. He truly just narrowly escaped death. Without the crystal, he would have been blown to pieces. But above all, things will never end if it keeps absorbing mana like this. The mana barrier was recovering. The magic crystal's defense line was as perfect as before. Tensel pointed out the problem. It is using the remaining mana parts as a part of its body. He immediately realized that incense herbs were ineffective against the melted mana, and he also understood. That's right. Sun-Hun already had a counterattack plan. Fortunately, it was exactly what I was expecting. The magic crystal unleashed a fiercer attack, a barrage of mana bullets. He accelerated and dashed forward. Sun-Hun skillfully dodged everything. Having to be very careful at this moment, he quickly got into a ready stance. The arrow shot out. The attacks clashed head-on, creating massive explosions. The mana fell back to the ground, where the magic crystal had already laid out its circuits. Tencel felt like hitting a dead end. Oh no, the magic bullets are gradually being absorbed back into the conductive circuits. It will only make the magic crystal stronger. He couldn't understand. Kang, what are you planning to do? Sun-Hun decisively threw his crossbow aside. The mana edge itself had formed the energy structure of the system. He lowered his center of gravity, meaning Sun-Hun leaped high into the air. He came to a conclusion. I can attack it with this. The item Crystal of Lord Cariso is a solid and effective magic defense shield and mana resistance. Sun-Hun braced himself and tightly gripped the crystal. The magic crystal's defense line was shattered in the bleach of an eye, the punch of Lord Cariso.
Even though Tencel misunderstood, he found it quite reasonable. Destroying its armor barehanded? He truly is a monster. To reiterate, his conclusion was incorrect. He continued to punch directly at that entity. Sun-Hun did not hesitate at all. This was the last one. Suddenly, mana surged like a wave, rolling into a water bubble, then abruptly transforming into two giant hands. The attack pattern had changed. Tencel still couldn't sit up. It could transform. He felt a bit discouraged. Doesn't this monster know when to give up? Tencel couldn't help but freeze at that sight, unable to believe that such a monster was created in our magic tower. It had evolved into a different form. The magic core rampaged frantically, and the tower swayed with its every punch. Sun-Hun gritted his teeth in tension. It was trying to prevent him from approaching it, as if an earthquake were happening. Time was running out. How could he create a weakness? He tried to think about the conductive circuits. Sun-Hun remembered Lizzie. He recalled the scroll the little girl had given him. Sun-Hun awakened as if realizing something. That's right. He immediately had an idea, because this thing was always obsessed with mana. He was summoning Frika's crossbow. Sun-Hun confirmed that the Aphraya pouch was crafting the great mana potion arrow. He aimed and shot at the back wall. It wouldn't be able to ignore this. As expected, the magic core paused. The arrows lured it, and it headed straight for the target Sun-Hun had created. He seized the opportunity to tear the piece of paper. Gotcha! The conductive circuits of the magic core were pinned down. They gradually turned pitch black, losing their original functions. It was visibly weakened. Sun-Hun laughed in delight. This thing was really effective.
The torn piece of paper he just ripped had a magic circle drawn on it. The scroll contains Lizzie's mana. The Aphraya pouch was crafting a magma arrow. The magic core wanted to defend itself but couldn't. The arrow pierced straight into its core. A massive amount of mana surged out fiercely. He smiled in satisfaction. It was done. A while later, when the tower stabilized again. Today, we faced a severe crisis due to the overload of the mana energy system. Sun-Hun was receiving the homage of the mages. I, Robert, would like to thank the healer Kang Sun-Hun on behalf of everyone. He bowed sincerely to him for saving the Red Magic Tower and all of Kama. Robert generously offered a reward. If there is anything you want, please let us know. Sun-Hun didn't hesitate at all since he had offered. The request he made immediately astonished the mages. I want the Red Magic Tower's special relaxation magic circle carpet. It would be great to have it. They whispered as if they hadn't seen anyone so audacious in decades. That was too much. Even a mage without any special achievements wouldn't dare dream of it, let alone touch it. It seemed he also found it a bit excessive. That item was only given to the mages of the Red Magic Tower as a souvenir. Robert actually refused. It couldn't be given to an outsider no matter how great their contribution was. Sun-Hun sighed in disappointment. He had guessed it wouldn't work anyway. He suddenly made a decision. Therefore, as the master of the Red Magic Tower, I hereby declare the healer Kang Sun-Hun an honorary member of the Red Magic Tower. Robert acknowledged his contribution, even though he didn't follow the path of a mage. Suhi and Jung-Ho were very surprised. What? He considered it carefully, but you did not hesitate to put yourself in danger to save the Red Magic Tower. Robert was truly a wise man. If we do not acknowledge someone like that, who will support us in the future? Sun-Hun stood dazed for a moment, an honorary member. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I used to be a quack, a healer who couldn't heal, and now I've become a fake mage, someone who can't even cast magic.
Amidst the cheers of everyone, he accepted that honor. Well then, thank you, Lord Rover. Sun-Hun thought to himself, as long as it helps me save people, I don't really care much. Jung-Ho stretched and lay on the floor. So tired. He enjoyed the fruits of his hard work, even though most of it was Sun-Hun's. Being an honorary member of the Magic Tower must be really great. They even gave him a private room. He stood looking at the empty room. It's a pity they didn't give me furniture, too. Sun-Hun didn't ask for much either. Anyway, we will use this place as a storage room, so let's organize the inventory before going out. Jung-Ho said cheerfully. Sure thing. He sat down to rest for a bit. Status window. Let's complete this one, too. The system notified. 6,841 points collected. You have an unclaimed reward. Sun-Hun said to himself, after treating the injured at the Magic Tower, I received a lot of points. Jung-Ho also contributed a lot to that. Hard work truly pays off. Something caught his attention. Quest to receive 5,000 points, 1-star reward.
The old affirmations echoed in Sun-Hun's ears. But I cannot deny that you have been granted transcendent power. You will continue to crave it. He shook his head and let it go. Getting involved with a god would bring nothing good. It was best not to make any more direct deals until he had more information about the management. This could wait for later. Next. Sun-Hun immediately regained his focus, unlocking the item storage pouch achievement. Unlocked by holding 3 items of rare grade or higher. First, freak his crossbow. Second, the crystal of Lord Careso. Third, the calming magic carpet. Achievement. He slid his finger across the screen. What is the item storage pouch? The system immediately explained. Item storage pouch. You can use the item storage system on your status window. When you put an equipment into the item storage pouch, you can enjoy their effects even without equipping them. Sun-Hun nodded in satisfaction. This wasn't bad at all. Perfect for the life hairpin and the crystal of Lord Careso. Carrying them around was really annoying. He searched more carefully. But shouldn't there be another achievement? Sun-Hun still didn't see it. Is it because I joined the magic tower? He muttered to himself. There should be one. Jung-Ho suddenly remembered something. He was still lying down, just rolling over. Doctor, aren't you going to wear the robe you received earlier at the magic tower? Sun-Hun stubbornly maintained his image. If he wore it, he wouldn't look like a healer. He firmly believed that a white coat suited a doctor best. Wait a minute. Sun-Hun took out the badge and used the red seal. A bright red robe was draped over his body. It was a symbol and garment representing his affiliation. The system immediately appeared. Unlocked the Mage of the Red Tower achievement. Sun-Hun smiled with satisfaction. Here it is. The next morning, their belongings had filled the room, and suddenly a few strange and somewhat useless items were pulled out. He looked at Jung-Ho with extremely judgmental eyes. He didn't understand at all. Why are you looking at me like that? Sun-Hun brought up the past. You said that when you were dragged here, you were wearing pajamas watching TV at home, right? Jung-Ho cheerfully recounted. Right, I was cooking instant noodles, and the next thing I knew I was in the dungeon. He stared at that pile of stuff. I guess it's still better than arriving here with absolutely nothing like me, but none of these things are useful at all. Jung-Ho tightly hugged the bizarre stuffed fish and argued back. This pillow is very useful, you know. Jung-Ho enjoyed the feeling. It was always with me, whether sleeping in the freezing cold or on the mud.
He's willing to share. Do you want to borrow it? Sun-Hun dusted off the picture frame. Why would I want something that smells like that? Jung-Ho immediately retorted. It doesn't smell. Well, maybe it smells a bit like an old man. Sun-Hun looked at it thoughtfully. He chose a bright enough corner to place the picture. Maybe I should leave this behind. Soo-hee and Lizzie came out to see them off. Goodbye. We owe you guys a lot. The journey began again. Jung-Ho couldn't help but exclaim. So this is Kama. He looked around. Sun-Hun wasn't surprised at all. It's a place where rich people live. Let's go find a carriage. The first person they found waved his hand in refusal. We can't take passengers right now. Jung-Ho immediately fell into deep thought. Are we going to have to take a boat? I get seasick. He tried asking. Did something happen at the stables? The man shook his head in denial. No, there's no problem on our end. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Rebuild the bridge right now. A few citizens were arguing with the guards. I have to go to Karen City right now. Let us get on the carriage. The two guards miserably explained that something had happened at the magic tower, so there were no more barriers now. Going outside Kama right now would be very dangerous, but the agitated citizens wouldn't listen. I don't want to hear it. Just rebuild the bridge. Someone was about to get physical. I don't plan on waiting any longer if you guys don't do it.
She is a mage. A chillingly cold wave of air surged out. Ice dew. The two guards immediately turned pale. Jung-Ho also broke into a cold sweat. Dr. Kang, over here. Sun-Hun frowned. Jung-Ho. On the surface of the sea, countless air bubbles suddenly appeared, and something leaped up from below. Weird, webbed, slimy hands appeared, and countless merfolk crawled up. He had already sensed them. Get ready to fight. The civilians scattered and fled. It's the merfolk rushing out. The guards urgently spread the news. They are advancing into Kama. Get ready to fight. The situation was extremely chaotic. Their teeth were incredibly hard and sharp. The primitive equipment was absolutely no match for the merfolk. Oh my god. Suddenly, an arrow flew over, and it screamed in pain. While he was still stunned, Sun-Hun came to support. What is it? He accumulated energy. Sun-Hun launched a series of relentless attacks. He shouted loudly, Jung-Ho, we have to stop them from coming up anymore. Jung-Ho crushed the stone in his hand. Got it. The system announced. Using Vampire's Desire, your damage increases for a period of time. He gained momentum and swung his sword high. Jung-Ho stabbed down forcefully, shattering the ice field. The merfolk were mostly wiped out. He sighed in relief. That didn't take much time, did it? But Sun-Hun knew the matter wasn't over. The real problem is just starting now. He stood dazed, not understanding. After the battle, Cyro was exhausted, not looking well at all. He worriedly asked, Hey, are you okay? You're bleeding. Cyro didn't pay much attention. I'm fine. There's really no problem. But the wound gradually spread, and his body clearly felt the abnormality. Sun-Hun calmly pointed out, he is mutating.
Scales began to spread along Cyro's body. He fell to his knees in pain. Everyone turned pale with fear. He is transforming into a merman. This phenomenon is truly horrific. Merman mutation, a disease where your body turns into a merman after being infected by merman blood. The mutated person will infect even more people to reproduce. Jung-Ho urgently wanted to help. We should clean his blood and use healing magic, but Sun-Hun calmly stated, that won't work. He calmly explained, since this is already the mutation phase, you can't detoxify his infected wound with healing magic. He recognized Sun-Hun. You were the one who helped us defeat the merman. The guard hesitantly asked, so, do we have to cut off his arm? He rejected the idea again. The infection has already spread, and he is transforming very quickly, so cutting off his arm won't do anything. Cyro broke out in a cold sweat, seemingly understanding his fate. He put his sword to his own neck. Does this mean I'm going to become a monster now? Cyro trembled, but made up his mind. If I can't stop it, I'd rather die while I'm still human. His teammate tried to stop him. Wait, I can't bear to watch this. Cyro decisively acted, fresh blood gushing out, but Sun-Hun stopped him. He smiled reassuringly. Don't be in such a hurry. Cyro stood dazed, tears falling. Sun-Hun lowered his voice and gently comforted him. I said there was no solution, not that there was no cure, and even if there isn't one, I will create one. It will be okay. A moment later, he decisively dived into the sea. The others stood on the shore, waiting. Sun-Hun quickly searched. The key ingredient for the cure is a merman's liver. Mermen will immediately decompose if they are killed on land, so I have to extract their livers while they are still underwater and protect them with mana. Absorption, receiving the effect from the wind potion. He could breathe underwater. Thanks to the wind potion, I no longer have to worry about breathing. Sun-Hun had also calculated his skills. Points collected, 6841 points. 20 points per use, Ephraia pouch 50 points.
He decided to try his luck. With his current skill set, he couldn't fight underwater, so the roulette started spinning. The system continuously provided rewards. Minus 100 points, roulette result. You have received a new skill, God Hand. Minus 100 points, roulette result. You have received a new skill, Underwater Thermoregulation. Minus 250 points, roulette result. You have received a new skill, Grappling Hook. Minus 250 points, you have received a new skill, Reinforced Arrow. Sun-Hun kept spinning like that. I just need to keep spinning the roulette until I get something good. He felt quite tense and wanted to delay a guaranteed shot for as long as possible. Sun-Hun's finger hesitated over the quest bar. Receive 5,000 points, 1-star reward, quest completed. He had no other choice, but he guessed it was time. Suddenly, a swirling stream of water grazed Sun-Hun's cheek. He stopped and observed his surroundings. A water cannon? The mermaids had come out to block Sun-Hun's path. They were all gathered here. He frowned and analyzed. I can't go all the way over there. Sun-Hun used Grappling Hook, aiming at the furthest one. A shot hit its body. Your time is up. Sun-Hun pulled the merfolk closer to him. He quickly finished it off. I caught a big one. The other merfolk roared in anger. They immediately rushed up to surround Sun-Hun. A few more arrows were fired. Soon after, dark blue water streams spread out. The battle was almost a one-sided massacre. He confidently held the initiative. So easy. I don't think I need to use the 1-star skill yet. Sun-Hun carefully observed the situation, but one thing bothered him. A giant merfolk suddenly appeared behind him. Why are there so many of them? Sun-Hun was startled and turned around. He was extremely surprised. A rare Phaija merfolk? Its size and skills were far superior to the smaller ones. Right at the start, the rare Phaija merfolk unleashed Ocean Wave Strike. Sun-Hun quickly used his hookshot. He immediately used another merfolk to block the attack. Sun-Hun turned pale. That was close. Did they all gather here out of pride? Wind potion effect. Time remaining 5 minutes 5 seconds. He had to calculate further. I don't have much time. The rare Phaija merfolk took a deep breath to gather power and unleashed water cannon. Sun-Hun dodged it by a hair's breadth. He assessed the power of the rare Phaija merfolk. It only used water cannon and ocean wave strike, which were not easy to face, but could be dodged. Sun-Hun frowned. Are these bastards stalling for time? Wind potion effect. Time remaining 1 minute 48 seconds. He didn't hesitate to fight back. If that's how you want to play, I have an answer for you. A powerful attack aimed straight at it. The rare Phaija merfolk growled, gliding lightly to dodge Sun-Hun's arrow. He calmly noted, got you. Black poison began to emit from the arrow. The system announced, the arrow, a failure from concocting the anti-merfolk potion, has been destroyed. I bet its whole family didn't expect this. The rare Phaija merfolk writhed in agony, extremely panicked. You, how dare you use poison? Sun-Hun smiled smugly. That's what it wanted to say, I guess. Too bad I can't explain it because we're underwater. What he used was a failed concoction made from decomposed merfolk liver. Sun-Hun raised his crossbow. This won't kill you, but it will hurt. He prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Well then, 5,000 points. Mission accomplished. The rare Phaija merfolk struggled hopelessly. Sun-Hun used the 1-star skill. A powerful arrow shot forward, piercing its body, as he continuously unleashed a series of shots.
1-star harpoon arrow. Sun-Hun was eager to end the battle. Quickly give me the rare artifact and get lost. At the northern gate of Kama in front of the lake, Jung-Ho looked down at the water anxiously. Longer than I thought. He was restless. Something might have happened. Suddenly, air bubbles surfaced. Jung-Ho was overjoyed. There he is. Dr. Kang. Doctor, are you okay?
Sun-Hun stepped ashore, soaking wet. He wrung out his clothes and smiled in reply. One thing is certain. The scales on Cyro's body gradually melted away. Sun-Hun confirmed. Disappeared without a trace, right? Everyone was talking animatedly. He really made the potion. The healer saved him. He was extremely grateful. Thank you. How can I ever repay you? Sun-Hun sighed in relief. No need. Just recover quickly and protect Kama in the future. Urgent report, Captain. There's an emergency. He turned around. What is it? He panicked. I've checked the situation at the east and west gates. It seems things have gotten worse again, and it looks like they've been attacked by the 5G merfolk.
In the Kama military medical room, miserable screams echoed. Dozens of soldiers were undergoing merfolk transformation. My body, no. Falling into this case means losing 9 lives. Sun-Hun kicked the door open and barged in like a god. He raised his crossbow, conducting treatment at lightning speed. The Euphraia pouch generated merfolk mutation cure arrows. Each shot accurately hit the soldiers' necks, and fortunately they were saved. However, some had completely mutated. Jung-Ho cursed helplessly. We couldn't save a few of them in time. Sun-Hun calmly continued. There's nothing we can do for those who have already mutated. That merfolk grabbed a hospital bed and threw it straight at the 2 of them. They dodged it easily. He was frustrated. Hey, don't you dare! Jung-Ho decisively swung his sword to attack. The merfolk bared its sharp teeth. In a single bite, snapped his sword in half. Oh my god! Sun-Hun rushed to support Jung-Ho, using the harpoon arrow. He warned in shock. Crap, Dr. Kang! He was surrounded by 2 merfolks, making the situation very difficult to handle. Jung-Ho didn't hesitate to rush forward. Since his sword was broken, he used his body to block it. I'll fight you to the death. Sun-Hun spun around and elbowed the merfolk. He quickly created a harpoon arrow, hitting it right in the face until it lost its biometric features. Finally, it was settled properly. Jung-Ho grimaced and picked up his things. Geez, why did my sword break at this time? Sun-Hun smiled and said, because you used it too roughly. He hurriedly asked, by the way, Jung-Ho, the cure? He replied casually, I'm fine. Even though his wound was spurting like a fountain, Jung-Ho confidently declared, it doesn't matter even if I get bitten. Sun-Hun understood. Right. The captain rushed in, panicking. Oh no, our soldiers! He briefly explained the situation. We saved those who could be saved, but there were a few we couldn't. He frowned in heartache. I'm sorry. The captain sincerely thanked him. You helped us avoid heavy losses. I am truly grateful. Sun-Hun replied politely. It's nothing. He started negotiating the reward. I'm sure you will compensate me handsomely. Suddenly, a shout echoed. There he is!
A group of people aggressively rushed over and demanded, You are King Sun-Hun, right? Give us the antidote. Sun-Hun recognized that group. They were the people from before. He felt awkward, residents of Kama. He discreetly used observation eye. The status of all 3 people immediately appeared. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Sun-Hun couldn't understand. What? You guys are completely fine, not even injured. Those people loudly demanded, when the merfolk attacked, we were also there. Every single one of them was completely unreasonable. We could be turned into merfolk, so give us the antidote. You should prioritize the residents over the soldiers. He just replied indifferently. Is that so? Sun-Hun knew for sure that the south gate at least should have remained safe, if they hadn't built the bridge in the first place. He sneered with contempt. How thick-skinned. Sun-Hun compromised. All right, if that's the case, then I will give the merfolk mutation antidote to everyone. They looked delighted. That's right, of course you have to give it. The greedy crowd started fighting over it. Me first, no, me first. He put on a commercial smile. Don't worry, everyone will get their share. Sun-Hun boldly called out the price. 1 sippen voice, 4 full 1,000 gold. He wasn't bound by morals. Awesome, then I'll just be thick-skinned back. The snobby nobles immediately got chills. 400,000 gold a spoonful? Sun-Hun comfortably increased the price. Don't like that price? Then 500,000 gold it is.
They asked in a panic, 500,000, why did it increase again? He continued, 600,000, making them all frantic. What? Sun-Hun kept his smug smile. 700,000. He trembled with anger. You! The nobles, standing on the moral high ground, criticized him. Don't you think you are going a bit too far? You are just profiting from the Kama crisis, aren't you? Sun-Hun was very relaxed. Come now, everyone calm down. He stated bluntly, I am willing to give free medicine to patients with symptoms. They greedily reached out their hands. I think I have symptoms. I need it more urgently. I feel like I'm about to mutate. Sun-Hun looked thoughtful. Right now, it's impossible to tell whether you have symptoms or not. Rummaging through his pouch, Sun-Hun took out a vial of green liquid. Thus, he briefly introduced it. If anyone drinks this, I will give them the antidote. It is the fresh blood of merfolk. Sun-Hun smiled faintly. If anyone drinks this, they will definitely transform. Therefore, I will give the medicine to that person. Their faces turned pale. You want us to drink merfolk blood? The blood that turns humans into merfolk if ingested? He acted very generously. So then, who wants to drink first? Sun-Hun generously offered the small vial. So then, who wants to drink first? The nobles started to falter. He wants us to drink merfolk blood? But what if that cure fails? Will he really be able to cure us after we drink that?
Some people stepped back in fear, then the whole crowd fled in panic. I don't think I need it, sir. It sounds like you are eager to try the healing medicine. Why don't you go first? No, I think I'm fine. The captain's eyes widened in amazement. He had dealt with all these stubborn people. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You are amazing." Sun-Hun didn't even change his expression. Dealing with powerful customers is my specialty. A hint of boredom flashed in his eyes. But more importantly, we are planning to leave Kama today. Sun-Hun asked again, "Are you sure there won't be any vehicles leaving the city?" The captain confirmed. "As of now, that's for sure." Jung-Ho was stunned upon hearing this. "So what are we going to do now?" He was also out of options. "I guess we have to spend the night in Kama. Anyway, I also need to restock my medicine." He suggested, "Should we start by buying something to eat?" Sun-Hun decided, "Let's go take care of the relic first." Jung-Ho seemed very interested. "You said you fought a rare monster, right? Well done." He compared. It was easier than the rare undead monster. They headed straight to the Kama Relic Appraisal Center. The receptionist greeted them. "Hello." He gave a professional smile. "Welcome to the Kama Relic Appraisal Place. How can I help you?" Sun-Hun frowned slightly. "This sounds familiar. I can tell he's a scumbag just by looking at him." He would be the one making the transaction, while Jung-Ho wandered around taking a look. "I need to appraise a relic." The receptionist's eyes immediately lit up. "This is a rare relic. I can't believe he's bringing such a precious thing." He clearly showed his greed. "I have to pocket this right away." "I've seen right through you," Sun-Hun said to himself. "You bastard." Sure enough, the receptionist immediately gave a false appraisal. "This looks like a relatively common item." He secretly planned. "It's best that I hold him back before he tries anything." Someone shouted loudly while rushing over. "Hey!" He was stunned before he could react. Siwoo threw a punch that tilted the receptionist's face. "You're trying to scam another customer again, aren't you?" He was completely subdued in the blink of an eye. She smiled awkwardly and explained, "I'm sorry, sir. This useless guy was trying to scam you." Sun-Hun calmly confirmed, "That's right." Siwoo threw the receptionist aside. "You came to appraise a relic, right? Let me see." She created a stream of light enveloping it. The information quickly appeared. Item, sea earring.
Underwater vision, underwater movement speed plus 50%, water attribute enhancement plus 10%, attack plus 20%. In underwater combat, left side defense plus 20%, when in underwater combat, right side. Cyro appraised it very seriously. "Congratulations, you have gotten yourself a truly wonderful item. You can receive an additional bonus if you wear these together." Jung-Ho whispered, "Dr. Kang, what are those earrings?" He explained simply, "It is a type of ear accessory. You can clip them onto your ears without needing to pierce them." She suggested, "If you were looking to sell them, I can offer a good price." Sun-Hun them back. "No, I will keep it for myself." He satisfyingly caressed them. "They are designed for underwater combat. There's no harm in keeping them." Cyro looked regretful. "Too bad." Sun-Hun threw it to Jung-Ho. "Here's yours." He caught them immediately. "What is this?" He assessed. "One is enough for myself." He was surprised. "What, doctor, are you giving this to me?" Sun-Hun calculated. "You will also need one if you have to fight underwater." Jung-Ho's eyes looked at him with full emotion. "Dr. Kang, I didn't know you were worried about me. But in reality, Sun-Hun just wanted to utilize all resources. I can't be the only one doing everything underwater." He was somewhat hesitant, "But you still have to wear it to improve efficiency, right?" He already had a plan for that. The system announced, "Achievement unlocked. Item slot. Unlocked when possessing 3 or more items of rare or higher tier." Jung-Ho was visibly overjoyed. "This is wonderful. Item slot. Position 1, Moonlight Totem."
Sing-Hun also agreed, right? We can help each other like this in the future if we find any achievements that can be unlocked together. He returned a few items to him. "Here's your carpet, of course." Jung-Ho looked up at the sky. Anyway, it was already quite late. He agreed. "You're right, we might have to sleep on the street if we keep going at this pace." He suggested, "Then can't we just go back to the magic tower? Let's use your special room." Sung-Hun imagined that scenario. Then Tensel appeared and said, "We haven't been together for long, but I'm very grateful that we met." Next was Suhi. "We are parting ways right now, but I'm sure we will meet again in the future." He pointed out the problem. "We practically just said our goodbyes, not to mention it hasn't even been a day since we left." Suddenly, someone started a conversation with them. "Sorry to bother you, sir. Although it was unclear who it was, they were definitely a good person." Late at night, Suhi returned home exhausted. She pushed the door open. "I'm home." Suhi met Suhi and Sung-Ho again. "We have guests in our house."
She was surprised. They were the customers from early this morning, and why was he here? So did he finally get kicked out of the guard? Zero irritably corrected her. He was on sick leave. He opened his mouth to remark, "I thought you looked quite familiar, so you are Zero's younger sister." Their mother happily explained, "This guy saved your brother's life. He will be here until the gate opens again." Seum-Hen quietly observed them, the Cattler family. They seemed normal at first glance. He knew for sure, but obviously their family had deep roots in the Kama Defense Force. He explained the presence of the two guests. It would be absurd to imagine the savior of the guard sleeping on the street. The brothers were respectively Zero Cattler, Su Cattler. Su's eyes lit up as he introduced himself. "Is he the healer that everyone was talking about this afternoon? I am Su. You can stay here as long as you want. You can stay here for a few months or even—" "Zero can sleep in the living room." Zero irritably gritted his teeth. "Who said that I am sleeping in the living room? I will return to the army, okay?" Jung-ho seemed to quite like this warm family atmosphere. Yes, they are definitely brothers. It gradually got late. Seung suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. He sat up and looked around. What time is it? Seung-hun put on his coat and looked outside, feeling that something was wrong. Far offshore, it was a bit strange. Fog. He frowned in confusion. It seems like it is concentrated in one area. Or should I just ignore it and go back to sleep? Seung-hun pondered for a while and decided, come to think of it, there is a watchtower in this house. Maybe I should go up to the top. He opened the door and headed straight to his target. In the quiet dead of night, there was only Seung-hun, or maybe not. A fully armored person approached. He swung his sword and placed it right at his neck. Seung-hun didn't even bother to blink. Hikaru gritted his teeth and questioned, "Who are you?"
Seung-hun coldly glanced to the side. Was the first thing he did putting a sword to his neck? He acted discreetly while choosing his words. "I summon Frika's crossbow." Siro frantically ran out to intervene. "Uncle, that is the healer Dr. Seung-hun." Hero immediately withdrew his sword. "Seung-hun, the one who saved Siro?" Seung-hun smiled without answering. Frika's crossbow would vanish. He escorted him to the watchtower. "I am deeply sorry. I almost hurt my nephew's savior." Seung-hun politely replied, "I don't blame you for being cautious when seeing a stranger in your house at all." Hero Katiller, a retired guard. Hero looked down and confided, "I start my day by looking at the lake. Some people say that it is meaningless when our town already has a magic barrier." He was clearly unconvinced. But what is wrong with wanting to protect one's home with the power one possesses? He understood why. "So that's why you watch over the city from your home." Seung-hun focused on observing. "I can see it clearly from here." He summoned Frika's crossbow. Seung-hun expressed his agreement. "I don't think what you did was meaningless, Mr. Hero." He shot straight towards the fog, using the one-star harpoon arrow. It flew very far. A light flashed in the distance, then suddenly exploded. Seung-hun lowered his crossbow. That fog! Both Hero and Siro turned pale. That is... When the fog cleared, a horde of monsters appeared. It was just a smokescreen. It looked like they had planned to attack Kama. The night instantly descended into chaos. It was an ambush. The army was quickly summoned. They were trying to enter the town. "Anyone who can fight, arm yourselves."
Hikaru tightly gripped his sword and charged into the battle. He quickly proved the prowess of a veteran guard. Both Siwoo and Sairu were very powerful. Jung-ho was surprisingly stunned. That family had joined the war. Sung-hun remained calm. Well, they are a family of guards. Siwoo, before going into battle, handed over 2 items. "You two use this," he decided. "And because we also received some gifts." They were respectively, Index, Kama's Golden Glory. Index, Kama's Silver Glory. Sung-hun would definitely join the fight. We cannot just sit still. He wasn't very confident. "I'm not sure about this." The monsters roared fiercely. Jung-ho surged forward eagerly. Supposedly, he cleanly slashed a few times and collected their heads underwater. Jung-ho exclaimed in astonishment, "This weapon is absolutely wonderful. Golden Glory. Physical damage reward plus 250%. The Katiller brothers began to fall into a difficult spot. Damn it! There was no way to stop them. They just keep surfacing from the water continuously. Sung-hun tried to investigate the root cause. These monsters cannot leave the water surface. Could they have been enchanted with a land-breathing spell? Far away out at sea, there was a magic circle, and a few merfolk were manipulating them. He concluded, so it was the merfolk mages who did this. Sung-hun locked onto the target. Silver Glory has received the moonlight effect. Accept the effect. He threw it straight ahead. Sung-hun smirked triumphantly. Added the moonlight effect. Recall after 10 seconds of throwing. He knew for sure that if we only cared about the mages, the monsters would leave on their own. Sure enough, they were startled and screamed wildly. Hikaru stepped up to direct and encourage the soldiers. "They have lost their morale. Let's chase them away." The merfolk indeed hesitated. They emitted incomprehensible sounds. Their scepters lit up, and the magic circle transformed, successfully summoning a giant supersized crab. Jung-ho drooled. "I bet there is a lot of meat on that crab." Sung-hun also licked his lips. They said the giant fight of crab meat is quite an expensive delicacy. Siro couldn't understand their mindset of all. "Do you two think that's the important thing right now?" The guards quickly set up their formation. "It is entering Kama. It will destroy all the buildings. Stop it now." His attack did nothing. Damn crab! Jung-ho's whole body ached. Its shell is too hard. He looked out and immediately reported. Using observation eye, unmatched crimson armor, solid body protection. Jung-ho, that is a protection skill. The giant crab's 2 claws struck directly at the guards. Sun-Hun shouted loudly, "We have found its weakness." Siro unfortunately took a hit. "I can't move." His eyes shrank in panic. Siro panicked and called out loudly, "Suhi, get out of here. She is literally holding it back. You won't be able to enter Kama as long as I'm alive."
Suhi was easily thrown away by the giant crab. Its claw was about to pierce her. Suhi definitely couldn't dodge in time. Jung-ho immediately rushed up. Sun-Hun charged forward almost at the same time. The two successfully damaged the giant crab. They immediately grasped the key point. That's it, the two reported to the guards. Everyone aimed for its legs. Everyone charged forward with burning spirit. We will stop you even if you kill us. We are the guards of Kama. The arduous battle lasted until morning. Despite going through a long battle, everyone still had a lot of energy to shout, We did it, and I'm totally passed out. They cheered joyfully. We did it. We protected Kama. Hikaru sincerely thanked them. Kama and my family are safe thanks to you. Sun-Hun was still wide awake while Jung-ho was nodding off from sleepiness. The thing Sun-Hun cared about the most was just, excuse me, but what about my crab? A party was held. Congratulations. Everyone slaughtered the giant crab right away, and it melted right in his mouth. This is so delicious. I understand why the nobles can never get enough of this. You two eat your fill. After all, you guys are the MVPs of the battle. Jung-ho praised profusely. This guy did most of the work. You're very strong. Sil looked proud. Of course, it's not a normal shovel. She excitedly introduced it as a rare great artifact, maybe even higher than rare, the glory of Kama, awarded to Kama's best guard every year. He felt a bit embarrassed receiving it. Are you sure you can give it away? Sil generously gave it straight away. Just take it. We still have 11 of those at home. Sun-Hun noticed something about the giant crab shell. He stepped closer to take a careful look. Why is only this part glowing? Sun-Hun discovered a piece of the unparalleled crimson shell, an accessory item. He was skeptical. An accessory item? Sun-Hun picked it up. The system immediately reacted. Precious artifact, unlocked after killing a strong monster ranked A or higher and receiving the artifact it left behind. Reward for newly learned skill, artifact collector. Chance to obtain monster artifacts plus 3%. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to unlock an achievement here. Sun-Hun decided that no one would say anything even if I take it. I will keep it from now on. Hikaru struck up a conversation with him. Kang, I have some new news for you. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. Sir Hikaru. His eyes stopped on the person next to him. And you are. The captain nodded in greeting to Sun-Hun. Nice to meet you again, Dr. Kang. He was a bit curious. What are the guards doing here? He announced, I have received a proposal from my superiors. The captain solemnly relayed the message. As a token of gratitude for what you have done, the Lord of Kama has sent an invitation to you. The carriage took them to Kama Castle. Gavin hurriedly ran out to welcome the guests. Welcome. Are you the one who saved Kama?
Hikaru greeted on their behalf, expressing that it was an honor to receive his invitation. Jung-ho curiously whispered, Sir, what kind of person is the Lord of Kama? Sun-Hun briefly summarized. He comes from the Crimson Magic Tower, a genius mage, and theoretically the strongest person. However, despite his talent, they say he is not arrogant like other mages, and always works hard, seemingly a rare good person to find. He noticed something unusual in that story. He sounds incredible, but why is it only in theory? He hesitated, and didn't continue. Well, he suddenly choked up. Gavin suddenly cried out miserably. They said that monsters had almost destroyed the city. His tears fell like rain. If it weren't for you, we would have... Hikaru also turned pale and reassured. My lord, please calm down. This person was indeed Gavin Zontagas, the Lord of Kama. Sun-Hun concluded. He is a crybaby and a coward. Jung-ho was extremely judgmental. Gavin invited them into the reception room. I have always thought that Kama relies too much on the town's magic barrier.
He explained the current situation. I told my people that we must prepare in case something happens to the barrier, but everyone opposed it. They said it was a waste of money. He also commented, compared to the size of the city's defense force is lacking and weak. Gavin suddenly turned towards Hikaru. Despite that, I am planning to create the first knight family in the history of Kama. He was startled. Are you saying, Gavin declared, I entrust the Cattler family to reorganize the guards into knights? That would be an honor for me. Hikaru excitedly jumped up. Yes, sir. Jung-ho clapped his hands in praise. Your entire family is on the rise. He was moved to tears. I cannot believe that my family's wish for generations has been fulfilled during my lifetime. Sun-Hun spoke in a deep voice, a knighthood in exchange for saving Kama. He smiled calculatingly towards Gavin. Does that mean there is a similar reward for the adventurers who saved Kama? He was brighter than a flower. You are such a humble person, aren't you? Two are the heroes who saved Kama? Gavin was ready to give dozens of gold and silver treasures. Here, these are all high-value items worth millions. Take as much as you like. Above all, I give you the right to work for Antigas and continuous support. Sun-Hun coldly refused right away. No, thank you. He stared wide-eyed. What? He didn't care about the treasures. I can understand that he has thought carefully about the items, but they are not what I need. I must get something from him that I cannot get myself, something very expensive.
While Gavin was crying, Sun-Hun began to explain. Jung-ho and I live in a place called Hin Village, a small but influential village. Because of its location, many travelers pass through, and countless adventurers frequently visit due to all the monsters in the area. As a result, the Adventurers Guild was established there very early, and the church is also spreading its influence in the village. Sun-Hun suggested an idea. It's strange that there are only the Adventurers Guild and the church in such an important village, isn't it? Gavin understood the main point. Are you trying to tell me? He seriously proposed. I want you to establish a branch of the Magic Association in Hin Village. The Magic Association is a facility exclusively for mages, where one can buy and sell magic items, find quests, or rent accommodation. Sun-Hun calculated maliciously. If the Magic Association opens a branch in Hin Village, it will be harder for the church and the Adventurers Guild to maintain the control they currently have. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Gavin trembled incessantly. The Red Magic Tower will cooperate if you tell them that I sent you. I can certainly get the building permit if the Magic Tower cooperates, but the cost, he closed his eyes tightly, considering carefully. Gavin agreed. All right, if that is your wish, I will make sure it happens. Jung-ho laughed delightedly. He had obtained a building as a reward, but Sun-Hun's demands did not stop there. And I hope you can provide us with enough money and items for our return trip to Hin Village. He was stunned. He was babbling a bunch of things. First, money to buy food and another set of potions, and we will need a boat and a guide to cross the lake. Sun-Hun threw Gavin into utter confusion. Lake Kama is full of monsters, so make sure to cast a spell on the boat so it doesn't get destroyed. My good friend here gets seasick easily, so an anti-seasickness magic would also be very helpful. He awkwardly stopped him. Wait, isn't the Magic Association a big enough reward already? He had calculated from the start. That is for me, this is for my comrade. He showed obvious joy. Unlike Dr. Kang, I am not a mage. The two of them directly made Gavin foam at the mouth. Then whether the Magic Association is established or not has nothing to do with me. Hekarro panicked and called out loudly, Lord Gavin. That evening the boats were fully prepared. Sun-Hun greeted politely. You seem to be our guide. It's a pleasure to meet you. Valak replied awkwardly. It's an honor to meet you, sir. The boat quickly set sail. Cyro cheerfully saw them off. Goodbye. Siren reminded them, please contact us if anything happens during your adventure. They got further and further away from the town. Sun-Hun exclaimed, the magic tower looks truly beautiful at sunset. The peaceful moment didn't last long, but...
Their boat encountered a monster right in the middle of the sea. How did things turn out like this? 1 hour before the disaster struck, Sun-Hun calculated the distance. We will cross the lake and rent a car at Chakoti village. He pointed out the problem. We will pass through the red forest to reach the village, but obviously it is too vast and dark, so it is the perfect place for an outsider to get lost. Are you three all from Chakoti village? Valak seemed quite introverted. Valak, a villager from Chakoti. That's right. We came to Kama to pick up our daughter, Rudy, to treat her illness. The two people on the same boat with them were Daisy, Valak's wife, and Rudy, Valak's daughter. He awkwardly expressed, we can't go back because there aren't any boats returning here. Our children are still at home.
Valak explained further. Just as we were about to despair, Lord Gavin requested volunteers to guide you through the Red Forest. One could imagine Gavin crying and begging, please don't rob me. Sun-Hun smirked. He must be a good person. Jung-ho was exactly the same. Yeah? He asked with concern. The anti-seasickness spell works well too, right? Jung-ho hummed happily. Yeah, the boat is a bit rocky, but I still feel fine. After that, we just need to sit back and relax until we arrive. He opened the system to check. Friend list, Crimson Magic Tower, Magic Weaving Master, Cattler Night Order, Cattler's Night Combat Guide. Sun-Hun leaned back leisurely. The increase in the friend list was also related to the affiliated organizations. He checked the count again, unlocking the mage achievement of the Crimson Tower. This is the second time since receiving the reward at the Crimson Magic Tower. Jung-ho and I were recognized as founding members of the Cattler Night Order. Hekarro was extremely resolute. We are not Cattler people, but they emphasize that we are comrades in battle who have gone through life and death together and ultimately received the title of knight. Sun-Hun chuckled to himself. But no matter what, my 6th rule of survival uses whatever can be used. He slid his finger to the quests and the Night Combat Guide. Sun-Hun seriously considered. The quest to earn 10,000 reward points. I have a new quest. He felt it was unfair. 10,000 points. These requirements are becoming more and more ridiculous. Sun-Hun wanted to complain. Sir, you are squeezing me dry. The system just arrogantly ignored him. He wondered to himself, should I just throw everything away, skills or not? Valak saw the shore far ahead. Guys, we are almost at the forest. Sun-Hun raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's really red. Jung-ho felt a chill down his spine. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I really want to turn around in this case. He clutched his chest and sighed in relief. It's just that I was worried about monsters appearing, but I guess it's nothing. He widened his eyes in warning. You shouldn't have said that. Jung-ho sweated. Why? Sun-Hun explained. You jinxed it. Right after that, a swarm of small monsters started charging up. They thrashed about, wanting to bite people. He immediately rushed forward. Sun-Hun slaughtered the monsters effortlessly. He grabbed Valak's neck to reassure him. Don't mind them, Valak. Keep rowing. He was pale with fear. Yes, sir. Daisy, hugging her daughter, called out in panic. Dr. Kang! She saw a dark shadow on the water surface. Something is coming. It seems to be the Alpha. Sun-Hun summoned Frika's crossbow. He recognized it immediately. That's a kamafin fish. What is it doing here?
It swam fast underwater, gracefully dodging the attacks.
Suddenly, the comafont dove down and disappeared. It left. He observed carefully. No, maybe it... The boat suddenly rocked violently. It thrust up from below, trying to flip it over. Jung-ho cried in panic, his vision completely covered by that giant mouth. Looking down, it's going to eat us. Sun-Hun calmly handled the situation. Quite smart for a fish. He identified its attributes and the method to finish it off. Ifreya pouch, create ice arrow. The comafont's entire body instantly stiffened. Jung-ho was in deep shock. It froze.
Sun-Hun seized the opportunity. Jung-ho, break the ice. He summoned a shovel. Understood, Lightning. A critical strike landed directly. A moment later, Daisy asked anxiously, Rudy, are you okay? The little girl had been pulled onto the floating ice. Yes, but it's so cold. Valak panted wearily. Is this what adventurers have to go through every day? Looking at the frozen camafant, he said, something is bothering me. Jung-ho didn't understand. What is it? Sun-Hun pointed out. Camafants usually inhabit the bottom of the river, avoiding light. They normally don't surface. He pondered. I guess it doesn't like light. He used observation eye, but it had attacked them before sunset. The full information appeared. Camafant, a part of its body was frozen. Its head had been smashed. It seems to have been dead for 3 days. Sun-Hun decisively made a cut. 3 days? Vines immediately poured out. Jung-ho panicked and stepped back. What is this? He informed. It's a parasitic plant. Sun-Hun continued to observe. It seems it controlled the camafant. Parasitic plant wave, parasitic plant monster, a mutant exposed to strong magic. A line made him highly alert. Ceases activity when the main body dies. Main body? The sea surface shook violently again. 2 waterspouts suddenly rose. They were giant tentacles. Sun-Hun realized. So this is why I didn't unlock any achievements. There's a boss monster here. He decided on a countermeasure. Jung-ho. First, Jung-ho was vomiting straight into the sea. I feel sick. Sun-Hun didn't know what else to say. The monster extended its long tentacles to attack, aiming at Valak's family. Their whole family was wrapped up by the monster. He immediately took aim and shot. Valak, the tentacle holding the couple, was cut off, using harpoon arrow, but it wasn't over yet. Damn it, there's only one thing left. Rudy was in danger. The little girl was dragged right before Jung-ho's eyes. His haunting memories flooded back. The little child called out, Dad. Jung-ho immediately felt a chill down his spine. He staggered to his feet. Jung-ho rushed out to hug Rudy. No!
Valak and his wife panicked and called out loudly, Rudy! Daisy frantically wanted to rush out, Rudy, my child! He hurriedly held his wife back. Darling, don't! Sun-Hun reassured her. Please calm down first. He firmly affirmed, I will save your child. Daisy sobbed and fell to her knees. Sun-Hun tried to stay calm. I didn't expect Jung-ho to fall down with that baby. If I don't do something. He could predict the worst future, that Jung-ho would try to save that child, and eventually they would both die. He is trying to chop off all the tentacles. These things are too stubborn. Jung-ho was completely at a disadvantage. They just keep regenerating no matter how many times I cut them. He knew for sure that I could get out of here safely if I was just by myself. Jung-ho resolutely held Rudy tightly, but I can't just let this child die here. No matter what, he wouldn't give up. I'm running out of breath. A light flashed from the water. It was Sun-Hun who arrived in time to help. A Freya pouch, creating wind arrow. He rushed quickly into the water. Sun-Hun swiftly dealt with the tentacles. Jung-ho was endlessly overjoyed. He called out loudly, Doctor! He smirked and teased. You still haven't changed, huh? Sun-Hun's attack speed was very fast. The situation seemed to be under control. It seemed the monster's recovery ability had slowed down. Jung-ho warned, Doctor, be careful. Its tentacles are constantly regenerating, but the tips have been stiffened. He widened his eyes in confusion. It's frozen. Sun-Hun came prepared. This is not a regular sashimi knife. He observed carefully. I had to improvise by grinding some ice, but I got lucky.
This system announced, achievement unlocked, manual magic, extremely low unlock chance when creating manual items, random magic skill reward. Sun-Hun thought to himself, a random achievement. He blocked the monster's path while requesting, don't worry about me, just take Rudy with you to the shore. Jung-ho quickly swam away. All right, be careful. Sun-Hun continued to swing his knife. A random magic would enchant the crafted item with 2 random effects. Every slash of his was very effective. Freezing magic effect. The tentacle suddenly grabbed a rock. It threw it straight at Sun-Hun. Are you using this tool now? He immediately summoned Frika's crossbow. Sun-Hun gathered his strength and aimed straight. The Ifreya pouch created an ice arrow. He had hit that rock. It stopped right in the middle of its path. The second magic effect is this thing. Just a simple slash shattered the rock. The magic effect increased damage by 400% to frozen enemies. Sun-Hun's face changed color. The monster swam up opposite him. It was the sequoia squid leading the host parasite wave. Sun-Hun couldn't help but laugh. It finally revealed its body. Its eyes suddenly lit up. The sequoia squid released a sonic attack. He grimaced and covered his ears. This is... A swarm of small squids parted the water and swam over quickly. They surrounded the sequoia squid. Sun-Hun understood what it wanted to do. All of them were infected by the parasitic plant. It would use them as shields so it could escape. He smiled confidently. Well then, that makes things simple. An arrow whizzed by, causing a part of the sequoia squid's body to freeze. It stared blankly at the arrow sliding past it. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right next to the sequoia squid. The system stated the arrow's dawn holy water would dissipate.
Sun-Hun calculated its every move.
Normally, hosts cannot think rationally due to the parasites, but they still remain faithful to their instincts. He successfully froze the entire school of squids. One of the outstanding characteristics of the sequoia squid is its attraction to light. The school of squids it painstakingly built had lost control. The thing currently pinned on the sequoia squid originated from the aphraiser pouch, creating an ice arrow. Sun-Hun cleared the way. Now I see you. He gave a final smile. Goodbye. With every sweet slash that came down, the vines subsequently stopped working. While Sun-Hun was calculating what to do, the system appeared. Finally, it is dead. I will just retrieve the holy water arrow before returning. A series of fragmented screens popped out everywhere. What? How did I earn these things? Points earned, 12 points. Points earned, 5 points, 6 points, 3 points, 13 points, 8 points, 6 points, 4 points, 16 points, 9 points. He was dumbfounded, constantly asking himself what the hell was going on. Is the manager crazy? I thought I couldn't earn points by killing monsters. Sun-Hun looked around. The remaining parasites are leaving their hosts after I killed the main body. So does that mean all of those things were technically cured by me? After the bonus points came the achievements. Achievement unlocked. Successfully eliminated Mola. Great healer. Wonderful healer. Hunt of the giant squid. Incarnation of greed. He had no choice but to accept it. At least it makes it worth the trouble. Sun-Hun finished dealing with it and service to the shore. He hurriedly asked, Jung-Ho, how are Relic and his family? Jung-Ho staggered. Dr. Kang, his seasickness is still terrible. I'm glad you're okay. Sun-Hun didn't want to say more. I'm done with you. Jung-Ho took charge of rowing the ice floe to the shore. Valic's family washed over. Dr. Kang, you're back. He approached to check. Are you three okay? Daisy cried and pleaded. Help us, Rudy. Sun-Hun felt a chill down his spine. Oh no.
Daisy was endlessly worried. Sir, what will happen to our little Rudy? They have reached the Red Forest. After a preliminary check, Sun-Hun concluded that the girl was clearly suffering from hypothermia. He gave instructions while looking for dry firewood. First, we need to warm her up, wrap her in a blanket while I start a fire, and take off her wet clothes. Jung-Ho spoke up. Dr. Kang, look up at the sky. Dark clouds are gathering. It looks like a sign of rain. Sun-Hun froze. You're kidding, right? We have to find another way. How far is Chakotay village from here? Relic anxiously hugged his daughter tightly. Even if we take a shortcut, it will take at least 2 hours. Sun-Hun decided. I guess the village is no longer an option, so let's go deeper into the forest and find a shelter from the rain. They walked briskly along the trail. He looked around. So this is the Red Forest. It really is red. Jung-Ho pointed. Grass, trees, even the soil are all red. Relic was very worried but continued. The same thing happens to the animals and people living here. He said that everyone from Chakotay village is born with red hair. Daisy led the way. Make sure you guys don't lose track of us. Outsiders always get lost when they come to the Red Forest. Jung-Ho asked curiously. Why? Is it because the path is hard to follow? She wasn't too sure either. No, we even put up some signs to show the way to the village, but it was all useless. The mages say it is due to the special power of the Red Forest. Suddenly, Sun-Hun stopped and lowered his voice, demanding, no one move. Daisy didn't understand but followed suit. Dr. Kang? Sun-Hun took out his weapon, quickly summoning the green-silver knife. He pointed the knife at nowhere. Show yourself. The sound of rustling leaves was followed by a deep voice. It seems we have been discovered. A young man stepped out to face Sun-Hun, and along with him, a young woman jumped down from a tree. Relic panicked and exclaimed, That's the Red Forest Gang. Jung-Ho wondered, Red Forest Gang? He briefly explained that they are a group of thugs who specialize in robbing people passing through the Red Forest. You have to be a redhead to join, and obviously, they don't attack other redheads.
The rules of this gang are truly bizarre, and by the way, they allow dyeing hair if you want to join. Jung-Ho seriously thought they should just name it the Red Hair Club. He angrily ordered, You look like a healer. The 3 red-haired ones can go, but you, healer, you will go with us. Sun-Hun remained calm in the face of the threat. Capturing a healer too? Sounds like someone got injured. She arrogantly said, Shut up and just do what I say. He didn't even bother to blink. As if we weren't racing against time already. I just need to get rid of them and find a place to take shelter for the night.
An idea suddenly flashed in Sun-Hun's mind. Wait a minute. A place to take shelter. He began to try negotiating. Sorry to bother you, esteemed members of the Red Forest Gang, but one of our companions on this trip is sick. Sun-Hun smiled and requested, so we will spend the night at your hideout. The guy frowned. What? They obviously did not accept. Who do you think you are? He ignored them and continued talking. You can see it in the sky, right? It signals an upcoming rain. The Red Forest Gang yelled, Do you think we are running an inn or something? Jung-Ho pushed Felix's cart a little further away. Let's stay out of this. Sun-Hun smirked. If you let us stay. He He was clearly trying to provoke them on purpose. I won't turn you over to the Adventurers Guild. Both of them lunged forward at the same time. How dare you do that, you arrogant bastard. She agilely attacked. Hand it over to us if you know what's good for you. But it was nothing to Sun-Hun. He spun around to gain momentum, and Sun-Hun hit all right in the temple. That was the end of one guy. The other guy got even more furious. Why you? This time it was a straight kick to the chest. Neither of them was a match for him. Damn it! Why is he so fast? He must be using some kind of skill. Use it! He tore a magic scroll. All right, you're dead for sure. Chains rushed out to restrain Sun-Hun. He calmly let himself be tied up. Is this a magic pollution chain? The guy confidently rushed over. You are nothing without your skills. But the chains started to break. They were like child's play to Sun-Hun. I didn't even use magic power. He punched the guy's face sideways. There were two of them. One was already unconscious. She broke out in a cold sweat. Sun-Hun smiled while swinging his fist to threaten her. Or maybe he wasn't just threatening, but about to strike for real. After taking a severe beating, both of them were very polite. I'm sorry. We will take you to our hideout. After some time, the whole group was led to the foot of a mountain. Here it is. He touched a mechanism, and the rock blocking the path moved away. This way. As soon as he entered, Sun-Hun saw the problem. Many people were writhing and groaning. I feel sick. My head. Jung-Ho looked at them with pity. They look really sick. He glanced over and asked, Is this why you need a healer? The guy looked very worried. Yes, they were fine, and then suddenly all of them collapsed. We couldn't figure out the reason. This problem is really serious. We have been looking for a healer who can solve it. A suspicious voice rang out. What? Who are you? The red-haired man approached. Rosen. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. So he is the leader of the Red Forest gang? Rosen approached suspiciously. You said that you would only bring a healer here. Sun-Hun found it a bit hard to believe. Is that their leader? He swept his eyes over Jung-Ho and the Valak family. We don't need all these people. What happened? She broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Rosen, there's no decent reason. I can't just say that we had to bring them here because they defeated us. He happily told the whole truth. They offered to let us stay the night at your hideout after I defeated them. She gritted her teeth in anger. Why you? Rosen was stunned. Completely unexpectedly. Stay overnight? We are wanted by Kama. We cannot allow outsiders. Sun-Hun assured him. Don't worry, we won't report you. He pointed his finger behind his back. And I am also a doctor. Sun-Hun immediately proposed a deal. I will take care of your people. He was clearly wavering. In exchange, you can let us stay the night here. What do you think? Rosen muttered to himself. You must truly be a strong adventurer if you break into a thug's hideout. He made a single request. Then just promise that you won't cause any trouble. He smiled promisingly. Of course. Sun-Hun silently judged. I know it. He doesn't have the necessary qualities to be a leader. Sun-Hun wondered. So where is the real leader? Rudy had been arranged to lie near the warm fire. He began the examination. This girl had no fever, and there were no signs of any direct damage. Sun-Hun didn't hesitate. Then I'll have to use my observation eye. The system displayed detailed information. Status report. Phantom pain disorder. Severe headache. Hallucinatory pain caused by amnesia that could lead to mental disintegration if left untreated. Jung-Ho asked, Have you figured anything out yet? He immediately replied, Yes, she is suffering from phantom pain causing amnesia. Phantom pain. Usually it refers to the sensation of pain in an amputated area, but in the ASEAN language, it refers to a state where you feel pain even without physical injury. Sun-Hun explained further. The persistent pain will not weaken their physical health, but the pain will affect their mind. The longer it lasts, the more severe the pain, causing the mind to collapse faster. He firmly affirmed. But above all, phantom pain has no physical entity, so it is very difficult to treat. Rosen went silent. So there is no way to cure them. Sun-Hun stood up and stated, I have to eliminate the cause of the phantom pain. He presented the treatment plan. Since the current cause is mental loss, we will need mental enhancement potions and sedatives. Sun-Hun tilted his head and thought, I can make them, but synthesizing the ingredients is a bit of a problem. Jung-Ho disparaged an herb cabinet. Dr. Kang, aren't these medicinal ingredients? He approached to examine them. These herbs must come from the red forest. They are all red. Sun-Hun glanced over them. White water willow petals, hellebores plant, anato, twisted quartz moss, and... He confirmed that dried kamatari roots and juniper berries. They're all that's used for the mental potion. Rosen looked very happy. Sun-Hun asked, Rosen, how many of your men can move right now? He breathed a sigh of relief. 25 including me. No, about 17. He patted Rosen on the shoulder and said, That's a lot. Sun-Hun gave a holy smile and made a request. Take everyone and gather as much of this as possible from the forest. That was truly a devilish order in this kind of rainy and windy weather. Immediately an angry guy protested. We gave you a chance because you said you were a doctor, but now, who do you think you are ordering around? Get lost. He remained indifferent as if he didn't hear those insults. What was that? Then, under the rain, the beaten-up red-haired gang was gathering herbs. Jung-Ho assisted Sun-Hun in making the medicine. How do you know so much? He took out a small notebook. They are all from experience. I always write down things about the patients I've treated and the information I've gathered. He explained. You are really diligent. Sun-Hun reached out his hand. Anyway, hand me the ingredients you were holding. Jung-ho was very cooperative. Sure, here. But his hand suddenly slipped. The herb bottle rolled into a corner of the room. He mocked. Are your hands shaking already? Jung-ho hurriedly ran to get it. That was a serious mistake.
While picking up items, he saw a strange object. What is this? Jung-ho brought back an animal the size of a hand. Hey doctor, look at this. Sun-Hun didn't stop his hands. It was a scarab. He frowned. That's exactly what I thought. It's the bug we encountered inside the relic in the dungeon, right? The invasion of that bug was terrifying. Jung-ho pointed out, there are so many over there. Did some insect maniac make them? They're a bit too complex to be just decorations. He tried to analyze it, using the observation eye. Tabila scarab, deep sleep, petrified hibernation, inactive, revives when conditions are met. As soon as Sun-Hun informed him that it was a hibernating monster, he panicked and threw it away. He seriously analyzed. They wouldn't be left on the ground if they were part of some collection, and there couldn't possibly be a scarab habitat nearby. Sun-Hun briefly requested, Jung-ho, dig around. He was extremely terrified. Huh? Why? He didn't bother explaining further. You'll see why. Jung-ho obediently followed. Dozens of scarabs were buried underneath. He confirmed his judgment. Just as I thought, he cried out. What are they doing here? How many of them are there? Sun-Hun picked up a handful of dirt. This entire cave was probably made by those scarabs. He carefully examined. I have a lot of things to ask Rosen. Outside, it was still pouring rain. The herbs were divided into small bottles. It was almost ready. All the ingredients he collected were very clean. Sun-Hun carefully instructed. And make sure everyone takes their medicine regularly. Rosen bowed obsequiously and replied, Thank you so much. He sobbed and expressed, I'm sorry for thinking you were a scam artist just because you said you would use poison. Two familiar bruised faces appeared again. We will make sure all of them take the medicine. The boss should go get some rest, Rosen. The sick are being carefully taken care of. We will make sure they return to their peak condition. Sun-Hun smiled sarcastically. I guess even heartless thieves look out for themselves. Rosen forced a smile and compared. We are like a family. He crossed his arms over his chest, but Sun-Hun suddenly mentioned it as if unintentionally. Phantom pain is not a very common thing. He pointed out the anomaly. It is one of the most severe forms of mental illness. It is usually only found in the most dangerous areas of our Zeon. High-difficulty dungeons, polluted areas, places like that. His face darkened with every word Sun-Hun said. And here, we haven't had a massive infection in this ordinary thieves' hideout. This is impossible. He had grasped the issue. Unless, of course, you are hiding something.
Sun-Hun bluntly pointed out that something was wrong from the beginning. He had been suspicious for a long time, not just because he had a high-level spell scroll like the mana pollution chain. Sun-Hun was no stranger to such gangs, but you used such an expensive scroll without a second thought. A normal thief wouldn't do that. Thieves always put money first. Rosen tried to justify. That is, he didn't let him speak. And the soil layer in your hideout too. Sun-Hun always paid attention to everything. The soil in the red forest is always moist and soft, he firmly affirmed. But this hideout is full of dry sand and rough sandstone. It is as if this cave had been relocated from somewhere else. Sun-Hun pressured Rosen. Tell the truth. Who exactly are you? He sweated from tension. All right, I will tell. Rosen tightened his cloak. But after I tell, will you help me? Jung-ho wondered. Help you? He didn't answer right away. I will decide that after you finish speaking. He began to tell. This area was completely empty before. Nothing was there. But then, 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Rosen hid nothing. Inside it was full of monsters we had never seen before. They discovered countless gold, silver, jewels, and precious items as well. Jung-ho broke into a sweat. Huh? Monsters and items? Then that means this is... He confirmed. That's right. Rosen admitted the truth. This cave is a type of dungeon. He said honestly. I have done a little research and it seems people call this a shifting dungeon. Sun-Hun paused slightly. A shifting dungeon? Sounds familiar. His eyes slightly darkened. I remember now. A normal dungeon exists in a subspace that you cannot enter unless there is a portal.
But there is an exception. Sometimes an entire dungeon, which inherently exists in a subspace, gets teleported to the real world and is called a shifted dungeon. Sun-Hun frowned. The last time such a thing was seen was centuries ago. He guessed it. So that scroll is also one of the items you guys got from this dungeon. Rosen clearly showed a look of fear. That's right. It was the first time in our lives we laid our hands on such items. We were overjoyed. The incident started to happen, but then things went bad when the youngest in the group got the anti-magic scroll. The snobbish mages looked down on them. Are there still beggars like this in Kama now? She had a conflict with the mages of Kama. Normally, we would have to swallow the humiliation because we couldn't defeat them, but not that day. The power from the scroll was huge. They were completely overwhelmed. The people in the gang took action. Sun-Hun easily guessed the ending. You guys wiped them out. Jung-ho understood, because when hit by anti-magic, they could no longer use magic. The more he told, the paler Rosen's face became. It was a historic day. After all, we had accumulated a lot of resentment towards the mages. The problem was that we tried to find even stronger items. The story originated from a young girl. Everyone, I found something amazing deep inside the cave. Everyone gradually went crazy.
If we awaken that thing, we can wipe out those arrogant mages. No.
Their ambition has grown too large. We could destroy all of Kama. He held his head in fear. I don't know what it is, but it has made everyone act completely out of character. The blood path is about to sow terror upon Kama. Rosen humbly begged for help. Please, stop my comrades. Jung-ho was confused. Dr. Kang, what should we do? So-Hun laughed. I'm not exactly a fan of mages either, but he thought of the Cattler siblings, along with Soo-hee and Lizzie. I'd be really annoyed if the city I worked so hard to save 2 days ago gets destroyed. So-Hun started to handle the problem. Alright, where is the real leader of the blood path? The two searched around. He said we just need to defeat the high-ranking leaders and the boss, right? Jung-ho groped everywhere, but where is that secret room? The walls here all look exactly the same. He just smiled and pointed at his eye. It's not too hard to find it. Activate Observation Eye. Lights gathered at a certain wall, and So-Hun discovered a magic circle. Here it is. He pointed the way. Jung-ho, the entrance to the secret room is on the 16th floor. He immediately grabbed a shovel to dig. Got it. Jung-ho then screamed, "Wisat, Uggs. I'm scared to death. They are here too." So-Hun remained indifferent. Well, of course, this is a wall too. He found it very quickly. But hey, this magic circle must be the door. How do we get inside? He took out a tool. I know a way. The item Crystal of Lord Cariso. It has extremely strong magic resistance.
In the secret room area of the blood route, a few strange sounds echoed down. Huh? Where is that noise coming from? He was startled. What? The wall? What the hell is going on? Sun-Hun punched right through the wall. He instantly caused a chaotic scene. Intruders! Sun-Hun greeted politely. It is a great pleasure to meet you, high-ranking leaders of the blood route. He blurted out a curse. Why introduce ourselves out of nowhere? They immediately drew their swords. They managed to find their way here. Whatever, just kill them. He lightly gathered momentum, then dashed forward and punched each of them once. Of course, Jung-ho also chipped in. He was punched and rolled over. Sun-Hun interrogated. Don't make things any more complicated. Cooperate obediently. Where is your leader? A deep voice rang out. You want to see me? He stepped out himself. Lefany gave off a completely different aura from Rosen. I don't know the two of you. Lefany Dimersor, leader of the blood route. He silently confirmed that this guy was the true leader. Sun-Hun spoke up. Someone told me that you guys found something extremely dangerous in this dungeon. He frowned as if deep in thought. Something dangerous? Lefany suddenly broke into an eerily creepy smile. He guessed it right away. Did Rosen tell you? This reaction was different from what Sun-Hun expected. Huh? Lefany openly despised him. That old man is really a coward. He became alert. Something was wrong with him. This was not a normal reaction to finding out he had been betrayed. The aura emitting from him was very abnormal. But I guess he didn't tell you that sticking your nose into business that isn't yours here could cost you your lives, did he? Sun-Hun immediately became more cautious.
Earth-shattering punches were continuously thrown. Lefany's arm strength was insanely powerful, but he kept missing the target. Jung-ho couldn't sit still. That idiot. He was knocking down all the support pillars. Lefany just rushing forward without thinking. Sun-Hun swung his knife, and the first attack stabbed right into his dominant hand. Lefany gritted his teeth fiercely. His calmness was in complete contrast to him. All right, now that I have widened the distance, summon Freeka's crossbow. Lefany suddenly roared madly. Ignoring his injuries, he pulled out the knife stuck in his hand. Lefany really seemed to not be using his brain. Do you guys see how crazy he is? Sun-Hun found it hard to predict his movement path. Rushing straight at me, he punched the wall. Lefany successfully used a rock to block the arrow, approaching him in the blink of an eye. Sun-Hun frowned and stepped back. He's too fast. Jung-ho unexpectedly charged from the left flank. Don't forget I'm still here. A shovel slammed straight into Lefany's face. Smash skill. But suddenly an electric current blocked him. Jung-ho took the full brunt of the fierce attack. He was truly terrified now. Jung-ho, this is...
He almost lost consciousness. Sun-Hun was shocked. Mana blockage? Jung-ho was kicked hard into the ground. Lefany had gotten a hostage. Put down your weapon and surrender. He couldn't resist. You, he threatened, or I will break this guy's neck. Sun-Hun decisively raised his crossbow. You will regret that. The Euphraia pouch was crafting arrows containing minor mana potion. He shot 3 arrows. Lefany truly did not expect Sun-Hun to make a move. He went crazy with anger and growled, "You bastard." Lefany is an anti-mage, unable to use magic power in the area. High magic resistance, creating a magic current when the body comes into contact with magic energy. He came to a conclusion, so he is an anti-mage. I knew it. An anti-mage is someone born with a strong resistance to magic energy. They have the effectiveness of magic power skills and also nullify magic. Sun-Hun regained his composure. It's understandable for such a person to hate mages. Lefany still had one foot on Jung-ho. What did you just shoot at me? It didn't hurt at all. He took out the badge from the blood tower. You don't know?
That is a magic arrow. Sun-Hun deliberately provoked the opponent. You see, I am actually a mage. He was instantly enraged. Is that the symbol of the blood magic tower? Lefany ignored Jung-Ho on the ground. You bastard. He lost control again and rushed forward. A mage? He dodged gently. Sun-Hun kept luring Lefany to destroy the surrounding structures. There, he's annoyed. He just muttered to himself, but anger makes one foolish. I'll have the advantage. While continuing to mock, you must really hate mages, huh? Lefany screamed frantically, shut up and die. Sun-Hun let out a sigh. People, really. He managed to get up and made a surprise attack. Too careless. But the hit didn't do any significant damage. He felt very annoyed. You call that an attack? Jung-Ho said calmly. Of course not. His goal was accomplished. Shell Crush reduces the opponent's defense by 20% when used. There is a 40% chance of destroying all layers of body tissue covering the skin. Jung-Ho laughed with delight. Caught you. The skill's effectiveness was reduced due to magic resistance. The opponent's defense has been lowered.
Lefany turned pale with fear. What? Now is the time for Sun-Hun to officially take the stage. It's about to get real this time. He launched a flurry of punches that left him unable to react. The time has truly come. Sun-Hun affirmed that this move would take him down. You who walk the path of frost, the curse of ice will haunt your hands. Lefany gritted his teeth. Dwarf. He aggressively charged forward again. Magic has no effect on me. The two punched each other in the face at the same time. Ice Fist. While Sun-Hun seemed mostly unscathed, Lefany collapsed. Status report? Frozen. Critical damage. He couldn't understand it. It was supposed to. Lefany collapsed in frustration. It had no effect. Jung-Ho was extremely doubtful. Ice Fist? You mean spraying the freezing Goshen, right? Sun-Hun smiled brightly. I just made that up. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? They went deeper into the cave and discovered a strange entity. He gripped his shovel tighter. Dr. Kang, is that it? Someone once said that if we wake it up, we could blow away all of Kama. Jung-Ho looked suspiciously at the bizarre entity before him. A symbiote. Sun-Hun confirmed immediately. It is a type of parasitic monster. Do you know about them? You just need to become their host to become stronger. Using them in terrorist attacks would guarantee a victory. Sun-Hun looked closer. Wow. He learned that it was also preparing to break out of its cocoon, the cocoon of a magma horsehair worm. It looked like it was about to hatch, possessing powerful mind control abilities. Jung-Ho hurriedly suggested, Huh? Then let's use it right away. Sun-Hun didn't object. I won't stop you. He pointed out a series of harmful effects, but think carefully before doing it. The decision of what to take in exchange for power belongs to that symbiotic creature. It could be your stamina, your memories, or even your life. He panicked with fear. Huh? Then isn't this just a game of chance? Then you should have stopped me. Oh my God. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. It was Lefany. He had woken up.
A kick caused the floor to crack open. Jung-Ho couldn't believe his eyes. Why is it like this? He stared at Lefany. He woke up already, he muttered. As long as I obtain the power of that thing, I can wipe out all you mages in a minute. Lefany took out a scroll from his pocket. Thus, he decisively tore it apart. Don't get in my way. A magic circle appeared under their feet. Jung-Ho panicked. Huh? I'm fading away? Sun-Hun calmly took out an item, which was a teleportation scroll. He quickly threw it out. Both of them were teleported away. The designated location was the red forest outside the castle. They were both safe. Sun-Hun linted gently. He outsmarted us. He was certain that he would definitely defend inside there until the symbiotic beast finished breaking its cocoon. He was confused. So what should we do now? Sun-Hun closed his eyes tightly, as if giving up. If he becomes the host, it will be very tough. But if it's an unavoidable case, we can... Jung-Ho said loudly. No. He casually changed the direction. If we can still help, then don't kill him. Isn't there any better way? He sighed a little wearily. He always avoided shedding unnecessary blood as much as possible.
Sun-Hun shouldered his crossbow, leaving behind a single sentence. Then just wait. Jung-Ho was stunned. Huh? He kept a confident smile on his lips while Sun-Hun acted as if nothing serious had happened. In the end, the problem would resolve itself peacefully anyway. Lefany clutched his head, panting. Damn it, everyone wants to stop me. He stepped on the small bottle that he had left behind, a mana potion. Lefany immediately picked it up. That's right, I can make it break out of the cocoon faster if I give it more mana. I have to wake this thing up as quickly as possible. As he poured it into the cocoon, he sobbed, I will crush them. It seemed the parasite was wriggling more vigorously. Tragic screams echoed back. Lefany broke into a cold sweat out of anxiety. My teammates' voices? He hurriedly ran outside the secret bunker. Sun-Hun was already waiting here. Hey! Lefany ran over only to see his teammates writhing in pain. Even Rosent had fallen ill. He looked on in absolute rage. Rosent! Lefany immediately shifted all the blame onto Sun-Hun. What do you think you were doing? He blocked his punch effortlessly. Sun-Hun affirmed. You were the one who caused this. Lefany couldn't understand. Huh? He began to explain. You just used the mana potion, didn't you? That thing will significantly increase the mind control ability of the symbiotic beast. Because you have mana resistance, you were fine, but they will either suffer a severe psychological collapse or die. He couldn't believe it. This was my doing? He chuckled slyly to himself. I was the one who dropped that potion bottle, but who cares about those details?
Sun-Hun lowered Lefeni's fist. Lefeni, let me help you. I can save them. He was the one holding the upper hand. But in return, you must give up on the terrorist attack on Kama. He felt a chill down his spine. Why you? This was all your plan, wasn't it? But Sun-Hun's words were true. Listen carefully. If my judgment is correct, then that symbiote, he revealed, is the final boss of this dungeon. Sun-Hun wasn't exaggerating. If it gains control of your body and starts wreaking havoc everywhere, not just Kama, but the entire continent of Azeon will be leveled. He tilted his head in thought. I understand that you want revenge, but think carefully. Is it really worth it, even if it costs the lives of your friends? Lefeni was about to explode in anger, but he tried to hold it back. Lefeni bowed his head pathetically. Fine, save them quickly. Jung-ho peeked out a moment later. What's so gentle about threatening him? Sun-Hun smiled happily. No one will have to die, right? He wondered. But shouldn't we deal with that symbiote first? He didn't prioritize it. If that thing dies, this entire transit dungeon might disappear along with it. Come here and let me see your wound, Jung-ho. Sun-Hun also had no choice. If I had full authority to decide, I would want to kill it too, but there are too many people here who still can't move, and it's raining outside. Jung-ho was worried. What if it breaks out of its cocoon? He calmly bandaged his teammate. Lefeni has already set up a protective barrier. We are safe for now. Things are not always under control, and what Sun-Hun feared was about to happen, unless some idiot wanted to mess things up.
The treatment medicine has run out, temporarily solving the urgent matter. Sun-Hun helped the symptoms decrease significantly. Luckily, we had prepared the medicine in advance. Lefeni apologetically said, It's all my fault. He didn't hold back at all. That's right, it's all your fault. Rosen patted his shoulder. He didn't mean it that way. His attitude was very gentle. And thank you so much for helping me, Sun-Hun. Sun-Hun smiled exactly like a healer rich in medical ethics. They came to the fire. Here you are. Relic rushed over. It's late, we were worried. He immediately asked, How is Rudy? He reported the situation. She has stopped trembling and is now sleeping soundly. Jung-ho braved a sigh of relief. Thank God she is fine. To parents, nothing is more precious than their children after all. Sun-Hun turned to him and said, I have something for you. Jung-ho was puzzled. Huh? He brought out the item. I got this after defeating the Kama Crab. The unparalleled crimson shell piece. HP plus 15%, defense plus 15%, 7% chance to recover HP when attacked by a water-type attack, 3% chance to activate the unparalleled crimson shell skill when attacked. His eyes lit up. Are you sure you can give this to me? Sun-Hun affirmed. Of course, it suits a tanker better than a healer. With an angelic smile, he spoke words toxic to the bone, so you can continue taking hits for me. Jung-ho could only shed tears of emotion. I should have known. Sun-Hun sat down to the side. All right, I should organize my belongings too.
He finally had his hands free just now. On the way to the Red Forest, he had unlocked a few achievements at Lake Kama. Sun-Hun fell into deep thought. The most notable thing that made him show extreme interest, Embodiment of Greed, was unlocked when you earned 10,000 points or more in a day. Sun-Hun clicked to claim the reward, and he received an automatic vending machine system. You can use the automatic vending machine system in your status window to get new items by spending 1,000 points. Sun-Hun was so agitated that he sprang to his feet. 100% guaranteed reward system. Today's item, Ignore Request skill. He couldn't believe it. And today's item was a skill? Sun-Hun was burning with anger. They gave this as a reward for premium content? Why is this system always tied to a wheel of fortune? He weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. 1,000 points a day is a lot, but investing in a good skill is still worth it. New skill used, Ignore Request. For other massive achievements, the rewards were given continuously afterward. Earned the Elimination skill reward, Inventory expansion ticket, Rock Crushing specialization stat, Relocated world unlocked. You receive a buff when in the teleportation dungeon, and there was also an achievement for finding the teleportation dungeon, but he missed that notification. Sun-Hun smugly muttered to himself. A wise time traveler should know to check their achievement window at the end of the day. It seems like Jung-ho was an unwise time traveler. He was about to rest when an incident occurred. I should go to sleep now too. The entire cave shook violently. Jung-ho woke up abruptly, his eyes half open. What the heck? Lefeni and his teammates were also stunned. Is that an earthquake? Sun-Hun rushed out. This was not a normal earthquake. He heard a bizarre screech. Only one thing could make a sound like that. The dung beetles suddenly crawled up. They all came back to life simultaneously. Sun-Hun was astonished. The dung beetles? Huh, they're heading inside. He immediately understood the problem. They were moving towards the secret room. Lefeni also knew things were bad. What? That's where the symbiotic creature is. Both of them hurriedly rushed inside. Follow them, but the number of bugs was truly too massive. What the hell? They blocked the entrance. Sun-Hun couldn't hesitate. Summoning Frika's crossbow, he fired a shot to clear the way. He dashed forward. Good, we got through. Then something else lunged out to attack Lefeni. It was still just a bug, but slightly altered. Lefeni frowned. And what the heck is that? Sun-Hun said it was a rare monster, and taking it down would be quite complicated.
The bug screeched, using the proud, rare bug form.
Right after that, the other ones gathered around it. They stuck tightly together into a single body. The beetle swarm formed a scarab cannon, a spherical monster created from the scarab swarm. They charged straight at the two of them, but it was not easy to hit them. Sun-Hun saw it immediately. Our chance is right after it attacks. He shot straight at the center, using a javelin arrow. The cannon was punctured into a donut shape. The screeching still had not stopped. Lefeni shouted, "It is recovering by creating more scarabs." Sun-Hun's tone carried a bit of pride. What a great healing skill. He frowned in suspicion. What are you so proud of? Lefeni did not know how to handle it. How are we supposed to attack it? It is really huge. He offered a solution. I have a way. Sun-Hun affirmed. That monster is being sustained by magic power. If we can get close and activate skill cancellation, we can kill it. You can do it, Lefeni, because you are the one who repels magic power. He knew his own limits. I would be beaten up before I could even get close. He clearly revealed his nature as a true exploitative capitalist. Just let yourself get beaten to a pulp, and I will heal you right away. Lefeni grimaced and criticized. I can't trust this guy. After saying that, he gathered his momentum. Lefeni aimed straight at the monster to strike. He ignored everything and punched straight ahead. Whatever.
Believing Sun-Hun's words, Lefni charged straight at the ball monster. He attacked it with all his might. The ball monster exploded, and Lefni was thrown far away. The bug had lost its protective layer. All right, the mastermind has appeared. He immediately raised his crossbow. Sun-Hun sincerely praised. Good job, Lefni. Using a harpoon arrow, it was pierced through right away. The bug leaked green fluid. It was completely destroyed. He scratched his head in frustration. Oh man. Sun-Hun regretfully looked at the small stone on the ground. I didn't intend to destroy this ruin. Upon going deeper, both of them only saw a cocoon. What the hell is this? There is no larva inside at all. Where did it go? Sun-Hun carefully examined it. It seems to have hatched. He found a strange object. What is this? Sun-Hun scanned the information. Gordius's tear, an item that can fully replenish mental strength, causing a hallucinatory state after use. He immediately collected it. It left something quite useful behind. A voice called out, "Boss!" This sudden appearance was truly bizarre. Bill, Sun-Hun recognized him. That guy is one of the executive officers. He vigilantly reminded, Lefni, don't get near him. Sun-Hun confirmed the symbiotic creature had caught him. Status report, infected. Infected with the Gordius larva. Bill shrugged his shoulders, laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He recounted, "I had a severe headache when the bug attacked me, but I managed to resist its mind control." Lefni was immediately fooled. Really? He let his guard down and stepped forward to rub Bill's head. What a relief to hear that. "You brat, I was really worried thinking I'd have to fight you." Sun-Hun did not approach at all. "You're fine, right?" He still kept his distance. "That doesn't change the fact that he has been infected. I advise you to remove the parasite as soon as possible."
He explained, "Wait, hear me out first." Bill suddenly created a sword, and he slashed forcefully towards Sun-Hun. Lefeni stared in astonishment at the deep cut on the ground, secretly exclaiming, "That is incredibly powerful." Bill laughed maniacally. "Do you see? With this power in our hands, we can liberate the world of Kama." He turned towards him. "Our lifelong dream is to destroy those arrogant mages." Lefeni was stunned. "Bill, what are you—" Bill had gone completely insane. "What are you waiting for? This is exactly what we've always been doing." Even he felt a chill. The boy continued rambling. "Now is our chance. When Gordius's mind control ability has been neutralized." Sun-Hun interrupted. "All right, that's enough." He attacked directly. Sun-Hun smiled sincerely. "Thank you for confirming this information for me." He firmly asserted, "You are not Bill." He gritted his teeth. "What?" Bill's eyes were frantic. "How do you know so much about symbiotic creatures?" Sun-Hun pointed out one detail. "No one here knows it's called Gordius." He fell silent, unable to refute. Behind Bill's back, a pair of insect wings sprouted, and Gordius revealed its true form. How annoying. You just keep getting in the way. He decisively charged forward, Gordius roaring with determination. "I will kill you right here and right now." He dodged it by a hair's breadth. The slashes that seemed to miss suddenly pulled back. Moonlight! He created a massive explosion, but Sun-Hun still managed to dodge. Lefeni unexpectedly attacked from behind. "Give Bill back, you parasite!" Gordius disarmed his weapon and used his bare hands to catch him. Gordius only attacked Lefeni with pure punches, quickly knocking him aside. Lefeni cried out pitifully, "Oh, it hurts so much." Sun-Hun didn't even blink. After all, that was a monster boss. He noticed the crucial point. He had cancelled his skill before Lefeni could touch him. He knew Lefeni was someone who repelled magic power, so they wouldn't be able to attack head-on. Sun-Hun decided to change the battlefield. "Let's get out of here first." Gordius summoned his weapon again to stop him. "Who says so?" Lefeni clicked his tongue and tried to find a way to stop him. He kicked the wall hard, and the layer of rocks and dirt successfully blocked Gordius's attack. His pursuit path was temporarily unusable. Gordius hissed through his teeth, "Those little rats." Lefeni ran until he was out of breath. "So what are you going to do now? He's too fast." Sun-Hun was still in the mood to tease him. "Express our final respects to Azion."
Lefany's face twisted in anger. What's wrong with you? He immediately dismissed it. I was just joking. Sun-Hun suddenly called out, Lefany, taking out a syringe and asking, have you ever donated blood?
Gordius slowly walked through his lair. He was so angry he was about to go crazy. Filthy sewer rats, Gordius muttered as he walked. Which slum are you hiding in now? Lefany observed vigilantly. Good, he hasn't noticed me. I must wait for the right moment and then ambush him. But before he could do anything, he was discovered. Found you! Lefany was startled and panicked. He took a heavy punch straight on. Lefany was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness. He tightly gripped the small vial in his hand. Eat! Lefany suddenly threw it. Take this! Gordius was startled and vigilant. He waited anxiously for the result. He saw the bandage and immediately guessed. There was a wound on his hand. That was the blood of an anti-mage. Gordius summoned a swarm of scarabs to shield himself. The blood vial was wasted. Lefany shouted in shock. Scarabs! He sneered. Are you trying to block my skill? Gordius created a sword again. It seems your precious plan has gone down the drain. He thought he had victory in his hands. What a pity. Sun-Hun, who had been ambushing nearby, said, Who said so? He consecutively shot out 3 arrows. Gordius took all 3 hits squarely. His body reacted immediately. Sun-Hun laid his cards on the table. You thought you blocked it, but that was just the blood of a useless quack. Lefany proudly shouted, My blood is the real arrow. He screamed in pain. He smiled smugly. Truly a pity. Sun-Hun continued to throw another vial at Gordius's face. He took the full force of a massive explosion. He happily played with the potion vial. No bomb is as formidable as a magic potion.
Sun-Hun approached Gordius without hesitation. For someone who had absorbed the blood of an anti-mage, an immediate explosion upon collision would occur. He considered carefully. Slitting the neck to remove the parasite would kill the host. Maybe I should use it. Sun-Hun used the removal skill, which allows removing any foreign object you can detect inside the body. A beam of light surrounded his hand. Sun-Hun created a skeletal hand. He tried moving his hand, and it moved exactly the same. So this is how it works. Alright then, Sun-Hun aimed straight at Gordius and struck. The parasite was extracted very quickly, and he immediately kicked it straight away. Sun-Hun drew his knife decisively. The parasite tried to negotiate. Wait, hold on a second. Unfortunately, it was talking to the wrong person. I will make you stronger if you spare me. He just found it annoying. Is it using telepathy? How persistent. Sun-Hun continued coldly. I am a healer. I don't fucking need that. The parasite squeezed its eyes shut. I have information about the shifting dungeon. This time he paused. It trembled and continued to gamble. You have a lot of questions about this dungeon, right? Just spare me. Sun-Hun considered it seriously. It's true that I don't have enough information about the shifting dungeon. He gave the parasite a chance. Alright then, let's hear it. It explained in detail. You need a source of power to create a dungeon. A monster must be as strong as a boss monster, and a human must reach the level of a sword saint or an archmage. The parasite affirmed. In other words, anyone can create a normal dungeon, as long as they have enough magic power. Lefany couldn't hear the conversation, so she didn't understand what they were doing. It revealed shocking news. But with the shifting dungeon, it's not that simple. It requires a power that transcends all dimensions, the power to relocate an entire complete space. The only thing that can do that is a god. Sun-Hun tilted his head in wonder. A god? He couldn't understand why a god would suddenly intervene after centuries of doing nothing. The parasite was also clueless. Who knows? I was also surprised when I was dragged in here. It could only affirm that when an alien space is introduced like this, it will severely distort the time and space of this land. Therefore, even though we don't know which god did this, the information provided by the parasite is so unprecedented that the culprit is definitely not a benevolent god. Sun-Hun could be certain that if the teleportation dungeons continue to appear, Azul would not be able to withstand the distortion of time and space. He came to a cruel conclusion and then disappeared. In other words, this means there is an evil god who wants to destroy Azul. Sun-Hun was still doubtful, but didn't further about why such important information left absolutely no trace. Whatever. The parasite began trying to manipulate Sun-Hun. Submit to me. Lefany wanted to rush over to help, but his wounds didn't allow it. Sun-Hun, he tried to scream. Snap out of it! The parasite was full of praise. A healthy body. I like it. Its desire flared up again. I will use your body to destroy this world. Nice dream, but foolish. Sun-Hun suddenly spoke up. I'm sick of you. The skeletal hand appeared again, and he used removal to drag it out. The parasite was completely restrained, confused, and unable to understand what had happened. I already controlled your mind. Sun-Hun had used the I am special skill, rejecting orders and becoming completely immune to brainwashing skills when his base mental stat is above 500%. He laughed. I really hate taking orders. Sun-Hun suddenly disappeared from the parasite's line of sight, and this time he decisively attacked. Farewell. It screamed in agony as the parasite was finished off. No! Sun-Hun approached. Lefany, are you okay? He had no strength left. Who the hell are you? He affirmed. I am, of course, the one who will treat you. Sometimes you claim to be a mage, other times a healer. What a scammer. Sun-Hun didn't mind Lefany's grumbling. Anyway, he had seen through the status window. Severe bleeding, massive blood loss, bruised all over. The injuries were more serious than he thought. Sun-Hun calculated carefully. He had already drawn quite a bit of blood from him when he was injured. At this rate, he would be the one killing him. Right now, he needs a blood transfusion.
He sighed in frustration, but where could he find the blood of an anti-mage right now? There was probably only one way left. Sun-Hun used the system, a quest to earn 10,000 one-star reward points. Total points, 11,302. He silently affirmed, "I know you are watching, manager." Sun-Hun sent out his wish. "At a time like this, please give me a useful skill." After the quest completion notification appeared, the roulette started spinning. It stopped. There it is. As expected, it was a useful skill. Separation breaks down an item back into its raw materials. Separating a fused item into individual items, this skill has a 100% success rate. Retrieving Frika's arrow, which had taken in the blood arrow of the anti-mage, he carefully lifted it. With this skill, he would be able to turn the arrow back into blood. Sun-Hun crushed the arrow and used separation. Inventory, you have obtained the blood of the anti-mage.
Seeing Lefany wake up, everyone was very happy. "Boss, he is awake. Are you okay?" He was dazed. What? Lefany didn't understand anything at all. Why was he lying here? Sun-Hun carefully advised, "Don't make any sudden movements." He smiled faintly and said, "You almost died." He looked at those health vials and couldn't help but wonder if he owed this guy his life. Lefany asked worriedly, "What about Bill? Is he okay?" Sun-Hun confirmed, "He is still alive, though it will take some time for him to recover." Rosen was very grateful to him. "You're so good, Sun-Hun. I can't thank you enough." Sun-Hun was smug. "My skills aren't bad, huh?" He was exhausted. "I can't count how many things have happened today." Sun-Hun said to himself, "It feels like ever since I first contacted the operator, things have just been happening one after another." Suddenly, there was an unstable sound, and the cave shook violently. He was going to go crazy. "Are you kidding me? What's going on?" He panicked. "Another earthquake?" Sun-Hun immediately grasped the situation. "Once the boss is dead, I guessed the dungeon would disappear, but the cave should remain intact, yet the entire cave is disappearing." He loudly commanded, "The dungeon is collapsing. We will fall into a dimensional rift if we don't get out of here right now." Everyone turned pale with fear. A dimensional rift? But once you fall into a dimensional rift, there's no escape. In this urgent moment, Sun-Hun cut open the parasite's stomach. Rosen was stunned and didn't understand. "Sun-Hun, what are you doing?" He already had a countermeasure. "Found it. We can create an escape portal with this." Received the low-rank boss monster's core item. Sun-Hun threw it to him. "Rosen, inject mana into this." Rosen was stunned for a moment. "Me? All right." He focused intently and a magic circle immediately appeared. He shooed everyone inside. "This core is low rank, so it won't last long. Hurry up. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone scrambled inside frantically. "Get out of the way right now." Sun-Hun laughed again. "Just kidding. It can last at least 5 minutes. He was speechless. "Do you think this joke is funny?" He didn't feel guilty at all. "It's fun."
Lefany was being helped inside. "Hey, just asking to be sure, but an anti-mage like me won't make the gate explode or anything, right?" He asked hesitantly. "If you think something bad might happen, I will stay behind." He secretly praised him. This guy really acts like a leader. Sun-Hun reassured him. "Don't worry." He explained that mana was only used to break the core. The gate itself didn't contain mana. Lefany stepped inside with peace of mind. "All right." Sun-Hun stepped in last, but why did he feel like something was missing? He suddenly froze, feeling the blood in his entire body turn cold. Sun-Hun just remembered that his teammate was still fast asleep. Oh, right, Jung-Ho. Jung-Ho was crying and yelling, "You bastard!" He was unbearably frustrated. "Why did you leave me behind?" Sun-Hun still managed to run back to pull Valak's family and him away. "I got caught up in a fight," Jung-Ho complained. "Then you even poured potion straight onto my face. You clearly did it on purpose." "Hurry up. Who told you to sleep in the middle of such chaos?" Daisy had some doubts. "But why are we running deep into the cave? Shouldn't we be running out the entrance?" Sun-Hun explained. "We can't get out through the entrance because it is collapsed." He tried to run fast. The exit gate hadn't completely disappeared yet. They had caught up with the teleportation gate. On the other side, Jung-Ho panicked. "Dr. Kang, the gate is closing." Sun-Hun was truly in a rush. "Of course, the energy core that damn worm spat out is just useless trash. Whatever, it's slowly disintegrating." He rushed forward and touched the gate. Sun-Hun used separation. "I just need to reuse the energy core." He pulled it out of the gate. Sun-Hun hurriedly created a new gate. "My stamina, the depletion rate is faster than I thought. Handling a monster's energy core is too draining." A series of red notifications continuously popped up, warning that his stamina was about to run out, but he couldn't stop. Sun-Hun's consciousness was fading. His stamina was depleted. The cold red screen scrolled the text, reporting unconscious state. Jung-Ho rushed over. "Dr. Kang." The worst part was that they still hadn't escaped. Outside, everyone started to get worried. Why haven't they come out yet?
Lefany was anxious. What happened? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, revealing Sun-Hun and Valak's family. Jung-Ho panted heavily. I thought we were about to die." Everyone was overjoyed. "Dr. Tang, you were still alive," he called out to Jung-Ho. A moment ago, when Sun-Hun was exhausted and the status window reported unconsciousness, he couldn't hold on any longer.
Sun-Hun received another notification. An item attached to your inventory has been activated. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was the life hairpin item. Experience points would be used to activate the item's effect. Thanks to that, Sun-Hun regained his consciousness, and his stamina recovered by 45%. He really almost lost his life. I am still alive thanks to the diamond experience ticket you gave me, Sun-Hun said sincerely. Thank you. Jung-ho smiled brightly. You're welcome. Later, he was chatting about their family matters. So you mean you two are family? Rosen confirmed. Yes, I am Lefany's uncle. I've been raising her since my older sister passed away. He recounted the past. My sister was a commoner from Shakoti, but she was able to marry a noble from Kama thanks to her outstanding mana abilities.
Rosen revealed shocking news, but Lefany, an anti-mage, was actually born into that prestigious mage family. Jung-ho grasped the main point. So that means he is really rich? He held a public trial right in front of the person involved. He is a misfit in that family, isn't he? Sun-Hun was enlightened. No wonder his temper is so bad. He must have had to listen to his family's complaints and judgments throughout his entire growth process. Lefany took offense. Sorry for my bad temper. He gritted his teeth. After that, many rumors began to spread throughout Kama. They said that any child carrying the Chakoti bloodline is an anti-mage. Lefany clenched his fists. Because of those rumors, Chakoti is discriminated against and despised. I wanted to teach those mages a lesson. He sighed in frustration, but the plan failed, and now even our hideout has been destroyed. Rosen wanted to comfort his nephew, Lefany, but Lefany didn't care much. But so what? What's the use of nagging? He wanted to give up. Soon enough, we will be executed too. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. His face darkened. Huh? She rushed in frantically. Boss! He also panicked. What are you talking about? Lefany remained indifferent. Did you forget that we are a wanted criminal organization? Our invisibility barrier disappeared along with the shifting dungeon. It's only a matter of time before they find us. He casually talked about it as if it wasn't his business. We death row inmates will definitely be executed, and you guys will be imprisoned for life. They were desperate. So that means Lefany added, there is a way to escape. He decided to risk his life to pave the way. I will buy as much time as possible. Everyone will leave this place. Go to another land if possible. But there was no way they would accept it. No, you said they would execute the death row inmates. Lefany burst into loud laughter. I still have my noble roots. They can't execute me. Don't worry about a noble. Take care of yourselves first, you commoners. Jung-ho whispered. Dr. Kang, could it be that he? Sun-Hun affirmed. Yes, he easily saw through it. He is lying. Sun-Hun understood very well that Lefany would only have one fate if caught. Not only would his family disown him, the entire Kama region would reject him. The members of that family would kill him to reclaim the honor for the family.
He was restless and tormented. He really was a bit stubborn, but he didn't deserve to die. He suddenly proposed, then let's help him. Jung-ho was surprised. Huh? Help how? Sun-Hun's smile was truly unsettling. He was already so used to it. Why was he smiling? Who was he planning to scam this time? He suddenly asked directly, Lefany, are you going to turn yourself in? He stared blankly and replied, no way. Sun-Hun said again, there is a way. He immediately perked up his ears to listen. To save your entire blood route gang. She was shocked. Are you telling the truth? Rosen's eyes lit up. How? Sun-Hun seemed to want to lead Lefany straight into hell. It's very simple. Your gang just needs to agree to work for Kama. She almost swore, and he already swore. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want to die? He was extremely confident. Just do as I say.
Not knowing what Sun-Hun is calculating, I will pave the way for you, so you can teach those mages a lesson, legally. Sun-Hun and Jung-ho confidently showed off. Are you members of the Catullar Knights? Lefany was suspicious. But as far as I know, there are no knights in Kama, he shrugged and said. I just established it yesterday. He was more sober than before. This is another one of your lies, right? Lefany had some opinions. Moreover, the knights are a bunch of weirdos. Sun-Hun was surprised. Huh? You know them? Rosen added a few words. They are famous for their strong sense of justice in Kama. They also do not discriminate. He affirmed, even we have no grudge against them, he explained in detail. That makes things easier. The goal of the Catullar Knights is to establish peace in Lake Kama. We will stop anything or anyone that could harm innocent people, be it monsters or criminals. Sun-Hun began to lure them with a common enemy, or even overbearing nobles and mages. Lefany immediately became more pumped up. What, so I can really give those mages a good beating, right? He quickly reminded. Only the evil ones. You look like you're ready to hurt everyone. Sun-Hun comfortably discussed. Normally the knights would reject a group of criminals like you, but I don't think you will cross the line. He firmly affirmed. They will accept all of you through our introduction. He excitedly stood up and said, whatever, then of course we will join.
Lefany was confident. I don't have to worry about being executed if I join the Knight Order through connections. She cried out loudly, Sun-Hun, you are the best. He was also moved to tears. I have always dreamed of becoming a knight. Everyone was chanting, long live Isu, long live the guards. Sun-Hun looked at him as if to say, don't you have anything to say? Lefany rubbed his swollen head. He shyly spoke up, thank you.
secretly anticipating. I can't wait to see what he will do to those damn mages. He hesitantly asked, So are you heading to Chakotay now? Sun-Hun confirmed. That's right. We plan to rest for a bit and then hire a carriage. Lefeni parted reluctantly. Take care. The system appeared again. The quest was to earn 12,500 reward points. He walked and looked closer. So now I have to get 12,500 points? And they added something else as a reward. Sun-Hun counted again. Throw. You can throw objects. Javelin arrow creates an arrow in the shape of a black javelin. The separation skill dismantles items back to their original form. I have already earned 3 skills now. He couldn't help but wonder, what will happen if I collect 4? Sun-Hun thought endlessly. And what is the condition to collect a skill in the first place? I don't think it's just unlocking a difficult achievement. He looked at the system affectionately. Whatever it is, I will make you pay for making me do all these things. Rudy stretched in Valak's arms, her eyes shining brightly. We are home. Right before their eyes was Chakotay village. Daisy was utterly exhausted. Finally home. He agreed with his wife. We should have stayed in Kama if we knew this beforehand.
Rudy jumped up and boasted. The village is very beautiful, isn't it? Sun-Hun agreed with the little girl. Yeah, very beautiful. Jung-ho panicked. Wait, look at that thing. Heavy sounds crashed down. A giant stone golem appeared in the village. There were 2 people trying to run away. Wilson, wake up quickly. There's a stone golem here. It swung its fist down. She turned pale with fear. Jung-ho immediately rushed out. Along with him was obviously Sun-Hun. The stone golem was quickly taken down. He approached and asked, Are you okay? She rejoiced. Thank you. Sun-Hun looked down at her friend. He was a bit surprised. Is his leg injured? Sun-Hun clearly saw the wound on Wilson's leg. Strange. Usually monsters aim for the upper body. Rebecca felt extremely guilty. Wilson was injured because he tried to protect me. She was very worried. What should we do? It's not easy to find a healer in Chakotay. Jung-ho cleared his throat. Don't worry about that. He enthusiastically introduced. We have a reputable healer right here. Rebecca was confused. Excuse me? They look really suspicious. Sun-Hun smiled the most trustworthy smile possible. Let me introduce myself. Healer Kang Sun-Hun, ready to serve you. Inside Chakotay village, he prepared a bed. Please help the patient lie here. Item, mind-relaxing magic carpet. Sun-Hun determined the medical condition. He took out an item. His flesh was completely torn apart. I can't just stitch it in this state. This time I plan to change things up a bit. Sun-Hun crushed it. Absorption, a medium mana potion. Use spray, artificial flesh. Restore damaged skin tissue or flesh using certain materials. He treated the wound and created a piece of flesh so he could stitch it in. Wilson's leg began to heal as before. It's been a long time since I used this skill. Jung-ho's eyes were opened wide. Isn't that a recovery spell? Rudy innocently asked. Is it? Sun-Hun explained. This skill only creates a fake piece of flesh. He added, it is highly likely that the body will reject it because it is a foreign tissue. If that happens, he will experience pain or necrosis will develop around the stitched area. He exclaimed, that's difficult. Sun-Hun continued the treatment, using suture removal, but if you lower the patient's stats with a debuff potion, as he spoke, he operated, you can greatly reduce the possibility of rejection. Sun-Hun worked swiftly. I will tightly stitch the wound with a saddle stitch. Rebecca's eyes widened in amazement. I don't understand what he's talking about at all. Stitch? She felt he was very reliable, but this guy looks really magical.
Rebecca began to doubt Jung-ho's presence. But what was that guy doing here? He was assisting enthusiastically. Is this enough for your stamina? Sun-Hun replied, That's enough. The last stitch is complete. It's almost done. She hurriedly approached to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. He appeared kind. You don't need to pay me, but I would be very happy to receive any leftover potions you have. Rebecca carelessly dropped her hood. What? But she let out a confused sound. Sun-Hun was attracted by that color. Is she a red-haired girl? Rebecca hurriedly covered her face. Sun-Hun wondered to himself. She is a villager of Chakotay, not an adventurer? She confusedly handed over the items. Thank you anyway. I will give you all the potions I have. Jung-ho curiously asked, Is Chakotay lacking healers? Rebecca confirmed, Yes, we are. I am sure you know that the magic tower and the church do not have a good relationship. The church prioritizes following the Lord's will, while the magic tower prioritizes researching magic power and magic. The two sides are hostile to each other because of their opposing ideologies. Kama and the magic tower have a great influence in these parts, so the church doesn't have much power here.
He had interesting questions, which is why there were no priests at all. So what about a healer who likes adventurers? He explained while putting away his reward. There would be no reason for them to leave a big city like Kama to come to this place. Rebecca seemed to agree. We were really lucky to meet you in front of the village, she affirmed. We will repay this favor. Valak's family parted ways with them here. It was also time for us to go home. Jung-ho stopped waving his hand. He felt a bit pitiful. It must be great. When can I go home? Sun-Hun suddenly asked. Do you have any reason to return home? Jung-ho replied. You don't need a valid reason to return home. He looked into the distance. But there is one thing I must do when I return. He smiled and replied, Me too. Sun-Hun spoke up to interrupt that touching scene. So why don't we stop pitying ourselves and find a place to sleep first? Jung-ho retorted. I am not pitying myself at all. They were unlucky in every way. Currently, we have no vacant rooms left.
The two of them were continuously rejected. There are no vacant spots. Please find another place. A landlady even joked that he was allowed to stay in the trash can. There was nowhere to rest. We are full.
This situation is really bad. I'm sorry. Jung-ho screamed in agony. Oh, come on. Sun-Hun shrugged helplessly. I guess everyone is stuck here because the road to Kama has been blocked. He couldn't accept the truth. Did we come this far just to sleep on the street? He remained as calm as ever. I guess we have no other choice. Then Sun-Hun aggressively opened the door to another place, but still stayed here. At the receptionist desk of the Adventurers Guild, he spoke up. Welcome to the Chakotay Adventurers Guild. He confidently requested, please, we would like to rent a room. You can find accommodation at the Adventurers Guild through ASEAN's list of accommodation types, but there is a huge drawback. The system requests accommodation. ASEAN's list of accommodation types. S rank is only for VIP guests, luxury accommodation. A rank is very good accommodation. B rank is quite good accommodation. C rank is standard accommodation. D rank is cheap warehouse accommodation. Plus F rank is sleeping outdoors. Sun-Hun waited for the receptionist to check. We can get a room if we complete the quest matching the accommodation type, except for S-rank rooms, which are only for VIP guests. He still maintained a standard smile. It was a scheme to exploit adventurers as much as possible, these cunning people. Suddenly there was a mocking voice. Hey, look at them. Two guys blatantly teased. They are trying to get a room. 2 more slaves from the Adventurers Guild. Jung-ho was frustrated. Who are they? Why are they trying to pick a fight? He smugly declared. Oh, right. You currently can't rent A rank and B rank rooms. We are using them as storage rooms. He got furious. What? Jung-ho couldn't understand. Did they really go through a lot of effort to clear the quests just to mess with people? Sun-Hun showed interest. I like their idea. I want to do the same to them. He was speechless. What do you mean? You like that idea? It seems you two have successfully found accommodation. There's still the C rank room left, so let's go. A teenager spoke up. Excuse me, can I rent a D rank room?
He was rejected. I'm sorry, all D rank rooms are currently occupied. The young man was surprised. What? Sun-Hun was also a bit surprised. It was strange that D rank rooms were fully rented out since there were so many of them. A bunch of keys was thrown onto the table. The woman boasted smugly. That's because we are using all those D rank rooms too. We have too many things to store. Jung-ho was skeptical. Are they allowed to do that? The receptionist also felt awkward. Yes, there is no rule against it. They were getting more and more outrageous. However, we didn't take the C-rank rooms, so you can freely take those. I mean, surely you're not so new that you can't handle a C-rank quest, right? He tried to reason. You bastards. You don't even get paid when taking accommodation requests. Why are you doing this? She laughed loudly. Why? I don't know either. They are all so annoying. Someone is definitely overreacting. We're just having a little fun. Why are you overreacting? Sun-Hun officially joined in. Oh, it's just a prank, right? He happily started. Then I would like to play a little prank on you too. Sun-Hun confirmed with the receptionist again, except for the S-rank rooms because those are already reserved. He asked again, we can rent anywhere we want, right? He was confused. According to the rules, yes. Sun-Hun smiled and said, in that case, I want to rent the entire building. Everyone froze completely. The entire building of the Adventurers Guild? Those two obnoxious people also felt a pang of guilt. He repeated, that's right, the entire facility except for the S-rank rooms. Sun-Hun casually made his demand. So I want those outsiders to leave right now. This place will sooner or later become my residence anyway. This time it was their turn to lose patience. What's wrong with you? Are you planning to use the entire Adventurers Guild all by yourself?
Both of them continuously threw harsh words. Do you mean you're going to monopolize the entire quest board? And how are we supposed to live while you're still here? Sun-Hun calmly replied, oh, so all of you are completely penniless. What a shame. He used their exact words to slap them in the face. You're really overreacting. I just wanted to have a little fun. He gritted his teeth. Why are you... let's start reasoning. Preventing other adventurers from taking quests is a violation of the rules. Someone spoke up. Not in this case. The two receptionists startled. Madam? Ket analyzed in detail. In this case, he is considered to be exercising his right to stay and is not obstructing other adventurers from taking quests. Mason Ket, the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild in Chakotay, slowly walked down. However, it seems you are exploiting loopholes in the rules to insult the Adventurers Guild. Sun-Hun did not deny. You are half right about that. Ket swept a cold gaze over him. In that case, I will stop you in a way that does not violate the rules. He calmly accepted. I am really looking forward to that, because you are very straightforward about this. Sun-Hun was full of anticipation. Are you planning to assign me some kind of difficult quest? A moment later, at the Red Forest, northwest of Chakotay, he started. I was the one who decided to accept this quest. Sun-Hun pointed out. You didn't have to come along. Jung-ho excitedly said. It's fine, don't mind me. I want to repay you for your previous help. He mentioned that they said he would become more enhanced when visiting Chakotay, so he would be less disoriented while in the Red Forest.
The enhancement lasted for an hour. The massive wings flapped fiercely. Their target was right in front of them. Let's take care of them before it ends.
The Sanava Divine Eagle, a monster bird that uses wind and lightning skills. They are very fast, but the difficulty is only B+. However, the Divine Eagles roared fiercely, slashing through the entire forest in just a single strike. Every kick of the Divine Eagles was very powerful. They had become much stronger after the mana explosion in Kama. Jung-ho trembled. Those things could tear us to pieces. Sun-Hun still appeared completely unfazed. If we want to rent the building, we have to earn it. He thought back about Wilson. In fact, not having a healer in Chakatoni meant losing a limb could be life-threatening. Looking at the creatures before him, Sun-Hun thought to himself, I understand why we were assigned this mission. He snapped his fingers. First, Jung-ho decided, I will distract them. Look at this. Group taunt skill. The taunt effect worked. The Sanava Divine Eagle's attack and speed increased, and all their eyes focused on him. Jung-ho braced himself. The dark cloak activated, halving the damage from the following attributes, lightning and wind. Sun-Hun burst into satisfied laughter. That dark cloak really works well. He just lay there taking the hits. Don't just sit there, attack them. He used the observation eye, and his eyes lit up again. Let's begin. Sun-Hun had to admit that they were too fast to track with the naked eye. He had caught one, but the observation eye was completely different. Sun-Hun got into a ready stance. What if I use its flying speed against it? He aimed precisely at the skybird's head, using throw, and its body was severed into 2 pieces. The skybirds immediately stopped in astonishment. They roared ferociously, and 2 of them simultaneously unleashed tornadoes to attack Sun-Hun.
His body had taken quite a bit of damage. Jung-ho shouted, Hey, over here, one more time! He continued to act as bait, drawing the attention of this flock of birds. They were lured toward Jung-ho again, but this time one smashed right into the iron bars, breaking its beak. He burst into delighted laughter. You didn't expect this, did you? Sun-Hun immediately rushed forward to deliver the final blow. Good job drawing their attention. They had already taken down 2 heavenly birds. He looked around one more time. The final target was in sight. Now there was only 1 left. They were filled with determination. Let's finish it. The heavenly bird gathered power in its mouth. It accumulated a large lightning ball. Jung-ho turned pale with fear. It's definitely putting all its power into that attack. Sun-Hun affirmed, We won't be able to escape this attack without getting hurt. He then took out a new item. Or at least we would have if I hadn't prepared in advance. The heavenly bird unleashed its ultimate skill. Sun-Hun used the Aphraya pouch to create a large insulating link. It released a massive amount of damage, the lightning cannon, clashing directly with his arrow. The 2 sides collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. After it ended, only a few weak sparks of electricity remained in the air. The heavenly bird was bewildered. It couldn't believe its own eyes. Sun-Hun quickly seized the opportunity, and just like that, they completed the mission. Sun-Hun spoke up. This is something I've only realized recently. He had come to a new conclusion, that there's no good in using finishing moves too early. Jung-ho collapsed in exhaustion. It's over. Sun-Hun asked, Are you okay? He honestly replied, at a loss for words. Not okay. I'm seeing stars everywhere. He pulled out a potion and teased. I'll take that as a yes. Jung-ho said irritably, Hey. Sun-Hun silently acknowledged, but they are truly dangerous. He sighed and complained. Just because I'm not afraid of dying doesn't mean I don't feel pain. He laughed. All right, I'm sorry. Sun-Hun told himself, it wouldn't have been easy to deal with them without Jung-ho's help. Suddenly he sensed a movement. Someone swaggered forward. You guys actually did it. She mocked. We didn't believe you could pull it off. The guy smirked. This far exceeds expectations.
Jung-ho raised an eyebrow. What? It's that scum from earlier. Sun-Hun also didn't understand. What are you doing here? They waved their arms and babbled. Are you talking to us? I think it's too obvious. If you go back now, we will be kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. He tried to take the upper hand. Hand over the Divine Eagle. He sighed heavily. If we don't bring proof of completing the request, we won't be approved. Sun-Hun was truly helpless. I knew you would try to interfere somehow, but I never imagined it would be like this. They were about to attack. A few injured paus, match nothing. Both rushed forward at the same time to deal with them. Sun-Hun punched him straight in the face, the force so strong that his head caved into the ground. She couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? Sun-Hun looked like he had gone mad. Who on earth are you? He stitched up his own wound. So annoying. She turned pale with fear. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? Sun-Hun physically silenced the opponent. He laughed while asking himself, what should I do with these 2? She struggled. Please spare my life.
Their voices were anxious. Are you going to kill them? Sun-Hun immediately denied it. Am I a murderer? Do you think I kill people randomly? He had a reason to keep them alive. Come on, if I kill them here, I'll be arrested immediately. Sun-Hun still etched the golden words of these bastards into his heart, but I can't just let them go empty-handed. I have revenge to take. He put her down. I will spare you this time. After all, I am a kind and gentle healer.
She looked at Sun-Hun with extreme suspicion. Thank you, thinking to herself, a healer? This guy's a healer? Suddenly he showed concern. Huh? But what is this? The two of you, Sun-Hun seriously pointed out, are very, very badly injured. She was annoyed but didn't dare to speak loudly. That's right, thanks to you. He took out an item. There's no other way. Since there is no healer in the village, Sun-Hun poured the potion directly on them. I will have to heal you. While both were bewildered, what are you doing? He immediately continued to use the Phantom Flesh skill. Phantom Flesh is a skill that uses a mana potion to create flesh, but you can also use a stamina potion. The injuries on his body actually healed. Huh? What? However, Sun-Hun was not generous at all, but the reason why I usually use the more expensive mana potion is because he enjoyed the sight of those two struggling in misery. The flesh created from the stamina potion hurts like hell. Sun-Hun shrugged helplessly. I forgot to tell you that although it stings a little bit, still, healing is healing, right? He comfortably decided, as my fee, I will take the key to the accommodation you rented. They couldn't do anything. You.
Both of them screamed in pain. Devil. Jung-ho also had to agree. I always thought this, but I'm glad I'm not your enemy. Sun-Hun laughed. Me too. The system reminded, your right to stay in the Red Forest is about to expire. The remaining time is 11 minutes. They decided, the buff is almost over. Let's go back quickly. Sun-Hun looked around. Oh, wait a minute. He almost forgot. I need to get back the weapons I threw. Where are they? He noticed that bush. Use the observation eye. It seems like there's something here. He curiously observed. Dr. Kang, what are you doing? Sun-Hun walked and replied, I'm looking for silver light in my knife. Suddenly, Jung-ho took them out. Do you mean this? I picked it up earlier. He was surprised. What? Sun-Hun raised an eyebrow. So you found a strange object. What was that message about? They returned to the Chakati Adventurers Guild. Kit exclaimed, I can't believe it. She confirmed it again and again. It's definitely the Divine Eagle. Kit honestly confessed, I thought you guys would definitely fail, but... The two receptionists whispered to each other, how did they defeat such a strong monster? Sun-Hun proudly put his hands on his hips. Sorry to disappoint you. She sighed. All right, I admit defeat. Kit threw the key into his hand. I will rent the Chakati Adventurers Guild to you. Sun-Hun received the Adventurers Guild leader key item. She declared, so, I grant adventurer Kang Sun-Hun the same authority as the branch manager. Jung-ho's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, I didn't expect you to hand the leader key to us. Kit smiled faintly. I like to do things thoroughly. Sun-Hun happily shook hands with her. I won't refuse this offer. He lay down to enjoy himself in the A-class room. I threw the trash away, gave the confiscated D-class rooms to novice adventurers, and even got the temporary branch manager title. If I have to say, this is a pretty good day. Sun-Hun took out the strange box picked up in the forest. Anyway, he seriously examined it. This box looks familiar. Sun-Hun made his own judgment. I'm sure Jung-ho is sleeping soundly next to me, so I think I'll have to go to the artifact appraisal place by myself.
At the artifact appraisal area, things didn't seem to be going well. The wooden box was even sent flying quite a distance. The appraiser's face was pale. He glared and questioned. What do you think you're doing? She was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, I cannot break the seal. Sun-Hun furrowed his brows slightly. Even an artifact appraiser at the Adventurers Guild couldn't do it? Their personalities might be terrible, but their skills were second to none. He needed a reason. Why couldn't she do it? The appraiser hurriedly picked up the box. The seal placed on this box is very complex, she explained. In our trade, it's called a tangled thread seal. It's a malicious type of seal, where trying to casually untangle it only makes it more tangled. The appraiser placed it neatly on the table, and it seems the seal was cast centuries ago. It's much more difficult because it's different from how things are done today. Sun-Hun stared intently at the wooden box. He was even more curious after she said she couldn't open it. Was there really no way? He immediately used observation eye. The first seal of the box had been removed, and the second seal was hidden. The system guided him. There was a hint about the seal at the bottom of the box. Sun-Hun slammed the table and demanded, use your appraisal skill on the bottom of the box. What? She was confused. The bottom of the box? Sure enough, the appraiser found some clues. Her eyes widened in amazement. This is the sequence of the tangled thread seal. There's no doubt about it. The appraiser began to unseal it again with this, and layer by layer the locks were broken. Finally, she succeeded. It's open. But the object inside made the appraiser gasp. Huh? Inside was a black hand lined with a layer of maple leaves. She speculated. I don't think that's a human hand, sir. He muttered. Not again?
The system screen was glitching. The Ruin of Ash was unlocked after obtaining the Ruin of Ash. Sun-Hun furrowed his brows tightly. It was just like that time with Freeka's crossbow. Sun-Hun tried to figure it out, this time revealing a few missing letters in the achievement notification. The Relic of was unlocked after obtaining the Relic of Foe. What exactly was going on? The appraiser suddenly said, "This looks like a holy relic." He turned back to face her. A holy relic. The appraiser continued, "I mean, I don't know much about it either because I'm not a monk," she affirmed, "but its name is Wisman's left hand. I'm sure it's a holy relic possessing holy power." The appraiser tried to contain herself. Holy relics were extremely hard to come by because of the church. She was ready to offer a high price. "If you plan to sell it, we will offer a very good price." Sun-Hun was wondering to himself, why would something like this be abandoned in the middle of the forest? He thought carefully. Holy relics are usually found in churches or ruins, but the church has very little influence in the Red Forest. Sun-Hun pressed the button while thinking, and if it was the same type as the crossbow then, claim reward. The system confirmed. Wisman's left hand will be bound to you. You have acquired a new skill, Wisman's left hand. Summon and deactivate Wisman's left hand upon activation. The power of Wisman's left hand is imbued into your left hand.
Wiseman's roulette will be added to the status window. 5 free spin tickets have been sent. He carefully considered it. This time I also received a unique skill and a roulette. Sun-Hun firmly decided. It's best that I use it right now, using the free spin tickets. He spent them all. 5 spin tickets will be used. Roulette result. Dark mana resistance stat +1. Roulette result. Earth attribute enhancement stat +1. Roulette result. Obtain new skill, Earth Bone. Sun-Hun leaned forward. Earth Bone? It must be an attack skill. His eyes widened slightly, right? Sun-Hun was visibly excited. Oh my god, are they giving me this? That evening, at the Adventurers Guild, Ket thought she misheard. What? She was extremely doubtful. You want to use the Adventurers Guild as your private clinic? Yes, that's right. Ket broke out in a cold sweat. You never said you were a healer. Sun-Hun sighed. You are so naive. She didn't understand. What? He waved his hand to show off. How do you think I came back in one piece after fighting the Sanava Divine Eagle? I healed myself. Ket still couldn't believe it. So, do you have a healer's badge? Sun-Hun confidently declared. No, but I can use my authority as the branch manager. She sighed. Even so, I cannot let someone without proper qualifications take care of patients. Someone stepped up to vouch for him. He really is a healer. It was Rebecca. He healed my friend right in front of my eyes. I will vouch for him. Ket received another new character. And who are you? He was extremely confident. We even have a witness right here. Sun-Hun did not hesitate, but if you still don't believe me, let me prove it to you. He stood up and called out, Is anyone here badly injured? If anyone volunteers now, I will treat them for free. The adventurers whispered among themselves, Can we really trust him? He said he doesn't even have a healer's badge. A hand went up. Me. He was worried. I work here, but can I volunteer to be treated? Sun-Hun accepted immediately. Of course. He took off the bandage. Oh my, your hand is completely crushed. Sun-Hun asked about the condition. How long ago did this happen? He recounted. 2 days ago. If I can't use my hand, I will be fired from the Adventurers Guild.
Ket stood right next to him, glaring, the narrative hastily adjusted. I mean, I wouldn't be able to work well. She observed carefully. Healers have very mixed feelings about broken bones. Ket also had a deep understanding of medicine. They are very easy to cure if there are broken bone fragments. They can be healed with just a touch. She imagined a scene where the healer screamed in agony, Bring your bones here, you fools! But it's hopeless if there are no bone fragments. Sun-Hun assessed. His bone was exposed, and a lot of it was missing. Ket closed her eyes tightly. I am very sorry to say this, but it's hopeless. He gave a standard merchant smile. This is exactly the kind of patience suitable for me to show off my abilities. She widened her eyes in amazement. Ket was confused. What? Are you going to make a prosthesis for him? Sun-Hun searched his pouch. No, he took out a cup of red clay. I will heal him with this. Everyone was looking at Sun-Hun like a madman. Dirt? Rebecca felt like her faith was crumbling. Did I vouch for him for nothing? But no, a miracle happened. The red clay turned into bone, perfectly attached to his arm. Everyone murmured. The dirt turned into bone. Is he a summoner? Sun-Hun said to himself, the bone creation skill actually exists in Azun. He knew clearly the weakness of this matter. However, bones created from the skill easily disappear or get infected by dark mana. But Sun-Hun used a new skill, Earth Bone, shaping bone from dirt. The larger the bone, the more dirt it needs. The mark on his left hand lit up. He exclaimed inwardly, this skill is really different.
Sun-Hun is smoothly reconstructing it. The right hand has the size of an adult man, 8 carpal bones, 5 metacarpal bones, and 14 phalanges. He took out another potion, spraying an intermediate mana potion and using phantom flesh. Sun-Hun is almost done. I just need to reconstruct the veins, nerves, muscles, and skin one by one. He enjoyed that magical moment. I know everything about the structure of a hand. Sun-Hun assessed. Not bad for a first try. Everyone watching was amazed, and then they all burst out. It was unbelievable. They started clamoring, Sir, please take a look at me too. Sir, me too. He asked Kate for her opinion. So, sir? She approved. I suppose I can't refuse you anymore now. Sun-Hun chuckled inwardly. All right, I got it. His plan was initially successful. Come on, line up. It's time to earn points. The next day, Sun-Hun looked exhausted. I'm so tired. At least most of the injuries were severe, so I earned a lot of points. Accumulated points, 10,562 points. Jung-ho cheerfully asked, Doctor, are you okay? Did a lot of things happen while I was sleeping? He had no strength left. Yeah, a lot of things happened. He exclaimed, Oh, and you also unlocked another achievement, Wisman's left hand, right? Sun-Hun yawned long. But first, Jung-ho, I need you to go somewhere with me. Jung-ho wondered, Huh? Go where? He didn't explain immediately. You'll see when we go outside. Rebecca was excitedly waiting for them outside. We also have a guide now.
Rebecca happily welcomed them. Here you are. She smiled brightly like a flower. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Rebecca. Sun-Hun reminded her. Oh, your hair. Rebecca hurriedly hid it. He happily teased. Is there any point in hiding it if you're going to get caught over and over again anyway? She felt pitiful and wanted to cry. Jung-ho advised. You don't have to say that. He asked. Family hates the fact that I am an adventurer. Rebecca smiled awkwardly. So I only disguise myself like this when coming to Chakotay to avoid running into them. Sun-Hun was indifferent. Sounds annoying. If it were me, I would never set foot in my hometown again. She praised endlessly. I hate dealing with my family, but Chakotay is too wonderful a village to leave. The people are friendly, the scenery is beautiful, and the food is very delicious too. Rebecca proudly boasted, and that is why I decided to take you two on a tour. Jung-ho looked over suspiciously. So the place you want to go with me is a tour around Chakotay. He actually confirmed. But obviously it can't just be that. There are other things besides. She is a very enthusiastic guide. The village is not very big, so it won't take much time to see everything. There is a lot of pottery here.
Rebecca introduced in detail, Chakotay is famous for its ceramics. After all, it's easy to find high-quality clay here. She professionally led the way. This is the workshop street, where you can buy handmade products. Our clay dolls are particularly famous. We've been making them here for centuries. The doll makers are highly skilled, and they can even create golems from special clay. Rebecca couldn't help but feel a little sad. Kama might look down on Chakotay, but even they have to praise our dolls. It's a mix of joy and sorrow. Jung-ho was interested in a shop, custom-making Chakotay amulets. Please return in an hour or two to pick up your order. Oh, this looks nice. He decided, I should buy one as a souvenir. Do you want me to get you one? Sun-Hun didn't really care. Up to you. He was deep in thought. A street with workshops making things from clay. Come to think of it, Wisman's left hand is also related to Earth. Sun-Hun asked her, Rebecca, have you ever heard the name Wisman? Rebecca thought carefully. Wisman? No, I've never heard of it. He sighed. So the villagers don't know either. Sun-Hun affirmed, if Wisman is the god of the Red Forest, where I found the hand, there's no way a Chakotay person wouldn't know about it. He decided to rely on himself. Is there a museum anywhere? Or somewhere I can see historical documents or artifacts? Jung-ho was bargaining. I need two. Oh, please. She extinguished Sun-Hun's hopes. Do you think a remote village like this would have something like that? He was visibly disappointed. Even Hin Village has its own history museum. Rebecca was confused. Is it something very important? She tried to search her memory. Where would we keep old documents? Rebecca gives Sun-Hun a location. The city hall. The librarian casually flipped through a book. Documents on Chakotay's history? He greeted them with an indifferent attitude. Are you here for a guild quest? He replied, no, for personal reasons. The librarian ignored them again. Then we don't have it. Jung-ho got annoyed. What? You're not even going to look? She angrily scolded him. This is important. He sighed. Then either come with a proper request form or a permit from the Adventurers Guild. Sun-Hun's eyes were chillingly cold. How annoying. He took out a powerful item. If you need a request form, then I'll make one right now. Ket's key swung brightly. Sun-Hun dangled it in front of the librarian. Do you need a notice of dismissal? He trembled with fear. What is going on? You are the branch manager. No, wait. The librarian repeatedly bowed his head. I'm sorry, sir. He didn't care. Whatever. Just get me the key to the archive room. Archive room. City Hall. Jung-ho looked through one book after another. Do you think we'll find it today? Sun-Hun was confident. If we keep digging, something will turn up.
He discovered a few things. Why are there so many books with torn pages like this? Jung-ho handed over an old book. Hey, doctor, look at this. He immediately took it. This is really old. Exactly what I'm looking for. Sun-Hun examined it carefully. It looked like it hadn't been opened in 1,000 years. The first page he looked at was a painting of a certain village. The more they looked, the more they couldn't understand. There was no writing, just scribbles all over. What you think they are trying to draw here? Sun-Hun's eyes paused for a moment. He tried to separate them. I thought this page was unusually thick. It turned out there were 2 pages stuck together. Sun-Hun found what he was looking for, a painting of a round object worshipped by everyone. This, Rebecca guessed in confusion, looks like the red-haired people are the Chakotay. Jung-ho was curious. Do you have any idea about it? He could confirm. The symbol here looked like the one on Wisman's left hand. Sun-Hun concluded. This sphere is Wisman, the god that the Chakotay once worshipped. She couldn't believe it. Sorry, I've never heard of any god in Chakotay.
He deduced, as you can see, this book is full of scribbles. I think the author was trying to leave clues about Wisman for future generations without letting others find out.
From that it could be explained, and there were also rotten books in the archive room with many torn pages. Sun-Hun realized that someone intentionally tried to hide a god. The librarian had been attacked. A heavy sound echoed in. Rebecca hurried out to check. I heard a noise outside. She immediately panicked. He has been murdered. Rebecca was shocked. Who could do such a thing? Jung-ho wanted to step forward to check. Was he really killed? But someone suddenly attacked them. His knife was deflected. Sun-Hun stepped up in time to protect them. Oh my! He bluntly faced them. Why don't you reveal yourselves? 4 figures wearing red cloaks stepped out with blazing momentum. They threatened. Hand over the book. Jung-ho had a ton of questions. Did they know about Wiseman? Rebecca was very worried. They must have been following us. Sun-Hun still held the book in his hand. He used observation eye. Luckily, the librarian could still be saved. Severe wound status from being stabbed in the neck. He was still alive. Thank God. Sun-Hun bent down to examine him. They lost their patience. Hey, didn't you hear me? He treated him first, using bleeding control. The guy irritably repeated. I said, hand over the... Sun-Hun interrupted. Let me ask you a question. He questioned them while healing. Why did you attack him? He seemed a bit rude, but he didn't deserve to be killed. He was unreasonable and brutal. He blocked the entrance. Now stop your nonsense and hand over the book. Those eyes flashed with murderous intent. Or do you want to end up like him? Sun-Hun decisively used the throw skill, aiming straight at the one rambling the most. Sun-Hun shook the book in his hand. I didn't expect you guys to answer. He sneered, waving the book provocatively. If it were me, I would have attacked immediately. They were agitated. A fierce battle began to break out. What the? Rebecca also joined in. She questioned, how dare you attack an innocent person? Jung-ho seemed to have the upper hand. He was slightly careless and was almost sneak attacked. These bastards. Sun-Hun supported Jung-ho in time.
Sun-Hun aimed straight at one of them using the javelin arrow. The guy used magic, but it was useless, as the dirt from the floor pulled together and rose up. They formed a powerful shield. He observed carefully. Is that earth magic? The guy cursed under his breath. Arrogant brat. After forming a spear, he charged forward. Die. Sun-Hun had no intention of dodging. He directly affected the spear. Sun-Hun used earthbone to transform it. The guy was so stunned he froze. What? My spear turned into bone? He pulled out his crossbow and aimed it straight at his opponent's shoulder. Sun-Hun didn't hesitate to shoot the arrow. He slowly walked closer. What a pity. Sun-Hun arrogantly stepped on him. You might have had a chance if it wasn't Earth. Jung-ho and Rebecca reported, Hey, Doctor, we're done here. He praised them. Good job, everyone. Sun-Hun's eyes clearly darkened. Now it's time to hand them over to someone who can dig up information about them.
The 3 of them had a resting place in the Adventurers Guild, in the underground dungeon. He came to check the situation. Have they said anything yet? Kat informed him. No, they are keeping their mouths shut. She muttered, Wisman, the god of Chakotay. Huh? Sun-Hun was quite surprised. You believe my story without any doubt? Most people would find it too absurd. He continued to search for information. Do you know anything about this? Kat confessed. To be honest, the atmosphere in the village has been a bit strange lately. Sun-Hun wondered. A bit strange? He recalled a little. By the way, Lefeni mentioned something similar when we parted ways. She didn't hide it from Sun-Hun. Some time ago, some people started claiming that we need to separate from Kama. They called themselves disciples sent by God. The crowd was very chaotic. Chakotay must gain independence. We need to escape the dark shadow of Kama. They frantically propagandized. Kama will soon collapse. Fortunately, the majority were sane. Most of the villagers just considered it nonsense. Kat put her hands on her hips and sighed. No one took them seriously. The situation suddenly changed, until the Blood Magic Tower collapsed a few days ago. Most of the villagers of Chakotay depend on Kama to make a living, but then a disaster struck Kama just as the disciples prophesied, so we can't do anything to stop them from being agitated. Sun-Hun understood, so fear has paralyzed their rationality. She broke out in a cold sweat. All this time I only thought they were a persistent bunch of swindlers, but to think there is actually a forgotten ancient god. Suddenly someone panicked and reported, Madam, we are in trouble. His body is melting. However, he didn't turn into water, but into sand. Thus they lost a prisoner.
Ket angrily questioned, What is going on? I told you to watch them carefully. He frantically explained, Yes, I used truth serum to interrogate them, but just as that guy was about to say something, he suddenly... Sun-Hun gritted his teeth in anger. They trapped us. They have been cursed to prevent them from revealing the secret. The other 2 were constantly muttering something. A cold chill ran down his spine. They were more dangerous than he thought. Rebecca and Jung-ho ran over. What happened? They couldn't help but be terrified seeing this scene. Impossible. Sun-Hun leaned against the wall. Now we can't find out who sent them. He suggested, If it is a curse, can't we do something about it with the Dawn Holy Water arrow? He rejected. Not with this one. It is not a dark magic kind. She suddenly realized something. Huh? Rebecca lightly touched the red clay. Sun-Hun wondered, Rebecca, what are you doing? She frantically explained, Oh, it's just, there is something about the mud here. Rebecca revealed that, This is the best clay used to make those precious dolls here in Chakotay. Why would they curse someone using such expensive clay? He caught the main point. Clay used to make dolls. Sun-Hun suddenly shouted, Why didn't I think of that?
Jung-ho was startled. Huh? What is it? He reconfirmed. Rebecca, you mentioned that the Dollmakers Guild has been around for a long time, right? She confirmed. Yes, their tradition has been passed down from generation to generation over the centuries. Rebecca also guessed it. Oh, you don't think... Sun-Hun tried to change his perspective. If I were a follower of Wisman, I would keep the records somewhere I know they would be safe for hundreds of years. The Dollmakers Guild has existed for centuries. He ruled out the possibilities. I'm sure they have ancient texts like the ones at the City Hall, combined with the existing clues. And there is only one place that could use such expensive clay so easily. Sun-Hun affirmed. It must be them, the Dollmakers. He did not miss the guilt in their eyes. It seems I guessed right.
Ket broke into a cold sweat. Dollmakers, are they related to this matter? This is not good. Many members of the workshop are nobles. She sighed heavily. The higher-ups will be very angry when we mess with the nobility. Jung-ho sympathized. It sounds tough being a branch manager. Sun-Hun quickly took action. Then we will investigate the guild. Ket stopped him. Sun-Hun, wait. She shared an important piece of information. Recently, there have been reports of missing people in the Red Forest. Sun-Hun tried to brush it off. I think it's normal for outsiders to get lost in the forest. Ket continued. All the missing people are people of Chakotay. She introduced further, and Rebecca has been in charge of searching for them. I bet this case is related to why they are tracking you. Ket placed her trust in him. Could you look into the disappearances while investigating the guild? Later, at the Chakotay workshop, Rebecca introduced. This is the building of the Dollmakers Guild.
She walked in nervously. Excuse me? Huh? Rebecca looked around in surprise. Oh, there's hardly anyone here. Usually this place is packed. There were a few people who looked a bit out of place. Oh, there's someone over there. Looking at them, they don't seem like artisans. How much longer until all this stuff is moved? They look like adventurers on a mission. Zix stepped out to greet them. How can I help you? Sun-Hun smiled professionally. I was told I could rent a clay horse carriage here. He muttered to himself. Anyway, this is the reason we came to Chakotay. He explained in confusion. Oh, you need the guildmaster's permission to rent a carriage. Sun-Hun continued to ask. And who is the guildmaster? Harvey stepped forward. That would be me. He introduced himself. I am Harvey Savan, the master of the Chakotay Dollmakers Guild. Harvey Savan, the master dollmaker. He greeted politely. Nice to meet you. I am... Harvey dodged him with disgust. Don't bother introducing yourself. We won't be seeing each other again after today anyway. Rebecca whispered in explanation. Guildmaster Harvey has a very, very, very bad temper. Sun-Hun's face darkened. I see. His question made the smile on his face grow deeper. Then let's get straight to the point. How much is it to rent a golem horse? Harvey quoted an exorbitant price. 5 million gold for a one-day rental. Jung-ho panicked. What? 5 million for one day? Even 500,000 is already expensive, she muttered while pulling her hat. Isn't it 1.2 million gold to rent a golem horse for 3 days? His smile carried a hint of deceit and tension. Normally, yes, but demand is high right now, so we have increased the price a bit.
Harvey arrogantly complained, I always thought we rented them out too cheap. The price list had been crossed out. Renting a golem horse for 3 days. Jung-ho was frustrated. I can't believe this guy. He wanted to leave in annoyance. Dr. Kang, let's just rent a vehicle somewhere else. Zix awkwardly spoke up. I'm sorry for interrupting. He introduced, but my master is the only one in Chakotay who can make golem horses. He mentioned the workshop's offer. I can give a slight discount if you show some respect and do a little light manual labor. Jung-ho realized. So they also came here to rent a vehicle? That's unpaid labor? Harvey shrugged and sneered. If you don't like it, just walk. But I'm sure you know how dangerous the Red Forest is recently. Sun-Hun thought for a moment. If he is the master of the Dollmakers Guild, money is not an issue for him. He is just a typical piece of trash who likes to boss others around. He suddenly noticed something unusual. How should I deal with him? He is clearly very stressed. What's wrong with him? Sun-Hun used the observation eye. He realized the problem. Sun-Hun placed a hand on Harvey's shoulder. Guildmaster Harvey. He was stunned. What is it? He lowered his voice to advise. I am sure there will come a day when even you have to beg someone for something. Put yourself in our shoes. Wouldn't you be angry if you were blackmailed like this? Harvey angrily slapped his hand away. What the hell are you talking about? He confidently declared. I don't think you realize this, but I am the best among all the doll-making masters. Do you think there will be a time when I have to beg anyone for anything? He calmly smiled faintly. You never know. Sun-Hun successfully infuriated Harvey. For example, maybe now you have to beg me for forgiveness. He immediately grabbed the shovel next to him. Harvey wildly waved it around. How dare you? Get out of my workshop right now if you keep saying such nonsense. He still smiled nonchalantly. You will regret it. Jung-ho and Rebecca were indignant. He really has a terrible temper. He suddenly felt a sharp pain. Never in my life. You be permanently muted and get out. Sweat poured down Harvey's face like a stream. He collapsed in agony. Zix panicked. Guildmaster. He was confused. Huh? What's wrong with him? Sun-Hun had anticipated this.
Oh my god, this is what happens when you can't control your anger. You always overreact. He had seen the condition. Status window, lacatoxin poisoning. Symptoms are at the final stage. The poison inside your body is spreading much faster. He clumsily asked, Guildmaster, are you okay? Harvey writhed while coughing. No, I'm not okay, so quickly call a healer. Zix felt a chill down his spine. Oh no, there isn't a single healer in Chakoti right now. Sun-Hun suddenly spoke up. Want me to help you? He patted his chest. Now I can finally introduce myself. Sun-Hun gave an extremely smug smile. I am Kang Sun-Hun.
Sun-Hun smirked and laughed loudly in front of Harvey, the only healer currently in Chakoti. Hearing this, Harvey's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in disbelief, and Zix behind him also showed a similar expression. Harvey pointed at the brightly smiling Sun-Hun and shouted, Are you a healer? He angrily turned to Zix and demanded, Call another healer. I cannot trust my health to this guy. But Guildmaster, there is no other healer in the village. Sweat poured down Harvey's face like a bath, the blue veins on his neck bulging. It seemed Harvey's condition was worsening. Then prepare a carriage. I will go to another village for treatment. In contrast to his urgency, Sun-Hun said extremely calmly, Lycocotoxin. The next second, Harvey turned pale and looked at him, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Sun-Hun ignored the expression on his face, his demeanor extremely confident and certain. It is a deadly poison known as the lazy killer. He clearly stated the symptoms exactly as what Harvey was experiencing. When poisoned by this, it will destroy your lungs and respiratory system, causing you to cough up blood and have difficulty breathing, ultimately leading to respiratory failure and death. Sun-Hun further revealed, the interesting thing is that you won't have any symptoms right after being poisoned, but as time passes and the poison begins to take effect, your condition will deteriorate rapidly. All these words made Harvey stiffen, his hands tightly clenched, while Zix paused slightly and said anxiously, It is exactly like the Guildmaster's symptoms.
Harvey started to lose his temper. He loudly asked Sun-Hun, who was smiling with narrowed eyes, What are you trying to say? He stood in front of Harvey and bluntly said, Now you have started to show symptoms. I am the last healer you have time to meet before you die. Sun-Hun lowered his voice, laying down his condition without any hesitation. But of course, I do not provide my services for free. Hearing this, Harvey suddenly leaned back, stammering, What? After a few seconds of thinking, he clenched his teeth and called out, Riz! Harvey ordered decisively, Go get the gold, quickly. The gold was brought in, and Harvey swung his arm, throwing the bag at Sun-Hun. Here, just take it all. The bag of gold dropped with a thud at his feet, accompanied by Harvey's disdainful words, You healers all want the same thing. Heal me, and then get lost. Sun-Hun looked down from a high-ground posture, the corners of his eyes slightly curving up. Guildmaster Harvey, didn't I tell you before? I said one day.
He swung his leg and kicked the bag of gold away, making Harvey startle and block his face with his arms. Sun-Hun's voice was sharp and cold, his face no longer having the playful look from before. You will have to beg like a dog. Sun-Hun lowered his voice threateningly. Pick up all those coins and wipe them clean. They are so filthy that I don't even want to touch them. Harvey remained sitting on the ground, looking up to question him. What did you just do? Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, Sun-Hun slowly sat down, looking at Harvey, whose whole body was trembling. If you don't want to, then forget it. His words were like a knife stabbing straight into Harvey's fear of death. But did he realize how much danger he was in? Harvey turned pale, his voice trembling. If I die right now, the guild will fall apart. Sun-Hun smirked slightly, his eyes showing no mercy. What a pity. His words shocked Harvey. But I don't see any reason why I should care about that. To save his life, Harvey had to bow his head and beg. All right, I was wrong. He promised loudly, I will not exploit the adventurers anymore. Saying that, Harvey immediately grabbed the silver coins on the ground, his movements very decisive. After wiping them clean, Harvey offered the gold coins to Sun-Hun with both hands. I will do anything. Please save me. Seeing no reaction from him, he gritted his teeth. Finally, Sun-Hun sighed and accepted. I guess I have no other choice because you are so desperate. I'm really too easygoing. Then he took a potion bottle out of his shirt. Seeing the bottle, Harvey's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. All right, all I need is that medicine. Arrogant brat, I will make you pay at least 3 times over for this humiliation once I am cured. Sun-Hun took out a syringe and drew the solution from the bottle. After finishing, he explained, Oh, by the way, this is not an antidote. Harvey looked dumbfounded. What? In the blink of an eye, the sharp tip of the needle was right in front of Harvey's eyes. Man proposes, God disposes. Sun-Hun took advantage of his distraction and stabbed the needle straight into the main artery in his neck. Harvey trembled violently, tears welling up. You scammer! Sun-Hun didn't care about that. He pondered. Currently, I can't formulate the lacatoxin antidote. He gently pressed the syringe to inject the medicine into Harvey. But a sustain potion will protect his respiratory system and help him stabilize. Let's just use this for now. After the injection, Harvey felt a slight sting, but his condition improved. I can breathe now.
He was about to say something. Now then, but a second later he fell flat on his back, making Rick cry out in panic. Guildmaster! Seeing this, Sun-Hun was not worried at all, the corners of his mouth lifting high. Sun-Hun tilted his head slightly and chuckled. I might toy with the lives of my patients, but I am not a scammer.
That day, in front of the Adventurers Guild building, Rebecca chatted happily with Sun-Hun. Unbelievable. I've never seen anyone overwhelm Guildmaster Harvey like that. She scratched her head and laughed, saying, I shouldn't say this about a sick person, but watching that scene was really satisfying. Sun-Hun smiled in response and thought to himself, it seems she's been holding a grudge for a long time too. Jung-ho stood nearby, folded his arms and smiled bitterly, saying, in the end, we couldn't really investigate the guilt, even though we got a carriage. Sun-Hun encouraged him again. We still have tomorrow. With nothing else to do, Rebecca ran off, looking back to wave at the two of them. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. The two returned the greeting. Goodbye. We should get going too. Returning to the restroom, Sun-Hun sat down on the mattress. Now then, he said seriously to Jung-ho, there are 3 things bothering me. Wearing his pajamas and holding a pink teddy bear, he asked blankly, 3 things?
Sun-Hun started pointing out. First is the guild's workshop. It's completely empty, as if it's about to close down. Jung-ho rolled his eyes, remembering Harvey's wicked expression, and replied, maybe everyone quit because of the guildmaster's temper. I would have quit too. Sun-Hun sighed and continued, I'm sure his personality has always been that terrible, so there must be some special reason. Then he raised his second finger. The second thing is a minor detail, but it's Rebecca's attitude. Jung-ho asked in confusion, what about her? Sun-Hun replied, it seems she has some kind of history with the guild. He had observed his surroundings sharply and brought it up again. She obviously spoke less when we entered the workshop and looked like she was trying to hide herself, as if she didn't want to be seen by someone. We also found out that the clay used for the curse is the kind used for making dolls, thanks to her. Sun-Hun's tone was quite certain. I think Rebecca used to be part of the guild. Next, he raised his third finger. At this moment, Jung-ho's eyes lit up like stars. The third is the fact that Guildmaster Harvey was poisoned. Seeing his eager for gossip expression, Sun-Hun paused for a moment and then waved his hand, saying, no more, never mind. Jung-ho sounded quite disappointed upon hearing that. You're making me so curious. Sun-Hun stubbornly kept his mouth shut. It wouldn't be fun if I revealed everything now. I will tell you later. Jung-ho replied dejectedly. Now I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Little did the two of them know that Feng Green was standing below the house, his cold eyes looking up at Sun-Hun's brightly lit room. The next day, a shout echoed through the large mansion. You! Harvey jumped up from his seat, pointing his finger at Sun-Hun. You're here again. What are you going to do this time? Weren't you entertained enough yesterday? Sun-Hun narrowed his eyes in a non-committal smile and replied, what am I going to do? I already told you yesterday. He explained again with a hint of impatience. I can't concoct the Lakakotoxin antidote because I don't have the ingredients, remember? So the best we can do is wait for the poison to naturally flush out of your body. That's why you have to drink a Rustin potion every 3 hours. Hearing this, Harvey cast a wary glance at him. So Sun-Hun winked at him, smiling as brightly as a flower. And that's why I came here to give you a quick checkup. I'm so kind, aren't I? Seeing his expression, Harvey clenched his fists in extreme anger. You scamming brat. He felt defeated, as if he had been caught by the throat. This guy only gave him just enough potion for 1 day and told him he would have to kneel and beg for every single bottle from now on. Suddenly, Harvey realized something, and a thought popped into his mind. The fact that he came straight here without waiting meant that he wanted something from him. He then regained his composure, pulled out his chair, and sat down. Goodness, all right. Now tell me what you really want. Sun-Hun hummed as he walked over to him. You catch on quick. Actually, there's something I want to ask you. He placed 3 photos on the table and asked seriously, do you know these people?
Harvey leaned against the edge of the table, glancing at those photos. How would I know them? They dress like a bunch of freaks. Sun-Hun did not give up and asked again. We suspect they are followers of a mysterious religion that has recently been spreading among the villagers of Chekati. Do you really not know them? Harvey turned around, snorted coldly, and replied, No, I don't know. I don't care what commoners do. Sun-Hun had to use his trump card. Then what about Wisman? That name just now made Harvey freeze, and he asked stiffly, What? Seeing this, Jung-ho leaned forward and exclaimed, You have heard of it, haven't you? Harvey, for some reason seeming guilty, turned away and denied, No, I have never heard that name before. Sun-Hun was almost certain, the corner of his mouth curling up. His voice became extremely cold and sharp, making Harvey pale. I never said Wisman was a name. Sun-Hun took out the potion from yesterday, using it to threaten Harvey. Tell me everything you know. I want every single detail. To secure his own life, he had to tell everything. Wisman is the name of an entity that we have erased from our history. He walked over to the bookshelf and took out a book. Its name and all records of its existence were supposed to be destroyed.
Then he groped around and pressed a hidden button in the empty space left behind, and the entire bookshelf shifted to the side, revealing a secret door behind it. Harvey led Sun-Hun and Jung-Ho down to the basement, where there were many books. But we still have a few surviving documents stored here. Sun-Hun looked around and turned to sigh with Jung-Ho. You know, it's like anyone with a little power always creates a secret room like this. He chuckled in response. Isn't that everyone's dream? Suddenly, Sun-Hun noticed an old book on the table.
He carefully picked it up and opened the book. It looked like a diary of a Chakotay villager. Inside it was written, "This year we have another bumper harvest thanks to the goddess Wisman, the merciful earth goddess who always watches over the village. Tomorrow I will visit Wisman's temple in the Red Forest. Thanks to the goddess Wisman, we defeated the bandits who invaded our village. She loves Chakotay and we love her." After reading, Sun-Hun closed the book and let out a sigh. So Wisman is the guardian goddess of the Red Forest? Until now, Rebecca had been trying to hide her presence, but when she came down to this basement, she split off and was reading a book taken from the shelf. There was also a record saying that the goddess Wisman was the one who taught the Chakotay people how to make dolls from earth. Her hands trembled, her voice choked. Why? Rebecca lost control of her emotions and shouted a question that startled Harvey. How could you do such a thing? She immediately rushed towards Harvey. Anyone else could be understood, but why is the Dollmakers Guild trying to hide the existence of the goddess Wisman? Seeing this, Jung-Ho had to step up and use his body to block her. Hey, calm down. Harvey frowned, turned his head away, clicked his tongue, and said, "We have our own reasons." Sun-Hun glanced at him and asked, "Such as?" Harvey sighed and replied, "Some records have been lost, so I don't know the whole story either." He then revealed a surprising piece of information. But Wisman disappeared. We don't know why. Rebecca couldn't believe it and asked to confirm. She disappeared? Harvey answered glumly, "If a god disappears, it means they are dead." He recounted what he knew. It happened about 700 years ago. Chakotay fell into chaos after the sudden death of the goddess. The priests lost all their power, and the goddess's barrier protecting Chakotay also disappeared. At that time, the villagers were extremely miserable and lost all hope. Goddess Wisman is gone. Goddess Wisman, what should we do? The scene became desolate, and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. It is said that Chakotay was almost destroyed overnight. Just when it seemed like this was the end, there was a variable. After all, everything necessary to sustain the village depended on Wisman's power. But then the mages from Kama arrived. The mages from Kama took the initiative to lend a hand and pull the whole village up. "We will help you. We will protect Chakotay and provide you with everything you need." After hearing this, Sun-Hun wondered, did the Kama people do that for no reason? They would never do such a nice thing. Harvey replied faintly, "Of course they wanted something from us." He continued, "They wanted Wisman's compassion, the jewel that the goddess bestowed upon us. It is recorded that the Chakotay people treated it as Wisman herself and worshipped it as such."
In this world, no one will help others unconditionally. That is something everyone understands. The mages coveted the immense mana and holy power it held. The dollmakers, witnessing the village's collapse, stole the gem and sold it to them. Jung-Ho continued, "The worshippers of Wisman couldn't just let that happen, but the priests had lost all their power. I'm sure they were no match for the guild." Harvey immediately confirmed his words. Exactly. Her worshippers protested, but the dollmakers easily dealt with them. They ransacked every corner of Chakotay and erased Wisman's name wherever they found it. And they rewrote history to make everyone believe that all the goddess's achievements actually belonged to Kama. Rebecca frowned slightly, asking in confusion why they had to do all those things. Harvey answered in a deep voice. Surely they were afraid Wisman would return, afraid she would punish them once she came back. But once a god is forgotten by their people, they can never return. He looked at the large bookshelves here and said, but even so, they couldn't eliminate everything entirely. And so the guildmasters of the Dollmakers Guild have preserved her story through many generations. Even if everyone forgets, at least we must keep the memory of her alive. Do you understand what I mean? As if remembering something, Harvey glanced at Sun-Hun and asked, "But how do you know about Wisman?" He tilted his head slightly and replied calmly, "If it's an ultimate secret, then what is all the commotion in the village about?" "Huh? We thought you were the ones trying to restore the Church of Wisman." Hearing Sun-Hun say that, Harvey suddenly raised his voice. "What?" He pointed his finger and sneered. "Why would I do that? The Dollmakers Guild would be severely punished if Wisman is resurrected." Returning to the Dollmakers Guild, Sun-Hun felt a bit disappointed. He thought the guy was definitely the mastermind. Seeing him looking gloomy, Jung-Ho awkwardly encouraged him. "Hey, it's okay. You're only human too. Sometimes you can make mistakes. You're still the best." Sun-Hun looked up at him and said nonchalantly, "Jung-Ho, let's just give him a really hard smite." Standing to the side, Rebecca sighed heavily. Who exactly are these followers of Wisman, and what do they want? Seeing them muttering among themselves, Harvey exclaimed, "I still don't understand what you all are talking about. Followers of Wisman?" Rebecca, her mind in a mess, pouted and said, Don't you know? The whole village is in an uproar over the Wisman cult, even though they don't use her name directly. Harvey was startled, his tone clearly revealing his anxiety. Do you mean there are actually people trying to resurrect Wisman? As if I haven't had enough trouble already. Sun-Hun, sensing something, immediately asked, is something wrong at the guild? Rebecca also just remembered and added, come to think of it, things do seem a bit strange here. You don't have any customers, and I don't see many doll makers. Harvey turned pale, sweat pouring down as he hastily waved his hands in denial. Of course not. The guild is still operating completely normally. Sun-Hun looked at him coldly and thought, his acting is terrible. Harvey was still trying to hide the truth when the door was slowly pushed open. What could possibly happen when The newcomer was Fanroll, who interrupted Harvey. Guildmaster, you shouldn't lie. Sun-Hun didn't know Fanroll at all and wondered, who is that? Fanroll stepped inside, smiled faintly, and stated bluntly, the Chakotiti Dollmakers Guild is about to go bankrupt. Seeing Fanroll appear and say those words, Harvey furiously slammed his hand on the table and ground his teeth. Why you... Without anyone noticing when, he had grabbed a hammer and was ready to swing it. Harvey threw it straight at Fanroll. I thought I told you never to come back here. He just tilted his head slightly to dodge it. Oh my. The sound of his leather shoes clicked against the floor. I heard your health is declining.
Fanroll walked up to Harvey and leaned close to his face, whispering in his ear, I don't think you can run the guild in this weak state. Sun-Hun and Jung-Ho were like two outsiders eating popcorn and watching the drama. It was so dramatic, which happens quite often. A few seconds later, Fanroll noticed that they were also here. He turned around looking at Sun-Hun's group with a half smile and said, Oh my, you have guests. Seeing this, Jung-Ho waved his hands and spoke up, Don't mind us, just continue. Fanroll smiled and bowed politely. I apologize, I never thought anyone would come looking for my master anymore. Harvey glared at him furiously. What did you just say? Fanroll completely turned around and strode away, mocking Harvey as he walked. These are your first customers in a long time. They deserve your full attention. I don't want to bother everyone, so I'll take my leave now. He pointed his finger at Fanroll and yelled, Get out of my sight! Reaching the door, he looked back and smiled, saying, See you later, master. Harvey couldn't control his anger and slammed his hand on the table again. Sun-Hun glanced at Fanroll's departing back and commented, He is really polite, even though we just met for the first time, huh? What an arrogant guy. I'm sure he's a bad person. Jung-Ho got in his face and said bluntly, You're the one who should be saying that. The two of them whispered to each other, oblivious to the furious aura surrounding Harvey. Would it be too impolite to directly ask him what happened? Probably. Suddenly Sun-Hun noticed something. Seeing Rebecca standing with her back turned, trying to pull her hood down low as if hiding herself, he asked in wonder, Rebecca, what's wrong?
She still clutched her hood tightly and stammered, It's nothing at all. At the cafeteria of the Dollmakers Guild, Sun-Hun went to Rick to ask, A long-haired man dressed like a noble? His face darkened. So you guys have met him, Rick, the Chakotay dollmaker said. Sun-Hun's group stared intently at Rick, which startled him. He urged the three of them, Eat a little before I tell you. Sun-Hun happily replied, Then I won't hesitate. After that, Rick began to tell the story of Fangreen as Sun-Hun's group requested. His name is Fangreen Spencer. He is a former student of my master, and he joined the guild at the same time as me. He poked at his salad with his chopsticks. However, my skills couldn't even compare to his. Sun-Hun interjected, He must have been excellent. Rick forced a smile and continued, He was the most outstanding among the guild's apprentices here. Admiration could be heard in his voice. Normally it takes 5 to 6 dollmakers to make a golem, but he could do it all by himself, and he could immediately point out the problem of a broken puppet just by looking at it. Thanks to that talent, almost right after he joined the guild, many people considered him the only candidate capable of becoming the next master of the guild. Unexpectedly, a conflict arose between Fangreen and Harvey. But it seems, even someone like Fangreen was not good enough for the master. Rick used a respectful look and tone to talk about Harvey. You know, he's the most talented puppet maker in the history of the guild. Jung-Ho, sitting next to them, listened very attentively. He excitedly asked, Is he really that good? I wish his personality was just as good.
Zix recounted the discord between the two. The master had never shown him favoritism, nor even praised him once, and Fangreen was very arrogant, so he refused to yield. At this moment, he looked quite sad, as the conflict between the two worsened. Zix hid nothing and told everything to Sun-Hun's group. That was until Fangreen disappeared without a word about 3 months ago, only to return a month later with an incredible doll. His next words left Sun-Hun and Jung-Ho completely astonished. A golem that could move on its own without magic power. Jung-Ho seemed to disbelieve it and asked again, It moves without any energy source? Is that even possible? Zix smiled wryly and continued, Because of that, the guild was turned completely upside down. The problem happened afterward. At the Dollmakers Guild 2 months ago, Fangreen's golem doll was introduced. The people in the guild all praised him, saying, This is an outstanding achievement that will revolutionize the entire doll-making industry. Fangreen, you are truly amazing. Harvey slowly walked over to assess it.
Not bad. We can't use it for anything right now, but it does pique my interest. Fang Green at that time only replied indifferently out of courtesy. Thank you. Harvey stared at the golem doll without taking his eyes off it, thinking to himself, so this is what he has been making all this time. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and Fang Green saw it too. I don't like this, but he is the most logical choice to hand the guild over to. There's no one else worth considering. After thinking carefully, Harvey declared, all right then, I suppose you at least won't damage my reputation. When I retire, I will let you become the next master of the guild. Upon hearing this, Fang Green was extremely surprised. His eyes lit up. Master! But just a few seconds later, he revealed a wicked smile. In that case, Fang Green coldly suggested, I want to take over immediately, if you don't mind. Fang Green's arrogance made Harvey's eyes turn red and glare widely. What? Fang Green burst into laughter with an extremely arrogant tone. I have achieved something that even you couldn't do. I have the talent, the experience, and now the achievement, so there is no reason for me to work under you anymore, right? Those words made Harvey extremely furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Who do you think you are? He straightforwardly threw objects at Fang Green. You insolent brat, get out of my guild immediately. Zix and another person had to hold Harvey's arms back and advised, Master, please calm down. Fang Green sat on the ground, his laughter both sorrowful and distorted. So there's no other way. I didn't want to be the one to put an end to the guild. He was injured by Harvey's beating. His eyes narrowed slightly. But since you wanted it this way, Fang Green stood up and lightly touched his golem doll. From today onwards, I will leave the guild. Harvey calmed down a bit and couldn't help but ask, Are you planning to establish your own guild?
Fanroll turned back to look at him, his smile remaining unchanged. That's right. For now, let's call it the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Returning to the present, Sun-Hun curiously asked Zix, So the reason why there isn't anyone in the workshop is because... He bowed his head and sighed before answering. After Fang Green established the guild, most of our dollmakers followed him. Zix gloomily recalled the joy of those who left. Go to hell, Harvey. Hope to never see you again, he said in a low voice. Fang Green is indeed too talented, and they won't have to endure Master's temper anymore. Junhel rested his chin on his hand and made an assessment, meaning Harvey brought this upon himself. Sun-Hun also partially understood. I knew it. He suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked, But you and a few others staying behind, right? Zix wiped his tears, slammed his hand on the table, and said loudly, Well, even though Master is a terrible person, his eyes sparkled, but his works are beautiful enough for us to overlook his temper. Seeing that demeanor, Sun-Hun and Jung-Ho tacitly understood each other, so he isn't normal either. He's even worse than Harvey. After that, Zix returned to normal, cleared his throat, and continued, So I am extremely grateful that you treated Master Harvey. He spoke his inner thoughts. I couldn't believe that he was poisoned. He half closed his eyes. The third thing that bothers me. Since yesterday, Sun-Hun had been feeling bothered by something, which was the lacatoxin poison Master Harvey had been afflicted with. It was a high-quality synthetic poison created by mixing several different types of poisons. He spoke frankly to Zix. In other words, it wasn't natural that he got poisoned. Hearing this, he was startled and confused. So, you're saying... Sun-Hun's face became sharp, and his tone was as cold as ice. It was an intentional act. Someone is trying to assassinate Master Harvey. Everyone in the room was terrified and asked in unison, An assassination? Sun-Hun began to inquire. Do you know who that person could be? Perhaps someone who holds a grudge? Zix's expression was still anxious as he replied, I don't know. Almost half the town of Tukoti hates the Master. Jung-Ho still optimistically spoke up. Then at least half of them don't hate him. Zix could only give a wry smile and explain. The other half have never met him. You underestimated him. Is he even worse than you thought? Then Sun-Hun made a suggestion. Then could you tell us where he has been recently? Zix recalled the incident at that time. The Master hasn't stepped outside since the dollmakers left. He needed rest, so he told them to get lost. He has been completely focused on his work at the guild. He seemed very anxious. Sun-Hun's eyes were full of thoughtful analysis. Secluded for 2 months, which means he wasn't poisoned outside. Suddenly Jung-Ho whispered to inform, Hey doctor, maybe it's one of the apprentices still at the guild. Sun-Hun realized and replied, Not sure anymore. Sun-Hun further analyzed the current situation. Since yesterday they have been taking turns giving Harvey medicine, trying their best to keep him alive. Zix was also anxious and busy. Watch the dishes later. If they wanted him dead, he would have been dead long ago, and they are fanatic about Harvey's dolls. Suddenly a hand was raised hesitantly, and Rebecca hesitantly offered a name. It could be Fang Green Spencer. Sun-Hun seemed to agree with the idea. Judging from this situation, he is the most suspicious person, but something isn't right. However, he still deduced another point. It seems like Master Harvey was exposed to a large amount of poison in a short period of time. It looks like the culprit continuously fed him poison for several days. It would be very difficult for Fang Green to get that close, because Master Harvey hates him to the bone. Jung-Ho gave an assessment. Maybe he asked someone else to poison Harvey. Then he turned and asked, Zix, are there any other customers in the guild? While listening to the answer, Sun-Hun seemed to have thought of something. Besides Fang Green, I'm not sure. I think there are only adventurers. Suddenly he stood up to confirm. Zix, Master Harvey is the only one who makes dolls from the clay that the adventurers bring here, right? Zix nodded and replied, that's right. The rest have to find their own clay to make them. Sun-Hun was seen smiling triumphantly and suggested, take us to where you store the clay right now. A thunderous punch flew straight at a person. He immediately slid on the ground. He gritted his teeth and shouted, hey, what's wrong with you? Sun-Hun replied, that's what I want to ask you. The next sentence made the guy's face darken. We found poison in the clay you brought to the guild today. Sun-Hun stated, according to our investigation, you are a repeat offender. Even so, he still tried to justify. I don't know what you're talking about. You got the wrong guy. Saying that, Sun-Hun lost his patience and dragged him into a dead-end alley. The rest covered their ears. However, the screams still pierced their ears. After finishing the job, Sun-Hun dusted off his hands and sighed. Goodness. The other two excitedly asked, did you get anything out of him? Sun-Hun replied, yeah, he started confessing after a few warm-up punches of mine. Then he took out the key very triumphantly. We were right. This is the key to the warehouse of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. As for the other guy, he was unconscious after the beating.
At the Spencer Dollmakers Guild, the three of them had arrived. This place looks like a warehouse. The key is ready to unlock. The door has been opened. They went inside to take a look. What do you think, Doctor? Sun-Hun used the system to check, utilizing the observation eye. This soil has been contaminated with lacotoxin, which will poison anyone who comes into contact with it. Everything has been poisoned. Jung-Ho nodded in admiration. So this is for sure, right? Your eyes are really useful. Sun-Hun replied, that's right. Since we have evidence now, we can...
Suddenly, someone appeared and interrupted. I didn't expect you to go this far. Fang Green smiled smugly. Actually, I was planning to visit you. Thanks for helping me avoid the trouble. Jung-Ho held up his glowing shovel and spoke. You probably understand that your secret is out, right? He got into a ready stance and probed. Are you planning to kill us? Fang Green just gave a faint smile and denied it. Not exactly. Unexpectedly, he made an offer. It's almost time for afternoon tea. Would you guys like to join me? Regarding the Spencer Dollmakers Guild, he explained, there has been a misunderstanding. Fang Green sat leisurely and said, I have no intention of killing my master. Sun-Hun replied with absolute certainty. We have the evidence right here, yet you still pretend to be innocent? Fang Green justified himself. I really intended to give him the antidote when he needed it. Sun-Hun continued asking, then why did you do all of that? He just fell silent for a moment. I'm sure you already know the reason. Saying that, he brought out a book, and Sun-Hun read the title with some surprise. The Wisman Cult. Fang Green took a sip of tea and said, my goal is to restore the Wisman Cult and bring Lady Wisman back. His eyes became gloomier as he explained. The Dollmakers Guild has a lot of documents related to Lady Wisman, and I must have them. Sharing his thoughts. Initially, I planned to let it be passed down to me, but I had to change the plan because Master Harvey would probably be perfectly healthy for at least the next 30 years. Therefore, he decided to poison him to achieve his goal. I thought he would hand over the guild if his condition worsened. Hearing this, Jung-Ho couldn't help but exclaim, you have a problem. Sun-Hun glanced over and asked further, so why do you want to restore the Wisman cult so badly, to the point that you are willing to stab your master in the back?
Fanroll just gave a faint smile, then his eyes became strange as he replied, have you ever had a teacher yourself, or met someone you thought you could never surpass? His overwhelming obsession made him think, to me, Master Harvey is such a person. If I can ever catch up to him, it would only be after he passes away. Fanroll expressed his true feelings. No matter what happens, I can never surpass him, and this has always tormented me. Sun-Hun replied indifferently, honestly speaking, I don't think I care. Fanroll suddenly clasped his hands together. So I realized that if I cannot surpass my teacher, as he spoke, his expression grew increasingly excited, then I will drag him down so that he has to kneel at my feet. At this point, Sun-Hun was horrified. What? In Fanroll's mind, once Wisman returns, the Dollmakers Guild will collapse due to its unforgivable crimes against her, and Master Harvey will also be punished. He thought that if he was cursed and could never be a dollmaker again, that is what he desires. Fanroll's increasingly distorted face revealed his true nature. And finally, I can surpass my teacher while he is still alive. It got to the point where Jung-Ho shuddered at the sight. Are all dollmakers this abnormal? Seriously, why are all of them like this? Even Sun-Hun had to admit that he was worse than Zix. However, Sun-Hun still had other thoughts. But something is not right. He deliberately asked more to provoke Fanroll's mood. This guy, is that all there is? Fanroll did not disappoint him, answering with a smug face.
He held his stomach and laughed loudly, exclaiming, you are really sharp. That's right, but that's not all. This is simply what I want. Finally, he revealed the real reason he revived the Wisman cult was for Chakotay. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. For the village? Fang Green just squeezed his eyes shut and replied, look at Chakotay now.
The image of the dilapidated village appeared. The place was almost uninhabitable anymore. There were no medical facilities at all. Not to mention there were no healers, even though people were injured every day. And the ones who caused this left. Kama was the cause of this tragedy, and they did nothing. They abandoned Chakotay. Suddenly, Fang Green slammed the table in anger, and to make matters worse, he buried his face and choked up talking about the suffering of the people there. Because of the red-haired bandits robbing everyone recently, the innocent people in Chakotay were unjustly mistreated. Hearing him mention it, it seemed the leader of this bandit group was originally a noble from Kama. We will become an order of knights. Jung-ho and Sun-Hun suddenly felt guilty. We are very sorry to hear that. He would kill us if he knew we helped with the Bloodroot incident. We are very sorry to hear that. Saying that, Fang Green touched the book and explained, this record belongs to one of my ancestors, who used to be a member of the Dollmakers Guild. I am sure he wanted to end the deceit of Kama and the Dollmakers Guild as much as I do. He picked up the book and affirmed, the Wisman cult is what Chakotay desperately needs right now. After saying everything, Fang Green seemed helpless. If after hearing all this you still want to stop me, then Sun-Hun interrupted. I have no intention of doing so. He just smiled brightly and expressed, there is no reason for me to stop you from restoring the cult for a good cause.
While he was still talking, saying, I even wanted to help you, Rebecca watched and could only secretly curse. Bullshit. Jung-ho also realized it. Liar. Fang Green satisfactorily made an offer. So do you want to cooperate with us? Sun-Hun wondered. How? Fang Green proposed. I want you to talk to Master Harvey for me. Back off. We really need his help if we want to resurrect Wisman. Jung-ho asked curiously, why do you need that bastard's help? But Fang Green wouldn't give it away easily. I can't tell you the details yet. At this moment, Sun-Hun suddenly smiled and said, we will do our best. Then he asked in a serious tone to confirm once more. There is one last thing I want to ask you. Were those masked guys who tried to kill us also from the cult? Fang Green explained with an innocent face. Those were just mercenaries I hired. They are not members of the cult. I sent them to investigate someone who was snooping around about Wisman. Hearing this, Sun-Hun seemed to have a calculation. But if I had known they were so violent, I would never have hired them. I understand. Finally, the tea party came to an end. It's late. We have to go right away. Time flies when we enjoy tea, doesn't it? Jung-ho didn't forget to praise before leaving. Thanks for the tea. It was very delicious. However, Fang Green's eyes were observant. Then he reached out his arm, pulling Rebecca back by her cloak. Fang Green smiled and spoke up. Before you leave, you should at least say goodbye. As the words were spoken, after all, I am your only older brother. Jung-ho immediately reacted. What? You are her older brother? Fang Green replied with an attitude. Didn't you know? Luina is my little sister. Sun-Hun wondered, who is Luina? Rebecca replied, that is my real name. At this time, Fang Green patted her shoulder and lectured. I see you are still wasting your time. You left home with the excuse of wanting to become an adventurer, yet you look like you haven't changed at all.
As he leaned in and whispered, it made her even more timid. I told you, you're not suited for this job. While he was interrogating her, what have you been doing while I was working hard for Chakotay? Jung-ho indignantly spoke up. Hey, you don't need to be so harsh. Unexpectedly, Fang Green's eyes flared with anger. Luina is the only family I have left in this world. How can I not worry when she insists on rushing into danger? That overwhelming aura made Jung-ho become wary. No, I mean, you should at least be a little gentler. Fang Green sighed and remarked, you're no different from when you were a doll maker. He squeezed Rebecca's shoulder tightly and reminded her, if you don't have talent, you should at least work hard, but you don't even do that. At this moment, a suffocating feeling enveloped the two of them. Even though I know for sure you will say you tried your best, every overwhelming word of yours comes out, but if you have nothing to prove it, it's no different from doing nothing. The more he spoke, the more frightened Rebecca became. If you're only planning to become a mediocre adventurer, it's best to just give up. Suddenly, Sun-Hun spoke up to stop him. Enough. Taking advantage of him coming to the rescue, Rebecca was able to escape from Fang Green. I don't know much about Luina Spencer, but my friend Rebecca is doing quite well in our party.
She was deeply moved and looked at him, calling him Sun-Hun. Then Sun-Hun relaxed and smiled as if he understood. Fang Green rubbed his wrists in silence for a moment, then sighed and said, It seems my sister has met some reliable comrades this time. At the place known as Chakotay Street, Rebecca cried and said, That's why I didn't want to see my brother. Jung-ho sighed. I can't believe someone like that is related to you. She gloomily replied, It hurts even more knowing that he isn't completely wrong. Her eyes filled with tears as she wanted to give up. Maybe I really should give up being an adventurer. Just then a can of drink was handed to her, along with a voice. What does he know about being an adventurer when he always lives safely and peacefully in the village? It was Sun-Hun encouraging her. You travel the world and complete missions without losing your life. Here, so in my eyes, you are already a true adventurer. These words seemed to soothe Rebecca's soul. She didn't need to listen to ignorant people like him. She looked at the can of drink happily. Thank you very much. Jung-ho asked, But are you really going to let the fanatical cult off the hook, Doctor? Sun-Hun affirmed.
Of course not. He then pointed out he was clearly lying about those masked people not being from the cult, which surprised Jung-ho. He was lying? Sun-Hun explained about the so-called instant death curse, which puts immense pressure on the caster. Therefore, they are rarely used unless it is absolutely necessary to prevent someone from revealing a secret. The fact that they were cursed proves they hold important information. There is no way they were just simple adventurers. He opened the can of drink and pondered. Who knows what he's hiding? I'm sure there's more to it. While Jung-ho was still stuck, asking, so where should we start our investigation? Rebecca provided information. Back home, Fong Green once said that he had found documents about Lady Wisman there.
She suggested, why don't we investigate my house first, making both of them a bit surprised. Your house? Eventually they arrived. The Spencer Mansion? Sun-Hun activated the system using Observation Eye. Warning, a powerful defensive magic has been activated, attacking anyone who approaches without permission. But the result was not as expected, making Sun-Hun exclaim, the security is really tight. Jung-ho spoke up, but it doesn't matter, because the owner is right here. After saying that, Rebecca brought the key to open it. It's open. The three of them stepped inside to observe. It looked like no one lived here. So you mean Fang Green lives in this creepy place? I used to live here too, you know. Rebecca explained, my brother Fang Green moved out when he was young and lived in the guild's dormitory. He only visited frequently when my parents passed away to take care of the inheritance. While walking, Jung-ho asked, so who takes care of this place? She also clarified, previously my family had servants, but my brother fired all of them. While telling the story, she suddenly pointed, so since then, the image in front of them surprised the other two. Huh? As in the room were active dolls. They had taken care of everything. Jung-ho was so terrified that he screamed, what kind of bizarre world is this? Are they monsters? Is this a dungeon? Rebecca tried to explain to reassure him. No, they are just cleaning puppets. My brother made them. Meanwhile, Sun-Hun just exclaimed, although he is a noble, using dolls instead of humans is still a luxury, and I'm sure the maintenance cost also costs a fortune. He seemed to realize that the servants in the mansion were probably fired shortly after Fang Green found the documents about Wisman. To prevent the information in those records from leaking? Rebecca nodded in agreement. Exactly. Dolls won't tell anyone what they see and hear. From the existing clues, Sun-Hun asserted that the fact he is still using dolls must mean he is still hiding something here. After saying that, Rebecca led the two to a room. This is the master bedroom, which means my brother's room. As soon as Jung-ho entered, he commented, there is nothing unusual here at all. Suddenly, Sun-Hun called out, Jung-ho, do you remember what I said in the basement of the Dollmakers Guild? Jung-ho blankly confirmed, you mean the thing about those in power? He started criticizing, that they are rude, incompetent, living by exploiting commoners. Sun-Hun nodded, yeah, it's all true. After saying that, he activated Observation Eye. Those in power use Observation Eye.
Light emitted from behind the painting. The switch was sealed, an old seal that had recently been broken by someone, capable of opening the door leading to the basement, which always creates a secret room. After finding the switch, he quickly pressed the button. A door instantly appeared beneath Jung-ho's feet. He fell through it, taking a long tumble down the stairs. Sun-Hun laughed loudly and asked, see it? Jung-ho whispered weakly in reply, I see it. Saying that, Sun-Hun stepped down. Rebecca observed and complained, it's too messy. Meanwhile, Sun-Hun also realized that there were all kinds of other things here. Suddenly, he stopped at another stele. What is this? The text translation. A great entity loved Chakotay. This will be the place where we record the merits of Lady Wisman. Sun-Hun announced, this is a record from one of your ancestors. Then he continued reading. Lady Wisman is the guardian goddess worshipped in Chakotay. She was the first doll maker of Chakotay. Lady Wisman is the guardian goddess worshipped in Chakotay.
Finally, he just made a remark that it only repeated what we had already discovered at the guild. It seemed they just copied the documents hidden there. He couldn't transmit it back to his guild because this entire wall was the record itself. Suddenly, Rebecca pointed out that there was some new information. According to the records, a legend of Chakotay, the goddess loved the forest as well as all the living creatures in it, and she tried to protect them. The story goes that protecting that entire vast forest was beyond her power, even for a goddess. After much agonizing, the goddess shared her power and created copies, her children. Those newly born copies established a village in the center of the forest to worship the goddess. Over time, a spacious village was built, which was later named Chakotay. Reading up to here, Sun-Hun understood. In other words, Chakotay was founded by the very copies of Wisman. The people of Chakotay are the descendants of Wisman. Jung-ho also gave his opinion. So the people in the Dollmakers Guild basically betrayed their own mother. Meanwhile, a wolf was still alive, and suddenly it lunged at them. Jung-ho was attacked by it first.
He screamed in pain. After attacking him, the wolf quickly kept its distance. Jung-ho had stopped at a certain distance. The more ferocious the wolf became, the more its body emitted light. Rebecca, while worrying about Jung-ho, explained that it was an ego golem of the firewolf. He lay trembling, wondering to himself, why is it always me? Sun-Hun was a bit doubtful. An ego golem? Rebecca explained further. Those are special golems that only Master Harvey could create. Looking at the ferocious wolf in front of them, it didn't have a soul, but operated thanks to the magic power containing the ego, so it could think and act like any living creature.
Suddenly, it rushed towards Rebecca again. Sun-Hun was already prepared, summoning the silver glory from his inventory. Just one slash split the wolf in half and it fell to the ground unconscious. Even so, Sun-Hun kept a vigilant watch. Unexpectedly, even though it was taken apart like Legos, the wolf stood up again. It's standing up again. Rebecca explained that the golem would continue to attack if he didn't destroy its core. Sun-Hun asked, "Where is the core?" At this time, Jung-Ho also summoned his weapon, adding that it depended on the craftsman who made it. His hand tightly gripped the hilt. Then he stood up in anger and scolded, "You coward!" Saying that, he charged at the wolf. "You want to ambush me, huh?" After a few slashes, the wolf was once again taken apart like Legos, leaving the other two staring in bewilderment. Jung-Ho was extremely excited. "I don't even need to use the observation eye. That's how it should be." Rebecca was puzzled again. But why is there an ego golem here? Sun-Hun speculated that Fang Green must have learned it. Jung-Ho observed and concluded, "Then maybe we will also find that thing here." Jung-Ho's words made Sun-Hun realize something. "I mean the secret behind the golems that can move without magic power." Seeing him run off without saying a word made Jung-Ho confused. "Huh? Where are you running to?" As Sun-Hun ran, he thought to himself, "Ever since we walked in here, I've smelled something from this direction. Could it be?" Finally, he stopped in front of a door. The other two also caught up. "Wait for us. You're walking too fast. You'll easily get lost." When Jung-Ho looked inside, he froze. There it was, a wolf that had already died.
Not only that, but there are many other species. What are all these things? Rebecca covered her face, speechless. It's terrible. Who could do such a thing? Sun-Hun stepped up to observe this corpse. He realized that it looked like the fire wolf golems they had encountered earlier. It was true. Jung-Ho frowned and speculated. Did he kill them all to design golems from them? That's so gross. Rebecca voiced her opinion. I don't think so. She still didn't believe it, assuming that her brother was more than capable of designing golems without having to kill animals. He only needed a blueprint. Jung-Ho retorted, "Then why did he do such a terrible thing?" As for Sun-Hun, he observed his surroundings. "I hope this isn't what I'm thinking." Then he used his ability on the golem. Using analysis, its body gradually melted away, analyzing the firewolf golem. After that, a sphere of light immediately appeared. Jung-Ho was surprised. "Huh, what is that?" When Sun-Hun explained that it was the soul of a living creature, it horrified the other two. What? Sun-Hun made his assessment. This madman, making dolls from the souls of living creatures? Rebecca couldn't believe the truth. Oh my God! She almost collapsed. What has my brother done? As for Jung-Ho, he tried his best to search for everything. His brain definitely has a problem. Did he extract souls to put into dolls? He rummaged through the existing records with the hope. If we continue to search, maybe we will know what he's trying to do.
Ultimately not disappointing him, he brought out the notebook and called Dr. Kang. About this notebook, Sun-Hun suggested, let's take a look at it. Upon opening it, Rebecca recognized her brother's handwriting. According to the records in the notebook, Lady Wisman did not abandon us. She decomposed her power throughout the Red Forest and became one with it. Lady Wisman might have disappeared like a god, but she only changed her form. She has always been protecting us based on the records my ancestors left behind. Meeting Lady Wisman is impossible because she has become one with the forest. However, I didn't agree, but Fang Green didn't think so. He made a different decision. I will create a doll based on her appearance. If I can transfer her will, power, and faith into the doll, then Lady Wisman will be reborn once again to become a deity. Reading up to this point, Jung-Ho couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell is this? Rebecca also pondered to herself. I never thought she had become the Red Forest itself. Jung-Ho walked while expressing his thoughts. But is this possible? I bet the Wisman cult will somehow take care of the faith part. But how can they collect the will and power of a goddess? Sun-Hun flipped to another page and replied, it's written right here. He read the records aloud. A normal person cannot collect the power of a god, but it would be possible if you collected the remains of that god. After considering it, I used the only thing Lady Wisman left behind before she disappeared.
A mysterious creature appeared and spoke, her right hand, the massive creature crawling above threateningly, sneaking into my place like a bunch of sewer rats. You really have caused enough trouble. Jung-Ho immediately recognized the voice, Fang Green. Sun-Hun also realized that he had been monitoring us through the dolls. Fang Green crawled down and confidently said, once he has that hand, reclaiming the power from the Red Forest is a piece of cake. Hearing this, Sun-Hun understood. Of course, the forest became unstable right after the protective layer was gone. Rebecca also anxiously spoke up. So the reason the monsters in the forest became violent is... Sun-Hun explained. The magic power leaking from Kama might be the main cause. Saying that, he looked at Fang Green and affirmed, but you are the second cause. Rebecca immediately reacted fiercely. How could you? Do you know how many casualties have happened in the Red Forest? Fang Green just stated it as a matter of fact. Chakotay will be great again when Wisman is reincarnated. All the damages happening right now are not important. At this time, Sun-Hun smirked and replied, not important? I also thought you would say that. He also exposed him, because your real problem right now is collecting the goddess's will. Fang Green smirked as if there was no need to hide anymore.
So you have figured it out? Jung-ho listened but still didn't understand. What are you talking about? Sun-Hun also knew the important clue that there was only one place to find Wisman's will after she disappeared. Her descendants, the ones she left behind to protect the Red Forest, are precisely the souls of the Chakotay villagers. Rebecca and Jung-ho were both horrified by the information before their eyes. Jung-ho gradually understood. So that whole pile of animal corpses were experiments to learn how to extract souls? Rebecca's hand trembled, tightly gripping her sword. So the one who attacked the villagers. Even so, she was still trying to deceive herself. Was it all your doing? It wasn't you, right? Please.
Fang Green called the Weena's name, unexpectedly answering with immense pride that it was of course him. He held the thought that he needed to extract souls and see them directly with his own eyes, to see if they truly carried her will. All of this was supposedly for the future happiness of Chakotay. The information before her left Rebecca stunned, after which she lunged at Fang Green and scolded, "You're crazy!" Jung-ho anxiously tried to stop her. "Rebecca, wait!" By this point, Rebecca had completely lost any remaining trust and lunged to attack Fang Green. But Fang Green did not hold back, grabbing her by the neck and throwing her hard against the wall. Jung-ho called out anxiously, "Rebecca!" Meanwhile, Rebecca scolded, "Hypocrite!" She could only continuously berate him. "You are a hypocrite, a piece of trash." She sobbed, finding it hard to accept. "How could you put innocent people in danger and kill them like that, and then say it's for the happiness of Chakotay?" Fang Green countered with his own reasoning. "How would you know what's good for Chakotay? You were the one who abandoned it. Our people have suffered too much contempt and oppression from Kama. Only Lady Wisman can save us. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the small things to gain a greater benefit. Oh well, from the very beginning, I never expected a failure like you to understand that." Meanwhile, Sun-Hun had closed in behind Fang Green. A single slash separated Fang Green's thinking device. Even so, his head was still smiling. As the head fell, Sun-Hun scolded at the same time. "There it is. He definitely doesn't deserve any leniency." Then he pinned down the remaining part of the body and threatened, "How should I deal with you?"
Sun-Hun reached out and asked, "Rebecca, can you stand up?" Rebecca reached out her hand and replied, "Yes, thank you." Jung-ho still hadn't recovered from what he had just heard. Fang Green, to think he would extract human souls just to make dolls. He is even more cruel than I thought. Sun-Hun talked about the current situation. If we submit Fang Green's diary as evidence, even the Adventurers Guild won't be able to ignore it. He then suggested, "It's best we leave before there are more victims." Jung-ho nodded. Right. Suddenly he discovered something. What the hell? The entrance door is slowly disappearing. He panicked and shouted, "What's going on? The entrance is sealed." Fang Green's head suddenly spoke up. "Oh my, one of you should have stayed outside the door." He smirked smugly and explained, "Once the basement door closes, you cannot open it unless you press the switch." Jung-ho angrily scolded, "Hey, open the door right now, or are you planning to kill your own sister too?" Fang Green immediately denied it. "No way. After all, she is my only family, and you are her friends. However, I cannot let you ruin the sacred ceremony to welcome Lady Wisman." He explained, "It will take about 3 days to complete the doll, so just stay here obediently until then." Jung-ho was provoked to anger and swung his weapon everywhere. When Fang Green announced that "I will let you go after the ceremony is completed," Jung-ho could only growl, "Why you?" Having said that, Fang Green left. Goodbye, leaving Jung-ho trying to scream. Wait, his foot crushing the clawhead model. This bastard. Rebecca worriedly suggested, "What should we do? Maybe we can dig a way out?" But Sun-Hun replied, "No."
He analyzed the structure of the dungeon. Based on the entrance, it seemed like this place was some sort of isolated space. If we try to escape by force, there is a chance we will fall into a dimensional rift. At this moment, Rebecca hesitantly spoke up. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't suggested coming here in the first place, this wouldn't have happened." Jung-ho spoke up to comfort her. "It's not your fault. Thanks to you, we finally know what Fang Green is doing." Even so, she still felt uneasy. "But everything will be meaningless if we can't get out of here." Jung-ho squeezed his eyes shut, feeling guilty. "You don't need to worry about that. I should have stayed outside." Then his expression changed as he believed. "I'm sure there will be a way out of here." His hopeful eyes looked over at Sun-Hun. "Right, doctor? Help us, please." This made Sun-Hun feel helpless as well. Good grief. While he was thinking, "Does he think I'm on mage or something?" he noticed the fragments of the doll, with the mind of a doctor working at full capacity. Suddenly he asked, "Rebecca, can you use the doll-making skill?" Rebecca was a little surprised, but still replied, "Huh? I'm not very good at this, but I know the basics." The answer satisfied Sun-Hun. Then he declared, "Perhaps we will find a way out of here." Jung-ho was excited. "I knew you would have a way," while Rebecca was still stunned. "Can we get out? How?"
Sun-Han began to explain. "It's very simple but also difficult. We will use a skill to control the dolls just like what Fang Green did and use them to press the switch on the other side of the door." He concluded, "If we can't get out by ourselves, we will have to use someone who is already outside." Even so, Jung-ho was still unsure if that could be done. Sun-Han affirmed, "We are in an isolated space, after all." Jung-ho raised another question. Can we affect everything in Azun while being in a completely different dimension? Sun-Hun picked up the fragment and provided evidence. Think about it for a moment. Fang Green was controlling this doll until just now, right? The fact that Fang Green could control this doll from the outside. At this point, Jung-Ho gradually understood, which means he can interfere with this space from the outside through a skill. Having said that, Sun-Han activated the system using the observation eye. He smiled and affirmed, I'm sure the creator of this place took precautions. At the same time, the space began to transform, to ensure that his descendant wouldn't be trapped here along with all the information about Wisman, and indeed, something appeared. A transmission magic circle had been activated, capable of casting skills through the spatial wall. Sun-Hun immediately announced, there is a transmission magic circle. It is used to amplify the effect of a skill and transmit it to where it's needed. Jung-Ho came up with an idea. So can we use any skill? Sun-Hun observed and replied, it seems this skill has some conditions. According to him, the main condition was that they could only transmit doll-making skills, and only members of the Spencer family could transmit the skill. Saying that, he looked over at Rebecca and stated, in other words, the only person who can help us get out of here is you, Rebecca. Rebecca was a bit confused upon receiving the information. What?
She immediately waved her hand to affirm, I can't do that. How can I control my brother's doll when I'm not even capable enough? Suddenly, Sun-Hun held her hand tightly to reassure her. Rebecca, listen to me first. He smiled and expressed, actually, I don't really care whether Chakati is destroyed or not. Strictly speaking, I'm just an outsider. This is not my business. These words made Jung-Ho also exclaim, whatever you say, that's really cruel. And then Sun-Hun hesitated. But, finally, with a face full of veins, he affirmed, I will do everything to teach that bastard Fang Green a lesson he will never forget. Speaking of this, he turned to Rebecca. Even an outsider like me won't give up. Will you give up your hometown so easily? Each word was full of encouragement. Fang Green locked you here even though he knew about the magic circle. Shouldn't you teach him a lesson for thinking you're not good enough to use it? Sun-Hun smiled gently and asked again, don't you agree? Rebecca thought silently. She looked up at Sun-Hun and decided, I will try. Rebecca was still trying to execute it. 2 days later, her face was a bit tired. It's all done. Jung-Ho witnessed it and was amazed. Didn't she say she wasn't very good? Inside the room was completely drawn with magic circles, to the point that Jung-Ho had to say, I think she was just lying to us. Rebecca finished her work and spoke up. Sorry for taking so much time. Jung-Ho asked curiously, what are all these? She timidly explained, a doll belonging to someone else usually tends to resist when controlled. This is used to neutralize that resistance. Jung-Ho was dumbfounded upon receiving the information. I really don't understand what she's saying. Sun-Hun explained again, she will hack into Fang Green's doll. Saying that, he reached out his hand as if placing his trust in her. We believe in you, Rebecca. Rebecca's mood immediately brightened and she replied, okay. Then she placed her hand on the wall. The magic circle began to glow. Let's begin. Somewhere, a weak hand tried to move. Poor Zix lying on the floor wondered, what the hell? What are you doing? As for Fang Green, he showed a satisfied expression. Fang Green.
An image of a room began to appear in Rebecca's mind. She could see Fang Green's room. She tried to search. The nearest doll was... Then she immediately approached the doll. Finally, it was controlled. A success. At the same time, Rebecca was hit by a strong electric shock. The immense power caused her to bleed. Jung-Ho asked with concern, Rebecca, are you okay? Rebecca reassured him, I'm fine, so just... Sun-Hun observed and understood. Controlling a doll belonging to a high-level doll maker must be too much for her. Jung-Ho was still worried. If this continued, she would collapse. Suddenly, Sun-Hun noticed something. Huh? A few mice were moving under his feet. Golem mice. He started thinking, these must also be Fang Green's ego golems. Did they mistake Rebecca for Fang Green because they are siblings? Then Sun-Hun spoke up to instruct them. If you want to help, then go help. They hesitated for a moment. Finally, they ran to Rebecca. They jumped on her, and thanks to that power, Rebecca felt much more comfortable.
Not only that, the magic circle also lit up again. Jung-Ho was surprised. The magic circle is recovering. Sun-Hun deduced. The golems must definitely have knowledge about doll making too. As for Rebecca, she told herself, I have to be strong. She tried to control the doll closer to the switch, just a little bit more. After so much effort, the hand finally touched the switch, and the passage gradually reappeared. Jung-Ho excitedly announced, the passage is open. Rebecca, you did it. Finally, exhausted, Rebecca fell to her knees and burst into tears of happiness. I did it. Sun-Hun also spoke up happily. I knew you could do it. In another place, at Chakotay Square, the three quickly arrived. Let's hope everything is fine. We should go check on Harvey first. Suddenly, Jung-Ho noticed something. He paused and asked himself, is it just me, or is something not right? A strange atmosphere enveloped them. This village was too quiet. Sung-Ho nodded in agreement. You're right. It's definitely different from 2 days ago. Rebecca quickly noticed someone over there. Jung-Ho suggested, I'll go ask them. He approached the person and asked, excuse me, can I ask you something? What happened to this village? The man took a breath, then with a haggard face continuously repeated, she is coming. Huh?
Young-ho was startled and scared. What the hell is this? At this time, Sun-Hun also realized that it wasn't just him. Others were also constantly saying, the woman. The words were continuously repeated. Eternal loyalty to my mother. Like a summoning spell for Chakotay. Rebecca panicked and shouted loudly, everyone, wake up! Sun-Hun secretly investigated, using the observation eye. Poisoned. The subject is suffering from confusion and has been poisoned by a talus. He frowned and affirmed, a hallucinogenic drug. He commented, it's as if that guy just drugged people for fun. Making Young-ho also panic. What? So they will have to live like this for the rest of their lives? Sun-Hun replied, no, they just need to wait until the effects of the drug wear off. Saying that, he turned around and said, first of all, we can't fight the villagers, so let's leave here for now. In the end, the three could only leave helplessly. The villagers suddenly noticed them. She is coming. Hands continuously reached towards the three. She is coming. The whole village was chasing after them. Not knowing how long they had run, Jung-ho looked back and guessed, I think we got away. The Dollmakers Guild appeared before their eyes. We're almost at the Dollmakers Guild. Sun-Hun opened the door and called out, Master Harvey, are you there?
The scene before his eyes made him freeze. Zix was lying in a pool of blood. Sun-Hun approached and called out, Zix, are you still alive? Wake up! Zix called out weakly, Sun-Hun. He used his last bit of breath to say, please save the master. Looking back, Harvey was already lying there, murdered by Fang Green. A smug laugh rang out. Fang Green looked up with full satisfaction. Just as I thought. The glowing sphere is placed in the middle. This shape suits you much better. A giant doll. Master, you were killed by Fang Green. Zix's wounds were bandaged. Sun-Hun observed while administering first aid. His body was stuck full of ceramic shards. It was a miracle he was still alive. Once finished, he advised, I've done the first aid, but you shouldn't move now. Zix replied softly, thank you. Jung-ho, meanwhile, was observing Master Harvey.
He looked at his teacher's panicked face before his panicking and asked, Zix, what exactly happened here? Zix frowned and began to recount. When you guys went missing 2 days ago, Fang Green came to the guild. In the guild, Fang Green approached and made us an offer. Harvey angrily scolded. He would provide the licatotoxin cure if we cooperated with him. Normally, the teacher would scold him and kick him out. His eyes gradually changed to anxiety, but the medicine was running out and you were nowhere to be found. The teacher began to worry. And then, reaching this point, Zix squeezed his eyes shut, accepted that agreement. The more he spoke, the more he hesitated. The teacher said the pride was not worth trading for a life. Jung-ho nodded in understanding. It was true that the teacher hadn't changed a bit. Sun-Hun asked curiously, what did Fang Green want? Zix mentioned a thing. He wanted to know what happened to his ego golem. He still hadn't perfected his magicless golem. He explained the situation clearly. The teacher helped him make the doll and easily found the problem, but the real problem happened after that. Fang Green was satisfied with the result. It moves perfectly. I can't believe it was fixed so quickly. He even made an offer. That's wonderful, teacher. I look forward to working with you more in the future. But Harvey frowned and scolded. What? I already have the cure. I don't want to be involved with a despicable person like you. Fang Green immediately clung on and said, have you forgotten what the Dollmakers Guild did to Lady Wisman? Harvey immediately struggled. That's none of my business. Get lost. Suddenly, Fang Green's voice became gloomy. When you inherited the guild, you also inherited its sins. His expression also changed. You must pay for your sins by serving Lady Wisman. Despite that, Harvey just angrily scolded. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here right now. Immediately, Fang Green's hand pierced through his body. Zix called out in panic, Teacher! Harvey also looked at his body in horror, only to see Fang Green extracting his soul. I will help free you. Then Harvey fell. Teacher! Jung-ho reacted immediately. He stole the teacher's soul. Zix lowered his face and continued. The teacher fell immediately. I rushed towards Fan Vangren. Sun-Hun guessed. But you were defeated? Zix also felt guilty and replied, that's right. Zix recounted Fang Green's words. He said he would create a golem with the teacher's soul. He even cut off his own arm, saying he would need it as material. He became more depressed. No normal human can deal with that monster anymore. Sun-Hun reasoned that with the ability to extract souls, when Lady Wisman returns, he would receive power as her disciple.
In the end, Fang Green would become one. He was almost a boss monster. Zix held his face, almost entirely hopeless. That's right. Currently, we would have to seek outside help from Chakotay village, by which time it would be too late. Sun-Hun analyzed the situation. Our chance is right now, before he finishes creating Wisman. Zix asked blankly, what do you mean? At this time, he sighed and mentioned, it seems there is an old abandoned temple of Lady Wisman on the lowest floor of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Hearing this, Sun-Hun's face looked extremely satisfied. He will be there. He praised and took out his weapon. Good. Holding the weapon in his hand, he suggested, then let's go crash his party. Arriving at the gloomy place known as the basement of the Spencer Dollmakers Guild, the active parts, the golem, were casting a magic circle on the goddess Wisman. Looking at her face, Fang Green couldn't help but exclaim, she is truly beautiful. He stood below and expressed, I am glad I entrusted it to you, master. At this moment, he smiled triumphantly. She will be completed soon. All the effort I put into this moment has finally paid off. The golem's body opened up, burning brightly inside, the heavy doors opening. Fang Green witnessed excitedly. Finally.
His expression became even more twisted as he declared, "Lady Wisman will return." Sun-Hun's voice rang out as an arrow flew in. Not so fast.
Fang Green seemed to freeze on the spot. He grimaced in denial. No! His face dazed as he screamed, "No! Lady Wisman!" Fang Green turned around to look for the cause. Who dared to do this? Sun-Hun laughed gleefully. Now this is getting interesting. He appeared with the other two and declared, "There is nothing more satisfying than taking down the bad guys when they are at their absolute peak." Fang Green's veins bulged as he was left speechless. "You!" Meanwhile, Sun-Hun gave him a triumphant smile. Sun-Hun greeted him. "Long time no see." He smirked and reminded him, "It's only been 2 days, you know." Fang Green strained his neck in disbelief. "How did you?" A voice interrupted. "It's all over, Fang Green." Rebecca frowned at her brother. "That's enough." At this moment, Fang Green chuckled faintly in realization. "You did it, didn't you, Luina?" The feeling of being betrayed by his only sister distorted his expression further. "How dare you give orders to my dolls?" Finally, he smiled in acceptance. "Luina, you really are determined to betray me, aren't you?" Saying that, Fang Green raised his voice. "I should have cut ties with you a long time ago." Rebecca was instantly dismayed. "Cut ties with me?" Right after, she angrily retorted, "I should be the one saying that. What kind of brother locks his own sister in a basement, you piece of trash?" Fang Green didn't back down and fired back. "Idiot, don't you understand? This is a sacred ritual that will save Chakaloti." While the two were arguing, Sun-Hun quietly made his move. "A fool like you has no right to interfere." He aimed straight at the target. "Now that the head is dealt with, next I just need to aim for the arm, right?" The arrow rushed toward the statue. Fang Green barely had time to shout, "Stop!" The golem acted as if it heard the command. It blocked the arrow, its palm cracking in the process. Fang Green laughed heartily in satisfaction. "You really are formidable." Then he shifted his attention. "Now then." Looking towards Sun-Hun's group, he ordered, "Destroy those damn people." The golem began to levitate, as if enveloped by magic power. "Kill them all, right now." The massive hand raised high to gather momentum, and then slammed straight down at the 3 of them. Jung-Ho couldn't help but exclaim, "This man is truly terrifying." Rebecca readied herself. "I feel sorry for Mr. Harvey, but—"
Right after that, she moved at lightning speed, and one of the golem's arms instantly shattered. "I will have to break his arm." The golem lost its balance and tumbled down, but it seemed it was still very strong. The remaining arm was seen activating a magic circle. Jung-Ho witnessed this and was surprised as the shattered pieces were being gathered together. It is repairing itself with the remaining arm. Finally, the arm returned to its original state once again. Can it recover on its own? Sun-Hun was not overly surprised. That makes sense. It is an ego golem made by the best doll maker. Saying that, he smiled sarcastically. "Did you lock your own teacher inside a doll just to exploit him?" He turned to confirm. "Fang Green, do you hate Master Harvey that much?" Fang Green smirked defensively. "Do not spout nonsense. I respect the teacher more than anyone else." Meanwhile, he was also repairing the statue of the goddess Wisman. "I simply put his imperfect personality to rest, while letting his talent develop." He seemed to have lost his mind. Master Harvey was now fully devoted to the goddess Wisman. As the 2 of them were arguing, the golem continued to attack wildly. This is exactly what a true doll maker should do, making things a bit difficult for Jung-Ho. What is wrong with him?
Rebecca realized that he was repairing the doll. Sun-Hun frowned helplessly. "Perhaps we have no other choice." Saying that, he picked up the shovel. "Jung-Ho, lend me your shovel." Jung-Ho still didn't understand. "What are you going to do?" Sun-Hun activated Observation Eye and affirmed, "Using Observation Eye, I will use my strength to break it." Golem body analysis. Harvey Golem's 3rd ball joint, Harvey Golem's 4th ball joint, Harvey Golem's 5th ball joint. Then he rushed towards it. The golem also swung an iron punch, yet Sun-Hun could still dodge it. He had his own thoughts. Completely destroying its arm is a waste. His eyes were full of determination. Before it repaired itself again, a series of slashes were swung out quickly. "I need to destroy its main joints." The golem moved in no ordinary way. Even though it lost some parts, it still functioned well. Unfortunately, Sun-Hun was hit by a punch. He tried to endure and told himself, "Of course, I also have to be ready to take a few punches." Thanks to that, he gained momentum, moving along the golem's arm to advance to the center.
Once again, the skill was unleashed. The 2 people below watched in awe. Finally, the golem's arms were all broken, which was truly amazing. Jung-Ho ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" Sun-Hun still had the strength to reply, "I'm fine, just a few broken bones." This answer only made Jung-Ho more worried. That's not fine at all. Just then, the iron door slammed shut. Jung-Ho panicked, wondering what to do next, as Fang Green had quietly completed his work. Fang Green had started brewing the dolls. Sun-Hun used an arrow to attack, and the arrow flew quickly towards Fang Green, who grabbed his injured arm and shouted. Even so, he still had the strength to talk. "Thank you for interfering." Sun-Hun smirked and replied, "Did you think I came here just to play around?" Fang Green had also pulled the arrow out. "I was going to let you go." His hand touched the ground as he declared, "But now I have no choice but to kill you right here." Saying that, a series of magic circles appeared, and something was rising up. "I will have to kill you right here."
The slime gradually formed into humanoid statues, mass-producing dolls. Sun-Hun observed and sighed. What an annoying skill indeed. Jung-ho confidently spoke up. Leave it to me, doctor. Sun-Hun returned his weapon and replied. So you finally intend to properly play your role as a tanker, huh? Jung-ho gathered momentum. If you want it, and then charged to attack the dolls. Don't you dare touch us. In the blink of an eye, the dolls were shattered. Rebecca also realized. These dolls are all of poor quality, probably because he's injured. She summoned a magic circle. Even I can control them. The dolls were immediately controlled. Such mediocre dolls like these. Meanwhile, Sun-Hun dashed forward. He had prepared a plan. We don't have time. I must take him down in one strike. He approached Fangreen. Sun-Hun took the opportunity to attack. Now is the time, when his guard is down. By the time Fangreen spotted him, it was too late. He tried to create another defensive shield, an earth shield. Sun-Hun kept charging. His spear thrust straight into the shield, and the sound of the cracking shield echoed. Sun-Hun smiled with satisfaction, the power in his hand becoming even more ferocious. Just consider yourself unlucky. He used magic to alter the shield structure, using Earthbone, transforming the Earth Shield into Earthbone. Finally, the shield shattered, and Sun-Hun swung his knife, declaring, I just happen to have a good skill. Fangreen's face panicked like never before, as a thrust pierced right through his body.
Jung-ho was excited. Great, we took him down. Saying that, he didn't forget the main point. Destroy the furnace right now. Hurry up before the doll is completed. Suddenly, Sun-Hun realized, don't you think something is wrong? He suspiciously looked at Fangreen lying there. I didn't expect him to be taken down so quickly. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. That's right. A hand grabbed the lever, and the iron door behind suddenly opened. When Sun-Hun and Jung-ho realized it, flames had already spilled outside. Oh my god, the statue of Goddess Wisman was completed. Jung-ho fell down and asked, the door opened strangely? Sun-Hun seemed to have realized. Of course not. Next to the furnace was Fangreen. He appeared to everyone's astonishment. It's Fangreen. Rebecca wondered in amazement. He just died. How come? Sun-Hun explained. He actually did it. He only left the minimum amount of soul needed to move his body. Looking at the doll, shaped exactly like Fangreen, he had extracted his own soul and put it into a doll. Jung-ho was stunned. What the hell? How could he abandon his own body like that? Meanwhile, Fangreen just smiled smugly. Can't you see? His face beamed with pride. I, looking at Goddess Wisman, declare that I will even sacrifice my life. Hearing those words, if it's for Lady Wisman, the witnesses were also helpless. A hand grasped the door. Goddess Wisman was able to move. Lady Wisman had returned. She stepped out of the furnace full of power. Fangreen immediately kneeled down and called, Lady Wisman.
His face was full of admiration, Lady Wisman. He expressed his anticipation, saying that he had been waiting for her for a long time, for a whole century. Goddess Wisman just stood there listening to him speak. But congratulations, you have become the goddess of Chakotay once again, Lady Wisman. Rebecca was stunned. She was the ancient goddess of Chakotay, Wisman. Saying that, Fangreen turned around, and Lady Wisman pointed at Sun-Hun. Sun-Hun spoke up, fear.
Explaining the current phenomenon, this is a special skill exclusive to the gods that has the effect of deteriorating the opponent's spirit. This ability makes it difficult for weaker creatures to face the gods. Jung-ho announced the current situation. I can barely breathe. What about you, doctor? Sun-Hun still had the strength to smile and reply. I think I'm about to die. Jung-ho reacted. You clearly look better than us. Looking at God Wisman's glowing hand, Jung-ho shouted in panic. What kind of magic is she casting at us? Sun-Hun spun around, quickly grabbing Rebecca and Jung-ho, jumping out of the attack's range. A massive explosion shook the space, leaving a large crater in its wake. Jung-ho was stunned. Is that a laser cannon or what? Sun-Hun confirmed. To be exact, it is probably a holy shockwave. But then Jung-ho noticed something else, looking at Sun-Hun's scorched arm with concern. Oh my god, doctor, your arm! Sun-Hun used his magic power to heal himself, using bleeding control. It's just a minor injury. He analyzed further. Even though she is weakened, she is still extremely powerful. Jung-ho was amazed. Is that really her weakened state? Sun-Hun explained in more detail. Half of the Chakotay villagers are her followers, and they are all under the influence of some kind of medicine, so it prevents them from being completely conscious. Her power has been significantly reduced compared to her peak. Jung-ho was a bit disappointed. So, do we have no chance at all? Sun-Hun confirmed. She is still a god, so destroying a normal human is too easy. Fangreen laughed loudly and mocked them. You fools. He made an offer. It's not too late. If you decide to become followers of Lord Wisman now, I will spare your lives. Really? That statement made the other two explode. Anyway, I also need some golems to protect Chakotay. Jung-ho immediately retorted. You just want to turn us into golems and exploit our labor. How is that sparing our lives? But suddenly, God Wisman summoned the orb of light again. Oh my god. Sun-Hun grabbed Rebecca and announced, watch out. Luckily they escaped again. Jung-ho fell, trying to crawl away as he gradually lost hope. Damn it, do we really have no chance left? Sun-Hun asked. Jung-ho, do you think you can win against a storm or a tsunami? Jung-ho immediately assumed, "No, you have to run away. How can you win against such a disaster?" But Sun-Hun seemed to have thought of something. Similar to when he faced the gods, if you can avoid it, you should just avoid it. Jung-ho thought of the village and muttered, "But who will save Chakotay if we run away?" Sun-Hun's eyes became sharp as he affirmed, "Not just Chakotay."
He had thought of a more tragic ending. Now that he had Wisman in his hands, that guy Fong Green would take over the entire Lake Kama area, and then the entire western part of Azun. Thinking of this, Sun-Hun smiled, and most importantly, he really hated running away. He was still thinking, even though Goddess Wisman had approached, what if we could master this battle? She suddenly called out, "Hey kid, Fritz." Sun-Hun was confused and wondered, where did this voice come from? The voice rang out again, "I want to help you." Following the instructions, Sun-Hun looked at his hand. "Use the power in your left hand." Jung-ho panicked again. Damn it, she's doing it again. Looking at the light rushing towards them, he thought they couldn't dodge this attack. Sun-Hun still had no reaction when a notification rang out. "You have acquired a new skill." Jung-ho called out anxiously, "Doctor, what are you doing?" Sun-Hun still stood silently waiting for the attack. He just raised his hand full of engraved symbols. Wisman's destiny. A giant magic circle appeared. Fong Green witnessed this and laughed loudly. "Idiot." He walked over smugly. "That's the price to pay when you don't know your place." But then the scene before him shocked him. Sun-Hun's group was still alive. Sun-Hun was still standing tall. Fong Green panicked and found it hard to accept. What? He is still standing firm after taking the full wrath of the goddess? Sun-Hun silently felt satisfied. That's right. You were enveloped by the grace of Lord Wisman. Damage has been significantly reduced. You can ignore the fear. Now this is the true divine power. He looked at Goddess Wisman and spoke. "I don't know why you suddenly lent me your power," Sun-Hun's eyes proudly declared, "but now it seems the tide is turning in my favor."
Jung-ho looked at Sun-Hun with a head full of question marks and stammered, "Doctor, are you sure you're okay?" He smiled, lifting his chin almost to the sky. "Of course." Hearing this, Jung-ho put on a dumbfounded and reproachful face. "You should have told me you could do things like that." On the other side, Fang Green was bitterly grinding his teeth. "How dare an ordinary mortal like you block Lord Wisman's attack? I won't allow it. This can't be happening." Sun-Hun looked at that power and immediately urged the person behind him. "Jung-ho, hurry up and find a safe place." Jung-ho was still dazed, swallowing his words before he could utter them. But, unaware of the situation, he turned around and put on a friendly face. Protecting team members is also a guard's duty. He bit his lip, overthinking and ignoring Rebecca rolling around nearby. Is he chasing me away because I'm just an obstacle to him? Suddenly, Jung-ho's brain seemed to click, and he raised a determined fist. Understood. Just leave Rebecca to me. He ran off, not forgetting to look back and observe Sun-Hun. Seeing someone trying to escape, Fang Green flew into a rage and yelled, "Do you guys think I'll let you go?" He fired a massive amount of energy towards Sun-Hun. Sun-Hun remained expressionless, just gently waving his hand in an incredibly badass way. A shield quickly appeared just before the power struck. Escaping the attack, Sun-Hun's mouth continued to cast his contemptuous taunt. "This is nothing. Perhaps Goddess Wisman has grown weaker because your faith isn't very pure."
Fang Green froze in bewilderment upon hearing these words. "What did you just say?" Sun-Hun suddenly chuckled in this incredibly comical situation. I mean, what kind of god would care about a believer who turned them into a doll? If I were Goddess Wisman, you would be at the top of the hit list. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth as if stepping on shit. "Shut up! How dare you mock my faith? I will kill you." Right after that, Fang Green immediately gathered momentum and jumped up high, throwing strikes at Sun-Hun. Meanwhile, he was about to close in on Goddess Wisman. Sun-Hun readied the sword in his hand and raised it. "That's enough. Faith my foot." He unhesitatingly struck down with an earth-shattering blow, but unexpectedly at the last second, God Wisman created a shield that blocked the attack. Sun-Hun rolled his eyes, aiming his sword at that defensive layer. Is this a type of magic barrier? Normally, even approaching it would be very difficult. His system started to act up wildly, emitting a bright red light. Wisman's destiny was radiating a bright red battle aura, so Sun-Hun had to swing his hand to deliver a final blow to break the defense. The face of God Wisman gradually revealed itself in a dazed state.
She just managed to block a strike from Sun-Hun, and the two fiercely crossed swords, creating an environment full of danger. Jung-ho hid in a corner, continuously admiring the peak individual in the distance. It was truly unbelievable that Dr. Kang was fighting on equal footing with a goddess over there. The battle continued with the sound of clashing swords. He had to use his brain to observe Goddess Wisman while fighting. Wisman currently possessed a fatal weakness. The truth was that she was just a doll controlled by Fang Green. Like, how could someone who had never fought a day in their life possibly control the power of a goddess? No matter how talented someone is, if the commander is weak, how can true potential be realized? Just as he finished speaking, Sun-Hun knocked her sword away. Witnessing a shocking scene, he couldn't hold back a frantic scream. "Lord Wisman!" For a moment, right before his eyes was only the figure of a god about to go into freefall. If he attacked right now, he could smash the doll into pieces. But would it be okay to do that? Sun-Hun unconsciously recalled Kate's face. A happy family flashed in his mind. The souls of the Chakotay village residents were imprisoned inside that doll. In the moment of silence, Goddess Wisman suddenly appeared unexpectedly behind Sun-Hun. Child from another dimension, completely sever the connection between me and him. If so, you will be able to awaken me. This reminder made him freeze for a few seconds. Sever the connection? It was truly a question mark with this mysterious meaning. A second later, Sun-Hun immediately raised his voice to remind him, Fangreen, Lord Wisman asked me to pass a message to you. She doesn't want to be involved. Right at this moment, his system issued a notification again. That electronic device flew close to Goddess Wisman's head out of nowhere. Fangreen then panicked and roared, What are you trying to do? Stop it! Guys, don't you think this scene is crazy? Even Sun-Hun couldn't stand it and ruthlessly swung his sword at a bastard like him. A slash across her head seemed to want to cut all the red threads. He watched each falling thread and froze with his eyes wide open. No! The connection between me and Lord Wisman has been severed. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Goddess Wisman's mind. Our connection. Because of that, she opened her eyes and awakened. Goddess Wisman just lightly waved her hand and created a gust of wind that blew Sun-Hun away. He was pushed back and unconsciously let out a cry. Now, right before Sun-Hun's eyes was a sphere enveloping her. So that was her true form after escaping the chains. Soon, the pale legs of Goddess Wisman were revealed.
The sharp facial features have returned and are even more formidable than before. Wisman, the goddess of Chakotay. In front of the two humans, Goddess Wisman became tall and majestic. The very first words she uttered showed her friendliness. Thank you sincerely. Thanks to your help, I have now awakened after so many years in deep slumber. Sun-Hun tilted his head and replied like an elegant gentleman. You're welcome. Hearing these words, Goddess Wisman finally turned around. Every crater caused by the bombs made her want to fall into depression.
Suddenly, Goddess Wisman looked at Jung-ho again, making him startle. That device containing the 5 senses was truly flexible. She didn't pay attention to Jung-ho anymore, but slightly bowed her head and softly whispered, I am sorry for not being able to help you sooner. Sun-Hun suddenly replied generously and cheerfully, an apology is enough. Goddess Wisman didn't say much and reached out her hand to accumulate an amount of energy. It was hovering in the air, but ultimately flew towards the dark shadow not far away. That energy quickly wrapped around Jung-ho and Rebecca, causing the system to continue sending a notification. The divine brace of Lord Wisman is enveloping your body. All your wounds have been healed. Your spirit has fully recovered. Immediately after, a miracle happened to the two of them. My wounds are all healed. Seeing this, Goddess Wisman's attention then shifted to Sun-Hun. It's your turn, child. However, he bluntly refused. I'm fine, no need to worry. Yet in his heart, Sun-Hun secretly admired that person. She was indeed special. Usually, gods are used to forcing humans to worship them, but she deeply loves humans. Only then did Fangreen regain his senses and speak up. Lord Wisman, did you just help that butcher? He acted like an out-of-control madman, kneeling before Goddess Wisman. Why? Why is that? I was the one who resurrected you. Sun-Hun looked at the mastermind and calmly exposed Fangreen. You just used her like a doll. She must be very grateful for that. Lord Wisman, go curse right in his face. Jung-ho intervened in the conversation just in time. That's right. That is the one who tried to manipulate a goddess like you. Unlike them, she just smiled without losing her temper and admitted, I am fine, even though I have made a grave mistake.
But he is still the beloved child of Chakotay. Sun-Hun couldn't believe his ears and hurriedly asked again, She raised the corners of her lips, revealing a bright and gentle face. How could a mother resent her own child? Even so, he still couldn't calm down in the face of such nobility. You don't resent him at all? Sun-Hun then realized in astonishment that she had been asleep for centuries, so she must still be groggy and not fully awake. It was truly unexpected. Fangreen was equally shocked upon receiving this information. Then that means I did nothing wrong. Lady Wisman, please listen to me. Those 3 were the ones who tried to hinder your resurrection and the rebirth of Chakotay. Please punish them. But answering him was Goddess Wisman's displeased gaze. Her eyes suddenly flashed with an angry red light. My child, this forgiveness cannot wash away your sins. To cause this, how many innocent lives have you taken? Fangreen still stubbornly tried to explain. I know what I did is a sin, but it was all for your resurrection. Before he could finish his words, he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. My unfortunate, sorrowful child, your greatest sin is resurrecting me. Hearing these words with his own ears, his eyes twitched incessantly. Why would you say that? The despicable schemes of the Soul Puppet Guild made the people forget your presence. As if that wasn't enough, they even offered your holy relic to Kama, and they completely wiped out the cult that worshipped you. You hate them. Lady Wisman gently shook her head, denying Fangreen's thoughts. I do not hate them. He became even more panicked and questioned,
Why not? How could you? She withdrew her hand and painted a motherly smile on her lips. Because parents cannot hate their own children.
My existence itself has been an agony, thinking of the children I dearly loved being sacrificed just to fulfill my holy will. His legs wobbled slightly at this truth. No, you don't hate them. Don't you want to be resurrected? Then what have I done? Sun-Hun suddenly interrupted Fang-Green on a whim. What you did was all in vain, but she has forgiven you anyway. You are just a sinner using faith as an excuse to sow chaos. He still couldn't accept reality and stuttered to deny everything. No, it's not true. He babbled on without noticing the gaze of Goddess Wisman fixed on him, deluding himself that everything he did was for Goddess Wisman. With just a slight mistake, he would use it as an excuse to pile up more hatred against the soul-controlling puppet guild and Kama, but he was the one who hurt Goddess Wisman. Fang-Green's tears unconsciously welled up. He was truly to blame, but these tears were quite pitiful. No, I apologize. Please forgive me, Lord Wisman. I thought you would be pleased with what I had done, but I was too foolish, Lord Wisman. Goddess Wisman, please forgive me. Not waiting for her to soften her heart, Sun-Hun delivered a kick that sent his chin flying. He glanced down slightly to intimidate Fang-Green. Even if I kill you, Chakotay will never be able to return to the way it was, but at least it will prevent this tragedy from happening again. Sun-Hun, slightly angered, pressed firmly on the gem on his sword, and Wisman's destiny emitted a crimson battle aura. He rushed forward and stabbed right through Fang-Green. He only had time to utter shattered words. Please do not abandon me, Lord Wisman. After the sound of the body falling, Sun-Hun finally spoke. It's over. Do you think I should have spared his life? Goddess Wisman closed her eyes tightly and shook her head. His sins are too great. I can forgive him, but the other children cannot. Even though I was prepared, I am still in excruciating pain. At this moment, a clear female voice chimed in. Because he is my family. Rebecca shed tears of agony looking at that body. He may be a devil, but he is still my family. She was stunned, seemingly not expecting anyone to utter those words, but Goddess Wisman still reached out and hugged her.
She pressed her face against Rebecca and whispered affectionately, My child, I know things haven't been easy for you. I'm glad you're still safe. She was quickly moved by that embrace. Lady Wisman, amidst that scene, a piercing cry rang out. Mixed in with the noise was a serious question. Goddess Wisman, I have a few questions to ask you. Goddess Wisman calmed down to reply. Questions? Sun-Hun quickly affirmed. That's right. There are many things I need to confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, she smiled warmly. Of course, since you are the hero who saved my great-granddaughter, I will answer whatever I can. But these words did not make him feel grateful. He smiled, but inside he was frustrated, wondering how many faces Sun-Hun still had. Needless to say, did you think I did all this just for fun? I don't care what it is, as long as there is information related to management or space travel. He quickly focused on the main issue, glancing slightly at the two figures in the distance. In that case, I would like some private space with you. Why don't we move somewhere else? Goddess Wisman understood perfectly and immediately snapped her fingers. Wait a moment. A soundproof wall had appeared around her and Sun-Hun. Jung-Ho and Rebecca looked at it from the outside like a cage. Seeing Sun-Hun still bewildered, she delicately explained, This is a magic barrier that will block all outside interference. No one can hear our conversation in here. What the heck? Just hearing this sentence made him flip and praise her inwardly. It seemed this was some sort of simulated space. After all, she was a god. Great. Now then. A moment later, Sun-Hun recalled the whisper during the battle. Child from another world. He got straight to the point. You already know I come from another dimension, so I'll be blunt. Do you have the power to send me back to my world? Who would have thought heaven loved to tease people? Goddess Wisman could only smile wryly. I'm sorry. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot, clutching his heart broken into 100 pieces. Just blurting it out like that?
She shyly scratched her head and timidly explained that to travel through dimensions, the power of a god is indeed required, but right now she was too weak. Sun-Hun seemed to see the light in Goddess Wisman's words and became excited again. What if he asked another god who was strong enough? But the answer he received remained the same. She didn't think that would work. To travel to another dimension, you need to know the exact coordinates of that world. Determining the coordinates of your world is not difficult, but if considered according to the human concept of time, it will take a very long time. He held his head in frustration at this difficult answer. Exactly how long? She thought for a moment before replying, at least a few centuries. Sun-Hun was immediately speechless. That's just great. Goddess Wisman waited until this moment to voice her speculation. You were summoned here by another entity, weren't you? The one who brought you here must know the coordinates of the dimension you truly belong to. These words quickly evoked a familiar silhouette in Sun-Hun's mind. Right. No wonder no one could ever return to Earth. I have no other choice but to cooperate with the manager.
Not receiving a reply, she spoke first. Do you have any other questions? He hummed for a moment before speaking. Actually, I want to ask you this first. Above their heads was the holding hands attribute, Wisman's destiny. Sun-Hun approached Goddess Wisman, narrowing his eyes to question her. How can you interfere with my status window? You used it to transmit power to me in the form of a skill. Oh my God, who would have thought the system would jump at this closeness? Wisman's grace is enveloping you. The Wisman's destiny skill has been acquired. You can ignore fear. He ruthlessly ignored it and continued questioning. I've met countless types of people and creatures in this place, but I've never seen anyone able to do such a thing. She was very calm and didn't deny a single word. You can call it a status window, but naturally no one can interfere with it. It seems the entity that created it possesses a great power. Sun-Hun took a few steps back warily. Then how can you? Goddess Wisman quickly interrupted him. It's simple. I registered into the status window. Enlightened, he now understood the light in his mind. It was because that time he had recorded Wisman's left hand. Could the manager be so strong that they can fuse a part of a god into their system? Who exactly are they? If possessing a holy relic is the prerequisite to recording a god into the system, then why was there no achievement notification or reward when obtaining the crystal of Lord Caresso? After a moment of consideration, he decided to reveal a little secret. I have picked up another holy relic before, but the system didn't record it at all. Besides that, only this crossbow has ever interfered with my status window. Do you know why? She slightly bent down, thoughtfully looking at the object in Sun-Hun's hand. This crystal is just an ordinary object containing holy power. As for my left hand, it carries my own divine will, and so does this crossbow. Although faint, there is still a part of divine will sleeping inside it. He lifted the crossbow in confusion. Divine will? Goddess Wisman kept her gentle voice and softly opened her mouth. Before the gods disappear, they usually leave behind a holy relic containing their own divine will. Exactly?
The divine will of the forgotten god. Following the explanation were two partially obscured notification windows. The leftover items are the ruins of completion when the holy relic is abandoned by being collected. The holy relic of the forgotten god, completed when the remaining holy relic of a forgotten god is collected. The ruins of the forgotten god, completed when the remains of a forgotten god are collected. It was quite confusing. Although Sun-Hun had been given an answer, his heart was still restless. Wisman was right. He had finally unlocked the true message. He didn't know why, but he stared intently at the items. The manager was collecting the god's divine will, the thing imbued within these objects. After regaining his composure, Sun-Hun returned to reality. Thank you. You have provided me with a lot of new information. She also nodded happily. I am glad I could help you. At this moment, unable to hold back his curiosity, he continued to ask, ultimately, what happened to Chakotay in the past? You exchanged your life to protect that place from some kind of danger. Goddess Wisman unwillingly closed her eyes, hiding her helplessness. Forgive me, I myself do not clearly remember that period of time. Perhaps it is because I was resurrected in an unstable state. Sun-Hun found it inappropriate to be impolite, so he just stopped there. I see. Yet she took the initiative to continue. But I do remember this. Goddess Wisman began to search her memories for the scene of an aerial battle. She herself had directly stepped forward as the combatant. The one who fought me was a god. The blue hair left a deep impression on Goddess Wisman. This was the very reason that made Sun-Hun so deep in thought. It meant that person was not a forgotten god like Wisman. Come to think of it, Lord Caresso was also a god who had once died and then resurrected. The dry bones hidden under the cloak were silently absorbing spiritual energy from humans to satisfy their needs. Collecting all the points, guessing up to here, he also began to realize that the manager seemed to be a forgotten god as well. Why were there so many forgotten gods, and why did they disappear like that? Could it be that a war between gods existed? A long time later, the gel barrier gradually faded, and a man and a woman finally revealed themselves.
Seeing them, Rebecca immediately shouted, Sun-Hun, Lord Wisman. Jung-Ho, somewhat more serious than her, questioned, What are you two talking about? Unexpectedly, Sun-Hun kept his mouth shut. Secret. He lowered his eyes and muttered in an extremely annoyed tone. If I keep sticking with you, I'll probably die of curiosity. He even deliberately teased. Rest in peace. Saying that, he continued to fall into deep thought, leaving a furiously purple Jung-Ho behind. If I can find the reason why all the gods disappeared and why the gods attacked each other, and then I can also find the reason why the manager wants to collect the divine will of the gods. Once I know their purpose, I will force them to reveal themselves to me and make them pay 10 times over. But Sun-Hun didn't expect his smile to be caught through the lens. It seems like we will meet again soon. What the hell? The manager truly never took his eyes off him. I will be waiting for you, Kang Sun-Hun.
In Chakotay village, the deserted streets were covered in a hazy smoke. I'm scared of ghosts, Mom. Jung-ho quickly followed everyone through an alley. Outside the mansion, it was still unusually quiet. Sung-hun rolled his eyes and deduced half of the villagers were fast asleep, while the other half probably had their souls completely drained by fangrene. Goddess Wisman suddenly became sensitive and blamed herself. So many children have lost their lives because of me. He was equally deeply saddened. At least can we save Harvey? His soul is still inside the golem. Sung-hun expressionlessly shook his head. I'm not sure anymore. Even if we extract his soul from the golem, right now there is no vessel capable of sealing it. His physical body has long been dead. Even Rebecca's mood sank because of this scene. Perhaps I won't be able to see my surviving comrades in Mason ever again. Goddess Wisman suddenly turned her head to stare at her. Her hands gently wiped the tears from the corners of Rebecca's eyes and comforted. Don't cry, my child. You've tried your best. Her voice trembled with emotion. Lady Wisman. Goddess Wisman patted Rebecca's head as a signal. Leave the rest to me. Have you forgotten? I am the protector of Chakotay. Just as she finished speaking, wind and leaves immediately flew out from the vortex right in the middle of the magic circle. Streams of light slipped through every street and corner of the houses, and on that journey, specks of light were formed. A series of dazzling golden bodies were being reborn. If told, probably no one would believe this scene. Jung-ho couldn't close his mouth when witnessing this scene. What is happening? Sun-Hun, emotionless and not very surprised, quickly explained. They are being resurrected. He glanced over as if wanting to probe. You mean she can make the dead come back to life? As he witnessed the resurrection of the people, he affirmed, yes, that is one of the 3 greatest taboos of humanity, which no one has ever been able to do. A miracle that belongs only to the gods. Faced with that shocking event, Rebecca couldn't handle it at all and widened her eyes. Everyone is coming back. Thank you, Goddess Wisman. I thank you. Just as she turned around, her pupils continued to contract. So many surprises. In a short while, Goddess Wisman's body gradually merged into the air. Lady Wisman. Rebecca hurriedly ran over, not forgetting to shout loudly, Lady Wisman. He realized the anomaly in time, running while questioning. Doctor, what's wrong with her?
In contrast to the two of them, Sung-hun walked very slowly. Goddess Wisman here was created from the souls of the people of Chakotay, and now all of those souls are returning to their resurrected flesh from the dead. Her throat choked up just thinking about this. Does that mean Lord Wisman will disappear? He slowly explained that before Goddess Wisman dissipates, she would soon disappear anyway because she had lost her will to exist. Rebecca, slightly panicked, hurriedly ran over and raised her voice at her. No way, we just met, and we haven't even had a proper conversation yet. However, she only received a comforting smile from Goddess Wisman. She left, not forgetting to leave a few words. Do not be sad, I am merely returning everything to its original rightful place. Sun-Hun, standing not far away, had changed his perspective on Goddess Wisman. How can you be so selfless? She gave her most beautiful smile and sent a message down to humanity. It is simply the nature of motherly love.
The voice was slightly sad, but lucid enough to agree with this. That's right, parents live to see their children happy. He gave him a slight side glance, looking as if he could eat him alive, and said, Is that so? However, Sung-Hun's mind kept lingering on Goddess Wisman's virtue. I just can't understand it. Is she willing to sacrifice herself for others without any hesitation? Once again, the words repeated in his head. And you, child from another world, when I disappear, the power you borrowed from me will also vanish. He still spoke indifferently. I know. Even so, she was still worried and reminded him, I will no longer be able to use any divine magic that requires your left hand, and even Wisman's holy relic of grace will turn you into an ordinary gem. Kama will definitely be entirely shaken by this. Sung-Hun's mood hit rock bottom upon hearing these words. What a pity. It was also a ranked skill, and I don't have a replacement skill for Earthbone. Should I stop her from resurrecting the dead? Who would have thought that Goddess Wisman would guess his thoughts instantly? Therefore, so that you can continue to use those divine magics even when I am gone. The familiar hand attribute was pushed towards Sun-Hun. After this message, Goddess Wisman's system was swallowed by his system. I will change for you. 2 new attributes also appeared before Sung-Hun's eyes as a reward for the combination. It was absolutely mind-blowing. She had modified his skills. Because she paid too much attention to doing this, Goddess Wisman's physical form only had a little left. I don't have enough time to explain in detail anymore, but they will definitely be useful to you. He had nothing to thank her with, so he had to use words to reply. Thank you very much, Goddess Wisman.
Seeing her about to leave, Jung-ho expressed his feelings with a bit of regret. What a pity, you are my favorite god ever. Goddess Wisman looked at him without smiling, only uttering unclear words. You. Jung-ho was so shocked his face went blank. Did she just curse at me? Sung-hun beside him could only force a smile. Probably not. She rolled her eyes, taking a look at the surrounding scenery before daring to say goodbye. It is time for me to leave. I can no longer protect Chakotay, so now everyone must protect this forest and village themselves. Along with that fading, the system had changed a bit. The Red Forest Curse, no, Wisman's divine tower, the pure spirit that had protected Chakotay for so long, was gradually dying out.
Now outsiders will no longer get lost in the forest, and ferocious beasts will flood into the sacred land. Until the moment she disappeared, Goddess Wisman still smiled gently. But I believe in everyone. I believe that you will be able to unite and overcome all the adversities waiting ahead, because you are my children. Seeing this, Rebecca hurriedly bowed in regret. Yes, Lord Wisman, we will not disappoint you. Goodbye, Lord Wisman. That departure ended with a sincere, affectionate phrase, I love you. Very quickly, the sky returned to its peaceful color. Jong-ho finally breathed a sigh of relief. If only the manager were even 1/8 as strong as Goddess Wisman, we would have returned to Earth a long time ago. He, like him, complained a few words. If they were the strong, we wouldn't have been dragged here in the first place. But oh well, it's still a bargain. I managed to scoop up a 4-star skill without spending a single dime here. Hearing that, his expression immediately changed. This guy changes moods so fast, really. From Sun-Hun's side, he suddenly received a message from the system. My child will read this someday. It was so sudden and shockingly strange. When did this pop up? It sounded exactly like Wisman's voice too. Little did anyone know, far away, Goddess Wisman was clutching her chest, sending the signal, my child will read this someday. Giving birth to these enhancement skills has consumed a massive amount of energy, collecting 12,500 points, so I have completed this quest for you. I apologize for using your points without asking, but I was in such a hurry that I couldn't tell you in advance. The unnamed item I was rewarded with is now in your inventory. Lots of love. Wisman, 8 points. Reading to the end of the letter, the anger in Sun-Hun exploded. This lady, wanting to reap the rewards without doing the work, huh? In the sky, she appeared faintly, making a heart shape towards Sun-Hun. This divine device is quite funny too. I love you. A skeletal hand appeared following Sun-Hun's movements, casting the hand of Horus. When he clenched his fist, it also clenched, which made Sun-Hun somewhat happier. So this skill was exchanged for Wisman's left hand, which will help me be able to use Earthbone once again. I thought it would be related to a falcon because of the name Horus, but perhaps it just indicates that it is a bone here in Azun. Before he could finish his contemplation, a mouth with a stubbly beard opened to urge him. Hey, what are you still spacing out for? Heal me quickly. The others had no problems after being resurrected, so why can't I move when it's my turn? Inside the Dollmakers Guild, in Harvey's room, he kept screaming incessantly. Sun-Hun just ignored him and turned to play with the hand of Horus. It seemed that only he could see this hand. A second later, a flame suddenly appeared on that hand. Using soul intervention, the host can communicate with his soul. It flew towards Harvey's chest without hesitation, scaring the soul out of him. If it were me, I would have immediately turned on the spell chanting mode.
The other hand continued to recklessly extract Harvey's soul. Using removal, Sun-Hun amusingly lifted it and dangled it in front of him. Do you see this? That is your soul. Not to mention, Harvey was still lying helplessly watching his treasure being played with. What the hell is this? Put it back the way it was for me. In contrast, he was somewhat interested in the burning object. Soul intervention allows me to touch someone else's soul. Because I lost Wisman's destiny when Wisman disappeared, she granted me some useful skills to replace it using my points. Thinking of this, Sun-Hun immediately returned to reality, observing the soul in his hand. Right now, as you can see, it is quite heavily damaged. Currently, a lot of its energy has been absorbed to power the giant golem. Your physical body is fine, but this damage is preventing you from controlling it. He impatiently opened his mouth to scold. Do I look like a healer? Stop with the long explanation. Heal me quickly. He calmly let out an "Oh." I will, but on one condition. You will have to help protect Chakotay in the future. Harvey grimaced and gritted his teeth at this proposal. Protect Chakotay? Seeing his hesitation, Sun-Hun intentionally brought up the tragic scenes. Think about what is happening to your village right now. It is no longer protected by the blessing of Wisman's destiny, so this is the perfect time for monsters to attack, and this will also affect the livelihood of the Chakotay people, because the forest will become too dangerous for them to forage for food and herbs.
Therefore, he needed to deploy combat golems around the village to fight off the monsters and teach the villagers how to create self-defense puppets so they could protect themselves. After receiving the hidden meaning behind the roundabout words, Harvey's anger rushed to his brain. You want me to share my professional secrets with the entire village? There's no way I'm doing that. Facing such a stubborn person, he calmly shook his soul. So you're not going to do it? Harvey was completely helpless but could only curse recklessly. How dare you threaten me again? Once exhausted, Harvey reconsidered everything. I have no other choice. I'll pretend to accept it and wait until I'm healed to run away. Unexpectedly, Sun-Hun read his mind as if reading Harvey like a book. If you're thinking about running away when you're fully healed, he even used Fang Green to threaten Harvey. Who gave Sun-Hun such kindness? I will order your disciple to hunt you down and bring you back. Remember that well. He completely surrendered to that cruelty. All right, I will definitely do it. The Horus hand continued to work diligently under Sun-Hun's control, gathering all the chaotic soul fragments, assembling them, and using magic power to bind them together. Very quickly, Harvey's soul lit up again. He returned it to its original place, not forgetting to announce, "It's done. You can move now." After finishing the job, Sun-Hun silently held the potion in his hand. Wisman had placed the soul essence into his inventory so that he could heal him immediately. I wish the manager was as thoughtful as her. Rebecca suddenly opened the door, poking her head in to announce, "You startled me, Sun-Hun. Mason is looking for you."
He didn't linger long, quickly standing up to say his goodbyes. Goodbye, Sir Harvey, and keep your promise. Harvey, who had just been healed, was so angry his wound almost burst. Get out of my sight right now. Transitioning to the Shakoti Adventurers Guild, Kate handed over items while instructing, and I have deposited your money into your account at the Adventurers Guild. Sun-Hun held the paper, unable to hide his curiosity. What is this? She immediately replied, a letter of recommendation from me. It will help you gain some additional benefits at other guilds around Azun. Knowing this was a good item, he quickly put it away. Sun-Hun even bowed very respectfully. Thank you, Branch Manager Kate. Kate replied to him with a humble attitude. No, I should be the one saying thank you, because you saved my village. So the Doll Makers Guild decided to help rebuild a village, huh? Sun-Hun smiled awkwardly, ignoring the fierce expression in his mind. It didn't take too much effort to convince him. Hearing this, she somewhat understood the situation. So death really changed that evil guy, huh? Suddenly, Rebecca interjected into the conversation with a solemn expression. The guild's doll-making technique is the only thing we have left of Wisman. Having only a few people monopolize it is unacceptable. The Spencer family is also fully prepared to cooperate with the Doll Makers Guild. I will liquidate all of our assets and donate them to the effort of rebuilding the village. Kate was a bit speechless at that enthusiasm. Rebecca. Jung-ho even had to ask again, are you sure you want to do that? Her face was full of guilt. My brother was the one who destroyed the village. It is my family's responsibility to help repair it. And I want to continue living as Rebecca, not as Louina Spencer. Sun-Hun took this opportunity to remind her a few words. You should also learn how to make dolls, Rebecca. Now anyone can learn with the teaching of Sir Harvey, as long as they are villagers of Shakoti. Rebecca smiled and shifted her eyes to the scenery outside. I think I can. I can learn how to make dolls and help develop that forest. That's right. It currently has a new name, doesn't it? It's Wisman's Forest. In an instant, the inn of the Adventurers Guild was enveloped in darkness. Sun-Hun lay on the bed, still deep in thought. Thinking this much will surely turn my hair gray. We can finally leave this village tomorrow. I should take a dose of magic potion before going to sleep.
How many potions do I have left? As soon as he opened the system, a notification popped up. Inventory. The host has a new item, Dream Travel Ticket. The next message appeared. I have placed the item of unknown origin that we received as a reward into your inventory. He gradually recovered his memory of that item. That's right, Wisman mentioned this. So Sun-Hun casually took out the ticket. Dream Travel Ticket. Place this under the pillow and sleeping? He quickly placed it under his pillow. As he lay down, Sun-Hun did not forget to tell himself, I don't know exactly what it is, but I wasted nearly 30,000 points on it. If it's useless, I will definitely go find that branch manager. After that, the clear sound of water echoed in his subconscious. Opening his eyes, Sun-Hun's face was looking up from the middle of the water. The current scene was him lying right on the moving water surface. Sun-Hun calmly sat up and looked around. Am I dreaming? So the dream travel ticket actually makes me dream? I can't open the status window. It seems this is definitely a dream. Suddenly, a message sent in midair caught his attention. I see you have arrived.
Behind Sun-Hun was the manager in the shape of a cube wrapped in iron chains. He rested his hands on his hips and loudly questioned upon seeing the cube, what is that cube shape? A message box floating near her displayed the words, perhaps you will recognize me if I communicate like this. A second later, a screen suddenly approached Sun-Hun's face, clearly displaying a cryptic message. I have been waiting for you for a long time. He was briefly stunned and tried to interrupt the system's words. Wait a minute. The manager spoke at a moderate pace to explain. I am the one who summoned you to this world, and also the one you call the manager. Her voice carried no emotion as she continued, and I am also a god forgotten in history, gradually fading from human memory. Sun-Hun's eyes widened, accompanied by a question. You are... His expression changed in the blink of an eye. The manager? Sun-Hun started walking toward the manager. I've been waiting for this moment. His hands clenched into fists, charging at the opponent. It's time to strike. The manager reacted quickly, causing Sun-Hun's attack to fail. However, he did not give up, and immediately swung his leg to kick her. Sun-Hun's eyebrows furrowed, his mouth muttering in confusion. What is this? Are you afraid of being hit so you brought out chain armor? The manager kindly explained, they are not protecting me, they are the chains that bind me. At this moment, Sun-Hun was secretly annoyed. I'm ready to do anything to smash this cube right now, but I can't get close to it. The young man decided to change his approach, starting to strike up a conversation. What happened to you? The manager slowly recounted. I know it sounds cliché, but I have been sealed. She leisurely explained, my keyword restrictions prevent detailed explanation, but to put it simply, I was betrayed by the people I trusted. I summoned you to this place because I need someone who can free me from these chains.
The young man Sun-Hun was still listening to the manager's story. I am sealed here, in the subconscious world, what you guys call a dream. More precisely, it is a dream within a dream. She mentioned the thing appearing behind again. Do you see the gate there? It is called the other side of the subconscious. This gate is the only way a normal human can get here. The probability of this gate appearing in a dream is 1 in 5,922. Hearing this, Sun-Hun rested his hands on his hips and exclaimed, very rare but not completely impossible, just like the chance of getting a rare item like the roulette board, right? These words were confirmed by the manager. Exactly.
Many people have reached this place over the years. I explained the situation to them and asked them to free me. The tragic story continued. It was a wonderful sleep, but I kept feeling like I dreamt of something. But when they woke up, all of them forgot the promise they made to me. Sun-Hun scoffed in response. Forgetting their dreams serves them right. Was it also because of your seal? Guys, doesn't the young man's expression look punchable? However, the manager calmly explained. That's right. This seal not only restricts me, but also contains a special curse that makes everyone who comes here forget their dreams upon waking up. Sun-Hun shrugged and continued. The person who did this must be a special one. He sealed both you and everything around. But as for the fact that you have to take the time to explain it to me, his hands were now in his pockets, proving that you must have thought of a blessing that can cancel this curse, right? The manager did not deny it. That's right, but there is a serious problem. She continued to explain. Every resident of Azan worships a god, so I cannot bestow a blessing upon them.
Then I had an idea. If no one in this world could break the seal, then I would seek help from another world. And then I found it. A world heavily influenced by mythology, yet many people there do not have their own gods. An interesting world, where magic power does not exist, but the concepts of skills and magic power do. I was certain that the people of Earth could save me. The manager's words made Sun-Hun a bit annoyed. He poked at her while questioning. I get it now, but why Korea? Most of the people traveling through the dimensional rifts are Koreans. Why is that? A simple explanation was given by the manager. Because you guys all know what a status window is. Sun-Hun's hand stopped in midair. What? The manager continued to explain. When I was thinking of a way to grant my power to ordinary people, I stumbled upon some of your literary works, and the most interesting element I found was the status window. The young man Sun-Hun froze his face after hearing that story. He honestly replied, I never thought I would be led to another dimension by a god who reads comics and web novels. The manager made a remark. They are really good, right? Sun-Hun couldn't help but agree. Right. She then suddenly admitted, I also got the idea for the roulette board from there. That earth-shattering confession made Sun-Hun furiously kick the chains continuously. I swear I will kill you. He kicked the chains frantically, making them clash together. Are you kidding me? You kidnapped me here and now you want me to free you? What reason do I have to do that?
The manager calmly made an offer. If you break the seal for me, I will send you back. Of course, not just that. Her next words made him pause. I can also return what you have lost. Sun-Hun unhurriedly denied. I haven't lost anything, unless you were talking about my house in South Korea, the thing I lost because of you. However, this perfunctory answer could not deceive the manager. No, everyone I summoned here has lost something precious to them. Sun-Hun frowned, reluctantly asking back, Can you be a bit clearer? Something precious? The manager gently explained. For example, there was once a man who lost everything just because he agreed to be a guarantor for his friend of 20 years, the bastard. I chose him because I needed a desperate person willing to help me. Hearing this, Sun-Hun couldn't help but think to himself, the only thing I'm desperate for is wanting to smash him to pieces. His gaze shifted to something else, although I think I also have to return to Earth. His train of thought also unconsciously turned to a person, because of the promise I made when I came here. But I have never lost anything precious, and there is nothing I want to get back. Another response from the manager appeared. Do you remember the things before you came here? Sun-Hun's eyes widened in surprise. What? She brought up the past. The last day when you were still on Earth, before awakening in Azun. Sun-Hun grimaced and thought to himself, I don't remember anymore. I only remember the day before I was summoned here, but I don't remember the exact day. Then he weakly asked back, What I lost, is it my memory? He crossed his arms. A question was posed to the manager. Do you feel those memories are worth me risking my life for? Is a one-day memory also worth it? She replied almost immediately, I want to explain more to you, but I'm afraid I can't, and I also don't want to reveal this in advance. This cheeky reaction of the manager annoyed Sun-Hun. Petty thing.
Driven to desperation, he grabbed the chains directly and roared, I'm starting to get annoyed seeing your arrogance, but right now I don't want to help you just for revenge. The killing intent radiating from his body brought a chilling sensation to the manager. To be honest, I don't care about my memories. There is only one thing I want in exchange for breaking your seal. This young man refused to back down, quickly making his proposal. You must give me the necessary weapons or skills to defeat you. The manager considered for a moment before replying briefly, Fine. Light gathered in one spot in front of Sun-Hun. When the item appeared, the manager slowly explained, This knife is called delirium. You can only injure me with it. She didn't forget to add, but you can only use it in the subconscious world and in illusions. However, Sun-Hun quickly asked back, Wait, I can't use it in the real world? Is it garbage? The manager answered nonchalantly, while Sun-Hun himself started to examine the knife. Just keep it anyway. You'll find a way to use it someday. If you want to escape from the dream, stab yourself with it, and you'll wake up immediately. He glanced towards her. A little unexpected, isn't it? If I were you, I would tell you to get lost and summon another traveler for help. At this point, the manager finally confessed. I'm quite desperate myself. This was followed by shocking information. Among those travelers, only 3 have found me here.
The information provided by the manager made Sun-Hun confused. Only 3 people? She began to explain. Although I can summon you here, I cannot communicate with you, so I can only wait for you to find me yourselves. But then, an unexpected event occurred. Some people realized that simply believing in a god could make them stronger. The other party would have desires like, if he helps me increase my strength, then of course I will believe. Others arrogantly thought, will you grant me power? Please let me be your believer? The manager slowly added, so most of you either joined a church or became believers of other gods. By the time I found out about it, there was a guide to the churches in Azun, a list of benefits you can receive when joining each church, the recommended church for each class, necessary churches, guides, how to avoid being punished when preaching, guides, how to believe in multiple gods, polytheism, a list of churches to avoid. One of you had already drafted a guide to religions in this world early on. She just sighed softly. Everything happened too fast, yet Sun-Hun had no sympathy at all. Alright, Koreans are known to be good at optimization. Do you guys see how arrogant this young man is? The manager's story continued. Fortunately, not all dimensional travelers joined the churches, so I didn't give up and eventually found a way to communicate. A notification popped up. Quest completed. Received 5,000 points. Reward. I started rewarding you using the achievement system. She explained. I created new achievements for travelers who do not join a church or borrow the power of other gods, so that they can receive my blessing. Only those who unlock achievements and receive a special mark can gain the right to come here.
Hearing this, Sun-Hun showed a bit of interest and asked back, and those special marks are? The manager didn't hesitate to admit. That's right, it's the awakening skill. She continued to explain, if you want to break the seal for me, besides needing a strong will, you also need enough skills. The information window just appeared in front of him. Sun-Hun's eyes widened when he read what was being presented. A series of quests with similar content popped up. Quests, do not worship other gods, solo conquer a dungeon, solo defeat a boss monster, win a 1v1 battle against another dimensional traveler, defeat a rare monster, eliminate a giant monster, defeat a rare monster. At this time, the manager explained, only those who meet my standards can receive an awakening skill. The space around Sun-Hun changed according to her words. You are one of the 3 people who have done it. Kang Sun-Hun Isu. His eyebrows furrowed. He silently evaluated. So receiving an awakening skill means the manager acknowledges you as a capable person. One of them is Kim Jae-hung, whom Jung-ho mentioned before, but who is the other one? A suddenly added note made Sun-Hun haze for a moment. And anyone who obtains the awakening skill will officially be recognized as a member of the church. He pointed his finger back in confusion. What? I don't want to join your cult. The manager calmly explained, you might not want to, but the system doesn't think so. Her stubbornness left Sun-Hun speechless. He really couldn't believe it. The manager continued, in principle, I cannot interfere with reality, but I can transmit divine oracles to my believers who possess the awakening skill. Go claim it yourself. Of course, that requires a massive amount of divine power, so I won't be able to contact you frequently. The lengthy story made Sun-Hun have to sit down and listen. Geez, but why are you making me collect 4 of them? She explained a few more things. The curse is so strong that it is hard to break with just one blessing. You are the last person to receive the awakening skill. Other dimensional travelers have either joined another church or will never qualify to receive it anymore. The corners of Sun-Hun's lips curled into a smile. No wonder everything sounds so desperate. I'm the last one, huh? Sounds pretty good.
The young man bearing a massive mission on his shoulders was so carefree that it made people really want to hit him. He lay down and asked in return, so what do I have to do to break the seal? The manager explained. These chains were created by the power of a god, requiring a massive amount of divine power to break them. She conjured an item while continuing. This is an item called the Divine Vase. If you keep this with you, whenever you collect divine power, it will automatically be stored inside. You can also replenish divine power for this vase by exchanging the points you have accumulated, so that would take about 30 years to complete. Sun-Hun took the item and asked back, you want me to be your apostle for 30 years? Don't beat around the bush anymore. Tell me straight, is there a faster way to collect divine power? At this point, the manager started to stammer. Well, she slowly explained. Even if you can't earn more points, there is still a faster way to collect divine power. You will have to... The execution method was revealed by the manager. Destroy objects that have been enchanted with divine power, such as divine relics, statues, and talismans. If you do that, you can absorb a large amount of divine power in an instant, but the price to pay is very heavy. Sun-Hun himself could already picture what the manager meant. Destroying a holy relic also meant angering the god it represented. If I do that, not only will the churches hunt me down, but even the gods will become my enemies. He considered it, asking back in a calm voice, so now I'm switching to playing on hard mode. This reaction made the manager a bit puzzled. Are you going to refuse? However, Sun-Hun denied it. Of course not. He confidently declared a word. I really like provoking others. Hearing this, the manager felt somewhat relieved. I knew I could count on you. I am sure you will do it. Sun-Hun's expression became provocative as he thought to himself, counting on me? Fine. It keeps pretending to be friendly and polite, but everything is very fake. His eyes became more serious in a flash when the manager's appearance was revealed. He trembled with anger and thought while reading the information board, this brick has provoked me in so many ways. There is no way it is a good person or a good brick. But then Sun-Hun wondered, oh right, I want to ask you about this. The manager softly asked back, about what? The question was gently raised by him. Why can't I use magic power? If the reason is because I come from Earth, then other dimensional travelers shouldn't be able to use it either. The manager pondered for a moment before presenting. I don't think that's the case. That's what I was about to tell you. This answer made Sun-Hun angry once again. What? You're only telling me now? The manager began to transform the surrounding space to explain. To put it simply, it's because your body cannot contain magic power. Ah, the statement made Sun-Hun become more serious. This is related to your lost memories.
He grumpily turned around. Seeing this, she asked back, are you leaving right away? A blue light covered his body. Anyway, I don't think I'll gain anything more from this conversation. The manager replied slowly. That's a pity. I also wanted to hear stories about the outside world, only to receive a grumpy response from Sun-Hun. Go ask someone else yourself. Before leaving, he wondered, by the way, what is your name? The manager explained softly, I cannot say it because I have been restricted from using related keywords. This answer did not surprise Sun-Hun. Is that so? The manager then suddenly added, and first of all, her final words echoed in Sun-Hun's ears. You already know my name. Sun-Hun woke up startled after that conversation. The birds were chirping outside while he still hadn't fully recovered his senses. What? Jung-Ho on the other side was also stretching and waking up. That's so wonderful. He waved his hand at Sun-Hun. Good morning, doctor. However, he replied in annoyance. What's good about it? I met an idiot in my dream last night. Jung-Ho couldn't help but feel curious. What dream? He suddenly changed the subject. Right, I'll give you this, okay? Come on, cheer up. Jung-Ho explained about the item placed in Sun-Hun's hand. This is a lucky charm I bought as a souvenir. Not bad, right? Mine has a dog shape. I heard they design it based on what suits the customer best. The item made Sun-Hun slightly satisfied. Thanks. His expression also became thoughtful. However, a round-shaped bottle is more common in alchemy than in healing. From outside, a voice called out, Sun-Hun, Jung-Ho, your golem carriage is ready. Thanks. He slowly stood up from the table. Shall we go then? Then he leisurely headed to the door, returning to Hin Village. At the same time at Biffin Hin Village, Chun Hyun's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. The knife in his hand was thrown onto the table, and in his heart, Chun Hyun secretly commented, something interesting is about to happen.
The sky began to pour rain heavily. An exclamation came from inside the carriage. Oh my God! Jung-Ho asked seriously, so you really met the manager? His curiosity was directed at the item in Sun-Hun's hand. Is this a divine vessel? He calmly admitted, when I woke up, it was already in my inventory. Then he briefly explained his plan. From now on, I intend to attack the cult and destroy their holy relics. Jung-Ho asked doubtfully, will it be all right? He worriedly commented, making both the gods and the church your enemies is a completely different level of danger. Sun-Hun rockingly asked back, are you scared? The other party confirmed without hesitation. Of course, you are terrifying to death. At this moment, Rick saw something again. He pulled the reins hard to stop the horses. However, the two horses still reared up, making the people inside the carriage tumble from the sudden movement. Jung-Ho's voice rang out from inside. So Rick, what's wrong? Rick clicked his tongue and replied, up ahead. Right in front of them was a group of monsters. They aggressively bared their fangs, threatening the people in the carriage. Jung-Ho just glanced once and immediately recognized them. They are black spider wolves. It seems they want to attack the carriage. Sun-Hun calmly used summoning magic, creating stone arrows from the Afreya pouch. Several arrows instantly appeared and flew off at high speed. The group of monsters was hit in succession. They scattered, some died, and the surviving ones ran for their lives.
Sun-Hun over here was examining the condition of the person lying on the ground. This coachman seemed to have died a few minutes ago, his entire body torn apart. How unlucky. Just a little more and this person would have reached the village. Without rushing, he came to a conclusion. This was not done by the black-maned wolf. Seeing that Jung-Ho was still confused, Sun-Hun explained again. The black-maned wolf would use venom to paralyze its prey. But the system in his hand was evaluating that the human corpse was full of severe bite marks. The body was in a crushed state. Sun-Hun commented softly, there was no sign of paralysis in this corpse. He observed his surroundings and added, and furthermore, the bloodstains, compared to one person, isn't this amount of blood a bit too much? He continued to evaluate. There should be about 3 to 4 passengers in this carriage. Hearing this, Rick interjected, so could it be that they were kidnapped? Sun-Hun confirmed calmly, monsters wouldn't pick and choose who to take away, so it's highly likely that this is the work of humans.
Jung-ho, who was examining the luggage over here, also chimed in. Did they intentionally avoid touching the luggage too? His attention was drawn to a white piece of paper. Jung-ho read the contents written on it. Official permit to establish the Magic Association in Hin Village. Sung-Hun's eyes widened in surprise when he heard him explain. Magic Association? That's the building Kama rewarded us with. The aura around him changed at this moment. If this thing was here, it meant that the official supervising the construction of the association had been kidnapped. The corners of Sung-Hun's lips curled into a smile, his tone becoming several times more dangerous. Which bastard dares to ruin my plan?
The scene shifted to Hin Village. Zix turned his head to signal the people inside the carriage. Sirs, we have arrived. Sun-Hun lazily remarked as he stepped off the carriage. Finally, we are back in the village. Jung-ho looked around in agreement, and the rain has finally stopped. They stopped in front of a place called Bifon Inn. The person inside welcomed them with an exclamation. Oh my, Mr. Kang. Julia, the staff of Bifon Inn. Sun-Hun smiled faintly and replied, How have you been lately, Julia? Julia rushed over and hugged him tightly. I'm glad you returned safely. Her attitude pleased Sun-Hun. Were you that worried? Julia whined and explained. Because I couldn't know anything when losing contact with an adventurer. Sun-Hun's attention shifted to another side, then stopped at a figure in the distance. Chun-Hyun was slumped on the table, holding a giant glass of liquor in his hand. Sun-Hun glanced and slowly remarked, A drunkard in broad daylight. Zix next to him agreed. What a life, huh? Do you guys think the judgmental looks of these two young men are asking for a beating? Julia then excitedly suggested, Anyway, I'll prepare some food for you. With the recent rains, the vegetables are very fresh. Sun-Hun pondered and asked, Rain? She began to explain. Yes, about 3 days ago there was a sudden thunderstorm just like today. These words made him even more curious. Has anything unusual happened lately? Julia thought carefully. Unusual? She then added, I heard that people discovered a severely damaged and overturned carriage near the village. The luggage on it was untouched, so the one who caused it wasn't a monster, right? Upon hearing this, Sun-Hun immediately realized a broken carriage, intact luggage, and rain. Wasn't that what he encountered on his way back? He politely replied to her, Thank you for letting me know. Then please help me prepare special meals for 3 people. Julia smiled brightly and accepted the request. Yes, I will cook it quickly. Jung-ho trotted off to one side. Hey, I need to go to the restroom for a bit. Sun-Hun replied to him in a soft voice. I will find a seat for us. Now, only Zix and Sun-Hun were left sitting together. So, Healer, are you planning to investigate that carriage accident? Yes, the missing person is an important figure. Possibilities were popping up in his mind. If he went around destroying relics recklessly, he would be discovered and aggressively countered by both the Church and the Adventurers Guild. Sun-Hun concluded thoughtfully. That's why I need the Magic Association to bear that aggression for me. He rubbed his chin with his hand, his expression extremely pensive. There were no traces of any skills used at the scene. A mage belonging to the association wouldn't use such brute force. That rain was definitely suspicious. Could it be a rain summoning skill to wipe away the evidence? After thinking about all sorts of things, he finally spoke up. First, we need to find the person behind that rain. The person behind that rain? Where do we even look? Zix suggested. Perhaps we should look at the Adventurers Guild first. Unexpectedly, Chun-Hyun suddenly interrupted with a question. Who do you need to find? Both Sun-Hun and Zix looked over at the same time. Zix was visibly surprised when a white piece of paper flew toward him. His head bled when the white paper pierced into it. Sun-Hun read the content on it. Find whatever you need. Then he looked over at Chun-Hyun again. Mr. Alec. He covered his face with one hand and replied with a smirk. Detective Alec, at your service.
Sun-Hun slowly repeated the name Mr. Alex. Chun-Hyun replied mysteriously. Detective Alex, at your service. Zix held his head in exhaustion. Detective? That's so old-fashioned. Mr. Alex? The young man Chun-Hyun knew nothing of those secret judgments, but continued to put on airs. So you guys are looking for someone, right? Leave it to me. I specialize in these kinds of cases. Sun-Hun looked at him and remarked, You look like a scammer to me. Chun-Hyun let out a breath and replied, You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He pointed his finger at his face and declared, Besides, you look even more like a scammer than I do. These words left Sun-Hun frozen stiff. This guy, didn't he just say not to judge a book by its cover? He sulkily crossed his arms as he continued the conversation. So how much is your service fee? This made Zix beside him so surprised that he had to ask again. Do you really believe this guy? Chun-Hyun leisurely explained. It depends on the search area to calculate the price. Sun-Hun looked at him and explained, Just around Hin Village and the surrounding areas. As Chun-Hyun sat down, the price was given. Then you just need to pay my bar bill. I haven't paid a single dime yet. His hand glowed as a scroll appeared. Let's see. This action made Sun-Hun inevitably curious. Oh, why does a detective know how to use alchemy? Using observation eye. However, he finally decided to let it go. Sun-Hun's 2 eyes were still following Chun-Hyun's every movement. Taking items from the inventory. Is it just an inventory opening effect?
At this moment, he suddenly closed his eyes, followed by a statement. Listen, I know you are worried. He smiled faintly, even though Sun-Hun's crossbow was pointing right at his face, but rushing like this won't make it get done any faster. He smiled coldly and replied, "Playing like that isn't fair. Suddenly pulling out that storage. There's definitely something shady going on." Then he directly exposed Chon-Hien, meeting someone from the same hometown and acting so indifferent. The truth is, Sun-Hun already knew a part of his identity. This guy is a dimensional traveler. Dimensional travelers can easily recognize each other. His fashion sense is nothing like anyone in this world. No matter how much he wants to hide it, his aura still stands out completely. The hard-carrying types, right? Remember to like and sub to learn more pro moves, LOL. Sun-Hun carefully observed Chon-Hien while evaluating. His way of speaking and even his way of thinking couldn't be hidden. He hid it so well that even I couldn't recognize it. He didn't show any special expression, but just thought to himself, it's normal for a dimensional traveler to hide their identity on the Azun continent, but for someone also from Earth to hide it, that's truly shady. At this moment, Chon-Hien leisurely twirled his pen and commented, "You are not an ordinary person, right? Until now, no one has ever recognized my identity from Earth." Sun-Hun still calmly asked back, "Why did you hide it? You should have recognized me right away, right?" Chon-Hien simply gave a short answer. "I have my own reasons." The tense atmosphere between the two made Rick on the side only able to pray to Buddha. "Do you want me to come up with a reason for you to explain?" he asked in confusion. "Why are you two suddenly acting like this?" As for Jung-Ho at this moment, it was as if he had just come down from the mountain. He looked at them and wondered, what is going on?
Chon-Hien suddenly turned around and exclaimed loudly, "What did you say?" He pushed his chair back and stood up abruptly, then turned his whole body towards Jung-Ho and asked loudly, "Kim Jung-Ho, it's you, right?" Unexpectedly, he acted like he was on a 2G network, slowly asking back, "Who are you?" This ruthlessness made Chon-Hien uncomfortable. "Don't you remember? Back in Chakati village." Everyone else was annoyed by his appearance. "Please fix your clothes." After 7749 hints, Jung-Ho finally realized. "I remember now." He asked loudly, "Are you Cheon-Yun?" This name made Sun-Hun and Riz freeze simultaneously. Cheon-Yun. The food was served while the four of them discussed. "So you used to be Kim Jung-Ho's former colleague. What a coincidence." Cheon-Yun politely explained. "Yes, my real name is Ma Cheon-Yun, but people usually call me Alec." "Alec? Dimensional traveler?" "Real name Ma Cheon-Yun." Sun-Hun, sitting opposite him, kept evaluating him. "Well, it looks weird, but at least he's not useless. But how can Ma Cheon-Yun be shortened to Alec?" "We knew each other thanks to my gullible friend. Anyway, let's not dig any deeper." Cheon-Yun openly continued. "I will also forget about you pointing your bow at me." Then they got back to the main topic. "So who are you looking for? Since you are Mr. Kim's colleague, rest assured, I will help you all the way." Sun-Hun slowly but surely stated his request. "I need someone who can summon rain, whether using items or skills. As long as they have that ability, I need them." Upon hearing this, Cheon-Yun smirked. That is, he decisively cut a line on his palm. Too easy again. The red liquid soaked into the white paper, then gradually spread out, completely covering the paper to the astonishment of Sun-Hun and Jung-Ho. The blood spread out as if pointing the way on a map. Now I remember, Cheon-Yun's profession is... A shocking question was raised by him. A blood mage, right? Sun-Hun felt like he had been betrayed. Wait, what's going on? Aren't you a detective? However, Cheon-Yun smoothly escaped the pressing with an answer. "My main job is a blood mage, and my side job is a fortune teller." Yet he still felt Cheon-Yun's answer was full of holes. "Wait, how can a fortune teller be a detective?" He loudly declared. All right, here are the results. The clock tower, the Latika Inn, and the southeast exit. I'm sure one of these three places will have someone who can summon rain." Then he started explaining the details. "The exit is quite peaceful, followed by the clock tower, which has a stubborn guy. Finally, the last place. As for the inn," Cheon-Yun calmly declared, "if you go there, someone will definitely die." Jung-Ho's expression became more tense after hearing those words. "Die?" Riz was equally confused. "Is it really that dangerous?"
Chon-Hien once again repeated with a wicked smile. "If I were you, I wouldn't go there." He looked forward to Sun-Hun's reaction. What will he do? Unexpectedly, he just smirked as if he had guessed it and declared, "No need to think about it." The space was shifted to the Latika Inn. Inside, there was a silhouette looking around worriedly. The hooded person muttered in confusion, "Why are they taking so long?" A voice rang out, making him flinch. "Iker." In front of the hooded person right now was the figure of Sun-Hun. "Who are you?" He did not answer the question at all, instead starting to scrutinize the opponent's belongings. "This amethyst staff is insanely beautiful."
"Oh my God, why is it all scratched up like this?" the hooded man demanded loudly. "You bastard, give it back!" But Sun-Hun didn't stop at all. Amethyst fragments exactly like this were also found at the scene of the overturned carriage in the forest. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he remembered Chon-Hee-Hun's words. If he went there, someone would definitely die. In other words, his expression immediately turned ice cold. It's 100% certain that something is about to happen here. The hooded man was so scared that he had to scream. He reached out to grab the staff. "Is this your trick?" It started to glow, shooting out a few bolts of lightning. Sun-Hun's whole body was blown away just like that. The crowd in the tavern was also caught by surprise. "What the?" From the staff, strong gusts of wind began to emanate.
What the hell is that? Strong winds rose in gusts inside this tavern. The people around cursed loudly. What crazy bastard just used his powers? This is an inn, for God's sake. We need to report this right away. Report it to the Adventurers Guild. The wind got stronger and began to affect the surroundings. Zix also worriedly announced, Kang, this inn is probably going to collapse. But Sun-Hun only focused on the hooded man, an arrow piercing his leg. It made the man fall with a scream of pain. Sun-Hun smirked and asked, where are you running in such a hurry? The hooded man still didn't give up his intention to escape. This thing, he just dashed right out of the window. Sun-Hun observed this action and commented, still want to escape, huh? Mages are quite persistent. I'll give you a plus point. This young man's inappropriately indifferent attitude annoyed the person next to him. Aren't you going to catch him right now? The people in the inn scrambled to run outside. Me, I'll go out first. Get out of the way. I don't want to be crushed to death. He observed them and silently commented, what kind of adventurers are so mediocre? Then he commanded his two teammates, Zix and Kem Jung-ho, clear a path for me into the eye of the storm. They answered in unison and acted immediately. Understood. Sun-Hun himself also moved to the center of the wind. He stepped up and was just swept away by it. Kang Sun-Hun. But Sun-Hun still held the initiative. Any wind magic will have an eye of the storm. He strained his eyes to search while activating his skill, where the winds began and also the weak point. Activating observation eye. Very quickly there was a result. The eye of the storm. He just needed to aim at it. Sun-Hun's crossbow aimed straight at it and fired. The wind gradually weakened. However, the other two members still had to shield themselves. The people witnessing this scene were all bewildered. Him? They clamored loudly. He just destroyed the storm. What kind of deity is he? Zix approached with a comment. Impressive as always, while Jung-ho somewhat reproachfully said, but if you were a little bit slower, this place would have really collapsed. They sighed. What now? The culprit has already run far away. Jung-ho bewilderedly commented, if we chase now, it'll take forever to catch him.
However, Sun-Hun didn't care at all. It's fine, he spoke meaningfully. Just let my friend handle it. The hooded man was trying to move in the rain. It hurts so much, damn it. Who the hell is that guy? His voice echoed in the space. I must quickly return to them. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Sun-Hun suddenly appeared and blocked the way. What kind of mage has such long legs? He kept his trademark show-off expression. The famous detective Alec has sortied. The hooded man roared in anger. And who the hell are you? Sun-Hun kindly explained once more. The famous detective. But he didn't care at all. Wait, how the hell did you track me? Damn, the rain should have surely washed away my magic traces. Sun-Hun started manipulating blood, and his expression barely changed as he explained. Sniffing things out is this guy's forte. The hooded man immediately became wary. Blood magic. Meanwhile, Sun-Hun continued. Your heel is still bleeding, so tracking it wasn't hard at all. He prepared to attack. I can't be caught like this. However, at this moment, the blood on the ground started moving, forming a giant hand, and in the blink of an eye it completely grabbed him. The hooded man struggled in despair.
He felt his body gradually weakening. Blood magic was slowly seeping into his body. His magic was now useless. At this moment, Sun-Hun slowly approached. Do you know that you guys are the perfect prey for a blood mage? He smirked and commented, knowing I'm a blood mage, are you trying to give me a taste of my own medicine? The hooded man soon collapsed. Oh my, this guy is really interesting. After that was a scene of confusion from Jung-ho. Wait, is that guy dead? Sun-Hun also had the same question. I thought the detective's rule was to only capture them alive. Sun-Hun proudly explained. I haven't killed him at all. Look closely. A threat was uttered just enough to wake the hooded man up. Or should I do it right now? Sun-Hun smugly exclaimed. He was actually casting a spell all this time. Sun-Hun unhurriedly spoke. So we meet again, huh? He walked over, grabbed his hair and threatened. This guy has quite a few questions right now, so if you still want to live, answer carefully. Unexpectedly, the hooded man still firmly resisted. Don't make me laugh. I'd rather be broken jade than intact tile.
However, after a session of physical education, he became obedient. Yes, I was the one who created the rain and blamed it on those monsters. Our guild only specializes in doing odd jobs for pocket money and even provides site information. Recently, there was a human trafficking job. Hearing this, Jung-ho couldn't hold back his curses, so it's an illegal business after all, these bastards. They interrogated him as they walked. Are the victims kidnapped today still alive? The hooded figure admitted everything. Yes, we arranged to bring them to that inn. He pointed toward a small house while explaining. This place is used as a hideout, while those people are locked up somewhere else. Then he turned and walked in another direction. Wait a minute, I'll go get the keys. Jung-ho roughly threatened. Hurry up, we still spared your legs. Rick curiously asked, is it okay to let them off the hook like this? Sun-Hun slowly replied to him, of course not. Whether that guy cooperates or not, he's still dead. In his heart, he was secretly thinking, but the ones targeting the Mage Guild aren't them. They just got caught in the crossfire. Looks like he's really about to die, huh? Since fate brought us together, we might as well clean this up. At least one thing is done anyway. Unexpectedly at this moment, a light emitted from inside the house, and it exploded, taking the life of the hooded figure. The other 4 members were completely caught off guard by this. Looking at the charred house, Sun-Hun couldn't hold back a swear word. Holy shit. The house in front of them was now nothing but a sea of fire.
Zix exclaimed, what a sudden explosion. Jung-ho next to him also wondered who was finally behind this.
Chun-Hyun suddenly raised his voice. Wait a minute, I get it now. His reaction made Sun-Hun joyous. Do you know who was behind this? Unexpectedly, Chun-Hyun began to exaggerate. The death mentioned by fate is exactly that mage. Hearing this, Jung-ho became annoyed. Why bring that up now? He continued to wonder without knowing he was being targeted. What do we do now? We don't even know where the poison is. The archer from above began to prepare an attack. The light from the arrow could not escape Six's eyes. This guy released his hand and the arrow flew. He reacted almost instantly. Danger! Earth shield! Dirt gradually gathered around him. However, the arrow still pierced through and stabbed straight into Zix's body. His face turned pale. Sun-Hun and Jung-ho hurriedly ran over. Zix! Gae-hun's sarcastic voice rang out from behind. When it comes to useless trash, it's hard to expect anything. She appeared along with 2 subordinates, but I didn't expect you guys to make it here. Coming empty-handed is a bit rude too. Gae-hun / guildmaster. Sun-Hun quickly understood. So you are that human trafficker. Meanwhile, Jung-ho couldn't hold back a curse. You bastards. Gae-hun did not hide it, but directly admitted. I have observed you from that inn. Quite bold. Skills are also decent. Coincidentally, we have a vacant spot. Followed by an offer. You are quite suitable too. Want to join? Sun-Hun's expression gradually became more serious at those words. He glanced down at his teammate who was gasping for air, and right after that an arrow flew straight through Gae-hun's hair. A cut appeared on her cheek, which was also Sun-Hun's answer. Saying it after just murdering someone makes it less appealing. The anger in Gae-hun's heart became fiercer than ever. You dare to injure my face. She immediately ordered her subordinates, kill them all. Jung-ho and Chung-Hyun got into an attack stance, while entrusting it to Sun-Hun. Kang, please heal Zix. Let's get into combat mode. He swung his weapon, taking down 2 enemies with just 1 strike, followed by the appearance of a notification message. The target has received a protective buff. His opponent was extremely arrogant. Damage taken is reduced by 50%. They sarcastically said, this old man is too soft, already wanting to fight. Then they immediately rushed to counterattack, lightning-fast strikes making Jung-ho unable to anticipate that it would be like this. He struggled to defend, but the group became more and more aggressive. Die! Until Chung-Hyun's hand grabbed one of their necks.
He supported Jung-ho. Don't bother Kim Young. Understand? This guy who didn't know life from death was suddenly dumbfounded. What? Light began to flash following Chun-Hyun's command. It's time. From his back, cuts appeared, and fresh blood turned into sharp thorns, directly piercing through this guy's teammate. Chun-Hyun was visibly excited with his own skill. This domino effect is so beautiful. As for Jung-ho, he refused to acknowledge his acquaintance. I still don't want to look at it. Sun-Hun observed the battle and thought to himself, they should be fine. There's no need to intervene. His hands were still applying first aid to Zix. His injuries weren't as severe as he thought. Luckily, he managed to use the earth shield in time. Gahen witnessed the failure of her subordinates and roared furiously, You useless fools! As a sage once said, respecting any principle, she muttered while preparing to attack. Multiple magic circles appeared simultaneously. Gahen signaled them, Spear Flurry, and the spears immediately shot down. Chun-Hyun ran away while cursing loudly. Using an area of effect attack is really evil, you know. At this moment, Jung-ho still teasingly said, Chun-Hyun, you should look at yourself before saying that. He turned his head to observe and silently evaluated. Luckily, it wasn't too fast, so he could still dodge it. However, he himself had become Gahen's target. How long do you want to run? She used the lives of her subordinates to trigger an explosion aimed at him. Jung-ho frowned and thought, so bright, aren't they her people? At this time, a teammate's signal was raised. Kim Young, get out of the way! However, Jung-ho couldn't dodge in time and took a spear directly. Chun-Hyun cried out in panic, Kim Young! Sun-Hun was also surprised by this. Gahen laughed gleefully, proudly walking near Jung-ho. So I've taken down one of them. Then she looked at the people around her. Very interesting expressions. Not knowing any better, Gahen challenged Sun-Hun. Want to heal him? If you can, go ahead. Jung-ho's condition was hanging by a thread right now. I heard that a healer can bring back the dead.
Gahen issued a challenge to Sun-Hun. If you can heal a corpse, then go ahead and try. Chun-Hyun gritted his teeth and looked at him. Sun-Hun's expression became unreadable. Now he slowly and deliberately demanded, then you should apologize. Upon hearing this, Gahen couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's just a dead teammate. Why are you so angry? If I apologize, will I be forgiven? Sun-Hun kindly corrected her. You don't have to apologize to me. A gentle smile appeared on his face, but to him, Gahen asked in confusion, what? Meanwhile, Jung-ho's body began to undergo a transformation. Streams of black aura gradually surrounded his body. This sight took her by surprise. Gahen exclaimed in shock, is this corpse disappearing? Her subordinates also started to become alert. Black smoke or fog? No, it looks like... They quickly noticed a shadow. Jung-ho's eyes gleamed with a golden color and suddenly burst open. What the hell is that? Following that was an explosion of black aura that made everyone cry out, monster! A monster was created from there. Its eyes rolled fiercely, and its massive body stood rooted to the spot. The subordinates cried out in astonishment, monster! Where did it jump out from? Jung-ho growled a few meaningless sounds. The shockwave from that sound blew away the surrounding dirt and rocks. He aggressively moved and began to attack these guys. They didn't even have time to defend. Hey, just a moment ago, they only saw their bodies gradually spitting blood. What is it?
The rest were scared out of their wits. Young-ho turned to the remaining ones. His hands had sharp claws. Young-ho swung them up, and just like that, pierced through the body of another. Seeing him charging over, the surviving one panicked and cried out, "Hey, stay away from me," but could not escape the fate of being attacked. Chung Hyun spoke up in confusion. That thing, even he himself is wary of it. What the hell is it? Only Sun-Hun remained calm. Who else but your Kim Jung-ho? Chung Hyun was completely taken aback by these words. What? That monster? Kim Jung-ho was truly an unknown traveler, weak in the knees, faint-hearted, and psychologically fragile.
Honestly speaking, if he had completely disappeared on the Azun continent, it wouldn't be surprising, but he managed to hold out for 3 years. He glanced at the monster, the main reason being that dark monster, and then began to explain. If Kim Jung-ho falls for any reason, he will be reborn in the form of that monster. The more Chun Hyun listened, the more confused he became. Reborn? Sun-Hun rode on the ground while explaining. He's not just a simple guardian, a lycanthrope, but he also has an extra subclass. Chun Hyun observed his handwriting and wondered, why is there a question mark at the end? Sun-Hun explained softly. He said it could be written like that. Even the owner himself isn't sure. A smug smile appeared on his face. Not only was he reborn, but his stats had also increased significantly. While watching Jung-ho thrash the opponent, he was unimaginably strong, using Cry of Panic. Gahen started to feel bewildered. You monster! The demonic grudge from her fan was gradually enveloped by Jung-ho's black aura. Gahen started to panic. Why is there nothing? Could it be that his move has an anti-magic property? In the blink of an eye, he stood right in front of her, and with just one strike, he took Gahen down. She begged weakly, "Save me! You guys can stop this monster, right?" However, Sun-Hun and Chun Hyun just looked at her indifferently. Try being a good person first. Why should we save you? Gahen used every possible way to protect her life. I know what you were looking for are the mages in that carriage, right? She raised her voice and cried out, I will show you where they are kept, please. Jung-ho roared, making her scream in terror. Unexpectedly, a spear flew in from nowhere, activating the spear strike. Jung-ho was interrupted, and the person stepping in was none other than Sun-Hun. Now you are talking reasonably. He looked over at Jung-ho and said, All right, calm down. Let me handle that person. However, he had no intention of listening at all. This didn't surprise Sun-Hun. Or do you want to fight me too?
Sun-Hun raised an eyebrow as he realized something. Jung-ho fell silent and then suddenly ran off. Jun-Hyun followed his movements and exclaimed, How did you do that? It seems he recognized you. Sun-Hun replied at a moderate pace, There's a reason for everything. On the other side, Gahen was furious. How humiliating. She took out a knife and lunged toward Chun-Hyun. In the blink of an eye, her knife was at his neck. Don't move. Gahen laughed maniacally. Without that monster, you're nothing. And she didn't forget to challenge Sun-Hun. If you move even an inch, I won't hesitate to blow this guy's head off. The ridiculous sight before him made him a bit annoyed. I don't really care anyway. Chun-Hyun maintained his acting and spoke up. Hey, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He probably didn't expect that it was exactly what Sun-Hun was thinking. Yeah, I'm not worried. It doesn't matter if you die or not. Gahen smirked and continued. You know that blood mages are weak against divine power, right? If I stab your friend with this right now, it will be very interesting. This messenger of Ba-Meku is... These words made Chun-Hyun feel uncomfortable. A black aura suddenly appeared, and Gahen proudly exclaimed, A divine relic bestowed by the power of God. Sun-Hun couldn't hide the surprise on his face. She still wore a confident look and demanded, If you understand, then surrender immediately. However, he himself was paying attention to something else just now. Sun-Hun began to reveal his own aura. You said that is a divine relic, right?
Witnessing a portion of his power made her panic. That's right, the corners of Seung-Hun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Following that was the appearance of a notification, summoning Frika's crossbow. Use that to pay for Cody's hospital bills. Seeing Seung-Hun pointing his weapon at her, Gahen roared loudly. Hey, aren't you worried? Your friend might die. At this moment, it was Chun Hyun's turn to make a remark. I won't die. Gahen asked back in confusion. What? His body began to transform. But you might. And in the blink of an eye, he teleported behind her using the blood seal skill. Immediately, Gahen took a full hit. The knife left her hand and was caught by Seung-Hun. I didn't expect to get my first divine relic this way, he excitedly exclaimed. Thank you very much. When night fell, Seung-Hun began to calculate. Everything has temporarily settled down. Let's treat him before he dies. He dropped the small knife into the vase the manager had given him, placed Ba-Meku's messenger into the divine vessel, and then requested the status window. A notification appeared on the information board. Do you want to disassemble the divine relic? Destruction format. Seung-Hun pondered. A new disassembly system had been added to the status window. Then he began to consider. Destruction, huh? What a brutally straightforward name. He decided to disassemble the divine relic to extract divine energy. Seung-Hun observed the vase in operation and evaluated. Why does it sound like a washing machine? Very quickly, another line of information appeared. Valmaku's messenger had been destroyed. Sun-Hun remarked with a bit of surprise. Is that it? It's easier than I thought. He was secretly thinking to himself. Divine relics are usually very durable. Destroying them is almost a challenge.
It seemed that the manager wasn't completely useless, because right in front of Sun-Hun now was another line of information. As part of the dismantling cost, 1,000 points had been consumed. Right after reading it, he couldn't hold back his anger. You garbage bastard. Rick and Chang-Hien behind him couldn't help but feel confused. Why is the healer screaming into the air right after I woke up? This happens quite often. Sun-Hun on this side was recalling a previous conversation. You're leaving the village tomorrow. Are you sure you shouldn't overwork yourself? Only 2? No, we will handle 10 more cases. I just recovered after Wisman robbed me of everything in Chakakoti. A few other notifications appeared. An achievement unlocked, destroying a divine relic. Destroy a divine relic. Prerequisite, form enmity with the gods. Sun-Hun paid special attention to the text. Destroy a divine relic. Prerequisite, form enmity with the gods. Sun-Hun thought with some confusion. Are they deliberately provoking me by stealing points just for this achievement? You don't need to do that. I'm always angry at you anyway. Another message appeared as an achievement reward. A new stat had been added to the status window. Faithlessness stat. The power that comes from a heart that rejects faith in the gods. Followed by the explanation. As the value increases, it deals greater damage to divine beings and grants resistance to their attacks. Actions such as destroying divine relics and defeating believers or clergy will increase the faithlessness stat. Reading this, Sun-Hun muttered, so dismantling divine relics to fill the divine vessel automatically increases the faithlessness stat. He smiled in satisfaction. Power to anger divine beings. I like it. Sun-Hun's change in expression made Chun-Hien comment, you were really panicking earlier, but now you seem happy. He just casually replied, probably a tip from bad gamers, I guess. Yet you weren't scared by the threat at all. That's impressive. Chun-Hien couldn't help but feel curious. How did you know I had a teleportation skill? Unexpectedly, the answer he received was completely grounded. I didn't know. I was just shooting blindly. How could I know? Chun-Hien was hurt but didn't say it. I never crossed your mind, did I? You really are trash. At this moment, there was a commotion from the bushes behind. Jung-Ho's voice rang out. Hey, his body is still in the form of a dark monster. Is everyone okay? Rick, not understanding anything, panicked and screamed, Monster! Chun-Hien looked at Jung-Ho's condition and commented, did he just transform? Sun-Hun just softly replied, so you finally figured it out, huh? He took the noble responsibility and informed the one who was still bewildered Zix, that is Kim-Hyung. Zix exclaimed in shock, what? Jung-Ho himself was also taken by surprise. He looked at Gahen's subordinates in astonishment. Those corpses, don't tell me I killed them all. Then he couldn't hold back and burst into tears, his screaming making Sun-Hun have to cover his ears. This is why I hate dying over and over again. What is the meaning of power? Every time I resurrect, it's chaotic and I end up in the body of this monster. Jung-Ho dug a hole and decided to crawl down. However, his body got stuck in the middle. It's truly terrible. Chun-Hien observed this comedy scene and commented, now this is the Kim-Hyung that I know. Sun-Hun just gave a weary assessment. Here we go again. If you hate it that much, then give me that power. Then he turned his head and signaled to them. So we killed that trash who deserved it? What's the big deal? His attention was suddenly drawn to something else. Light began to surround the bodies. Sun-Hun was surprised witnessing this. The corpses, they are glowing.
A notification popped up using the extraction skill. That bizarre hand began to extract things from the corpses, then place them into Sun-Hun's hand. Were all of these things inside their bodies? People around curiously commented, kidney stones. Zix was rendered speechless by this remark. Say something that makes sense. Kidney stones don't glow. Sun-Hun himself began to analyze them. Something had been infused with divine power. Divine power was leaking out from inside. He assessed unhurriedly. It is overflowing with divine power. He then continued to explain. Forces like mana or divine power usually exist invisibly in the human body, but they don't crystallize like this. Whatever it is not a natural substance. It is already a very strange thing for mages to possess a divine relic. Chun-Hien glanced at Gahan and commented, this seems troublesome. At this moment, a question suddenly popped into Sun-Hun's mind. Wait, these things are also vessels of divine power. Can they be used to fill the divine vessel? He looked at the glowing stones around, then quickly bent down to pick them up. After that, he turned his eyes to Jung-Ho. Sun-Hun dragged him out of the hole without saying a word. Jung-Ho helplessly pleaded, please let me have some peace and quiet. Chun-Hien and Zix stood aside and silently assessed. He looks like a freshly picked radish. Zix suddenly raised a thought. Could it be that the Guardian Lord cannot speak in this state? Jung-Ho hurriedly corrected. What are you saying? I can still speak. Totally fine. Put me down. What? Sun-Hun turned to Chun-Hien and requested, Alec, turn off the communication. Zix still didn't understand what was going on. Communication?
However, he immediately followed suit, disabling the god's communication skill. Chun-Hien still didn't understand what was going on. Why did the connection suddenly cut off? Now I can't talk to Zix anymore. Don't you understand me? It's really frustrating, isn't it? Zix's words turned into characters that no one could understand. Chun-Hu now suddenly remarked, now I can hear Chun-Hien. These words made him feel insulted. Don't tell me you couldn't hear me all this time. Sun-Hun calmly explained that Kim Chun-Ho's resurrection mode has a serious weakness. In his werewolf state, Kim Chun-Ho cannot use God's communication. The fact that he has to sleep early every night because he can't endure it is also a penalty. Hearing this, he gradually understood. It seems that good abilities never come for free. Only Zix, standing behind, was completely clueless. He thought in bewilderment, have both of them lost their minds? On the other side, at Glass Prison, Chun-Hien confidently spoke up like a know-it-all. Forbidden magic, secret of dark magic, release. The two items in his hand began to poke into the lock. However, nothing happened. Zix irritably questioned when witnessing Chun-Hien's failure. Is this a forbidden technique? It's just lockpicking. He smiled faintly. Well, lockpicking is illegal. The door was quickly opened. Everyone, you can relax and come out now. The people locked inside politely spoke up. Thank you so much for saving us. Thank you. How can we ever repay this favor? The reaction of the girl standing at the front made Sun-Hun silently evaluate. She still exudes a strange nobility despite dressing like a commoner. It must definitely be her. He didn't waste time and directly introduced himself. I am healer Kang Sing-Hun. You are from the Magic Association, right? This name immediately made Mariana remember. Kang Sing-Hun, the person Lord Gavin mentioned. She excitedly held his hands. It's a great honor to meet you. I am Mariana Buche, an investigator from the Magic Association. She then began to explain. I came here on behalf of Kama's proposal. They want to establish a branch of the Magic Association to honor your achievements. Sung-Hun politely replied, but thinking about it, you were ambushed while coming here to help me. He blurted out a misleading sentence. If anything happened to you, I surely couldn't bear it. Mariana was completely swayed. Healer. Chun-Hien, standing to the side, asked him confusion. What's that? He continued to offer. I will take responsibility for treating your wounds. Mariana eagerly agreed. Yes, yes.
However, at this moment, someone's attention turned to Jung-Ho. Oh no, there's a monster. Sung-Hun immediately spoke up to explain. Don't worry, that's just my pet. His shameless answer made Syjax feel confused. What about Guard Kim's human rights? The newly freed members immediately focused their attention on Jung-Ho. What is your pet's name? Sung-Hun replied briefly. It doesn't have a name. Then can I call it Kandone? He even allowed it. Go ahead. They even patted his head. Hello, Kandone. So cute. At this point, Jung-Ho helplessly cried out, Sir, what did you just say? But the core guy was busy checking out a girl, Priestess Mariana. He gently suggested, you must be tired, but can I ask you for a favor? Mariana did not hesitate to agree. Of course, what is it? Sung-Hun only gave a guarantee. This will definitely be beneficial to the Magic Association as well. Li-Wen, who was drinking wine, also had to stop. His whole body felt uneasy. What is this? Why do I feel such a chill? At the branch manager's office of the Adventurers Guild in Hin Village, but he quickly came to a conclusion. That's right. Kang Sung-Hun, that guy is back. The past few days without him have been so pleasant. Li-Wen took out his suitcase and started planning. Before he annoys me again, I should call in sick and go rest somewhere. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind. Boss, someone is here to see you. Li-Wen angrily replied. Can't you see I'm busy? Tell them I'm not here.
However, the information provided by the young man made his hand stop midair. They were from the Magic Association. Li-Wen frowned and questioned. The Magic Association? What kind of guests have no manners at all? Don't just stand there dazed. Quickly bring them in. The young man hurriedly ran off, but cursed inwardly. Yes, sir, what a troublesome person. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, the door was automatically pushed open, and the person who entered was none other than Matiana. She was furious. What the hell is the Adventurers Guild of Hin Village doing? Li-Wen's face instantly went blank when witnessing Matiana's appearance. His limbs went weak as he asked, Are you someone from the Magic Association? Matiana introduced herself in a loud voice. My name is Matiana Buche. Li-Wen immediately spoke up to correct himself. Ms. Matiana, please calm down. However, she only became more indignant. Do I look like someone who can be calm? I was kidnapped by a criminal organization and almost died on the way here. Unexpectedly, these words were doubted by him. Wait, really? The young assistant confirmed. That's right. The criminal organization Slash has been continuously involved in human trafficking, according to reports. Li-Wen began to fall into a panic. Oh my god, this is a huge mess. What crazy people would dare to touch the Magic Association? Matiana lunged forward, shouting right in Li-Wen's face. That organization, they brazenly have a hideout right in the middle of Hin Village. He awkwardly wanted to correct her. Hin Village frequently has majors visiting. You know that, right? Hearing this, she replied, Yes, of course. Until now, the safety and rights of the majors here have been entrusted to the Adventurers Guild. Following a declaration, from now on we will hand over the guild to someone else. Li-Wen was taken aback by this statement. Someone else? Matiana glanced toward the door. Kang Sung-Hun confidently walked in while introducing himself. Did you call me? Nice to see you again. I am the mage Kang Sung-Hun. The appearance of Sung-Hun left Li-Wen in a state of shock. What the hell? He pointed his finger at his face and continuously cursed. You brat! How dare you show your face here? However, to those words, he only responded with a saintly smile. This is the management office, sir. Li-Wen did not stop, but directly ordered his assistant. Don't just stand there. Kick him out. Not letting him achieve his goal, Matiana raised her voice to remind him. That's too impolite, Manager Li-Wen. Sung-Hun approached and gently replied, Matiana, there is some misunderstanding about this situation. Wouldn't it be better to explain? Hearing this, she had to sigh and state, Manager Lewin, as an investigator of the Magic Association, through this incident I have decided that the Adventurers Guild is no longer reliable for public safety.
Mariana held out a piece of paper. That was the reason a line was written on it agreeing to establish the Magic Association. She continued to explain the construction of the rear branch of the Magic Association. You will agree, right? This statement struck Lewin like a bolt of lightning. A Magic Association branch? In his heart, he immediately thought of the unpleasant scenarios if a branch were opened here. Profits from the mages would flow to them. My money and the fees we receive under the guise of protecting the mages will also disappear. Impossible. Kang Sun-Hun did not miss them. Look at that expression. He approached and whispered in Mariana's ear. It seems Manager Lewin doesn't like that idea. She vented her anger on him. You don't like it? Should I go straight to the headquarters to discuss this matter clearly? Under pressure, Lewin could only agree. Please, I will sign. Then he cowered and used a pen to sign the paper. If it wasn't for the remnants of the Slash Gang, why would that brat Kang Sun-Hun be here? However, at this moment, a thought suddenly took root in Lewin's head. Wait a minute, he hesitantly asked her. Mariana, surely you don't intend to entrust the protection rights. Mariana didn't hesitate to answer. We have appointed someone to manage the rear branch of the Magic Association. This was agreed upon by Gavin, the Lord of Kama, and the Master of the Blood Magic Tower. Mariana didn't forget to reveal more. The contract has been signed with the maid Kang Sun-Hun. Kang Sun-Hun, standing to one side observing his expression, kindly reminded him, Branch Manager Lewin, your eyes are about to fall out. Lewin's screams echoed throughout the space. Are you kidding me? He grabbed Sun-Hun by the collar and repeatedly questioned him. Before you pretended to be a healer, and now you are pretending to be a mage, you fraud. He avoided eye contact and replied, I'm studying to get a mage degree. Stop lying. Lewin turned back and warned, Don't be fooled, Matiana. I have never seen him drink a potion. However, they were already prepared for that. Look, Manager Lewin. As an item was taken out by Sun-Hun, Lewin's eyes almost fell out of his face. He gasped and cried out, Where did you get that? Lewin refused to look at the truth. It must be fake. Otherwise, it's impossible. At this point, Matiana's patience had reached its limit. That's enough. She silently questioned, Do you think the Magic Association is full of fools? Followed by a threat. If you insult Mage Kang Sun-Hun one more time, I will apply strict punishment on behalf of the Magic Association. Her reaction made Lewin break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? How could he pull both the Magic Association and blood magic to his side? He continued to wonder about Sun-Hun's identity. Just what is he? At this time, he kindly spoke up for Lewin. Calm down, Matiana. Manager Lewin means no harm. Matiana softened almost immediately. If Mage Kang Sun-Hun says so. She asked in a calm voice, Let's stop the argument here. Then she started questioning Lewin. Do you know who saved me and the hostages while subduing the Slash Gang?
This question was exactly what he had been waiting for all along. All right, here it is. Rescuing an investigator from the Magic Association is a testament to excellent skills. In his mind, Lewin was coming up with a series of explanations. If I can restore my reputation from this incident, there will be no more complaints from my superiors. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Lewin's deep voice began to speak. These adventurers, whoever they may be, deserve recognition and rewards for saving you. We should give them whatever they want. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun-Hun smiled brightly and answered, That's my team. All the plans in Lewin's mind were ruined instantly. Matiana smiled gently and confirmed once again, Honestly, if it weren't for Mage Kang Sun-Hun, we would have been dead for sure. Sun-Hun softly replied to her, I was just fulfilling my duty. Only Lewin was left playing both roles in this sad play. These scammers. He glared at them and questioned, You guys are all in this together, aren't you? However, there was no getting past young man Sun-Hun's skill of playing dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lewin was so furious that he stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Don't play dumb. You guys are secretly building a magic association here. At this point, Matiana brought out that piece of paper. If you have doubts, please check this report later. She and Sun-Hun then simply left, and as for the appropriate reward, I will be looking forward to it. No pressure. Things like the funding to build the magic association will be enough. Lewin was so enraged that he couldn't speak another word. You... Matiana and Sun-Hun happily turned on their heels. Well then, goodbye. Leaving behind a man loudly cursing, You bastards. Once outside, Matiana honestly confessed, My heart was beating so fast I thought I was going to die. She shyly asked,
How was my acting? Sun-Hun chuckled and confirmed with certainty. Perfect. He had absolutely no suspicions at all. Their plan was that by having Matiana pretend to be angry and dragging the Adventurers Guild into the matter, the construction costs borne by Kama and the association were reduced. Until the construction is complete. No, even after that, I will hand it over to you. I am only the leader in name. That being said, Matiana had a reliable demeanor as she continued. You can trust me. I also wanted to start getting some practical experience. On her face at this moment was a bright smile, and moreover, Mage Kang Sun-Hun, you are my savior. Sun-Hun unhurriedly replied, come to think of it, with the skills of an investigator, you could have escaped on your own.
Following that was a question. Were those guys really that strong? Even Matiana herself had the same doubt. It was indeed a bit strange. She began to share her own experience. At first, I had the upper hand, but then they did something. Suddenly my magic power was blocked, and I couldn't use my magic power anymore. These words made Sun-Hun fall into deep thought. Magic power blocked. Did those bastards really have such a technique? He quickly came to a decision. It seemed he needed to visit a few places. At the same time in the Adventurers Guild prison, Gahan's curses echoed throughout a cell. You son of a bitch. Sun-Hun looked at her and coldly commented, how pitiful. He was even kind enough to point out her ultimate fate. Once you were taken away this time, you will not see the sunlight again. They will definitely turn you into research material for the Magic Association. On Sun-Hun's face right now was a wicked smile, accompanied by an incredibly lucrative offer for Gahan. Should I throw you a lifeline?
Sun-Hun slowly and deliberately spoke to Gahan on the other side of the iron bars. I am quite close to Lord Kama, and I also have a good relationship with the Blood Prison Warden. A wicked smile appeared on his face. If I want to, I can get a prisoner out of here. It's no big deal. I won't beat around the bush and directly ask, what do you want? Sun-Hun quickly stated his intention. I have a few questions about your guild. I'm sure you can guess what I'm about to ask. Gahan hesitated and asked back, if I tell the truth, will you let me out of here? He cautiously set a condition. Only if you give me a satisfactory answer. Her two hands tightly gripped the iron bars. Gahan thoroughly took advantage of the lifeline thrown to her. All right, I will tell you. She began to explain what she knew. There is a kind of potion that allows you to use a divine skill just by drinking it, even for a mage like me who has no spirituality at all. Hearing this, Sun-Hun couldn't help but feel surprised. How could that be possible? However, Gahan herself wasn't entirely clear about this matter either. I don't know the details either. We got it when trading with a human trafficking group. She only knew that they called it miracle water. Hearing this, the young man Sun-Hun couldn't help but frown and judge. Their naming taste is terrible. His attitude made Gahan a bit annoyed. Is that the important thing right now? Sun-Hun continued to ponder. A mage being able to use a divine skill is clearly cheating. The weakness of a mage is dark magic, but now there is a way to counter it.
Gahan then added that thanks to that thing, their guild had grown explosively in a short time. She didn't forget to raise a guess that there must still be a few bottles lying around in the guild's warehouse. Hearing this, Sun-Hun began to form his own plan. If he could get and analyze them, he might find some clues. He would hand them over to Raffle. She impatiently asked back, so are you satisfied now? I've told you everything I know. Now let me go, as promised. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the young man Sun-Hun smiled brightly and changed his face as fast as flipping rice paper. Why should I do that? Gahan froze like a statue at this statement. What did you just say? Sun-Hun only replied in a cold voice. Didn't I make it very clear? I said I would let you go if you kept answering enough to satisfy me. This time she was angry and slammed her hands hard against the iron bars. What else? I've already told you everything I know. He politely corrected her. Thanks for the effort, but the answers aren't truly satisfying enough. The lifeline gradually snapped. It was too obvious from the very beginning. Along with that was Sun-Hun's final statement. A person like you was born to have their lifeline cut. He just turned around and walked straight away. Know your place a little, okay? Gahan still hadn't given up and called after him. Wait, stop right there. Her words gradually lost control. Hey, you bastard. However, that didn't affect Sun-Hun at all. Garbage belongs in the trash can. At night in Alec's office, Chen Hien laughed cheerfully upon hearing Sun-Hun's story. So you extracted the information and then left her in the prison? He himself just calmly drank water. You reap what you sow. The boy admired him more and more. Man, you're really awesome. The urge to show off surged up and Chen Hien placed his hand on his chest and swore, I've decided. I will join your group. Sun-Hun coldly refused. Who allowed you? In his mind, he was calculating. A blood mage who uses his own blood would probably need to be healed frequently. Overall, it probably wouldn't be a loss. And then a question was raised. But Alec, the wound on your neck is almost completely healed. Chen Hien didn't hesitate to explain. Blood mages have very good natural recovery abilities. Only to receive a judging look from him. Useless, just as I thought. You don't have a place in this group. However, at this moment, he suddenly considered, wait a minute, if there are enough 4 people, we can register as an official party, right? That attitude made Chung-Hyun ask back, are you ignoring me? Sun-Hun began to explain. Most groups consist of 6 people, but the minimum is 4. Zix finally chimed in. Hey, I'm not a member of Isu's party. Sun-Hun looked at him and asked back, then why not take this opportunity to switch to being an adventurer? Zix remained calm to explain, you have the aptitude for it, but I politely decline. A smile appeared on his face at this moment. I have collected all the items my master requested, so I plan to head back tomorrow morning. And he didn't forget to politely continue. Thank you for everything up until now. Sun-Hun politely replied, we are the ones who should be thanking you, Zix. Zix left the tent. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. Sun-Hun smiled brightly. Good night. Now only 2 people were left. So Zix is gone. A notification popped up as the skill was deactivated, turning off God's communication skill. Sun-Hun got straight to the main point. It's time for the dimensional travelers to exchange information, right? Sun-Hun still calmly drank tea. I've been waiting for you to say that all this time. His gaze became more serious. All right, let's start with some simple exchanges. He also quickly agreed. 1 piece of information at a time. Sun-Hun opened the floor. This is information about the mutants. Over here, there's a request for news related to the Black Lotus, La Marcia, followed by Sun-Hun, a parasitic plant called the wave-clinging flower that specializes in attaching to humans. They say there is a cup that can turn any liquid poured into it into something else. The conversation continued. And here's the summary data regarding the magic power leak incident in the western region, Sun-Hun very smartly proposed. Then I will be responsible for reporting the situation from the polluted eastern region, Lake Jelly. At this time, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, the data on Sun-Hun asked back while reading the contents written on the paper. If you combine it with the information from the blood tower, it will be much more useful, won't it? Sun-Hun began to activate the magic circle. It wouldn't hurt to know more.
He made a proposal. Let's exchange it for information about the Obsidian Tower. So, you finally became a member of the Obsidian Tower, huh? Sung-Hun's gaze still didn't leave the papers. Of course, if he didn't join, the fanatics would bother him all day. In the West, it is said that the Knight Commander has fallen due to the effects of the polluted area. The head of the Iref family, Richard Iref, the 3rd son of the Iref family, appears in chapters 7 to 8. This information made Sun-Hun comment, at least now I know this image has been distorted. He pointed to a spot. The south is the worst, but it's chaotic everywhere. Then he added, in the west, Teshchi, poison spreads as the land rots. Information about different lands was updated. In the south, Pamis, a barren land so sun-baked that not even grass can grow. From north to south to west and finally to the east, Lake Julie, insane wars have lasted for centuries without end.
Northern Journey is a frozen hell, so cold that no living creature can survive. Sun-Hun didn't forget to add a remark, saying that's why people call this place a land abandoned by the gods. He turned his eyes toward Sun-Hun, noting that those gods just let these dangerous areas rot away like that. This time he also agreed. Yeah, there must definitely be some reason why humans are not allowed to investigate those places. Then, putting away the papers, he said, all right, let's wrap up the information here and move on to another topic. Now that Alec has officially joined, it's time to explain why Kim Jung-ho and I are doing these adventurous things. Sun-Hun just smiled brightly and requested, please keep it brief. Sun-Hun summarized it with a single sentence that was enough to surprise him into spitting out his water. We have found a way to return to Earth. Sun-Hun immediately became interested in that topic, demanding him to tell everything right now. Sun-Hun nonchalantly continued, this habit of talking halfway and then going around in circles is so annoying. But before going any further, I have a question for you. Tell me about the day you got dragged to the Azun continent, Alec. This request made Sun-Hun awkwardly place a hand on his cheek, saying that's a bit too private. His attitude made Sung-Hun's face turn as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just what the hell did you do? He started explaining. Well, since you are holding the information I desperately want to hear, if you tell me one more thing I'm curious about, I will tell you. Sun-Hun naturally asked back, so what do you want to know? Sun-Hun did not hesitate to ask. About Kim Jung-ho. Pointing a hand at him, he wondered, how did a guy like you end up sticking together with a person like him? Unexpectedly, Sun-Hun just calmly asked back, good grief, you're wondering about such a trivial thing? Sun-Hun slowly and steadily stated, I am a detective, remember? Sun-Hun crossed his arms and decided to reveal it. All right, here goes.
The young man Sun-Hun began to recount his encounter with that guy Cody. I think I should start from the first time I met Kim Jung-ho. Going back to 3 years ago when he woke up, Sun-Hun was still dazed at that time. The noise of the people around woke him up. Where am I? I was just at home a moment ago. Sun-Hun felt his surroundings and began to ask questions. I woke up in a strange cave. Why am I lying here? These are not my clothes. Then he observed the scenery again. I woke up in a place I have never seen before. Based on these trees, this is not South Korea. At the same time, he listened to the conversations around him. Let's call the police. The area is out of coverage. A crowd of dozens of people was dragged here. Sun-Hun expressed a sincere feeling.
This feeling is strange, but there is something familiar about it. Unexpectedly, someone raised their voice and shouted at this moment, "Status window." This person's voice prompted many others to say the same thing. Status window, status window. Indeed, a panel immediately appeared in front of them, displaying personal information. It has appeared. Among the people dragged here, they exclaimed in amazement when reading those stats. Status window, that's amazing. Is this real? Is this real? Some people adapted so quickly that they started to enjoy it. The crowd gradually became excited. I knew this day would come. Why are they so excited? Do they look excited? However, there were also people who were not swept away by it. Let's be honest. Is anyone here a returnee? Raise your hand. Sun-Hun just secretly commented on the side. This is a typical performance. They discussed with each other. I don't think I can immerse myself in a novel if I become a webtoon master. Does anyone recognize this story? As for Sun-Hun himself, he pondered. It feels like the beginning of a web novel. And then another notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. The basic knowledge of a dimensional traveler. First time using the status window. Along with that was a prompt. Claim your reward. Light and items were provided as soon as Sun-Hun pressed confirm. The reward was a starter kit. He smirked and commented, "Can this be used as a weapon? I have also become one of those who enjoy it." A person wearing a green hat happily shouted, "Guys, check your skill windows."
Following that, a series of different skills were revealed, including translation skills and the first unique skill. My starting skill is wind cut. Is it good? Shut up, mine is stone throw. Okay, they are really showing off. Sun-Hun remained quiet and only silently commented to himself. His was the observation eye. It was not a combat skill. However, among the crowd, there were still a few people wondering, how could these people not be afraid at all? That was also when Jung-Ho spoke up. What is that sound? They panicked when they saw a flock of bats flying towards them. Everyone, right over there. Every single one of them was unusually aggressive. Following that were only screams as they ran for their lives. It's a monster! A monster! There were still people who chose this occasion to show off their skills. It appeared. This is the perfect time to test my skill. Oh my god, I don't have an attack skill.
A battle broke out just like that, destroying them. However, the newcomers were still inferior compared to the experienced monsters. Fall back, you bastards. Only Sun-Hun nonchalantly defeated the monsters to receive several notifications. Achievement unlocked. This is not a big deal. Defeating a target without using an attack skill. The sight of Sun-Hun killing the monsters was Jung-Ho's first impression of him. Did he save me? He stammered, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, he was corrected by Sun-Hun. Once sharpened, even a wooden stick can be used, right? First achievement reward, very good. This attitude made Jung-Ho feel a bit disappointed. Did he just ignore me? The notifications kept appearing on Sun-Hun's side. Not a big deal. Unlocking an achievement for the first time. 2,000 points and an equipment gift voucher have been awarded. Does the first achievement come with a special reward? Following that was a suggestion. Do you want to write a congratulatory message? Sun-Hun eagerly accepted. Of course, I will post it. Right after he pressed it, a notification line also appeared for the others. What is this? On it was Sun-Hun's alias. User GGG has unlocked the achievement. This is not a big deal. Below it was his statement. Is everyone sleeping? It turned out this young man had a taunting skill right from his first appearance. The people around went crazy at the same time. What the hell? They noisily wanted to find out Sun-Hun's identity. Who is GGG? This guy is really driving me crazy. But to him, this was just like the cries of animals. The little birds are chirping. It will definitely be more fun when I stir things up. Because the truth is, everyone is all talk, but can't do anything. After just the first battle, several people had fallen. It hurts so much. Damn it. Why am I doing this? They still had humanity towards each other. Are you okay? If we get out of this cave, maybe we'll find a way home. Let's try our best together. Witnessing those things, Sun-Hun only secretly commented, useless effort. Let them try to help others and die together. Maybe then they will learn something. He himself was examining his own system. This point system? The information appeared. Roulette. Randomly increase stats, items, or new skills. Cost 20 points per spin. After reading the mechanics, Sun-Hun could directly affirm, this must be a lottery system, right? The corners of his lips curved into a smile. No need to think too much. If I can draw a high-level skill early, that would be wonderful. And then Sun-Hun boldly declared, let's try 100 times in a row. I decide everything. A light flashed as something was awakened. Its shadow reflected in Sun-Hun's eyes. Come here. And he was convinced. I am ready for the 2,000 points jackpot. Unexpectedly, what appeared was, item wooden stick.
Following were literally shocking notifications. Other roulette results. Gravel, roulette result. Miscellaneous, writing paper, roulette result. Thin plant, dust, roulette result. Wooden stick, roulette result. A handful of sand. The more he read, the stiffer Sun-Hun's face became. Roulette result, dust, roulette result, dust, roulette result, dust, roulette result, dust. What the hell? Roulette result, other items, thin branch, other items, pebble, other items, scrap paper, other items, dust, other items, dust, other items, pebble, other items, dry leaf.
Finally, a cold notification message appeared. Inventory full. Sun-Hun looked at the pile of junk in front of him. Remaining points, 0. At this moment, a figure appeared. Jung-ho was excited to get acquainted. Found you. Hey you. He started the conversation with a smile. Thank you for helping me earlier. How can I repay you? Unexpectedly, he became the target of Sun-Hun's displaced anger. Who the hell are you? Facing Sun-Hun's unpleasant attitude, Jung-ho kept the smile on his lips. I just wanted to thank you for saving me earlier. Unexpectedly, this made the other party even angrier. Are you smiling? Jung-ho was confused. Huh? Sun-Hun grabbed him directly by the collar, then growled and questioned. You, why are you smirking? I'm really pissed right now. Jung-ho trembled all over, while Sun-Hun said coldly, I don't know what you are misunderstanding, but I have never helped you or anyone like you. He even threatened, don't bother me and get lost. Jung-ho then ran away without looking back. Sigh. Only then did he look after the other party and wonder why he acted as if they were close. How annoying. Huh? He looked at the notification board in front of him, which was checking the roulette system. It was difficult to get high-quality rewards, and used points would not be refunded. The anger in his heart rose higher and higher. Damn it! You should have told me that beforehand. The story then continued. While looking for a way out of the cave, a few more monsters came to attack. Several notification lines appeared. Proceeding to assign a new class. Your class is Healer. Sun-Hun pondered further. Healer? Dimensional travelers are divided into character classes. He looked at his information board and evaluated. A healer? I was hoping for a combat class instead. What does this question mark mean? No one around paid any attention to Sun-Hun. If the class is assigned based on one's nature and aptitude, then it seems this result is not surprising at all.
Then, as you know, providing a basic skill for the initial class, cut slices, something in half. Sun-Hun's face fell when reading the notification. What? He was still pointing his finger and questioning the system. Why is it cut? What about healing? Does the developer of this game actually have any experience? Then he constantly asked himself, I am a healer, but I don't have any healing skills. Suddenly, Sun-Hun remembered something. Wait, in the explanation of the roulette system, his finger manipulated the information board, and several lines of text immediately appeared, guiding the points. Points could be earned through various methods, such as hunting monsters and cracking items. Due to balancing issues, some character classes can only earn points through. Healer-type character classes can only earn points by healing others. His expression gradually drew the attention of the people around him. Sun-Hun was laughing maniacally at this moment, a laughter that somewhat didn't sound like a normal person's. They decided to keep their distance from him. That guy is really crazy. Meanwhile, Sun-Hun was cursing at the world out of resentment. Is this system playing a prank on me? The painstakingly earned points are all garbage, and now it doesn't even give me a healing skill but forces me to heal patients. Using the observation eye skill, he looked around and started calculating. Do you think I can't do this? The information of the people in front of him immediately popped up. This man seemed very panicked. Abnormal status, panic. His ankle seemed to be sprained, trembling from the cold. He paid special attention to another person. The ankle seemed sprained. He would be a suitable person to try on. After that, Sun-Hun approached and struck up a conversation. Hey, are you okay? It looks like you injured your ankle. The other party didn't hesitate to admit it. I just fell. Really unlucky. Sun-Hun smiled brightly and suggested, if you don't mind, I want to heal you. Then he asked the other party for a favor. Can I borrow that coat? This person agreed directly. Sure. Sun-Hun then ruthlessly tore it apart, making that guy regret it bitterly. My clothes. Sun-Hun began to wrap the piece of cloth around this person's ankle. A minor scrape needed to be stabilized with cloth. Very quickly he finished his work. Done. You can move now. The system notification popped up immediately. Earned points plus 4 points. Record achieved. The first step on the path of a healer has opened because of healing an injured person for the first time. Newbie tonic. Sun-Hun was temporarily satisfied at this moment. Good. I don't necessarily have to heal with actual healing. However, his mind immediately thought of plans to earn points for himself. Now I will trick these naive people to earn points. As long as I have the right tools, I can save people even when they are near death. The other person turned to him and expressed, Thank you, you really saved me. Sun-Hun maintained a saintly smile. Oh my, don't mention it. At this moment, the trouble-named Jung-ho suddenly spoke up. All right, everyone, listen up. He acted like a know-it-all and began to explain. I know being dragged into another world suddenly is terrifying, but that is exactly why we need to cooperate. Following that was a recruitment pitch. Hey buddy, you look pretty strong. Want to join our jet group? Unexpectedly, he was bluntly rejected by the other party. Not interested. Do it alone. Jung-ho stood frozen on the spot out of embarrassment. The person who had just lost a leg also remarked, Looks like everyone is starting to form groups. Sun-Hun was calm about this matter. Wherever people gather, there will be factions.
But in his head, he had already started calculating. Perhaps he should also join a group if he wanted to earn points with his first aid skill. He walked closer and spoke up. Excuse me, I want to join your group too. Jun-ho replied politely. Welcome. He smiled brightly and asked, First, what is your class? Lee Yugu led the Zen group. Sun-Hun honestly revealed, Healer. The other party's reactions were varied. Oh my god, a healer? I am not lying. Healers are always welcome. They started introducing themselves to each other. What starting skill do you have? We already have a healer in the team. She has received basic healing. Sun-Hun continued to explain. I haven't received a healing skill yet, but I have medical knowledge, not formal, but self-taught. Then he added what he would do, because it would be too much for one person to heal everyone. I will support the healer. Unexpectedly, their attitude changed almost immediately. What? What is this guy talking about? Are you kidding? They openly ostracized Sun-Hun. A healer who can't heal. Is he bluntly admitting to being a freeloader? Sun-Hun started to feel uncomfortable, but still had to force a smile. That's not it. I will be the main damage dealer and treat minor wounds. He continued to explain. I really did receive the healer class. However, no one wanted to listen to his explanations. Jun-Ho questioned with a disdainful face. But you can't heal, so what kind of healer are you? Then he teased. What? You just plan to pour potions and perform surgery? What kind of support is this? The people with him responded enthusiastically. This person is so funny, like a damage dealer without an attack skill.
Seung's anger grew with every sarcastic remark they made. This game is definitely garbage. We have scammers right from the first day. Cannot heal, cannot deal damage. Unexpectedly, Jung-Ho suddenly spoke up. Wait, he actually stood up to defend Sun-Hun. I saw him healing injured people earlier. I saw it with my own eyes. Even he himself was surprised. This person, Jung-Ho was extremely confused inside. He was the one who cursed at me earlier. Sun-Hun was also wondering why he intervened to help him. Nobody could possibly protect someone they were so angry with. He pressed his lips tightly without saying a word, but in his heart he couldn't stop thinking badly about the other party. He didn't know what his purpose was, but it was truly disgusting. Despite his fear, Jung-Ho still stood up to point out Eon-Hu's mistake. You can't just label someone who came to cooperate as a scammer without a reason. However, he asked back, Hey, do you really believe what they say? The person asked replied with disdain. Seriously, I can't believe there are fools who actually fall for it. Their hatred shifted to Jung-Ho. Do we really have to drag this blockhead along? Sleepwear Bunkle, why don't you get out of here and sleep? Another girl spoke up at this moment. Excuse me, she questioned them. Aren't you being too rude? Is it necessary to talk to a team member like that? And she completely supported Jung-Ho. Mr. Kim Jung-Ho didn't do anything wrong. This attitude, on the contrary, made Sun-Hun feel annoyed. What now? Why are they having internal conflicts already? The people on Eon-Hu's side took turns questioning her. And who are you? A friend of that Quack? If you have a problem, why don't you just get out of here? This girl crossed her arms and replied firmly. Why shouldn't I? How can I trust and follow someone who doesn't even respect others? Then she invited other members. Let's go. Unexpectedly, they couldn't bear to leave. Us? Wait, that's a bit. Finding a team with a healer isn't easy. This reaction surprised her a little. Sorry, miss, I can't go. Don't drag us into this. You can leave by yourself. Yang-Hu let out a burst of hearty laughter. It looks like you're about to be left all alone. Someone even suggested, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe we'll soften our hearts. He kindly demonstrated. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please forgive me. These words made her even angrier. You guys really? Until Sun-Hun declared he couldn't listen anymore. He lazily picked his ear while making a harsh but true comment. I thought this was a solid group because it had many members, but it turns out to be just like a trash can full of empty cans. Jung-Ho and the kind girl looked at him at the same time. Meanwhile, Eon-Hu and his gang got angry immediately. What did you just say? Sun-Hun didn't hesitate to repeat. No, it's nothing. Whatever. It's a waste of energy talking to people who use their ears for decoration.
He directly pointed his finger at Isu. The only one who would suffer from being stuck with those idiots was Isu herself. In her heart, this person only knew how to pray to Buddha. Why drag her into this? Having said what he wanted to say, Sun-Hun turned and left. Well, don't regret it later. Jung-Ho looked at his retreating back and cursed loudly. What the hell? Is that guy crazy? Should I just kill him? Even so, saying it didn't sting would be a lie. The guy holding an armful of mushrooms was also wary. When right beside him was Sun-Hun with a face full of murderous intent. You can join a better group. Don't mind it too much.
These words made him turn around and smile an unfriendly smile. It's fine, I'm not mad. He wondered about the things the guy was holding. By the way, what are those mushrooms for? The other party directly explained, I have a food identification skill. Most of the mushrooms growing in this cave are edible, but they don't taste very good, though these particular mushrooms actually taste better when eaten raw. Sun-Hun replied while using his skill. Really? Using the observation eye skill, the information of the items immediately appeared. Plump red mushroom, the main ingredient for making a health potion. Eating it will recover a small amount of health. Night blue mushroom, the main ingredient for making a mana potion. Eating it will recover a small amount of mana. He began to get interested in them. So are all these mushrooms recovery items? The other party nodded in confirmation. Really? Sun-Hun picked one up and wondered, you're not going to give away these mushrooms, right? It looks like stronger monsters will appear. We are the only ones who know about these mushrooms, right?
Hearing this, the guy was also half believing, half doubting. Probably, it shows as edible when I put it in my inventory. The others were busy focusing on their status windows. Unexpectedly, after speaking, a bizarre laugh was heard from Sun-Hun. He took a bite of a mushroom and declared, "Let's make sure that only we have the monopoly on these mushrooms." On Ian Hu's side, they were currently preparing to explore the cave. Alright, the combat team leads the way, and the non-combat team follows right behind. However, they still always directed a prejudiced attitude towards Jung-ho and the kind girl. I smell the scent of losers here. Tagging along to pick up leftovers is truly pathetic.
A weak coughing voice explained, "We didn't follow you. We just had nowhere else to go." The girl next to him hugged her head. "Stop talking to them." After a few steps, there was a noise. A massive monster appeared, along with its accomplices. Jung-ho immediately signaled, "Monsters incoming, prepare to fight." They rushed to attack the monsters. "Die, you bastards!" However, there were still injuries, and even Jung-ho himself was struggling. "Why won't you die? Why are the monsters suddenly so tough?" Their formation gradually crumbled. "Stop yelling, damn it!" The burden fell on the female healer. "Isu, heal faster, it hurts." She began to feel panicked inside. "There are too many injured. I felt something was strange from the beginning, but the injured keep coming continuously. Hey, it's my turn, recover me quickly." She couldn't even stand steadily. "Wait a minute, Along with that, a red notification window appeared. My head is spinning. Abnormal status. Healing overload." She vomited blood and collapsed, shocking the people around her. "What is this? Why did this old hag collapse?" However, the monsters were growing in number. Jung-ho decided to give a signal. "Let's get out of here first." He led the group to flee, while Jung-ho and that girl just followed. Everyone moved as fast as they could, but very soon they were forced to stop, because in front of them was a giant pile of rocks. The path is blocked. This made the people behind feel angry. "What? We just went this way. How the hell did it collapse?" Sun-Hun's voice immediately rang out. "I knew this would happen." He leisurely commented, "I told you all not to rely solely on one healer." The boy with him confusingly asked, "Is this hammock safe?" Sun-Hun was extremely relaxed. "I wove it using the beginner clothes packs you guys threw away." Jung-ho's group angrily questioned, "What the hell? Did you block our path?" Sun-Hun didn't hesitate to admit it. "That's right. How did you know?" This attitude shocked the people around him. "You bastard!" The situation had fallen into complete chaos. Sun-Hun still maintained a relaxed expression when he spoke. "That healer, I had a bad feeling about her from the very beginning. In contrast to the chaotic scene below, if a healer overuses their healing skills and suffers from healing overload syndrome," he gleefully explained, "then that person won't be able to use skills anymore, right?" And he didn't forget to add another remark. "This is what happens when you ignore the advice of others." Meanwhile, the fools below were gradually losing ground to the monsters. "Save me!" Jung-ho struggled to face them. "Damn it!" Then he loudly demanded, "Come down here right now. I will kill you myself." Sun-Hun calmly replied, "No thanks. Why should I do that?" He continued with feigned sympathy. "Everyone is struggling to fight, but I am just a healer who doesn't know how to heal. I can't help at all."
This attitude left everyone who listened utterly speechless. Monsters are terrifying, they thought in unison without planning to. A devil, worse than a devil. The survivors gradually lost ground. Jung-ho, at this rate we will all die. But he couldn't think of any countermeasures. Damn it, does anyone have any potions left? The person next to him hurriedly explained, "We already gave everything to the healer earlier." The responsibility suddenly weighed heavily on Jung-ho's shoulders. "Do something, you were the leader." His face turned pale and completely shirked the responsibility. "How the hell should I know, you idiots? I'm a newbie too. What the heck are you expecting?" The person next to Sun-Hun worriedly asked, "Are you really just going to leave them like that?" At this moment he finally stirred. "I was going to, but it breaks my heart too much. I can't just watch them like this." Then pulling out the pile of mushrooms from earlier, "Healing is truly the job of kind-hearted people." His expression was a judgment for him. Sun-Hun spoke neither fast nor slow. "Let's settle this peacefully." Then threw those mushrooms on the ground. Peace. That group of people looked bewildered at the items that were just thrown down. Mushrooms. Sun-Hun only then kindly explained, "Those mushrooms are recovery items." The provided information shocked them. Red mushrooms recover health, and blue mushrooms recover mana. Their gazes gradually became crazed. Sun-Hun smiled brightly and declared, "Whoever picks it up gets it, right?" A battle broke out among those who used to be teammates, followed by noisy cursing. "I picked it up first. Get out. Do you want to die?" This kind of situation made the guy next to Sun-Hun even more bewildered. "You said you wanted to settle it peacefully," but he just calmly asked back, "This is already peaceful. We are the ones who are in peace." He had to compare. Over there is like the goddess Eris throwing the golden apple. No, this apple is for the most beautiful person.
If you want, just give it a try. It's like you crushed the golden apple into many pieces and threw them all over the place. Sun-Hun did not hesitate to admit, "That's right, I just threw the golden apple all over the place." She became more and more confused. What? At this point, he finally explained. Eris might have tossed the golden apple, but it was the goddesses who fought over it. But she even crushed it into many pieces? But I am still the goddess of beauty. And a raw but true conclusion was drawn.
In the end, it was greed that led to their actions. After finishing his words, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I never told them to fight for it. The person next to him dropped their jaw. You totally did that on purpose.
The kind-hearted girl was also interested in it. A recovery item? She turned to Jung-ho. Brother, that bag from earlier. Because before that, they had an exchange with Sun-Hun. Excuse me, he didn't beat around the bush and ask directly, why did you two help me? Everyone had their own reasoning. Isn't it obvious to help each other? I couldn't just stand by and watch such rude behavior. Sun-Hun didn't forget to ask back, even when I was rude to you? Jung-ho hurriedly explained. Don't worry, I only helped because I couldn't stand the sight I just witnessed. Hearing this, he reluctantly replied, Anyway, thank you. Jung-ho raised his voice and commented, Your face doesn't look thankful at all. Next, Sun-Hun threw a bag at them again. This is how I repay you for what happened earlier. Use it when your vitality gets low. It's full of those mushrooms inside. And then, at this moment, the kind-hearted girl evaluated. Could he be a good person? The truth was that the young man Sun-Hun was gloating over the scrambling game more than ever. Eat like dogs seeing bones. A period of time passed, and only a few people survived. Damn it, I thought I was dead. Everyone was also angry. Those bastards, opening their mouths talking about solidarity and all, they only wanted to save themselves. Scumbags, don't ever talk to me again. Yi Sang-hu directed his anger towards Sun-Hun. He was so furious that he gritted his teeth. It's all because of him that I ended up in this situation. Sun-Hun and the person accompanying him only climbed down at this moment. Everyone worked so hard. Wasting no time, Yi Sang-hu immediately rushed forward to attack. Die, you bastard!
However, he was no match for Sun-Hun at all, and Jung-ho was sent flying far away. Sun-Hun commented with satisfaction, Do you think I just give things to people for nothing? Then he approached and confiscated his weapon. I'll take this in exchange for the potion. At this moment, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Look, the light! When they got outside, everyone was moved. Hooray, we made it out. We survived. Sun-Hun finally spoke up. You all did a great job. I will return it to you. I didn't do anything. He didn't forget to advise them. From now on, everyone should find a way to survive on their own. This is where we part ways. The kind-hearted girl anxiously asked, Are we just leaving like this? At least tell us your name. Hearing this, Sun-Hun just sighed. There's no need to introduce ourselves. He honestly expressed his thoughts. If we exchange names and one of us dies, it will leave a permanent scar on the survivors. Along with that came a reassurance. If we manage to survive, we'll meet again someday, right? The other three all looked at him and smiled. Sun-Hun himself was somewhat excited by the thought, even though he didn't really think soft-hearted people like them could survive for long. At that time, we will introduce ourselves. The story continued, and the next time I met Kim Jung-ho. At that time, a black sphere appeared in the bushes, and Sun-Hun stood looking at it with a knife in his hand. It was 8 months later. The story continued. It had been 8 months since I got lost on the Asian continent. Many dimensional travelers had gotten used to Asian, and a period of stability had begun. The system had also stabilized, and a few adventurers had started receiving good skills and items. Rumors were rampant in the taverns. Hey, did you hear? That madman Choi Ji-han? He's been targeting every dimensional traveler he meets lately. Be careful. Ji-han wiped his mouth and smirked in confirmation. That's me. So you're a dimensional traveler too, huh? Then he grabbed the other person's face with one hand. Nice to meet you. Let's fight. The story continued to be narrated. During this time, several dimensional travelers had begun to spread their names across the continent. As for me, I caught the A-rank wanted criminal Rante Kaiden.
The receptionist smiled and replied, You did a great job. As mentioned, the reward will be fully transferred to your inventory. Sun-Hun smirked, looking at the person tied up under his hands. Mr. Lee Young-ho, this is a fake name. His real name is Sun-Hun. I have been enjoying the job as a bounty hunter. On the table right now are several wanted posters, 1 A rank, 1 B rank, and 2 C ranks. Catching them all in one day is decent. Sun-Hun leisurely rested his hands behind his neck and muttered, Now that I've caught a high-ranking one, I probably won't find a high-priced target for a while. Suddenly a question popped into his mind. What should I do next? Next, Sun-Hun started checking the notice board. There's nothing to do on this Asian continent. It's so boring. Until a voice rang out from behind him. Hey, you! The mysterious man asked, Are you planning to hunt monsters? Sun-Hun softly denied. I'm just looking. He held out a piece of paper and excitedly presented it. There's a major commission. Want to go hunting together? Sun-Hun read the information and thought to himself, A raid mission? A strong monster just appeared in the Brawn Valley. The man asked again, What do you think? The reward is quite generous. However, in his heart he thought something else. Looks troublesome. Later at the field camp on Mount Skana, Brawn Valley, sounds of discussion echoed everywhere. It appears frequently in the Brawn Valley region. We will set a trap there. We will divide into 3 teams and corner it. Sun-Hun, holding the wanted poster, was certain. They will be able to handle it. I just need to earn points from multiple healing sessions. It's time to earn some points. On it was the crime that the creature had committed. A comment rang out from behind him. Tragic, isn't it? Along with that was the appearance of a red-haired man. The dark wolf massacred that entire village. They recounted the story that had been told. All the villagers were massacred, brutally torn apart and eaten. Hearing this, Sun-Hun indifferently replied, I understand. The blue-haired girl gruffly added, I came here to visit my friend living in that Skana village. Her hand tightly gripped her weapon, and when I arrived, my friend had already been killed by that beast. Along with that was a declaration. That savage monster, I will kill it with my own 2 hands.
However, Sun-Hun didn't have much interest in them. So that's how it is. Who asked the minister to answer anyway? It's not like they know each other well enough to be talking like that. Until an order rang out from behind. It's here! Jung-Ho appeared, with the monster making its appearance. It's the dark wolf. Surrounded. Prepare to attack. Its expression was extremely aggressive. Sun-Hun also raised his guard, so this was the target of the raid. He started using his skill, activating the observation eye skill, Night Beast, and then pondered while reading the provided information. Night Beast? Is that all the information I can get? The female mage launched fire explosion, creating an explosion to drive the monster away. They noisily told each other, it's coming that way, block it. Jung-Ho ran straight ahead.
The blue-haired girl jumped high with the intention of ending the subjugation. She roared a sentence, you monster! However, Jung-Ho tightly closed his eyes at this moment and then summoned a sharp thorn to knock her down. Then Jung-Ho just ran straight into the forest. The rest hurriedly chased after him. It's running away! Chase it! Only Sun-Hun himself still stood in his original place. He looked at the blue-haired girl and asked, are you okay? However, on her face right now, there was only anger and regret. That was my chance to take revenge. Damn it! Damn it! She burst into tears. I was too weak. At this moment, Sun-Hun raised a question. Was the Skanakia village incident really caused by that thing? She looked up at him. What did you say? Sun-Hun slowly deduced. Think about it. That thing supposedly massacred an entire village, but when ambushed by adventurers, it ran away? That doesn't sound reasonable at all. He repeated the story he had heard, and they also said that the villagers were bitten to death, but that thorn-like skill was not fangs. Then he continued to conclude, and most importantly, he remembered Jung-Ho's words, I'm sorry, and directly presented. It just apologized. However, the blue-haired girl froze at this judgment. She was confused, raising her voice to ask back, what the hell are you babbling about? It didn't apologize, it just roared, and then continuously cursed. If you're just here to waste my time, then get lost. These words made Sun-Hun frown. She told me nothing but useless information, and now she's telling me to shut up? His gaze turned towards where Jung-Ho had run off, but more importantly, am I the only one who could understand that language? So that means...
Sun-Hun quickly grasped the situation. Is it speaking Korean? From within the forest, agonizing screams echoed. The people setting up camp looked towards it in confusion. What does that sound? I don't know. Is it an alien language? What kind of signal is this? The truth was, that was Sun-Hun's voice. Can you hear me? I am a dimensional traveler. If you can hear me, come to the middle of the Skana mountainside. Jung-Ho gradually moved towards his voice. Sun-Hun hadn't given up on his intention to search. I mean no harm. Very quickly, their eyes met. Jung-Ho let out a terrified cry. He hid in a hole while denying, I didn't do it. The contrast between their two states made Sun-Hun silently remark, why did he suddenly shrink like a grain of rice like this? He spoke up to reassure the other party. Don't worry, it's just me here. I just want to ask a few things. Jung-Ho gradually regained his calm. Really? Sun-Hun put his hands on his hips and began to explain. The fact that you can understand Korean means that you are also a dimensional traveler. You understand that you can't use God's communication, right? Jung-Ho sniffled and confirmed. That's right. I can't communicate with anyone. I thought I would be hunted down like this forever. Next, Sun-Hun faintly asked, over at Skana Village, are you really the culprit? Jung-Ho loudly denied. No! His face was covered in tears and snot. When we arrived at the village, everyone was already dead. Please believe me. But Sun-Hun didn't let Jung-Ho cry for too long. All right, then explain. Stop crying. The story began to be recounted. We were on our way to Lake Kadria, so we had to cross this mountain. On the way, it got dark, so we decided to spend the night at Skana Village in the middle of the mountainside. But when we arrived, the whole village had been devastated, the villagers brutally murdered, and houses destroyed. We looked around, hoping to find survivors, only to see an eerie set of teeth and the sight of that creature slaughtering others. And then something ambushed us from behind. Sun-Hun smirked and came to a conclusion. This must be the culprit.
Did you see its face? Jung-Ho politely explained. No, it happened too suddenly. I'm sorry. He continued recounting the story. The only thing I remember is that right after I told my team to run, it bit my neck. This skill made Sun-Hun feel intrigued. So you turn into a wolf after dying? Man, if only I had a resurrection skill too. He looked at Jung-Ho and raised another question. Besides biting your neck, what about the other people in the village? Jung-Ho wiped his tears while reporting back. I don't know. Their bodies were horribly mangled. I can only say they died in the most terrifying way possible. In his mind, Sun-Hun suddenly recalled the red-haired man's words. The entire village was massacred.
All of them were savagely torn apart. The corners of his lips curled into a wicked smile. Do you guys think this young man has figured it out? Because I have no idea. On the other side, the red-haired man was still moving alongside the blue-haired girl. You shouldn't move around so carelessly. It's none of your business. She stubbornly pressed forward. I will find that monster very quickly, completely unaware that the person walking with her was the actual culprit, and kill it. The red-haired man didn't bother hiding his fangs. All right, if that is what you want. He aimed at the blue-haired girl and lunged to attack, if you want to reunite with your friends that badly. By the time she realized the danger and turned her head, it was already too late. The man's eyes widened and glowed with a red hue.
However, before he could attack, Sun-Hun arrived just in time. With a single strike, he pushed the opponent back. Pointing his sword directly at his mouth, Sun-Hun began to explain. I should have realized it the moment you knew the cause of the villagers' deaths, even though it wasn't clearly stated in the report. The smile on his lips didn't fade as he continued. Found you, the culprit behind the Skanakia village incident. The red-haired man took a long step back. Just when things were getting interesting, a killjoy appeared. Sun-Hun was satisfied with his conclusion. So it really wasn't a monster after all. At the same time as he was using his skill, a powerful energy surged within the man. He seemed to have swallowed something containing mana. Then he slowly concluded. So you got arrogant and wreaked havoc after getting a good item, huh? At this point, the opponent didn't hesitate to admit. That's right, I am the culprit, but what can you do about it? He completely looked down on their party. An injured girl, especially looking down on Jung-ho and a stray dog. The red-haired guy didn't hide his sinister aura as he declared, Do you really think the three of you can fight me? Even so, Sun-Hun kept the smile on his face. No, even if it were just me, it would be enough, but I think I won't even need to lift a finger. These words left the man confused. What did you just say? Sun-Hun slowly revealed. Did you forget? Meanwhile, other adventurers have been gradually approaching today's battle. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the red-haired guy in an ambush. His face turned ugly. What? Sun-Hun then revealed a wicked smile. Adventurers aren't easily killed. His words were like a death sentence for him. Thanks for confessing. And the adventurers rushed to attack in unison, aiming to kill him. The red-haired guy roared in anger. You bastard! At this moment, Jung-ho behind him was full of admiration. You're amazing. How did you know he was the culprit? In response to those words, Sun-Hun just replied nonchalantly, Well, it's actually because he's stupid.
The red-haired guy was surrounded by the adventurers. Even the blue-haired girl joined the battle. She seized the opportunity and pierced him with a sword. The red-haired guy was made to vomit blood, and the moment the blade was withdrawn was also the moment he fell. The blue-haired girl pursed her lips tightly. Then they all cheered joyfully, and their shouts echoed. We succeeded. When we get back, let's drink together. But the blue-haired girl searched for Sun-Hun's figure and could not find him anywhere. That person, where did he go? On the other side, Jung-ho had been roughly thrown to the ground. Sun-Hun slowly threatened him. If you meet an acquaintance, you should say hello. His dark voice carried murderous intent. Pretending not to know me like this is very troublesome. Sun-Hun grimaced and leaned in closer. You don't know me, Kim Jung-ho? Jung-ho asked back in confusion. How do you know my name? These words made him remember. He was not mistaken. Brother Kim Jung-ho, because that woman had called his name before. Woman. Unexpectedly, Jung-ho was completely clueless. His bewildered reaction made Sun-Hun feel angry. In his heart, he kept asking himself, does this guy really not remember? How stupid do you have to be to forget about that? That parting was so emotional. Then Sun-Hun turned to leave. Whatever, just forget it. Unexpectedly, he took a few steps forward, and Jung-ho also took a few steps behind him. This action made Sun-Hun annoyed, and then he turned his head and asked directly, Why are you following me? You didn't participate in the raid, so you won't get any rewards. Jung-ho hesitantly suggested, Well, let me stay with you until I find my teammates.
However, he was outright rejected by Sun-Hun. No way, man. Good luck. Jung-ho couldn't even call out in time. Wait! He tried his best to keep up. Don't be so cold. I won't bother you. In his heart, Sun-Hun was secretly thinking, Right, he's as timid as a mouse and can't even fight properly. Bringing him along is no different from carrying a burden. And so he concluded that he didn't need a person like him. Unexpectedly, through their experiences, Jung-ho proved his usefulness. I don't need him. Sun-Hun's initial decision gradually faded. No. At this moment, as he was relaxing on the hammock, he suddenly woke up to the realization that this was actually quite convenient. Sun-Hun looked up at Jung-ho. So this is why people have teammates. He kept reminding himself, convenient is convenient, but it's not like I plan to keep him as a long-term companion. However, responding to him was Jung-ho's bright smile. Hey, I finished starting the fire. Sun-Hun slowly approached and spoke up. Young. He reached out his hand while introducing himself. Kang Sun-Hun. That's my name. At this unexpected action, Jung-ho's face froze for a moment, but very quickly he replaced it with a joyful smile. Jung-ho politely returned Sun-Hun's handshake.
Mr. Kang, followed by his own introduction. My name is made of Ho for good and Jung for affection. Boring. Time passed, and 1 month later, Southwest Lidea. The thug was backed into a corner. Damn it, a dead end. In front of him was Sun-Hun's silhouette. Back off, you handsome bastard. This bald guy frantically swung his weapon. Don't come near here. Get away. Sun-Hun agreed to this request. Okay, I won't come closer. The bald guy dazedly asked back. Really? But of course the answer was no. Several knives were already planted in his head.
Sun-Hun smiled and repeated, I didn't get close at all. Then he signaled to the person behind him. Kim Jung-ho, rope. He moved quickly. Got it. While tying up their target, he casually asked, by the way, you really work hard as a bounty hunter. Sun-Hun lazily explained, punishing fools who don't know their place is very interesting. Besides, the pay is high. Hearing this, Jung-ho became even more curious. What do you need the money for? To answer, he took out a letter. The content written on it read, on the appointed day, we will wait there. Jum Church. Sun-Hun indifferently explained, there is this thing I really want to buy. They continued their search. It should be this alley. From the dark alley, Luis's voice rang out. Oh, brother, we've been waiting for you. Luis Beren, priest of Jum Church. Sun-Hun smiled slyly, slowly narrowing the distance. I wonder if you guys had to wait longer than I did, he confided. I've been waiting for this day for 6 months. Luis warmly replied with deep sympathy. I understand that feeling. I can imagine how much you've been longing for this. At this moment, Sun-Hun threw the bag in his hand down while stating, here are 170 gold coins as promised. Luis's eyes lit up when he saw the pile of money. Now, hand over the item. He replied with a sly smile. Of course. Their transaction was completed. May the blessing of Jum be with you forever. Sun-Hun pondered deeply. I finally got it. On his face at this moment was anticipation, a skill scroll that only required tearing to learn the skill. And Sun-Hun didn't waste a second before opening it. A healing skill scroll. Goodbye, life of a healer.
Speaking of the attributes of a skill scroll, it is a consumable item that allows one to learn a skill simply by reading or tearing it. Sun-Hun held it in his hand and muttered. It is usually very rarely found in dungeons or sealed ruins, and it can also be crafted. He continued to explain, but the recreation process is very difficult and expensive. Hearing this, Jung-ho couldn't help but be curious. How difficult is it? His question triggered Sun-Hun's nagging attribute. For this healing spell scroll to be crafted properly, dozens or even hundreds of high-ranking monks must gather around a blank scroll, read the entire holy book every day, pray to the gods, and write prayers without making a single mistake. Only after completing the process to 100% is a single fully functional spell scroll created. The time and manpower required only yield one spell scroll. Most ordinary people wouldn't even get to witness it. Jung-ho hurriedly stopped him. All right, I get it. He asked suspiciously, but if it is that valuable, would the church just sell it to ordinary people like that? Sun-Hun slowly explained. There are corrupt, embezzling people everywhere. Siphoning off a little bit is fine. Black market trading. His hand got into a ready position. Anyway, today is a special day. And light appeared the moment Sun-Hun tore that paper. After 5 months on the Azun continent, I finally obtained the healing magic. His entire body was wrapped in light. Jung-ho was blinded by the glare. Sun-Hun felt the changes in his body. Jung-ho excitedly asked, how is it? Did you get the healing magic? Unexpectedly, the answer disappointed him. No skill acquisition notification popped up at all.
Following a deadpan statement, that magic scroll is probably fake, Jung-ho exclaimed in shock. What? He looked at Sun-Hun worriedly. Aren't you angry? The only response was Sun-Hun's trademark smile. When night fell at the Jum Church, the guards fiercely ordered, Stop! State your identity immediately. Unexpectedly, right after speaking, they were sent flying by a punch from Sun-Hun. Inside there was the silhouette of another priest. Stop! This is a sacred church. You can't just... But he also shared the same fate as those guards. Meanwhile, inside Priest Luis's room, he was muttering over the pile of money he had just earned. Good thing I sold that magic scroll. Luis's expression became twice as despicable. So beautiful. So incredibly beautiful. Luis gleefully muttered to himself, Now what should I do with this money? But before he could finish his sentence, the wall was pierced through. Must be. Sun-Hun coldly walked inside. Found it. The next moment, Luis was seen dangling outside. He frantically explained, There's some kind of misunderstanding here. Jung-ho also didn't dare to stand too close, thinking, He's mad. He's really mad. Sweat poured down Luis's face. I swear I gave you the magic scroll. Sun-Hun coldly questioned, Then why didn't I get the skill? And directly threatened, Still running your mouth? Let me report you to Jum. At this point, he could only suggest, The storage. I will take you to the church's storage. They quickly moved to the storage. There were tons of skill scrolls here. Sun-Hun didn't stand on ceremony and directly pulled out the skills, tearing them like paper. Luis lost all color seeing this scene. Those scrolls are worth millions. Sun-Hun angrily declared, Still nothing is appearing.
Louise took advantage of the situation to argue. I told you that you were the problem. This time Jung-ho also chimed in. Wait a minute, did this guy take us to a fake storage? Louise jumped up and down in anger. No, I didn't. At this time, it was Jung-ho's turn to tear a paper scroll. A notification immediately appeared. The power of the skill scroll has settled within you. New skill acquired. Holy armor. He was a bit shocked. It's real. I got a new skill. Louise cried out to the heavens and earth. How many times do I have to tell you it's real? He regretfully gathered the torn paper pieces on the ground. What is wrong with this weirdo? Oh, what a waste. If you had mana, you would have gotten the skill.
Hearing this, Sun-Hun couldn't help but feel curious. Wait, mana and not divine power? Louise asked blankly. You didn't know? Then she kindly explained. The divine power we use is created when our mana mixes together, along with faith and the blessing of the gods. Sun-Hun asked back directly, so a person without mana cannot use divine skills, and then received a cold confirmation from Louise. Of course not. Sun-Hun's anger flared up fiercely. He decided to vent his anger on everything around him. Damn it, stupid status window. The shelves fell down one after another, impacting the opposite wall, causing that wall to shatter as well. If so, then I will destroy everything. But at this moment, Sun-Hun realized something. Wait a minute, there's something behind the wall. He and Jung-ho went inside, then observed the surroundings while evaluating. This thing is covered with a bunch of cloth. Sun-Hun's eyebrows furrowed. He decisively pulled off a piece of cloth. Seeing what lay underneath, Jung-ho was so scared that he hugged the person next to him. Undead there. Sun-Hun slowly explained. Not undead, it's a mummy. Then he glanced at the cloth in his hand, a magic canvas, an item that could suppress and hide mana, often used by dark mages to conceal their dark magic. Louise also coincidentally stepped closer and raised her voice. How terrible! Why are cursed mummies in a place like this? Jung-ho asked in confusion. Cursed mummies? So these are mummies created by humans using dark magic rather than naturally formed? Sun-Hun slowly and calmly confirmed. That's right. He looked at the pile of mummies in front of him and continued. These things shouldn't appear inside a church. A voice echoed, and Jung-ho immediately signaled to Sun-Hun. I hear a voice coming from inside. They slowly went inside, only to see a terrifying scene, with faint cries coming from the captives. Help! In front of them right now were 2 little children. Please save us. The binding ropes were quickly cut. The little boy sobbed. Thank you. Then he turned and shook the person next to him. Brother, wake up. We can go home now. Sun-Hun then activated his skill, starting observation eye. Information quickly appeared. Detected a faint amount of divine power around the wound. Detected traces of mana around the wound. Jung-ho next to him couldn't help but feel curious. Kang, what do you think? Following that was a curse from Sun-Hun. Joom Church, those bastards. They are using both mana and divine power at the same time to torture these children.
Jung-ho's eyes widened in horror. What? What the hell did they do that for? His hands clenched tightly, his face darkening with anger. To do this even to children? Those bastards. Sun-Hun then turned to Louise and questioned him. Priest Louise, do you know anything about this? He slowly explained. I am just a priest in name only, so I don't know much. I didn't even know this room existed. Not very helpful, huh? Hearing this, Sun-Hun calmly replied, Priest, you will probably be humiliated in front of the church for destroying a large number of magic scrolls, right? Louise was so infuriated by this young man's shamelessness that he couldn't say a word. Wasn't it you who did it all this time? Sun-Hun continued speaking to him. Anyway, he made an offer to Louise. If you reveal anything related to this matter to us, I might help you wipe your identity clean after you escape the church. Think carefully. A brief silence passed before Louise slowly spoke up. Come to think of it, I have heard about this matter before. The higher-ups are carrying out some kind of project, a project about harmony and integration. Speaking of the Jumi Church, ranked 8th on the Azun continent, headquartered in Ladea, the core ideology they proudly uphold is harmony and integration. Louise slowly explained. Harmony and integration. I heard that is the main content and purpose of this project. These words made Sun-Hun Kent. Harmony and integration? But divine power and magic power cannot mix with each other. He quickly came to a conclusion. It seems that the Jumi Church has joined hands with dark mages to synchronize and integrate the two forces into one. Jung-ho gently supported the 2 boys. Then, these little kids. Without letting him continue, Sun-Hun added, they must have been used as test subjects for integration. He continued to explain, and those mummies out there, they weren't created from corpses. The magic power and divine power forced into their bodies went out of control, turning their bodies into dry, empty mummies. The older boy groaned in pain. Sun-Hun leaned in closely, examining the situation. The remaining traces of magic power and divine power in the boy's body were clashing violently. At this rate, the boy would die from shock. Then he took out another item, in this case, a magic potion. Louise saw this and couldn't help but feel curious. What are you going to do? Sun-Hun explained while opening the water bottle. Above all, magic power has the nature of trying to corrupt mana first. Mana, magic power, so we use a magic potion. Then he directly poured that stream of water onto the boy. I will forcibly extract the magic power out of them first. The blue water settled on his body, and a reaction occurred immediately. He cried out in agonizing pain, "It hurts! It hurts!" while Jung-ho on this side took charge of holding the younger brother tightly. "Brother!" Sun-Hun slowly and steadily assessed the situation. The remaining divine power reacting to the magic power being pushed out. He won't be able to bear this pain. Following that was another item, divine sealing powder. When used, it gently dissolves divine power, temporarily nullifying divine power upon use. Sun-Hun directly threw the entire bottle at the boy. The golden light gradually dispelled the blue water in the dark energy. Luis observed the condition and made a comment. "The boy looks much better now." Sun-Hun slowly explained. "This powder breaks down the divine power inside, helping the boy stabilize." And he provided an unasked piece of information. "I originally bought it to play a prank on the Jume Church. I didn't think I would end up using it for healing." Next, Sun-Hun signaled, "Mr. Kim Jung-ho, bring some magic silver cloths here. Use them to wrap the victims' bodies to prevent outside magic power from touching them." The younger brother sobbed and asked, "Is my brother okay now?" Sun-Hun smiled brightly and explained, "If the boy eats, drinks, and rests well, he will recover quickly. There is no need for emergency treatment." Another issue was mentioned by Jung-ho, "But can we really sneak the children out? Even if we do, the church will not stop hunting us."
However, Sun-Hun calmly asked back, "Who said we were going to sneak them out?" This remark made him freeze. The hall of the Jume Church then exploded. The people inside rushed to flee. What the hell? However, at that moment, another bomb was thrown in. It created an even larger explosion than before. Damn it, the thing Sun-Hun was holding was a divine bomb, which detonated upon contact with divine power. He was enjoying the process of running and throwing bombs like a terrorist. Jung-ho behind him also didn't expect this young man's level of madness. Kang! He's planning to level this entire church. Very quickly, someone stepped forward with the intention to stop him. "Stop right there," this priest coldly questioned. "How dare you run rampant in the sanctuary worshipping Lord Jume?" He intended to teach him a lesson, but didn't expect to be hit by some yellow powder. "You will regret this." Sun-Hun excitedly threw the powder at him. It was divine sealing powder. Blocks divine power plus 1 second, blocks divine power plus 1 second, blocks divine power plus 1 second. Despite the meaningless pleas, "Damn it, wait!" Time's up. Sun-Hun took the opportunity and squeezed both cheeks of this priest. Finally, someone worth asking. Block divine power plus 1 basic, 1 second. Along with that came a threat. "Even after causing this much of a ruckus, I still don't see any higher-ups or veteran priests. Where are they? If I stab you now, you won't be able to heal yourself." This guy hurriedly confessed truthfully. "The ritual! They are conducting a harmony experiment in the chapel." Sun-Hun let out a long breath full of contempt. They left after leaving a few bumps on his head. What a bragging bastard. The chapel at this time was covered in some strange auras. The people present tried their best to chant spells. 2 streams of power were continuously cast.
That group of people continuously transferred energy into the boy. "Keep the balance. Try to amplify the divine power a bit more." The boy screamed in agony. One of them signaled, "This one is about to die." And the person next to him immediately suggested, "Hey, bring in the next test subject." Unexpectedly, a voice rang out to stop them. "No, keep going." Hezia's face showed no emotion. "Do not stop the experiment until they take their last breath." Apostle Hezia, the leader of the Jume Church. His eyebrows almost touched as several bombs appeared in front of them. They began to glow and then violently created an explosion, blowing everyone away. Those who were agile enough to put up a magic barrier remained standing. Hezia angrily sounded, "What is that?" He directed his eyes toward the dust cloud and questioned Sun-Hun. "Who are you?" He just smiled lightly and asked back, "Me?" Then proudly introduced himself. The righteous holy healer, dedicated to purifying the rotten church and saving the Azon continent.
With a smile that never faded from his face, "I just dropped by to save the child." Hezia, whose plan was ruined, was so angry that his veins popped out. "Where did an insolent brat like you come from?" He pointed his finger and ordered his 8 subordinates. "What are you guys doing? Get up, hurry, use healing magic to heal them." They immediately followed. What the hell are these bastards? At this point, Sun-Hun kindly reminded them, "You will regret it." Right after he said that, a pain piercing to the core struck this guy's body. Not only him, but the others also had the same reaction. "Damn it, it hurts." Sun-Hun thought with satisfaction. The explosion blew away all the divine power, leaving only dense dark magic in here. The problem with these priests is that they really don't know how to think. Their bodies have already come into contact with dark magic, so using healing magic will only make it worse. Suddenly, a few flashes of light flew in from one side. Sun-Hun hurriedly shielded the child in his arms and was hit to the point of vomiting blood. The people wearing black hoods spoke up. "So stupid. The priests aren't the only ones here. Those super-sensitive divine voms are completely useless against a dark mage." Sun-Hun handed the child to his teammate. "Mr. Kim Jung-ho, hold the baby." "Okay, are you all right?" The two hooded guys attacked at the same time. Die! The move they used was the Black Sphere. However, this time Sun-Hun was prepared. I won't fall for the same trap twice. He grabbed a priest and directly used this person as a shield. I have a top-notch divine shield right here. The two forces collided powerfully. The poor priest was bruised all over. You damn bastard, he struggled while taking out an item. Were your eyes eaten by dogs, you bastard? Then he threw it directly to the ground. Faint yellow rays of light gradually appeared. The people around observed and immediately realized, it's holy water. I'm saved. Now is the time for me to be healed. Meanwhile, the hooded figures were losing their advantage. No, you bastard, what about us? They also fought back with potions of similar effects. Whatever, dark attribute. The weak priests immediately had to endure the pain. You bastards. Both sides continuously smashed their potions. So they want to play to the bitter end? Neither side was willing to lose. That is why I hate negotiating with priests the most. Sun-Hun observed the chaotic battlefield and thought to himself, the reason there has been no damage until now is thanks to the fragile balance between divine power and dark magic. But just a small interruption and everything went straight to hell. His face was extremely resentful. From now on, this was the Azun continent that he knew. Witnessing how much effort was ruined by the main character, the cult leader was extremely furious.
Insolent brat. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he questioned, do you dare to destroy the eternal dream of the Jum Church? Then he immediately took out his weapon. I will personally punish you. The book flipped open, bringing forth the appearance of light. The move used was the Divine Fist. Sun-Hun agilely dodged the attacks. Jung-Ho used his own body to shield the children. Several spheres shot out randomly, causing no small impact on the surrounding scenery. The hooded figures cried out in panic, my body, save me! Sun-Hun raised his guard against him, an ability that melts everything it touches. Is this the power of an apostle? How annoying. Hezia was still very confident when using his power. All will become one. This is the power of Jum. At this time, in a corner, Jung-Ho's noisy cursing could be heard. Will you stop it, you bastard? He looked at the item he was wearing and commented, that cloak is no ordinary thing. You dare to withstand the power of Jum?
And for what reason did you dare to ruin our grand plan for some lowly test subjects? And then he decided to change targets to see if you could withstand this. Jung-Ho turned his body to dodge the explosion, but he was also quick enough to realize, no, the ceiling is collapsing. Jung-Ho hurriedly moved, secretly thinking in his head, at this rate, the kids... The ceiling just collapsed like that. Jung-Ho used his body to shield the little kids. A large hole had appeared in the ceiling by now. Rocks and dirt started falling while he signaled the kids, run away. Jung-Ho directly threw the little ones far away from the impact zone. Damn it! He managed to grab the arm of the last one and push the boy out. Right before the rocks and dirt fell down, Jung-Ho was crushed underneath that pile of rubble. The blue-haired boy cried out in panic, Uncle! Witnessing this, Hezia commented with satisfaction, oh my, how humiliating. What a tear-jerking sacrifice. He turned to Sun-Hun and began to mock him. So, how does it feel now that it's done? Is it worth abandoning your comrade? Unexpectedly, he only gave a faint smile, then spoke up, neither too fast nor too slow. That guy is definitely an idiot for throwing away his life to save a few kids. The pile of rubble began to vibrate, and Jung-Ho in his monster form rushed out. He went berserk, while Sun-Hun commented, but that guy is the one who can do it. Hezia was surprised by this new appearance of Jung-Ho. What kind of monster is that? He directly charged to attack. The position Jung-Ho aimed for was exactly Hezia's neck. He was pushed back and had to weakly squeeze out a bit of strength to maintain his life. Lord Yume, please grant me the power of the Divine Fist. A yellow light attacked Jung-Ho, Divine Fist. His body was impacted, and Jung-Ho stood perfectly still, staring at Hezia. He excitedly exclaimed, serves you right, take that, then began to show disdain. Who do you think you are, you mixed-breed dog? No sooner had he spoken than he was pierced by a sharp spike summoned by him. Hezia thought blankly, this guy, that's not divine power. He was simply pushed back once again. It was incarnation energy. The hand holding the book also loosened and just let it hang loosely. Hezia's defeat threw the rest of the crowd into a panic. Lord Hezia, that bastard. They clamored in disgust among themselves. Do something, I beg you. If even Lord Hezia can't fight him, what else can we do? Sun-Hun on this side only smiled with satisfaction. Damn it, it seems the old man has gone crazy. He observed Jung-Ho and thought, he's so clumsy that his fighting is a mess. This is a bit difficult. At this moment, Jung-Ho turned towards the kids again. Sun-Hun watched his every movement and evaluated. Looking for the kids, huh? I guess his heart hasn't changed at all, no matter how monstrous he looks right now. Unexpectedly, Jung-Ho suddenly dashed forward, and Sun-Hun was startled by this action. He hastily moved as he realized, no way, his eyes are gradually becoming wilder. A weapon was thrown. It was just in time to stop him before Jung-Ho attacked a child. He cried out in pain. His eyes were still completely white and ferocious.
Sun-Hun and Jung-ho just like that rushed into a fight. However, he still smirked and commented, "The head of the church looks like a scummy boss, and the real threat is actually Mr. Kim Jung-ho." As he spoke, Sun-Hun summoned a weapon. "Let's not blame each other for this anymore." Then he directly swung an attack at Jung-ho. He was pushed back but also tried his best to counterattack.
The battle took place at a high speed. The short-haired boy cried out anxiously, "Uncle, Jung-ho and Sun-Hun are still fighting fiercely." At the same time, he also activated his skills: strong divine power resistance, strong dark magic resistance, strong fire resistance, and strong ice resistance. Sun-Hun secretly evaluated in his mind, "Only now that I'm closer can I see the information that didn't appear before. It is almost immune to all special damage. No wonder only Lee Ki-jung from Bado came." Very quickly he had a strategy for himself, meaning the key to fighting the dark monster is physical damage. Sun-Hun recalled the scene from earlier, and more specifically, silver is its weakness. His hand reached out in time to touch a silver item, and Sun-Hun didn't hold back, directly slashing a line. His face was gradually becoming more tense. Just as the two of them were about to rush at each other, a lightning bolt struck down, stopping them both. Sun-Hun spoke up in confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" Jung-ho had the same reaction. Seeing this, Hezia was so panicked that he stuttered. "Lord Jum, why did you—" He screamed in despair. "Why did you abandon me?" Then he looked at the boy with two colored eyes and questioned. "Instead of choosing your apostle, you chose that lowly thing." Sun-Hun sneered and commented, "Bastard." His gaze stopped at the boy with two colored eyes. "A trap within a trap? I see."
The boy with heterochromia stood blocking the space between Sun-Hun and Jung-ho. Along with that came an exclamation. "It doesn't hurt at all anymore now." The boy muttered, "Lord Jum himself saved me." Then he turned his eyes toward the priests. Moreover, the boy's hand was raised. There was only a single thought in his head. "I have to crush him anyway." Hezia was shocked and tried to stop him. Wait, only to meet a swift death. The other priests shared the same fate. The heterochromia eyes almost went crazy and relentlessly slaughtered them. "He even granted me this power, to punish the evil adults." Sun-Hun frowned, slowly but surely remarking, "He's overly excited, isn't he?" At this moment, the boy finally turned his head to the back. A declaration was made. Lord Jum said that he is very sad because you and the dark monster destroyed the temple. The heterochromia eyes gradually became excited. Therefore, the boy reached his hand forward and declared, "He asked me to punish you." Sun-Hun moved nimbly to dodge the attacks. While moving, he thought to himself, "He's shooting randomly. His aim is terrible, but just one hit and I'm dead." Jung-ho on the other side also struggled to dodge. He was annoyed by the boy. Then he directly rushed in to attack. The heterochromia eyes demanded loudly, "Monster, step back." However, Jung-ho had no intention of slowing down. Immediately after, he was blown away. The heterochromia eyes took advantage of the opportunity to prepare an attack. "Die, you monster." Sun-Hun observed with a worried look. He acted immediately, kicking a stone so that it hit the boy's hand and stopped his movement, causing the attack to be deflected. The heterochromia eyes cried out in anger. "It hurts so much." Sun-Hun smiled and remarked, "Acting like a disciple getting hurt by that attack, you're overdoing it." The boy changed his target and began a continuous attack. How annoying! Sun-Hun ran parallel with Jung-ho while calculating countermeasures. "Let's deal with that noisy kid first." He decided to call a truce with Jung-ho. "Now is not the time to fight each other," he reluctantly responded. Sun-Hun observed his expression and concluded, "I'll take that as a yes then." After that, he took out a few short swords. "Well then, first of all," and directly threw them at the heterochromia eyes. The boy quickly counterattacked. "Laser, laser," and then excitedly exclaimed, "Didn't hit a single one."
However, right after being attacked by Sun-Hun from behind, two color eyes fell flat on his face, and the boy reached out to retaliate. "Damn it, die, you monster!" Sun-Hun and Jung-ho were moving at high speed, and he kindly reminded the boy, "I won't easily fall for those cheap tricks." But his expression wasn't very optimistic. To be honest, he was almost out of stamina. Sun-Hun threw a short sword at two color eyes and felt like he was about to pass out. Jung-ho also supported the attack. Sun-Hun observed him and thought to himself, this was the first time he had partnered with someone of equal strength. The corners of his lips curved into a smile, accompanied by a remark, "This is really freaking interesting." Sun-Hun closed the distance with two color eyes and was certain it was over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the boy's right eye emitted a fierce light. The two of them were pushed backward. Sun-Hun cursed in annoyance. "Damn it!" The space was severely impacted. A hole appeared in the ground, and both of them fell down. Sun-Hun struggled as he woke up. The ceiling was collapsing. The floor was cracked open. This damn place was about to cave in. He quickly spotted two color eyes and Jung-ho. By this time, he had also regained his reasoning. "Hey, are you okay?" Sun-Hun slowly replied, "Mr. Kim Jung-ho, you're back?" Then he continued to observe the two of them. Jung-ho looked completely battered. He spoke up to ask for a favor. "I'm fine, so please take everyone out, including this kid." A phrase suddenly came to Sun-Hun's mind. If it dies while in beast form, it might never come back to life again. His eyes became sad. Just when, because this was the moment of parting, he had started to like the feeling of having a teammate.
The red potion poured over Jung-ho. However, his body showed no reaction at all. Sun-Hun showed no expression. Just as I thought, it's really useless, even after using all the elixirs. But the act of smashing the potion bottle showed he was very frustrated. Sun-Hun's hand touched Jung-ho. After all the effort to win, is this how it ends? Mr. Kim Jung-ho. For the first time, he revealed his own thoughts to Jung-ho. If you die here, doesn't everything become meaningless? Unexpectedly, at this moment, a notification window appeared. The text on it read, "Achievement unlocked. Your value. Your value has been achieved by healing your teammates sincerely without expecting reward points. Achievement reward, 20 free roulette spins. You can now obtain a signature skill through the roulette." Successive notification windows explaining the situation appeared. Among these skills, the one who cannot become a healer, but still chose the path of a healer, only you can use it. Sun-Hun moved his lips, but no sound came out. Another notification popped up. "Do you want to spin the roulette?" Sun-Hun impatiently demanded, "Shut up and spin it already."
What was provided was exactly the bleeding control skill. Sun-Hun asked in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Because right in front of him were various notification windows. Newly acquired skills, bleeding control, binding, masterful chopstick control, circulation, origami, drain, slim, wound suture. Getting 8 skills with just 20 spins? Normally you'd have to spin 100 times just to get lucky with one support skill. And what on earth is masterful chopstick control? But he immediately shifted his attention back to Jung-ho. Now wasn't the time to sit and rest. He had to check his condition first. Skill activated, observation eye. Information about Jung-ho's status appeared, showing only 25% dark substance remaining. If it dropped below 20%, he might disappear completely. Sun-Hun, whether he wanted to or not, had to admit one thing. It seemed the dark monster would truly die when the dark substance forming its body decreased to a certain level. He recalled the battle with Jung-ho. The areas hit by silver attacks did not regenerate at all. The lower body was destroyed when the floor collapsed. Then Sun-Hun turned his head back, wondering if that was all that remained. He looked at the sharp spikes. Even they had streams of dark energy swirling around them. Sun-Hun picked one up and began to appraise it. Dark Monster's Spike, a sharp needle formed from the mutated body of the dark monster, dealing heavy damage to both divine and evil forces. I'm not seeing things, am I? Sun-Hun was completely taken aback by these stats. Just the fact that it could transform and resurrect was overwhelming enough, but it also deals fatal damage to both priests and dark mages? He couldn't help but lightly smack Jung-ho. I'm really jealous. Several system notifications continuously popped up. Remaining dark substance, 23%, 22%, 21%. At this moment, Sun-Hun regretted his recent strike. Damn it, I acted on instinct. He began to take action. First, he had to stop it from decomposing further.
Several notification lines popped up one after another. Bleeding control skill activated. Bleeding has been stopped. Circulation skill activated. 100% decomposition resistance, slowing down the necrosis process. Sun-Hun's attention turned to the sharp spikes. How is he supposed to absorb them now, grind them up, and feed them to him? He started searching through the notification window. Did he have any other survival skills? Skill window. At this moment, he saw some ridiculous skills. God-tier chopstick control, able to pick up the slipperiest foods. Paper folding, become an origami master. Binding, professional knot tying with a unique style. Sun-Hun smiled and conjured. Should he just pray and wish him a peaceful passing? But very quickly he found what he needed. Wait, there's this. Slime solidification. This skill had the following information. Slime solidification instantly hardens slime-hype toys, ignores the physical resistance of amorphous monsters, causes a stiff state upon use. Use again to remove the stiff state. Sun-Hun thought with a bit of surprise. I thought it was useless. Who knew it would come in handy? Not only does it harden slime, but it can also soften it again. He began to deduce. The dark monster wasn't a normal creature. It was more like an amorphous slime. And optimistically believing in this skill, it might just work. Skill activated. Slime solidification. The sharp spike gradually melted away. Witnessing this, Sun-Hun finally allowed himself to smile. It worked. He carefully held the sharp spike. Now he had to retract it before it leaked. Along with that, he activated another skill. Skill activated. Drain. The small spike transformed continuously, collecting liquids in close range. Sun-Hun used one skill after another. Skill deactivated. Drain. Jung-ho's condition began to improve. The remaining dark substance was at 23%, 27%, 24%.
Several notification lines continuously popped up. Remaining dark matter 30%. The decomposition of the dark matter has stopped. Sun-Hun let out a long breath of satisfaction. His body had stabilized again. He lay flat on the ground out of exhaustion, considering the worst part to be resolved. His eyes almost closed. I also need to recover, but I'm completely exhausted. However, Sun-Hun's mind was still constantly thinking. It must be said, I wasn't bad at saving people originally, but now that I have useful skills in hand, things are different. A smile bloomed on the corner of his lips. For the first time, I feel like I'm truly a healer, even though I can't use healing magic yet.
Sun-Hun only then allowed himself to close his eyes. But maybe now I'm qualified to be a true healer. In an endless night filled with the sound of coughing, Sun-Hun was awakened by that noise. He sat up and looked around in confusion. Is this a temple? Why am I back here? Sun-Hun was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the dark shadow behind him. Is this a dream? I can't even open the status window. The footsteps of that creature pounded on the ground. The one who appeared was Jume, the god of harmony and unity. He frantically rushed at Sun-Hun to question him. How dare you? How could you? You have invaded the Holy Land and defiled the sacred temple. His whole body began to melt away, while Jume roared furiously. I will never forgive you. However, Sun-Hun did not let himself be overpowered. He himself was surprised when just a single slap managed to push him back. Jume fell into deep thought. After confirming that he could inflict wounds on Jume, Sun-Hun continuously beat him. Jume couldn't dodge even a single blow. After a while, he angrily demanded, "Stop! Don't hit me!" Only then did Sun-Hun smirk. "Sorry, it was so noisy that I lost control a bit." Jume was surprised once again. "A mere human can withstand my awe?" Sun-Hun calmly explained. "It's not my first time dealing with this." He shared his own experience. "I've raided a few temples before. Bounties. You dare to desecrate my temple? Sorry, I've seen many gods appear in dreams, and I realized one thing." Sun-Hun continued unhurriedly. "And I realized one thing. No matter how divine they are," his hand clenched into a fist, "they can't deal real damage in a dream." He then continued explaining to Jume, "Only mental attacks are effective, and my mind is quite resilient." He was bewildered, but then admitted, "From the moment you stepped into the sanctuary, I knew you were no ordinary person." Jume stepped forward as he continued. "In that case, I have a proposal," he demanded. "Kill the lower-level beast you brought with you. Do that, and I will grant you immense power." Jume's choice of words when referring to Jung-ho made Sun-Hun dumbfounded. Lower level? It took him a moment to understand his intention. Wait, is he talking about the dark monster? Followed by questions. Why would he call the dark monster that? I've caused quite a bit of chaos too. And Sun-Hun did not hesitate to ask directly, "What exactly do you mean by lower level?" However, Jume refused to reveal it. "That I cannot say." He did not hesitate to reply with similar words. "Then I cannot accept this proposal either."
He leaned close to his face and threatened, "I will kill it right now, and if you refuse, all the followers under my command will hunt you down." These words held absolutely no value to Sun-Hun. "Go ahead," he even challenged him back. "That way it will be more convenient for me to wipe out the rest of them." Sun-Hun began to point out the facts. "Your cult is already in ruins. Losing more followers will only make it more pathetic, right?" Jumer roared in indignation. "Insolent fool!" He angrily cursed. "If only I still had my full power." At this point, Sun-Hun kindly offered a suggestion. "If you are that annoyed, then next time just ask the dark monster to kill me." Jum turned and walked away, and after a short distance he remarked, "So in the eyes of humans, it is black." Jum then disappeared after leaving behind a vague assessment. Finally, Sun-Hun woke up. "I'm awake." The familiar ceiling appeared, while in his mind he was secretly thinking, what did he mean by that? Luis leaned closer, asking, "Are you awake?" Seeing this face, Sun-Hun reflexively slapped him, making Luis stagger. "You startled me." He held his face and questioned, "What are you doing?" Then he began to claim credit. "I had to risk my life to get you out of there." Hearing this, Sun-Hun just indifferently asked back, "Risked your life, huh?" Luis began to explain further. "Rumors have spread throughout Ladea that the Great Hall has collapsed. Not only commoners but also priests from other cults are flocking here." He presented his rescue process. "If they discover the Fusion and Harmony project, we will be in big trouble, so I brought you to a temporary private room." Hearing this, Sun-Hun quickly realized in his mind. Thinking carefully, the only one left to take the blame is Luis, as all the other high priests have been wiped out. He is hiding me so I won't spill the beans. However, he still gave him a smile. "Well done. It would be a huge trouble if we fell into the hands of the cult."
Then he asked about Jung-Ho's situation. "By the way, did you see the dark monster that came with me?" Louis slowly and steadily explained, "If you are talking about that monster." Very quickly, he was led to the underground warehouse of Louis's mansion. Jung-Ho looked up tearfully. "Dr. Kang," he asked anxiously, "are you okay? What about the kids?" It turned out it wasn't surprising he was treated this way. Sun-Hun didn't hesitate to share. "Thanks to Priest Louis taking them away secretly, the kids are safe. As for the one who became a disciple, they have lost all their power," followed by a faint smile. "As for me, I also need to be healed." Jung-Ho lowered his head and spoke weakly. "I'm sorry." These words made Sun-Hun feel confused. "Sorry for what?" The other party started to explain. "I haven't had a chance to say it, but right after I come back to life, my body usually acts on instinct. I don't remember anything during that time." He even recounted an old story. "There was a time I stabbed my own teammate. He was my best friend, but when I woke up, I saw that I had stabbed him." Jung-Ho felt incredibly guilty. Where did I even get this power from? He thought negatively. Maybe I was born to live a lonely life. Unexpectedly, facing these tragic words, Sun-Hun just calmly commented, "Who knows?" He fully agreed.
traveling with you is not easy at all, but to me, you are just like a normal dimensional traveler. Jung-ho was surprised by these words. You mean I didn't attack you, but fought alongside you? Sun-Hun nodded in confirmation. Right. Then he kindly added, you are the type of person who will chase an enemy to the end of the earth when betrayed, and yes, your hot temper has dragged a lot of innocent people into it.
Recalling Young-ho's actions in his mind, Sun-Hun continued to persuade him. But if someone helps you, you always know how to repay them. He objectively remarked about himself. If I were alone at that time, my injuries would probably have been much worse. Hearing this, Jung-ho also felt somewhat comforted. Really? So I can still fight alongside others? He finally let out a relieved smile. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Sun-Hun also smiled and thought to himself, although he said it was just a temporary party, he used the key to open the door for Jung-ho, but if they were to really part ways now, he would probably feel very disappointed. But in his mind, he was calculating about the future. Maybe by that time, he would also find new teammates. Sun-Hun welcomed him with a warm hand, though it would probably be hard to find anyone else like Kim Jung-ho again. That was also the end of the story. And so, in the third month of the journey, I met an old friend of Kim Jung-ho in Nigel Village. At that time, he had left, and we parted ways gently without needing a farewell party. The present Sun-Hun smiled faintly. And that is the end of my story. That's how I got dragged into the adventure of the most soft-hearted guy in the universe, Kim Jung-ho. Are you done being curious? Hearing the story, Chung Hee-yoon smiled faintly. He raised his voice in exclamation. It's so extremely long. It happened so long ago that I can't even remember how it started. Sun-Hun shrugged and replied, it's only been 3 hours. Hearing this, as if not believing himself, he asked again, 3 hours? It feels like 3 months to me. He still firmly insisted, that's just your imagination.
And then kindly added, anyway, after that, Kim Jung-ho died a few more times, dying instantly. The memories of those times came back. Sun-Hun, like someone who had mastered the story, began to share. Every time that happened, I had to use force to keep him calm. Where are your eyes? After about the third time, just a brief explanation was enough for him to start understanding. Hearing this, Chen Hien changed to another topic. What about the new member? That doesn't involve Kim Jung-ho, so I didn't mention it. He slumped into the chair with a sigh, making me so curious. Whatever. At this moment, Sun-Hun placed his glass on the table and steered the conversation toward the show-off saint. It's your turn to share something private, Alec. His face became serious, like the day you were dragged to the Azun continent. Hearing this, Chen Hien couldn't help but laugh. Ah, right, we had a deal. Sun-Hun thought to himself, if I listen to what happened to the other dimensional travelers on Earth that day, maybe I can retrieve my lost fragments of memory. His story began to be told. That day, I was discussing something very private. Sun-Hun's expression was extremely serious. I was at home, alone. Unexpectedly, the story turned out to be incredibly ridiculous. Taking a shower, stark naked. Surely the young man Sun-Hun was blaming himself for having expected too much from Chen Hien. He froze and asked again, huh? But Chen Hien shyly commented, this is way too private. Only when force was used did he obediently continue to tell the story. Calm down, let me finish. At that time, Chen Hien still had black hair. He was taking a shower and dancing in the bathroom. Specifically, I had plans that day, but they were cancelled, so I lazily stayed at home all day and finally went to take a shower. Then the summoning just happened. In short, I was summoned stark naked. He even kept the clothes he first wore when he arrived in this world. Luckily, they gave me clothes to wear. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised when he saw that. A white shirt and shorts, the welcome rookie outfit that I wore when I first arrived here. He recalled his own first appearance. I always wondered why not everyone was given that outfit. Only a few special people got it. Chen Hien's story ended there. So did what I say help at all? Sun-Hun slowly and steadily replied. In short, the rookie outfit is only given to those who really need it. Maybe so. At this moment, Chen Hien made a guess. In other words,
his serious attitude was completely opposite to the nonsense in his words. Were you also summoned while taking a bath? Finally, Sun-Hun coldly declared, get lost. A new day began. Sun-Hun let out a long yawn as soon as he woke up. He looked at the clock and thought to himself, it's 3 p.m. now. Time to hit the road. He then glanced at his 2 teammates who were still sleeping like logs on the other side. It seemed he had to go alone today, but before leaving, he needed to find something to eat first. In his mind, he was constantly calculating while moving down the street. I met the manager in a dream and even talked about the awakening skill. Basically, I've said everything that needed to be said. The story of himself and Chun Hee-yoon was recalled. Who would have thought it was a hidden quest? It seems I am not qualified. His assessment made Sun-Hun confused. Not qualified? Chun Hee-yoon took off his gloves, revealing the mark on them while explaining, now that the awakening skill is out of reach, I just joined the cult. Sun-Hun lazily pondered, Summit is a bloodthirsty evil god.
His footsteps slowly moved forward, and Isolot, a dark monster, now became a blood sacrifice priest of the Smet cult. Yet, in the end, every one of us took on a role that a normal cult would despise. The person inside greeted him warmly. Hello, Dr. Kang. Sun-Hun didn't waste time and directly asked, Julia, is the kitchen still open? Just a quick sandwich is fine. She smiled brightly and agreed. Of course, please wait a moment, sir. Then she added, Oh right, I have something I need to give you. Sun-Hun was a bit surprised. Give it to me? Julia approached while explaining. Last night, Miss Lafay told me to pass this on to you. The item handed over was an exquisitely crafted box. Sun-Hun quickly opened it and assessed its contents. A pouch of gold, a map, an envelope, and even a letter. The contents of the letter were written as follows. If you're interested in a request, open the envelope. Otherwise, sell it to the Adventurers Guild, or just burn it. Lafay. P.S. The gold is for hiring a carriage. Sun-Hun wasn't in a hurry and just leisurely ate his bread. Looking at the luxurious box, he knew it was a quest from the nobility. Lafay always got straight to the point. The location was Karen, near Hin Village. The last piece of bread was quickly tossed into his mouth. Sun-Hun then stood up and left. All right then, let's get to work. The sky over Karen City was strangely clear and blue. What was the request? Chen Hyun and Jung Ho quietly listened to Sun-Hun's presentation. The granddaughter of the head of the Golden Laurel Mansion was seriously ill, bedridden for a year without anyone knowing what disease it was, nor its name. He lazily recounted. They invited so many healers, but to no avail, so Miss Lafay recommended me. Jung Ho was a bit intrigued. A healing request.
Hearing this, Sun-Hun couldn't hold back a smile. Yes, during 2 years of practicing as an underground healer, this was the first time I received a legitimate request. The next person to speak was Chen Hyun. What's in the envelope? Sun-Hun slowly listed. A letter of recommendation from Kolafay, a mansion access card, and a letter from the client. The place they arrived at was the Golden Osmanthus Mansion. Welcoming the three of them was a girl. Welcome, sir. I am Daphne, the gardener of the Passero family. Daphne gracefully offered. I will lead you to the reception room. Jung Ho looked around and silently remarked, so this is the Golden Osmanthus. As soon as they stepped inside, the fragrance was overwhelming, yet nothing could be smelled from outside the gate. Sun-Hun observed the garden and exclaimed, the garden is so beautiful. Daphne smiled and continued, Golden Osmanthus is not only beautiful, but also has a very special scent. Sun-Hun asked about another matter, but Golden Osmanthus should normally be smelled from afar. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's usually the case. Then she added a few more words. But the master wanted to prevent the scent from escaping, so he invited a mage to set up a scent-retaining magic barrier around the mansion. Daphne's expression briefly turned sorrowful as she continued. The scent of the Golden Osmanthus is too intense. There are always people getting mesmerized and sneaking in. Sun-Hun slowly agreed. Fragrant flowers often attract bugs. Very soon they arrived. We have arrived. Please rest here. He politely replied, thank you. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, Sun-Hun met an acquaintance. The person who arrived first looked like Harriet. Upon seeing him was also so surprised that he spat out his water. Sun-Hun flashed a wicked smile and greeted the other party. Hello, Harriet. Memories began to resurface. I am Kang Sun-Hun, a healer, from the initial encounter to the battle, and how Sun-Hun humbly expressed himself. Harriet pointed at Sun-Hun's face and raised his voice. It's you from the other day. He kept the smile on his lips and replied to him, Long time no see, Father Harriet. Chen Hyun couldn't help but feel curious. Mr. Kang, do you know him? Only to receive a highly misleading explanation. He is the monk I am closest to. We are very close. I will win the entire council over to my side. Father, you! Harriet hastily denied. I don't remember that at all. He continued the topic. Anyway, it's nice to see you again. What brings you here today, Father? Harriet could only let out a sigh. I came to help a friend. His story began to be narrated. We have had a long-standing friendship with the Passero family, loyal followers of the Ivor Church. I heard they are worried about their seriously ill granddaughter, so I came over to check. After telling a part of it, Harriet couldn't hold back his curiosity. Wait a minute, are you also here for that? Sun-Hun did not hesitate to admit it, as sharp as ever. He took out the request form. Of course, I am here for the healer request.
Then I assured Harriet that I came properly this time, with no intention of dodging the hospital fees like last time. But his face didn't show even a hint of so-called trust. Properly? Harriet chuckled. Then you came for nothing. Now that I'm here, you can just sit back and relax. However, Sun-Hun vaguely commented that he wasn't sure things would be that easy. Having his competence doubted made Harriet a bit annoyed. I've been grinding hard studying insects all this time. Insect ecology, a level 2 certificate in entomology. This time will be different. He just smiled and asked him back. Do you think a little girl who grew up in a mansion like this could be infected with parasites? The next person to speak was Chen Hyun. Father Harriet, the true main character, always appears at the last minute.
He did not hesitate at all and directly declared, It is clear that you will fail, and the one who will ultimately cure the illness is him. As a fortune teller, I guarantee it. With this attitude, if it were me, I would have slapped him instead of being as easygoing as Harriet. You people, he growled angrily. The two of you are really good at irritating others, and then decided to leave. All right, just wait. But very quickly he returned with a gloomy face. They were currently standing in the hall of the Golden Laurel Mansion, outside the little girl's room, and looking at his expression, they knew he had failed. Herod presented seriously. I have exhausted all my holy power, but nothing has changed. Why is that? Sun-Hun did not waste time and reached out to the doorknob. It's my turn to figure it out. Let's switch. The door was slowly pushed open, and the aura from it rushed into Chan-Hyun's nose. He hurriedly moved. Jung-Ho followed with a confused look. What is this? Why is he reacting like that? Sun-Hun slowly explained. It must be. The answer was gradually revealed, because holy power was resonating in this room. The priests inside exclaimed when they saw his appearance. Oh my, is there another healer here? This person began to introduce herself. I am Otada, a priest of the Takamila Church, currently in charge of the healing for Lady Rosie. Sun-Hun observed and evaluated. Takamila, huh? Never heard of it. Then he raised his question. I thought the Becerro family belonged to the Ivor Church. Why is there a priest from another church working as a healer here? She slowly presented. Because it is an urgent request from the head of the family. An urgent request. Then looking down at Rosie. As you know, Lady Rosie still hasn't woken up.
Otada's words were full of mockery. Even the highest-ranking priest of Ivor were helpless. Light began to radiate from her hands, but with the power of Takamila. Then it covered the little girl lying on the sickbed, and Rosie slowly opened her eyes. Otada proudly concluded, I can wake up Lady Rosie like this. This scene amazed Herod to the point of exclaiming, Impossible! She continued to demonstrate, but as soon as I stop, Rosie will sink into a coma again. She will fall back into a coma. That is because Rosie is not yet a follower of Takamila, so she cannot fully receive this power. Sun-Hun did not beat around the bush and took direct action. In that case, I will take over the treatment. This did not please Otada at all. The healers coming here today only make her condition worse. The lady needs to rest for at least 2 days. Please leave. He coldly reminded her. But I came under the orders of the family head, only to receive a wicked smile from Otada. So did I. If you want to know more, go ask the family head. Sun-Hun's eyebrows furrowed. However, he conceded. All right. Unexpectedly, the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. By the way, when you meet the family head, could you deliver a message for me? Having a fake whose holy power is weaker than a scarab act as a healer won't help Lady Rosie at all. Her subordinate sneered, and Sun-Hun glared at them. Later, in another room, Marut began to present the story. Rosie fell ill with a strange fever about a year ago. His face showed undisguised exhaustion, gradually falling into a coma and never waking up. The head of the Marut Becerro family. Marut continued to explain. Despite searching everywhere, no healer could cure her. Hearing the story, LaFay recommended you. Sun-Hun recounted unhurriedly. I just met the priest of Takamila, and although it was only temporary, they were able to wake Rosie up. He didn't hesitate to question. So if you have them, why look for another healer? Marut also reluctantly revealed, because they want conversion in return. He shared more details. If you were just conversion, I would have no choice but to betray Goddess Ivor and accept the punishment. Could you be more specific? I can sacrifice everything for Rosie. Every word clearly showed the malice of Otada's group. But the treatment contract for Rosie Becerro. Become a benefactor of the Takamila Church. Spread the sacred teachings of Takamila. When Rosie fully wakes up, she will be trained as a priest there. Her entire future life will be dedicated to serving Takamila in gratitude. Speaking up to this point, the anger in Marut's heart flared up. Rosie is only 5 years old. He slumped over the table. The child should be with her family, not forced into the church and subjected to harsh training. He then continued explaining. So I tried to find another way without relying on Takamila, but in the end I was still helpless. It was Sun-Hun's turn to share his experience. I intended to examine Rosie myself, but was chased out by the Takamila followers. They said I had to wait 2 more days to get in. Marut was completely helpless. I'm sorry, now you have to comply with their demands. He was like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Without their power, I can't even talk to Rosie. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this matter is unpredictable. However, Sun-Hun simply declared gently, All right, we will start the treatment in 2 days. These words made Chun-Hyun puzzled. Mr. Kang, are you really going to sit and wait for 2 days? Even Chung-Ho was equally curious. Are you just going to let them force your hand like that? Only then did Sun-Hun deny it. Of course not. We will immediately conduct an investigation. Chun-Hyun excitedly continued. That's totally you. I knew it. You can always be counted on. He added, The only thing is, Rosie's room is now occupied by the priests. Sun-Hun went with the flow and started assigning tasks. And right at this moment, you are the perfect person for this job.
Night was gradually falling. At this moment in the hallway, in front of Rosie's room, Otada's two female subordinates looked towards a direction when they noticed some movement. What is going on? The person who appeared was Chun-Hien, his face still as nonchalant as ever. The two girls began to raise their guard. Isn't that guy the one who came with that useless healer earlier? Why is he here? Several streams of black energy appeared from Chun-Hien's body, targeting the two girls and attacking. The two of them exclaimed, "This dense dark aura feels terrifying. That damn cultist." The blue-haired girl demanded, "Stop right there. No one is allowed to meet Lady Rosie." Hearing this, Chun-Hien kindly corrected, "I didn't come for the patient." He used all of his charming skills to speak up. "The person I want to meet is you." And this made the blue-haired girl blush. "If you are free, would you like to have a drink with me?" She hesitantly asked back, "What?" Wanting it, but playing hard to get, the blue-haired girl continued, "What the hell? Sorry, but I have no interest in drinking with a dark mage." Hearing this, Chun-Hien suddenly suggested, "Men, if I quit being a dark mage, would you reconsider? You like that, right?" She softly requested, "Hey, can you lower your murderous intent first?" Chun-Hien quickly complied. "Sorry, sometimes it gets a bit out of control." This A-list celebrity-level beauty skill was enough to make a maiden's heart flutter, especially when my heart beats faster. What the hell is this guy talking about? She kept reminding herself, but then, I am a bit free. Putting aside the dark mage thing, his style isn't that bad. Then she gently replied, "I am on duty, but tonight is possible. Do you have a place in mind?"
Chun-Hien politely agreed. "Of course, I know a perfect place." He excitedly suggested, "A great place to drink, the Temple of Summit." For a moment, the blue-haired girl regained her senses. She asked back in confusion, "What?" Chun-Hien happily explained, "Summit is a very open religion, welcoming even those without magic power." He continued to encourage her, "Why don't you abandon your unknown god and spend a passionate night with me discussing the blood goddess and slaughtering Summit?" This time the blue-haired girl's attitude changed 180 degrees. "You filthy cultist, dare to mock me?" The two of them rushed to attack. "How dare you insult a noble true god? How dare you insult goddess Takamilla?" Chun-Hien ran away with a look of amusement. Glory to goddess Summit. Only the screams of the two girls remained in the hallway. "Stop right there." Very soon, silence enveloped the space. Sun-Hun and Jong-Ho only appeared at this moment. Man, he really knows how to drive people crazy. Jong-Ho curiously asked himself, I wonder what he said that made her so furious. He just lazily guessed, probably the typical provocation of cultists. They slightly opened the door to Rosie's room. Anyway, let's take this chance to make our move. Sun-Hun cautiously went inside. All right, no one is here. Then he immediately used his skill, activating Observation Eye. The truth is that a moment ago they had talked with Harriet. "Father Harriet, what do you think about Rosie's condition after the treatment?" He thought seriously. "My opinion? Let me ask you this. In your opinion, what kind of patient is incurable?" Sun-Hun coldly declared, "A dead person. At that point, only summoning magic can intervene." Harriet had to agree with this statement. Theoretically, yes. He then took the issue much more optimistically, but personally, I think it's someone who has been treated and completely recovered.
Rosie's parameters were fully provided, showing no sign of waking up, and a source of extremely strong holy power was detected. Sun-Hun pondered deeply. No wonder Harriet said that. He muttered aloud, "It's no surprise that the bed is placed in the middle of the room." Jong-Ho next to him excitedly asked, "Did you find out something?" The door was pushed open violently, and Otada's swearing rang out. "Damn it!" She frowned and roared, "How dare you trespass into Lady Rosie's room?" Sun-Hun jokingly replied, "Go check your terrible security, priest." These words made her even more furious. "Shut up. Get out of here right now." However, the young man did not care at all about Otada's attitude. "Miss Daphne, could you please invite the head of the family here?" Daphne hesitantly asked back, "Him?" Sun-Hun softly gave his word of assurance. "Just tell him that I have found a healing method, and he will come immediately." Everyone was surprised by his statement. Daphne moved almost instantly. "I understand." Otada sarcastically questioned, "A person with no divine power dares to say he has found a healing method?" She challenged with a provoking tone, "Who do you think will believe that nonsense?" Sun-Hun just smiled lightly and replied, "Sooner or later, you will know whether it's nonsense or not."
Marut and Harriet quickly appeared together. "Is it true? Have you found a way to save the girl?" Sun-Hun seriously presented, "Yes, I have determined the reason why she still hasn't woken up." He began his speech. "But first, I have a question for you, Father Harriet. You believe that Rosie's body is completely normal, right?" Harriet confirmed without hesitation. "That's right. There are no wounds, and no potions or curses have been detected." Another question was raised. "But her body clearly has something abnormal. Didn't you really notice?" He admitted his shortcoming. "I didn't notice anything at all." Sun-Hun then whispered to Jong-Ho next to him. "Brother Kim Jong-Ho, can you pull out a thorn for me?" He asked back in confusion. "A thorn?" But he quickly conjured a sharp thorn. Sun-Hun took it, then slowly declared, "The main culprit is the holy power enveloping this room." Harriet was surprised by this statement. Holy power? Sun-Hun raised the sharp thorn, then slashed through the air, and several streams of golden power gradually dissipated.
The truth slowly became clear. Rosie's body was covered by spheres of holy power. Harriet exclaimed in shock. Isn't that? The magic circle under the girl's bed was revealed. Meditation. Marut completely didn't understand what was happening. What is meditation? Harriet looked at him and explained. A holy training technique that causes the soul to fall into an unconscious state. Otada was furious when the plan was exposed. This is a cultivation method used by priests, referring to the ascetic skill, meditation. Ascetic skills are skills that cause pain using holy power. Simply put, they are the divine version of a curse. Harriet gave an astonished remark. To think they used holy power to hide the meditation skill. Sun-Hun glanced toward the hospital bed before responding to him. Up until now, every healer who came here used holy power to treat her. Who would have thought that holy power was actually a trap? He continued. Furthermore, ascetic skills are usually for self-training, not like a curse. I never thought of that.
As Sun-Hun spoke, he stepped inside the magic circle. In short, we've tied our own hands with our own prejudice. Marut stood nearby and asked anxiously, then what should we do to wake Rosie up? Harriet slowly explained. Normally, dark magic would be used to break the ascetic binding, but for a child like Rosie, it's too dangerous. He continued to offer a few solutions. We could ask the church to send a monk specializing in asceticism, but Sun-Hun brushed it off. No need. He smiled faintly and began to act. We can undo the ascetic binding with this. Their attention turned to the sharp thorn in Sun-Hun's hand. But that's dark magic. He continued. Look closely. This is not dark magic. Harriet quickly realized. He leaned closer, thinking in amazement. I don't feel any dark magic at all. I thought it was created by dark magic because it doesn't have any holy power. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he wanted to touch it. What on earth is this thing? How can it exist? However, he was stopped by Sun-Hun. Sit in a corner and think about it yourself. After teasing him, Sun-Hun thought mischievously. Don't think you can just do as I do. Just because I can do it doesn't mean you can too. He stopped walking when he reached the side of Rosie's bed. Now then. Then Sun-Hun evaluated the holy power surrounding the girl's body again. It looks like it's wrapping around her body, but what we see is only the outside. What is truly bound is the soul. The skill began to be activated. Skill activation, Hand of Horus. Sun-Hun carefully treated Rosie. Skill activation, Soul intervention. Soul intervention is now possible. A sphere was pulled out. The onlookers gasped in amazement. The soul was pulled out? Oh my god. Sun-Hun seriously observed the sphere and silently assessed. Now I just need to untie these troublesome threads, but if I do it carelessly, it might damage the soul. So we activated a skill again. Skill activation, Observation Eye. Sun-Hun was secretly thinking to himself. Honestly speaking, mental healing is not my strong suit. You can't see it, nor can you touch it, which means there's no way to confirm whether the healing is effective or not.
The soul orb lit up little by little, but now that he could heal the mind using the physical body, he also needed to pay attention to the mental state. Harriet exclaimed in shock. The meditation skill had been broken. The soul had regained its light. Otada gritted his teeth in anger. This was truly unbelievable. At this point, Harriet had to look at Sun-Hun in a different light. So he possessed that kind of power too? Who on earth was he? The soul's information was provided. A child's soul, clear and pure, but extremely fragile, still tightly bound to the body. Only then did Sun-Hun breathe a sigh of relief. Good. There were no traces of the deeply engraved unconscious meditation keyword left. Now it was time to finish. He carefully placed the soul back into the little girl's body. The moment the soul was successfully integrated, Rosie groggily opened her eyes. Marut was so moved that he shed tears. He rushed to his granddaughter's side. Rosie, Rosie! The little girl looked a bit dazed and asked, Grandpa?
Then Marut turned to Sun-Hun to express his gratitude. Honestly, I don't know how to thank you enough. You saved my little Rosie. But he just replied softly, you can thank me later. There's something else I have to do now. He couldn't help but wonder, what is it? Sun-Hun started listing Otada's crimes, secretly using a divine magic circle to cast meditation on a 5-year-old child, then pretending only they had the cure, all just to force the Passero family to convert. His voice was so cold that it made her face look incredibly dumbfounded. Now is the time to deal with the ones behind this incident. Sun-Hun slowly concluded, specifically the Takamilla Church. Otada just roared. It's the Takamilla Church. Harriet added in a deep voice. So you were the ones behind all of this. Even Marut showed his undisguised hostility. No matter how unpleasant your requests were, I was still planning to consider you my lifelong benefactors. Otada clicked her tongue in annoyance. Driven to desperation, she launched an attack. She was just one step away from convincing the Passero family. The target was none other than Sun-Hun. If only you hadn't interfered. A barrage of arrows imbued with holy power appeared, aiming at him, but they were nowhere near skilled enough to touch Sun-Hun. But then, do you think you could have done it without me? Even Jung-Ho assisted in protecting Marut. You have no intention of spreading your faith properly, just an unknown church scheming to steal believers from other churches. The more he spoke, the more Otada felt exposed, angrily shouting, You bastard, shut your mouth.
Sun-Hun then activated his skill, summoning Frika's crossbow. If I had to describe the Tesmila Church in one sentence, he countered with similar arrows. It would be parasites, the scum living at the bottom of society. Otada hurriedly put up a shield. It's the Takamila Church, you bastard! Sun-Hun smirked, repeating her words. The Takamila Church? Otada roared madly. It's the Tesmila Church, damn it! But she quickly realized she had embarrassed herself. Sun-Hun let out a mocking breath. Otada grew even angrier, activating her holy power to continue the attack. I'll kill you. A barrage of arrows aimed at Sun-Hun. Let's see if you can block this. At this moment, the black aura suddenly moved. Jung-Ho actually stood in front of Sun-Hun to protect him. His dog-like expression at this moment looked cooler than ever.
Jung-Ho's dark energy caused the arrows to dissipate. The rain of arrows was thus obliterated by him. Only then did Otada learn how the word fear was spelled. Her holy arrows, all of them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jung-Ho roared a reminder, Mr. Kang, act now. Holding the weapon in his hand, Sun-Hun thought to himself, use that as an arrow. He quickly used his skill. The system panel popped up with a notification, using the Freya pouch skill, checking items, proceeding to craft the Black Beast Thorn arrow. Warning, invalid command. Because of this, Sun-Hun collapsed to his knees in exhaustion. His face turned pale, and the pain invaded his mind. What now? Why the hell couldn't the Black Beast Thorn be transformed with the Freya pouch? Otana quickly planned to run out the door while they were distracted. Gotta run. She hadn't even taken 3 steps before being discovered by Sun-Hun. He mercilessly grabbed Jung-Ho's dogtail, treating him like a heavy object, and threw him right into the old lady's U-70 spine. Otada fell hard to the ground, crying without tears. What a bunch of bastards. Sun-Hun took step by step closer to her. Oh, bro, is your back hurting? He threw in an extra kindergarten teacher's smile. It seems your herniated disc was due to trauma. Sun-Hun slowly emphasized every word. Let's start some physical therapy. As soon as he finished speaking, Otada's spine received exactly one more blow. She could feel her vertebrae sadly parting ways with each other. Not stopping there, Sun-Hun also affectionately slapped her cheeks over a dozen times. Oh God, my face!
The people present turned pale and didn't dare to look. After a while, Otata's face was swollen, and he slumped down in one place. His eyes lit up with a conclusion. Target complete. Suddenly, the weapon in his hand had something strange about it. But really, what is this? The demonic aura escaped more and more. The Euphria pouch was actually a holy relic. That monster had extremely high immunity to all kinds of divine and dark magic. No wonder all spells using holy relics were useless. Thinking so, Sun-Hun gloomily speculated, but if that was true, it should also be immune to the item storage created by the system. After the face-slapping scene, Otata's group was tightly together. I'm sorry. We are truly sorry. We only did what we said. Please, just this once. Chun-Hien held Jung-Ho's hand and joked in front of her. Expecting much from Chun-Hien is really worth the money, wiping them all out. He smirked at Otata. Those people are known to have a ton of divine power, yet their combat skills are terrifyingly amateurish. Sun-Hun stood on one side with his hands in his pockets. Based on their divine power, they were not inferior to mid-tier cults and above. Many calculating schemes appeared in his mind. If he had never even heard of their names, it meant that the cult was less than a year old. How could that be? Recalling the battle with Otata, Sun-Hun made a slight comment. Talking about the reputation of the Takamila cult, it was completely unknown, yet it possessed a hidden divine power, stronger than ever.
He thought that somehow the Mage Guild mysteriously harbored divine power, and their moves didn't seem unfamiliar. Thinking of this, Sun-Hun quickly began the interrogation. Priest Otata, have you ever heard of something called miracle water? She looked up at him blankly. What is it? Sun-Hun patiently explained in detail, a type of elixir that would grant her divine power just by drinking it. Then he bluntly exposed. Your power comes from it, doesn't it? Surprisingly, having been slapped too much, Otata sincerely revealed, it's true that we received an elixir with divine power from our superiors, but I really don't know what it is. Thinking she wasn't lying, Sun-Hun decided to find another way. It was highly likely that he would have to directly interrogate the cult leader now. After making his decision, he smiled 100 times more gently. All right, I've decided. Otata's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? Suddenly, Sun-Hun swung something at the center of her chest, and just like that, Otata's soul was snatched away by him. Priest Otata. The priest accompanying her gritted her teeth in absolute terror. What happened? Her soul left her body. Only then did Sun-Hun state his purpose clearly. 1 month. Holding a sphere containing Otata's soul, he made a proposal. I will give you exactly 1 month. You have the right to use any means as long as you track down the mastermind behind your cult. Sun-Hun even boldly declared, if you succeed, I will surely return Priest Otata's soul. But the system said otherwise. The soul of that evil priest had already been torn apart before it could even find its way back to its body. The priest gaped and asked back, how do you expect us to manage when we only have 1 month? What if I return empty-handed?
Without hesitation, killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes. Throw away your pile of garbage souls and hold hands to lie under a tombstone. The two turned pale when he growled the words. Is that clear? That afternoon at Marut's house, his voice rang out. Thank you so much, healer Kang Sun-Hun.
Marut expressed his deep sincerity. You gave my niece a chance to live. Not only that, but you also treated the after effects with such dedication. Sun-Hun remained entirely humble. I only did my duty. Besides, I am glad that Rosie has recovered. He smiled, his eyes welling up with emotion. How could such a rare person exist in this world? A thought flashed through Marut's mind. Lord Ivor, thanks to him I have not betrayed you even once. Tears just started falling down his face. You are truly a great blessing to my family. If you need anything, just tell me. Sun-Hun smiled, keeping a brazen face, and he didn't hesitate to ask again just to be sure. He said, anything? Ah, Marut chuckled to firmly confirm. Yes, even the secret paintings of my family if you want them. Before he could finish his words, Sun-Hun interrupted. I only desire one thing. He audaciously chose the most precious item of the family, the sacred relic held by the Passero family. The more he listened, the more of a headache he got. It must be the sacred relic of the Ivor Church, because you worship Ivor, right? Marut looked helplessly flustered. That is a bit. We are just afraid of being pushed into another faith. Sun-Hun firmly repeated his words. You were the one who just said I could have anything. Right at this moment, Marut thought of something. Yes, that is true. So would you consider any other holy relic? I don't have one right now, but just give me a day. Unexpectedly, Sun-Hun shamelessly emphasized with a friendly smile. What I want is the one kept in the Golden Laurel Mansion, passed down and treasured through many generations, the holy relic of the Ivor Church.
Marut broke out in a cold sweat when he delivered the final remark. That was enough. The angel statue emitted brilliant halos. Sun-Hun smiled fondly. That light was exactly divine power. He narrowed his eyes at Marut and reached out to take the statue. There was no longer any doubt. This was definitely a divine relic from the Ivor Church. Could you please let go of it? He immediately cried tears of despair, because reality wasn't like a dream. I thought Dr. Kang Sun-Hun was only interested in objects containing magic power. The reality is far from what you told me, Leif. Sun-Hun lightly licked the corner of his mouth like a pervert, thinking to himself that, honestly, any relic would do. It's just more interesting to snatch away something that people deeply cherish. Then he asked Harriet, Are you planning to stay a little longer, Priest Harriet? He answered without hesitation. I planned to leave yesterday, but I had to clean up a few things left behind by Priest Otada, so I am a few days late. Sun-Hun smiled like an idiot at that answer. I knew it. This made Harriet snap. It's all your fault. What's with that attitude? He reached out and took off the bracelet on his wrist. No matter what, as a friend of Lord Marut, I should properly express my sincerity. A second later, it was presented in front of Sun-Hun. Here, take it. He hesitantly asked, What is this?
Herod quickly explained, I made this divine relic for myself. It is called the Heart of the Devout. Then he gave a proud smile as he continued. Compared to Ivor's heavy breath, it is nothing, but I believe it will still be useful. Hopefully it helps you somewhat. Sun-Hun took the bracelet with indescribable emotions. Priest Herod. Finally, he sincerely exclaimed, Thank you. I will keep it very carefully. At a forest near Karen, rows of notification text appeared nonstop. Breaking the old faith, exploiting divine power by destroying a relic. Cost 2,000 points. Ivor's heavy breath has been destroyed. The angel statue gradually turned into data. The heart of the devout has been destroyed. Sun-Hun hugged the vase and stood listening to the system notification. Level up. Disbelief level 1. Disbelief level 2. The rejection of the divine has grown stronger. He quietly digested the information while Chin Hee-yun was playing tag like an idiot. So these are the different levels of disbelief. I wonder how powerful level 2 will be. Divine Vessel, charging enough divine power to receive rewards. Extreme Focus Skill, Triple Iron Will Exchange Ticket. After evaluating it once, he confirmed. The 2 rewards this time are not bad. Without hesitation, he quickly wanted to test the skill first. Receive reward. A mechanical sound rang out. Acquired a new ability, Extreme Focus. Focus and narrow your vision. Activating the skill will put you in an extreme focus state. When using Extreme Focus, the area of effect will narrow, but the efficiency will increase greatly. Activating the skill again will exit the Extreme Focus state. Sun-Hun stood still to feel it. He quickly grasped the core of the skills. It seems the skill will only target a single objective.
For example, if I possess the ability to recover health for 3 people, Sun-Hun imagined in his head, it's really annoying. Then it would only be able to heal 300 HP for 1 person. This guy's brain also operates at a pretty high capacity. He continued to observe while Chun-Hyun playfully messed around behind him. Next, let's see how the exchange tickets work. They can be used to exchange for weapons, armor, or accessory equipment. Iron Will, Similarities, deals extra damage based on the praised divine power, including divine power, dark magic, and halves the damage level. Sun-Hun fell into a moment of deep thought. So in short, it is a weapon created to wipe out the churches. Then he glanced in a direction.
One thing is, I actually got 3 such items. So that gaze turned towards Sun-Hun, Alec, and Kim Jung-ho, meaning I will have to share this with my teammates. Over here, Sun-Hun shouted loudly in astonishment. Deals extra damage depending on the target's divine power ratio? The owl next to him asked worriedly, "Are you really going to give this away for free?" Sun-Hun suddenly spoke up to explain, "It's not given for no reason. I consider it a reward for the Golden Laurel Mansion mission." He wanted to kiss the card in his hand, but it was a great victory anyway. Right after that, Chun put it away and took out a weapon. "Let me get the gloves first. Holding a weapon hurts too." Used the Iron Will exchange ticket. A pair of gloves appeared in midair. Iron Will gloves, an embodiment of firm belief. Chun-Hyun jumped around like a kid who found joy, unlike Jung-ho over here who was hesitating. Which one should I choose? Sun-Hun walked over and made a suggestion. "How about a shovel?" These words surprised him. "A shovel?"
He quickly explained, "You are very good at digging holes, Kim Jung-ho." Jung-ho was somewhat speechless. It sounded more like he was mocking me. This guy was clearly mocking, but his face was so serious, guys. Using a ticket to exchange for Iron Will, a few seconds later an exquisite shovel appeared. Shovel weapon. Iron Will. Looks so cool. Jung-ho said happily, "I guess I'll just carry this around from now on. It's better than an outward aura." Sun-Hun only gave one piece of advice. These weapons will not be very effective for non-monks, so use it in the right time and place. Suddenly a drop of water fell on Jung-ho's head. So cold. An unannounced rain poured down heavily. "It's raining," Jung-ho complained inwardly. "Oh man, do we have to camp in the rain now? This is terrible." He suddenly turned back into a human, but that posture of biting the shovel was really weird. Right then, Chung-Hien shouted excitedly, "Jung-ho, you're human again!" Jung-ho was startled and panicked. "That's right!" He immediately burst into tears. "Please, I beg you, let me be a human for a long, long time. Let's find a restaurant to grab a bite first. I don't want to get soaked like a drowned rat. Let's book a room, too." Hosuan, the city of Karen. The 3 of them stepped inside the tavern. Chung-Hien shook off his hair like a puppy. "I'm completely soaked. Let's see if there are any empty tables left." Jung-ho jolted as he noticed something. In the corner, a man exuding a gloomy aura was sitting there. Yuri raised his head, glancing forward with hound-like eyes. Jung-ho immediately trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. That person looked so scary. He just glanced over here. And right at this moment, Sun-Hun noticed the table next to Yuri, terrifying Jung-ho. "There's a table here, everyone. You really can't escape fate." Jung-ho hurriedly rushed over to manipulate Sun-Hun. "Dr. Kang, over there. There are seats over there, too." Nothing beats sipping drinks by the window. This series of shady actions made him wonder, what on earth is wrong with you?
Sun-Hun looked at the person in front of him, disappointed that iron couldn't become steel. "After spending years in the Azon region, are you still afraid of adventurers?" He bowed his head sadly and replied, "Yes." At this time, Jung-ho looked at Uri and thought to himself, maybe I was too hasty in judging them by their appearance. Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, Uri!" A wine bottle flew out of nowhere, straight into Uri's face. Sun-Hun's group was momentarily stunned. The mushroom-haired guy smiled sarcastically. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. This one is hard to save, guys." Mocking sounds constantly echoed in Uri's ears. "I heard you lost your job again? What a loser. You can't even handle a few stray dogs. Only good for your looks. Why don't you clean the stables?" He clenched his fists, gradually losing control. Uri's face sank as if he wanted to tear the people in front of him into 100 pieces. Uri sat motionless on the chair like a puppet. The brown-haired guy looked at him in annoyance. "This bastard doesn't even react, ignoring me as if I'm trash." A guy next to him didn't care much and said, "Leave it." He went over, picked up the wine bottle on the table. "Here, enjoy your meal." Then he poured it straight onto Uri's head, mocking, "It's a waste for people like you to eat." Sun-Hun's group observed the situation, but each person had a different expression. The crowd laughed loudly and left as if nothing had happened. "He completely ignored you. Those bastards."
Jung-ho held his head, feeling guilty. "Now I feel even worse for judging so quickly." Chen Hee-yun held a wine bottle and asked, "You didn't say it out loud, so it didn't cause any harm, right?" Sung-hun also added, "If you intervened, it would only hurt your pride even more." He quietly looked at Uri. The 3 of them quickly went into the room and rested. Doing a proper job this time felt really good. Sung-hun calmly analyzed. "There's no need to waste time talking much. Just show them what I can do and that will be fine." Chen Hee-yun suggested, "How about opening your own clinic like I did?" Sung-hun sighed like an old man. "The real problem is how to attract patients." He immediately fell into a mess. "Even if I use full recovery to push the healing speed to the maximum, it still takes them hours to recover." Sung-hun slowly commented, "On the Asan continent, people are used to instant healing magic, so my magic is not very appealing." Jung-ho was depressed by the current situation, "But your treatment method is truly perfect." Just then, various loud and quiet sounds rang out from outside. Jung-ho quickly stood up to scout. "It's too noisy out here. What's going on?" Outside, a girl wearing church clothes was calling out for something. "Great, adventurers! We are the priests from the Similius Church." She smiled brightly to attract the crowd. "Do you want to have more power? Do you wish to possess a special energy?"
She stood on the street and kept shouting, looking like she was herding chickens. Guys, then follow us. We will create an opportunity for you. Sun-Hun looked out and judged. It seems the church is recruiting people again. At this time, some people had already noticed these words. Is that really true? Can I have more power?
The crowd gathering was getting larger and larger. Maybe we should try going over and taking a look. We have nothing to lose, right? Sun-Hun sneered at that ignorance, unable to believe that there were still fools who believed in such things. Were they really that easy to deceive? Jung-ho then caught sight of a familiar figure mingled in the crowd. He saw Ergi down there. This person. Ergi stood there like a ghost, silently listening. 3 days ago, the morning street was bustling with people passing by. Sun-Hun's group was having breakfast when they heard an ear-piercing sound. Hey, get out! Someone walked over and asked, what is going on? While the person who had just shouted said, that church promised power or whatever a few days ago, remember? The guy standing at the door pointed outside hesitantly. Those who had followed them, they are back, and this is really troublesome. Chung Hee-un, with a piece of bread in his mouth, rarely spoke up. They said it was not a joke. Sun-Hun stood up and suggested, we should go out there and take a look. Truly, not even heaven strikes a man while he is eating. Outside, a young man holding a sword stood looking at the group of people who had collapsed at his feet. He looked at the man still struggling behind and calmly declared, you should give up. The bald man was furious. Do you think a low-rank adventurer like you can... He acted narcissistic and threw out a sentence. You are stubborn. It seems you leave me no choice. Then that sword drew a line in the air, the blade dancing as it lunged straight at the bald man. He let out a scream and was taken down in a stream of warm blood. The onlookers around immediately turned pale. He took them all down by himself. What the hell just happened? A few people noticed the difference and said loudly, a few days ago you were just a low-rank adventurer like me, right? Did the church really give you that power? He laughed and replied like a professional advertiser. That's right. It's all thanks to the Samalas church. I didn't even know a thing about magic, but now I can cast even high-level spells.
Right place, right time, and the right people. The people of the church appeared like wandering ghosts in July. In a flash, they even had flyers ready. Come on, right now. Don't you want to be like us? They quickly handed out the flyers and introduced themselves. Here, take this flyer. The location of the church is marked on the map, so please come and check it out. Jung-ho looked at the crowd and exclaimed, there are so many people coming. Then he turned to look at Sun-Hun and asked, what's up? Do you want to join too? He darkened his face and replied, I don't like it at all. Chun-Hee-an agreed, me neither. Sun-Hun looked at the increasingly crowded circle of people and couldn't help but feel puzzled. I've heard that joining a religious cult can grant you divine power, but there's no way anyone could gain that much power in just 3 days. Even the church can't do that. He gritted his teeth and said gloomily, this is obviously a scam, but I feel really annoyed when they keep promoting themselves everywhere. Sun-Hun racked his brains trying to think. There must be some way to ruin their plan. Chung-Hee-an also put on an extremely dangerous expression. But if we cause a scene, the Adventurers Guild might drag us away. Jung-Ho's mind, however, was on something else. Come to think of it, I don't see that guy Ergi anywhere. He quickly stepped toward the nearest person. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? That person naturally agreed. Go ahead and ask. Jung-Ho didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Did you see the green-haired guy who was with you guys 3 days ago? The one with a big scar on his face? The man felt somewhat guilty and turned his head away. I don't know either. Do we have someone like that? Jung-Ho smiled awkwardly and thought, there's something suspicious about his movements. He hurriedly suggested further. You really don't know? His name is Ergi. The other guy turned around and prepared to leave. Sorry, we're a bit busy right now. He didn't give up and lunged forward. Wait a minute, maybe if you ask one of the monks. Immediately after, a punch landed on Jung-Ho's face. I told you I don't know.
That guy snapped and issued a threat. Shut up. If you bother us anymore, I'll kill you. A second later, he suddenly looked bewildered and asked, which brat are you? Sun-Hun adjusted his jacket and calmly replied, you just dared to threaten our beloved Jung-Ho. It seems you want to die. We can't just stand by and watch when our friend is hurt. Normally, we look pretty cool too. Jung-Ho activated his inner power, letting out tears of joy. Are you guys really worried about me? Sun-Hun smirked and asked Chan-Hyun. From now on, beating them up counts as self-defense, right? He warmed up his joints that hadn't been used for a long time and replied, of course, we are just getting back the justice that Jung-Ho deserves. Jung-Ho stared blankly at the two, tossing the conversation back and forth. In other words, we aren't doing anything illegal. He asked himself internally, as if to console himself. They really care about me, right? Being on the same team as these two demons, I feel sorry for Jung-Ho for 3 seconds. The other guy stood frozen, looking at both of them, and asked, what is this? Do you want to start a fight? Sun-Hun ignored him and wondered to Chan-Hyun, if we fight 2-on-1, will we be seen as the bad guys? He wasn't sure about this anymore. So what should we do now? The two exchanged a glance as if reaching an agreement. A second later, these two young men played rock, paper, scissors to assign the task. I also surrendered to this situation. Rock, paper. Feeling looked down upon, the other guy couldn't help but get angry. What the hell are you guys doing? The final result was quickly revealed. Scissors. Sun-Hun held his head, groaning in misery. Damn it, I suck at rock, paper, scissors.
The blonde guy had already been burning with anger earlier. "You insolent brats, how dare you ignore me?" He threw away the stack of flyers, wanting to take care of Sun-Hun first. "You picked the wrong person to mess with," he growled, clenching his fists. "I will test my new power on you." A thunderous punch rushed toward Sun-Hun. The people around could barely stand, but in Sun-Hun's eyes, he just saw him boast loudly and then deflate like a popped balloon. Jung-ho covered his eyes and thought to himself, what power? Sun-Hun carried the protagonist's aura and smiled radiantly. New power! Right after that, he picked up a small branch from the ground. Sun-Hun calmly looked at the person in front of him. "It seems we understand each other." To emphasize his handsome advantage, he smirked and quietly activated his power. Activate outfocus skill. The surrounding crowd saw the fight and eagerly discussed. "A branch? Don't tell me you're planning to fight with that?" The other guy stared blankly at the twig-like branch pointing at him. "Are you crazy? Do you think that stick can stop my fist?" Sun-Hun modestly replied, "This is more than enough." These words were no different from humiliating him. He quickly charged forward to give Sun-Hun a painful blow. "You bastard!" He calmly held out the branch and softly commanded, "Activate outfocus." The branch in his hand gradually transformed. Outfocus activated, stamina focused on the branch.
The guy reached out and grabbed the skinny tree branch, then applied force. An explosion, neither big nor small, occurred. He was shocked when he realized the problem. What? He began to feel afraid of this unforeseen development. Impossible. Just with a stick that has no magic power at all. Talking big before a fight usually means logging out early, bro. That guy quickly mobilized his power, stubbornly attacking Sun-Hun without stopping. "What's wrong with you?" He quickly brought the branch out to block the attack. Sun-Hun laughed and bluntly stated, "If you don't know, you'll just take a beating." Immediately after, he changed his stance, signaling a counterattack. The guy only felt a fleeting, strange sensation on his body. What? It felt like being struck by a sledgehammer. Sun-Hun had no intention of continuing to drag out this boredom. Nothing left to see. Activating the cut skill. Not far from where he collapsed in pain was his disconnected hand. Damn it! The surrounding crowd was utterly amazed. Oh my god! He won with just a branch! How did he do that? Sun-Hun stroked the branch in his hand and thought to himself, even a basic attack is powerful. I guess it makes sense since I put all my stamina into it. He turned around and gave a thumbs up to his two teammates. But besides the focus point, the defense is 0. It's not something that can be used often, probably just for finishing blows. Just like 3 kids, huh? The people from the monastery were extremely confused. What's up with that guy? He stole everyone's attention. Sun-Hun also noticed the scrutinizing gazes around him. Looks like we crashed someone else's party. Jung-ho zoned out, deep in thought, worrying about the person named Ergi, wondering if he was okay. Setting aside the morning's events, time flew by like a dog running in the field, and soon night fell.
Prominent notifications popped up. Achievement unlocked. Sabotage unlocked by destroying a church. Chun-Yun was quite surprised that the achievement popped up, and even Jung-ho was equally amazed. "I got it too," Sun-Hun asked more bluntly. "We've already destroyed more than a few churches, so why is it only showing up now?" He glanced at the condition line that just appeared. Achievement condition. At least one member must possess a divine vessel. I bet this guy just made it up. Achievement reward. Equipment. Hourglass of retrospection. Each time a church is destroyed, sand will gather inside. When it reaches 50% and is activated, it will grant Tama days or materialization of will. Sun-Hun suddenly asked Chun-Yun, "What reward did you get?" He quickly replied, "Hourglass of retrospection." Jung-ho next to them also chimed in saying, "I got it too, so the rewards are the same." Right at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute, this Kama days cannot be used unless the disbelief status unlocked fills a divine vessel, slightly increases skepticism. Materialization of will slightly increases magic power stat, slightly increases job-specific stat. Sun-Hun boldly speculated, meaning it can fill the divine vessel and increase both the magic power stat and the job-specific stat. After thinking, all three fell into a prolonged silence. Why do these guys look so clueless? The next day, familiar sounds echoed on the streets again. "We are people from the Similis Church." The girl from last time appeared again and offered invitations. "Do you thirst for great power? Then follow us." A white-haired guy stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "Can I really become stronger?" She quickly assured with absolute certainty, "Of course, absolutely certain."
The guy immediately fell into the trap. "Well then, please give me a flyer." Right at this moment, a voice interrupted the conversation. "These damn scammers are still here preaching lies." Sun-Hun appeared like a god with main character aura. "Everyone, don't believe them. My friend followed them and disappeared." The priestess froze with her eyes wide in surprise, while the young man somewhat hesitated. Is that true? Like a sad play, Chun-Hyun and Jung-ho perfectly acted out their two miserable roles. "That's right. When I asked about my friend, they immediately threw punches, Ergi." A passerby pointed and asked the person next to them, "What's that about? Is it true?" The companion didn't grasp the information either and hesitantly replied, "Not sure, but it sounds suspicious." Because of this, within minutes, the crowd quickly scattered in all directions. Why am I not going anywhere anyway? The astounded priestess still couldn't understand the situation before her eyes. A notification sound rang out at the perfect time. Successfully sabotaged the church, acquired karma dust.
The next day, Jung-ho brought along his operational equipment, determined to harass the convent people to the bitter end. You lying scammers. Successfully sabotaged the church, acquired materialization of win. The day after that, Sun-Hun also played a clueless role. What? They give power? Even I, who is just a healer, received it after defeating them. Successfully sabotaged the church, acquired karma dust. The day after that, Chun-Hyun directly hugged that priestess and acted out a Romeo and Juliet play. I love you, Elizabeth. This made her startle in horror. What the hell are you talking about? Successfully sabotaged the church, acquired materialization of win. A series of notifications continuously rang out over several days. Acquired karma dust, acquired materialization of win, acquired karma dust. The day after that, that priestess felt completely powerless against this world. She followed the clues to the location of Sun-Hun's group. Having found them, she could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Excuse me, adventurers? The priestess made a request. Can we talk for a bit?
On the ship quietly docked by the shore, an excited voice rang out. So this is the ship heading to Bismarck Island. Chun-Hyun looked into the distance and suddenly continued. I didn't expect to get involved in this matter so deeply from the very beginning. A few hours ago, the priestess got straight to the point, saying directly, your friend Yuri is safe. She calmly explained that he was currently on Bosma Island, the main headquarters of the church, receiving treatment for injuries sustained during training. She looked at the three young men in front of her. Normally, outsiders are not allowed to enter there, but since everyone misses their friends so much, the church leaders have made an exception. The next second, her hand slammed hard on the table. So please, the priestess gritted her teeth and said word by word, we would be very grateful if you do not interfere with our missionary work. It's a pity, but let it be. Jung-ho shyly voiced his thoughts. She was very angry, and Sun-Hun beside him also laughed along. Right at this moment, a man walked up. Excuse me for a moment. He quickly asked for information. Are you preparing to board this ship? The man continued the story. I heard you guys flattened the entire church just to find your friend. Sun-Hun proudly replied, you heard right. Right after that, a girl rushed over and said in a hurried voice, we are in the same boat. My younger sibling disappeared after getting involved with them. Sun-Hun noticed the crowd behind them and then wondered, so may I ask the reason you came to see me? The man did not hesitate to ask for a favor. We want you to help find our missing family members. He bowed his head and let out a long sigh. I want to go find them myself, but people like us, powerless commoners, have no chance against them. Sun-Hun didn't rush to accept, but explained first. I am a healing mage, so I usually only accept requests related to healing. The man looked at him and earnestly pleaded. Then please find our missing family members, and if any of them are injured, please heal them. Sun-Hun smiled with amusement. So consider it a healing request, right? That's great. He caught on so fast. Finally, all three of them agreed to help these people. All right, we will do it. The ship quickly headed out to the open sea.
Chun-Hyun looked around and assessed the situation. It seemed quite crowded today, probably because there was no trouble trading in other villages. Sun-Hun then spoke up, stating that according to the map, it would take about 8 hours by boat to reach Bismarck Island. Jung-ho, with a seasick face as pale as a banana leaf, groaned miserably. 8 hours? He quickly cried over his previous decision. I feel like I'm going to die from seasickness. Sun-Hun called back and said, go inside and rest. I'll give you something to help you sleep. I'm pretty sure we've been lured into a trap. Jung-ho quickly fell fast asleep, but they probably won't attack right away. Chun-Hyun quickly asked, what do you think, Kang? He replied to him, I also don't think they will make a move while we are still on the boat. Sun-Hun expressed his almost certain speculations, but they are definitely plotting something. I'll go check inside the ship.
Chun-Hyun quickly wrote something on the paper. Then I will do a quick divination. Suddenly, the page was soaked in red. He didn't feel anything and just focused intently on the fortune-telling. Isn't doing divination like this a bit taxing on the body? According to the divination, the cargo hold looks suspicious. There is a strange energy coming from that area. Sun-Hun stood up, preparing to go out. I will go check. Chun-Hyun took the job of staying in this room. All right, I'll keep an eye on Mr. Kim while you're gone. If we move together as a group, it will attract attention. Sun-Hun walked down the stairs step by step. Seeing him, the guards couldn't help but wonder. What is he doing here? He quickly walked over and pretended to ask. Excuse me, can I take a look around here? One of the two slowly stopped him. This area is off limits to outsiders. Then the other one further explained. Sorry, but you cannot enter without the church's permission. Sun-Hun's face was indifferent, paying little attention to this statement. Is that so? He rushed forward, landed a blow on that guy, and said in a calm voice, then I guess I will trust my intuition and just go in. The guards immediately got into a defensive stance. We are under attack, hold him back. Sun-Hun had no intention of engaging in close combat, so he took out a gun. Every bullet hit a person like playing a bear shooting game, but one of them arrogantly dodged the bullets. You might be able to defeat the others, but you won't get past me. Sun-Hun observed the situation and then introduced himself. With skills like that, I think an introduction is necessary. My name is Kang Sun-Hun. The soldier also did not hesitate to reveal his identity. I am Phyrexia Metellane. Sun-Hun was somewhat stunned after hearing this, and the tense battle continued. Both sides had their own advantages. Seeing Sun-Hun injured, that Phyrexia couldn't help but mock. This is why you shouldn't go alone. He arrogantly spouted a philosophy. In battle, nothing beats having comrades. Does this bro really think he can beat the main character? Sun-Hun's eyes assessed the surroundings, and he thought in disgust. A clone skill? How annoying. But he didn't think for long, because he didn't want to waste time. A series of notifications rang out. Activated absorption skill. Activated dispersion skill. Disperse ice potion. After that, winds carrying ice and snow enveloped the guards. The ice blocks quickly formed, and a scream echoed.
My eyes. Then he quickly used his analysis skill. Activated observation eye skill. This one isn't breathing. This one isn't breathing. This one isn't breathing.
The next second, the soldier was painfully devastated by the arrows. He couldn't help but subconsciously wonder, how did he know which one was the real person so quickly? The other illusions also quickly vanished. Sun-Hun asked a question. All the clones have been dealt with, right? He calmly looked down at the person below from above. Normally you would be down by now, but you're still standing? He bent down and grabbed the hat covering that face. Could this person be? Sun-Hun quickly made his guess. You are a dimensional traveler, aren't you? Lizzie was startled by his sharpness. She kept quiet and didn't give out any information. He didn't interrogate her, as he already had the answer to his previous question. I was just guessing blindly, because she was too strong and resilient, like someone from the Azun continent, but that reaction said it all. Sun-Hun sat down to strike up a conversation. Still planning to pretend you don't know? He quickly offered another idea. Fine, if you can ignore this, then I'll admit I was wrong. After that, he used his power to take something out. Sure enough, Sun-Hun took out a pretty delicious-looking packet of instant noodles. There's no way she could resist this. Lizzie's eyes widened. Her mouth watered just thinking about enjoying this dish. Ramen. Oh my. Anyone with a weak mind would be hungry. With just one packet of noodles, Sun-Hun completely exposed her. Just one bite, please. Give me one bite. He smiled at this expected reaction. After 3 years on the Azun continent, 99% of the dimensional travelers cut off from fast food would react immediately. Lizzie completely dropped her disguise and gave in to the food. Just give me one bite, please. But when she held the bag in her hands, it turned out to be empty inside. Lizzie's eyes filled with tears. It's fake. An empty bag. Sun-Hun also explained its use. Yeah, I made it just for times like this.
He immediately changed his tone of voice to speak. Now Sun-Hun looked like a grim reaper judging the person in front of him. Letting a dimensional traveler go too easily would only bring trouble later. He gave Lijah 2 options. Choose, cooperate or die. She replied with contempt. Cooperate? Even if you let me go, I will just bleed to death. Sun-Hun smiled brightly like a cunning fox and said, Oh, didn't I tell you? I am a healer. If you cooperate, I will heal your wounds. This guy is really itching for a beating. Lijah angrily questioned his shameless face. You call yourself a healer? You look more like a murderer. Sun-Hun felt quite satisfied. Then see for yourself and decide. Activate thread drawing skill.
Lijah stared at the needle in his hand in a daze. What the hell is this? We are not even on Earth. What is with this sewing needle? While she was still dazed, he pulled the arrow out. Delayed by a few seconds, Lijah felt the pain and screamed loudly. Sun-Hun pinned her down and ruthlessly sewed stitch by stitch. Finally, in front of Lijah's pained face, he proudly acted like a saint and declared, Treatment completed. Lijah looked at the wound on her arm and thought to herself, this method is so brutal, but the wound is definitely stitched up. It sounds weird, but I think this guy is really a healer. Sun-Hun looked down at her and asked again, So what now? Bleed to death or cooperate and prolong your life? Lijah's whole body slumped, and she softly replied, I will choose to prolong my life. A moment later, the two introduced themselves again. My real name is Lijah. My class is Wanderer. Sun-Hun interrupted and wondered, Wait a minute, so Phyrexia Metelline actually means, she happily explained. That's right. It comes from my real name, Lijah, Jija, Phyrexia. He listened to Lijah getting more and more excited as she spoke. Metelline is just because I wanted to eat Madeleine cakes. Finally, he gave a blunt remark. She really looks exactly like Alec. At this time, Sun-Hun also started talking about himself. As I said before, I am Kang Sun-Hun, and I came here upon request to investigate the church. Quite a few people have disappeared after getting involved with him. Lijah was quite surprised about this. Missing people? He immediately inquired for information. Since you are working with the church, maybe you know something. She hesitated and then clarified her identity as well as her mission. I am not actually part of the church. We were hired by a noble named Adre Wig, who sponsors them. Bismarck Island also belongs to that guy. Sun-Hun lowered his eyes to confirm again. So you really don't know anything. Useless. These words made Lijah extremely annoyed. I didn't notice anything strange at all.
She bluntly mentioned a few trips she had participated in. This ship occasionally carried a noble's child, only one at a time, and each time they also brought along dozens of commoner children. They were all the same age, but when we left the island, not a single one of those children was ever seen again. Sun-Hun took out his notebook and took meticulous notes. One noble and dozens of commoners. There was definitely something shady going on. Lijah talked about a time she scouted the situation on the island. Once, I was curious about what they were doing on the island, so I secretly sent a clone. But as soon as it arrived, it crashed into a barrier and was destroyed. That is all I know. The white page was filled with neat lines of text. Bismarck Island has active defensive magic. Lijah was much more careless than expected. Finally, he closed the notebook and smiled. All right, that is actually quite helpful. Lijah was delighted and also felt proud. Really? But in the very next second, Sun-Hun mercilessly knocked her out with a single strike. Well then, he turned and walked toward the door, leaving Leisha on the ground. It would be very troublesome if you backstabbed us while we were investigating. Don't take it personally. Using her and then throwing her away like that. What a guy. Sun-Hun's figure stopped in front of a warehouse with tons of crates. Are these the supplies that the nobles donated? He reached out and opened a crate to check. He was quite surprised to see the contents inside. This was a B-rank stimulant, a stimulant that significantly enhanced the user's physical abilities, but also caused extreme aggression, making them lose control and go crazy. Opening another compartment, Sun-Hun saw something else. And underneath that is jail fruit powder, the sleeping pill I gave to Kim Jung-ho. He seemed to have the answer to the purpose of this trip. It was quite clear what the hell they were planning to do with this thing. In the ship's dining room, where a large crowd of people on board had gathered, a confused young man looked at the surrounding smoke. Huh? What is this? Smoke? What's going on? A few seconds later, the crowd slowly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At this time, several people from the monastery stepped forward. Everyone had fallen asleep, including the church leader, Dazat. Dazat calmly took something out of his coat. Good. It's time to begin. He unleashed his power, his eyes analyzing, a halo of light amplifying outward like a data analysis machine. The unconscious people were completely unaware as a golden sphere gradually appeared from their chests. Dazat ordered his subordinates. The brighter the light, the higher that person's hidden potential. Begin sorting. Understood. Just then, another person stepped forward to report. Lord Dazat, we have also brought Kang Sun-Hun's group, the ones who interfered with our work. He was intrigued by this news. Oh, well done. He looked at the 3 people of Sun-Hun's group tied up on the ground and declared, finally, we can judge these despicable scumbags. Dazat reached out and grabbed Sun-Hun's hair. Let's see those arrogant faces. Then he was startled for a moment. He turned to ask in an uncertain voice, what is this? What's wrong with their faces? I can't even believe my own eyes. What's with these swollen dumpling faces? The person who had just reported explained, well, considering everything they've done to us, the believers might have vented a little of their anger.
He let go of his hand and dropped a sentence. I understand. Dazat walked away, not forgetting to order. Lock them up and keep an eye on them until we reach the island. The corners of the monks slightly curled up into a perfect arc. Sun-Hun smiled with his dazzlingly handsome face and replied, yes, understood. Sun-Hun looked at the smoke swirling before his eyes, feeling pleasantly surprised in his heart. Luckily he had drunk John leaf tea. John leaf tea, slightly sour, tastes better when drank cold. Drinking it neutralizes the sleep-inducing effects of the fruit. He walked over to hug the dummy he had created and thought to himself, I created this to wake up Kim Jung-ho. I didn't expect to have to use it like this. He looked at the face that resembled his own, letting his thoughts drift to the past. 30 minutes ago, Sun-Hun ran into a monk who was quite similar in height to him. Oh, we're almost the same height. The monk couldn't help but panic when he saw him. What the hell? How did you wake up? Without saying much, he quickly threw a punch. Please cover for me a bit. Thinking back to that scene, the corners of Sun-Hun's lips curled up proudly. The disguise is more effective than expected. He carried the dummy, his whole body cheered up. All right, from here we charge straight into their base. The notification sound rang out imposingly. High-grade sacrificial offering. We have arrived at the island, Bismarck Island. Dazat immediately ordered, take the passengers to the prison. Yes. Someone quickly stepped forward to direct. Hurry up. High scores go to class 1-1. Average scores go to class 2-1. Low scores go to class 3-1. Sun-Hun's group was given special treatment. That group, throw them into the underground prison. He replied immediately, understood. The cart was moved forward by the strength of a few people. Sun-Hun noticed the conversation of 2 people not far away. How is the quality of this batch of passengers? Dazat respectfully answered the question.
That noble smiled slyly. I am looking forward to this. Adris rubbed his chin and declared, the fair judgment of Similis. Sun-Hun glanced over and judged the 2 words he just heard. Judgment. Right at this moment, some strange sounds rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Sun-Hun unconsciously walked towards that sound. Who was making that noise? Inside a carriage was Lyja, who had been knocked out by Sun-Hun the day before. Let me out, you bastards! He stared blankly at her, screaming and struggling. Lyja! Lyja immediately startled, and turned around. That voice! The murderer, Kang Sun-Hun! Sun-Hun calmly corrected her form of address. You should call me Healer Kang Sun-Hun. Thank you. Lyja looked at the person in front of her and unconsciously asked, what happened to your face? He didn't answer immediately, but reversed the question. Well said. Why is a cultist locked up in here? She embarrassingly stated the reason. Fired for failing her guard duty, caught, and taken down. Sun-Hun put on an innocent face. You should have done your job properly. Lyja angrily shouted, it's all your fault. Then came a change of face as fast as a pinwheel. She immediately begged the person in front of her. Anyway, you came at the right time. Help me, okay? Sun-Hun turned away without hesitation. Take care. Lyja startlingly called back, wait. She reached out her hand and made an offer. I will give you point exchange tickets, 3 300-point ones. Sun-Hun was a bit interested in this condition. He didn't take much time to think and immediately activated his skill. Outfocus, on, concentrate stamina into silver glory. He charged at the carriage, using his strength to open the way, while Lyja was scared out of her wits by this violent behavior. she muttered as she climbed out. Is it this easy to break a magic ceiling prison? Sun-Hun held out his hand, waiting. Please, hand over the tickets. Holding the 3 tickets in his hand, he offered some sincere advice. Going from a prison warden to a fugitive in just 1 day, you really need to consider choosing the right boss to work for. Sun-Hun looked at her and said softly, if you need money that much, then become an adventurer. Lizzie shot back immediately. I don't do this for the money. It's for my idol. He was a bit stunned by this absurd reason. Your idol? She wasn't in a hurry and recounted some stories. I used to be in a criminal gang, okay? At that time, I didn't even have any suitable skills, so I almost died in vain. But then, the Lizzie of the past was saved. Her voice held a hint of nostalgia. A dimensional traveler appeared and saved my life. Lizzie still clearly remembered that person's eyes. His name is Yan Ji-hoon. I later found out he was a famous bounty hunter. Her face flushed as if she was talking about a male lead in a story. He even had a ton of fans. Super famous. You've heard of him, right? This tone is hopelessly boy crazy. Sun-Hun replied blandly. I have. It was as if a switch had been flipped in her, unleashing a barrage of words like a machine gun that made him feel like his eardrums would burst. Taking down dozens of level 5 criminals without needing any skills, with just a few knives, clearing out an entire criminal zone. A legend everyone has heard of. Then one day, he disappeared without a trace. Her voice lowered a bit. I don't know if he is dead or alive. Sun-Hun looked at the girl in front of him and fell into deep thought.
Leisha finally regained her composure and revealed her dream. Anyway, my dream is to become a bounty hunter like him, though of course my biggest goal is still to return home. He then asked curiously, then what does that have to do with working for Adri? She quickly explained. Adri had collected some items formerly used by Yunjin, and I worked for him in exchange for those. Thinking about this made Leisha even more heartbroken, but she was fired before she could get them. He bluntly asked without hesitation, don't you want to take revenge on that guy? Receiving such an unfamiliar question left her bewildered. What? Sun-Hun looked confidently at the person in front of him and said, because I am about to wipe out this cult. Then he extended an offer for cooperation, so let's team up one more time. Inside the massive hall, the atmosphere was more boisterous than ever. The crowd in the stands looked as if they had been injected with stimulants. Let the judgment commence. The sacred moment has arrived. Down in the arena, the people captured on the ship lay sprawled on the ground. Long live samurai. Dazat ordered his subordinates. Awaken the potential believers. Yes, High Priest. The mechanism was activated immediately after, and a scent began to spread around the arena. The people who had just been unconscious quickly woke up in confusion. Where am I? Dazat stood high above and declared grandly, from this moment on, the cult's initiation ritual, the judgment of samurai, begins. Every word he spoke contained arrogance and superstition. Whoever endures to the end will receive the qualifications and power of a true believer. He completely did not consider the living people down in the arena as human beings. The losers will become fertilizer, a source of infinite power. His voice paused for a few seconds, along with an evil smile. Dazat's eyes were like a demon crawling up from hell as he passed his judgment. From now on, slaughter each other.
The atmosphere was gloomy and desolate in the cramped space behind iron bars, the underground prison of the representative. Jung-ho lay slumped on the ground, slowly opening his eyes to retain consciousness. It was so cold. Then, once fully awake, he surprisingly groped around. Jung-ho quickly sprang up, looking around with a bewildered face. He couldn't help but scream in terror. Where is this place? Jung-ho poked his head through the iron frame, his bewildered gaze unable to comprehend the situation. Why did I wake up in a place like this? This is your sleeping pill. I will wake you up when we arrive. Mr. Kang and Chin Hien were supposed to look after me, right? He tried to keep his faith, optimistically muttering to himself. It must be just a dream. Status window? Even I give up on myself. But right after that, the status window immediately appeared upon his command. Jung-ho struggled with tears streaming down his face at the truth before his eyes. The status window had opened. This was not a dream. He worried constantly, pacing around while thinking, I don't feel nauseous anymore. I must have left the ship. First of all, I have to get out of here. Jung-ho tried to operate the blue screen, attempting to use the golden glory, but his magic power was sealed. The system announced, sorry, inventory and skills cannot be used. Once again, he doubted this cruel reality. Powerless, Jung-ho collapsed due to his miserable fate. This is a magic ceiling prison. What should I do now? But suddenly he stopped crying, a thought popping into his head. Jung-ho tried another method on the system. It seems I can still access the status window, so then, a series of information was fully inventoried. Current points, 6,485. Basic roulette, minus 20 points per spin. Mixed roulette, minus 10 points per spin. Trash roulette, minus 1 point per spin. He wanted to bet on his last hope. Let's try this. Jung-ho was surprised by the luck he could test. 5 consecutive spins with trash roulette? Immediately, a slot machine appeared in his line of sight.
Normally, items would go into the inventory, but since he couldn't use the inventory, the results quickly popped up and fell out. Roulette results: sundries iron skewer, sundries low-grade metal materials, sundries 8-inch nail, sundries wooden board, sundries wooden chopsticks. Jung-ho was a bit amazed by the system's speed. The items were falling to the floor. He picked up the wooden board from the floor and exclaimed joyfully, "Great!" Jung-ho quickly began his escape. He worked tirelessly with burning passion. While working, Jung-ho called out his teammates' names. "Mr. Kang, Chin-Hyun, I'm coming." He even imagined the expected praise from Sun-Hun. "You're quite good at digging."
A mound of dirt outside was bulging up abnormally. Suddenly a hand reached up strongly from that dirt pile. After a while of effort, Jung-ho also successfully escaped the dungeon. Finally getting out, it turned out to be underground. He looked around, countless questions arising. But where is this? Suddenly a resounding cheer startled Jung-ho. He took a defensive stance, hiding behind a wooden barrel, unable to help but wonder in his heart, what is this? And in front of Jung-ho was a vast place with thousands of people present. An arena? On the other side, there was a person locked in an iron cage protesting indignantly, "Don't spout nonsense." He refused to follow the orders of the one standing above. "Why do we have to fight? If you guys like it, do it yourselves, you crazy people." Dazat, like a supreme authority, sneered. "Don't you understand yet?" Jung-ho looked at the person lying on the ground in endless shock. Mr. Kang! He shed tears of emotion, as if witnessing the whole story. "No way! If you guys like it, do it yourselves, you crazy people. Don't touch my teammate."
Was he caught while protecting himself? Dazat arrogantly declared Shonhyun's guilt. "That is Kang Sun-Hun, the one who has been disrupting our church all week." The loyal believers simultaneously cursed. "What scum! Trash! Kill him!" He hypocritically used a tone as if granting a favor. But the grace of Simolis has chosen to give trash like him a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the prison door in front gradually opened and Ergi walked out, but his body was covered in a suspicious purple aura. He was like a puppet completely devoid of consciousness, only knowing how to follow orders. Chonhyun also recognized his ally Ergi, but then Ergi growled and roared exactly like a wild beast. Chonhyun was directly terrified by this scene, tears streaming down. "Oh my God." Dazat mocked from above. "Hey, dying at the hands of the friend you've missed for so long, isn't that very poetic?" He gloated, his face unable to hide his joy. "If you survive, you become a believer. If you fail, you become fertilizer." Dazat continued to declare the execution. "The judgment has begun." Following that order, Ergi gathered his strength to strike. With just a single leap, he and his axe approached Chonhyun. Chonhyun couldn't wait any longer and was about to try and stop it. "No!" The cold, sharp axe was about to strike right at Chonhyun's head. Right after the collision, there was a loud explosion full of smoke and dust. Ergi frowned in disbelief at the sight before his eyes. Chonhyun had disappeared without a trace in front of him. Behind Ergi was an elegant silhouette. Someone had quickly infiltrated and rescued Chonhyun. Dazat gripped the railing tightly, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" He frowned, angry at being interrupted, and immediately demanded the person's identity. "Who are you?" The mysterious person smiled calculatingly and replied, "Who do you think I am?" And then that person was Kang Sun-Hun. He faced him directly, affirming to him, "Of course, it's healer Kang Sun-Hun."
Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the arena, declaring this to be a holy relic created through execution. With an arrogant face, he spoke words full of hidden meanings. Those who lose their sanity will become fertilizer. Then he used magic to concentrate into a solid form, using that fertilizer to support his immense power, and when placed on an object, it would become a holy relic. He tightly gripped the newly created sharp weapon, standing high above and throwing provocative words at Sun-Hun, claiming that even useless stones could be reborn as gold ingots. Suddenly, he disappeared in a split second, aiming straight for Sun-Hun to attack. That was, as he boasted while fighting him, the power of Simolis. In another area, the Leech sisters were causing chaos everywhere. "Kill them! Halt!" She turned around to counterattack her pursuers, saying that whatever is insignificant will always remain insignificant. They couldn't dodge in time and took full damage. One painfully hit enemy warned his comrades, "That bastard is using a dark potion." Not stopping there, Leech's twin also swiftly took action. Looking at this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim that when fighting the church, using dark magic is the most suitable. Time rewound to a moment. 1 hour ago, Leech looked in astonishment at the items Sun-Hun brought. "Wait, why are there so many?" He hesitated and explained casually, "These? They are homemade."
She looked at those things with wide eyes and asked Kang Sun-Hun, "With this level of dark magic, you must have needed a ton of hair and blood from a dark mage, right?" He smiled awkwardly and replied to Legia, "It's great to have a true friend, thinking of such a difficult thing." She accepted the item with a bit of doubt. The source is a bit suspicious, but returning to reality, that item was finally put to good use for Legia and her sister.
I already have all the dark potions I need. Die, you superstitious fools. The people outside heard the commotion and couldn't help but wonder, what is happening? Not sure either, but it seems they are on our side. Suddenly someone pointed towards the arena and shouted loudly, "Wait, look over there. Down below, Sun-Hun is exchanging blows with him." Unfortunately, he was hit by that guy's attack. The people present there also went mad and slaughtered each other. Sun-Hun glanced at the surrounding scene and silently sighed. This place is too chaotic. Suddenly the axe behind his back moved. Urgi successfully retrieved his weapon, preparing to join the battle. With terrifying bloodshot eyes, he glared at Sun-Hun and growled, "Don't you?" Following that, Urgi sprang towards him while shouting loudly, "Underestimate me." Thanks to his quick reflexes, Sun-Hun dodged the sharp axe blade. Next was a series of powerful swings from Urgi. He used all his strength to smash, causing the wall to crack into pieces. Sun-Hun dodged that attack, gently balancing himself on the axe handle. He smiled confidently again, starting to follow the plan. So this must be just the warm-up, right? Sun-Hun's whistle sounded, covering the quiet space. The people around panicked and felt uneasy. What is that? The people wearing white cloaks stood up simultaneously. At the same time, they threw bottles containing a strange liquid. In the air, a series of glass bottles filled the sky. A crossbow was summoned at Sun-Hun's will. He aimed it at the sky, in a posture ready to shoot an arrow. Good teamwork. After that, countless arrows appeared, piercing everywhere. Collisions occurred in the air, creating a dense blue smoke. Urgi seemed to be affected by the explosion as well. The blue smoke covered and crept throughout his body. Gradually, Urgi regained consciousness and took control of his body. He looked around in a panic, unable to grasp the situation. What did I just do? The surrounding people also began to regain control of themselves. Almost lost my life. My body moved on its own.
Witnessing everything, Aid returned to ask Dazat, the head priest, for his opinion. Could that be? He was so angry that his veins popped out all over his body as he explained. A-rank sedative. It is the antidote for the B-rank stimulant. Adri raised an eyebrow, voicing his own doubt. Does he really have that many comrades? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes upon noticing something suspicious. Wait, that person. The Leech sisters had blended into the line of people present at the arena. Hey, you guys who captured me earlier, come out here and face me right now. She messed everything up, making the situation even more unstable. I will send you all to Similis. Having his plans ruined, Adri could not hide the anger on his face. Phyrexia Metellin. He raised his voice from the opposite side, scolding Legia. How dare you betray me? The two sisters, refusing to take the blame, immediately retorted. What? Did you forget that you abandoned me first? You stupid old man, have you lost your mind? With nowhere else to turn, Adri sought out Dazat. What do we do now, head priest Dazat? The sacred execution has been ruined. He maintained a calm attitude, reassuring Adri. Rest assured, Lord Adri.
Next, Dazat called out to those in the religion, urging the believers to quickly eliminate the intruders entering the stands. Then he turned his head to look at Sun-Hun's direction. He was not afraid, but calmly faced him despite Dazat targeting him. And you. He began to use the trump card he had prepared. Dazat's jewelry subsequently emitted a blinding yellow light. It was also resonating with his item. That guy seemed to have received power and arrogantly declared, I will handle this myself. Sun-Hun gave him a mysterious smile. Sun-Hun enchanted his voice and asked Dazat's side, So who do you think I am? He turned his head with a polite demeanor and revealed his identity. Of course, I am the healer, Kang Sun-Hun. His men angrily cursed out loud, You shameless bastard. Then someone discovered something suspicious. Wait a minute. If so, that guy was so shocked that he couldn't help but exclaim, the person who saved Kang Sun-Hun is Kang Sun-Hun. Jung-Ho, who witnessed everything from beginning to end, also stiffened in disbelief. Huh? Audrey unhappily turned to ask, What is going on here, Chief Priest? He lowered his voice, not knowing how to explain. I don't know either. Audrey thoughtfully looked at what was happening with deep suspicion. If that guy is Kang Sun-Hun, then who is the person that fainted? Ah, this person? He laid the other person on the ground, properly clarifying everything. Let me introduce him. The person who took my place is a loyal believer of the Similes Church. Sun-Hun's face was quite emotionless as he remarked, I don't even know his name. That directly ignited a tense fire within Dazat. You bastard.
But Adri just laughed and praised him, truly as impressive as the rumors. Then he confidently commanded Dazat out loud. But in the end, we still get another interesting sacrifice, don't we? Let the execution proceed. Dazat regained his composure, agreeing with Adri. You're right. Then he continued to direct this battle. Release the B-rank stimulant gas immediately. Instantly, a purple gas covered every corner of the arena. Everyone tried to cover their noses so as not to inhale that poisonous gas. Damn it. Is it an anesthetic gas again? But no one could resist for long. They began showing signs of losing their minds. All of them simultaneously lost their human rights, their bodies acting like machines. They grabbed sharp weapons to prepare for the massacre. Everyone had swords in their hands to slaughter their opponents. Then someone opened this panicked battle. Everyone fought fiercely without caring about others' lives. Inhuman screams echoed everywhere. Die!
The locked up people couldn't sit still in this situation either. He's being pushed back. Hey, hang in there. Man proposes, Sun-Hun disposes. He reassured everyone. Don't worry. Even though he was struggling in battle, in the eyes of others, he was still very elegant. Kang Sun-Hun. I, Isu, will not disappoint everyone here. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun-Hun attracted admiring gazes toward him. They chose to trust and cheer for him. Go for it, Isu. Wipe out those swindlers quickly. Urgi witnessed that scene and couldn't help but judge inwardly. Shouldn't he have said that I will save everyone instead? He emphasized the phrase Isu Geha. Being ignored, that guy annoyedly attacked Sun-Hun. Foolish. A series of sword slashes were fiercely launched towards him by that guy. Sun-Hun curled up to defend. After the attack, his clothes were quite tattered. So pitiful. Seeing Sun-Hun injured, that guy gloated loudly. Do you understand now? This is the consequence you must pay when going against the will of Similis. That guy, fully satisfied, launched himself towards him. Quickly become fertilizer for the church. But Sun-Hun did not easily give up. He summoned an item to counterattack. In an instant, he blocked that guy's weapon. That guy was too careless, shocked to the point of dropping his jaw. Huh? Sun-Hun smiled faintly, sarcastically repeating his words. I thought only losers become fertilizer. He raised his head to confront that guy directly. That doesn't apply to me, does it? Sun-Hun used his strength to push, sending that guy flying away. He calmly continued to sarcastically chat with that guy. I've created a bit of atmosphere. This battle must be quite explosive, right? Then while he was still in the air, Sun-Hun quickly did damage to that guy.
He was aiming for the relic on that guy's body. I still don't have enough power to destroy a true holy relic. Disbelief level 3. Ignoring everything else, Sun-Hun continued to attack, but whatever needed to be done quickly had to be done immediately. The relic bracelet on him began to show signs of cracking. The necklace was no better, its light gradually fading. And then those things could no longer hold on and shattered into pieces. A vase summoned by Sun-Hun collected the lights from the relic. He held the vase carefully, constantly criticizing. A relic created so carelessly like this is indeed easy to destroy. Lijah saw this and couldn't help but praise Sun-Hun's talent in her heart. So impressive. How could he fight back like that without using any magic at all? In her mind, she involuntarily looked back at the past. It was as if that person's figure blended with Sun-Hun's figure from that time. But Lijah quickly shook her hand repeatedly, dismissing the thought. No way. Dazat suddenly fell to his knees, his body deteriorating severely. Impossible. The relic. He could hardly accept this cruel reality. Damn it. Down below, he still refused to give up, trying to make one last strike. Similis, I beg you. Foreign objects began to appear in the magic circle created by that guy. A giant holy spear was formed, pointing its sharp tip to the ground following his words. Replicate the holy spear. Please punish this sinner. Sun-Hun frowned, wary of its destructive power. Damn, it looks very strong. Suddenly a loud voice called his name. Lord Kam Sun-Hun. That figure rushed out to block in front of Sun-Hun. A massive explosion took place in the arena area, the pickaxe blade glowing, polishing its reputation in the dust and smoke. Unbelieving, Sun-Hun called out his name. Kim Jung-ho. Jung-ho used his item to protect him, the decisive battle pickaxe, its damage scaling evenly with divine power.
Jung-ho turned his head and said with a smug voice, right on time, isn't it? He didn't know what to say. Kim Jung-ho. Sun-Hun stood frozen on the spot. Why is he here? He was still analyzing carefully. Could he have broken out of prison by himself? No way. Probably because he looked too weak, they just threw him into the low-rank arena. Jung-ho raised his voice sarcastically at the old man, making Sun-Hun even more certain. That must be it. Dazat tried to stand up while having no strength left. He made a remark after observing. It looks like you are exhausted, aren't you? He struggled to say sentence. What is your purpose in the end? Dazat loudly interrogated Sun-Hun. Is there someone behind you? Who sent you? He smirked slightly. So curious? Sun-Hun understood the pain the people had to endure, the poor commoners with no power, the families of those you turned into fertilizer. He was silenced because the words hit the nail on the head. He kindly advised, so in your next life, don't scam others anymore. Live a decent life. Dazat furiously slammed his fist on the ground. He screamed frantically, don't think this is over. There is still. Sun-Hun directly launched an attack on Dazat in a split second. His life ended right here.
The brown-haired girl couldn't believe what had just happened right before her eyes. Was it already over? The blonde boy looked bewildered. Were they really dead? The suffering commoners all cheered his name. Kang Sun-Hun, Kang Sun-Hun. Lijah ran over and high-fived Sun-Hun. Well done. Jung-ho met her for the first time. Mr. Kang, who is this young lady? Lijah was planning to tease him a bit. He's your teammate, right? I am Phyrexia McCon. But he immediately exposed her. Dimensional traveler, Miss Lijah. Adri was furious but couldn't do anything. It was truly unbelievable. He saw the miserable end of Dazat, who had to suffer at the hands of those thugs, those despicable fools. Adri hurriedly plotted to escape. It's best that I hide first. Lijah shouted loudly to notify her teammates. Ah, that bastard is about to escape. She growled, startling Adri. Stop right there. He suddenly bumped into Sun-Hun, who even pretended to be kind. Hey, you should watch where you're going. Adri's face became distorted. You must definitely be Kang Sun-Hun's teammate. How did you escape from prison?
As expected, Sun-Hun always has a different way of doing things. I provoked the guard to make him open the door and then hit me. He used magic to try and fool others, moving. He then pushed Adri, making his wig fall off, moving. He fell down and rolled a few times in the arena. Adri panicked when Sun-Hun appeared right in front of him. He smiled brightly, thanking him for coming to die like this. He hurriedly backed away, don't you dare touch me. Sun-Hun looked stern, why should I listen to you? Adri reached into his pocket, that's right, from now on, I will sponsor you instead of the church. He took out a special weapon, I am willing to give a valuable item as collateral. Lykia recognized this as a precious artifact. Wait, the Daihinder knife. Adri boldly confirmed, that's right, the Daihinder knife, a weapon favored by Yan Ji-hun, the bounty hunter. He constantly pushed the value of the knife up. An adventurer at your level must know its value. She thought seriously, such a precious collectible. What a dirty trick. You said you would give me anything except this item. Lykia burst into anger. Hey, you said you couldn't give me that item. Sun-Hun outright refused. I don't need it. He was originally the person Adri praised. I've used it before. It's nothing special either. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. He was so surprised that he dropped the knife on the ground. What? Sweat poured down Adri's face. What did you say? Sun-Hun rushed forward and grabbed his sleeve. He decisively sent Adri on his way. All right then, it's time for you to go. Sun-Hun had nothing left to worry about with that. Even the big boss was done.
Lygia's voice echoed throughout the space. Wait, her cheeks were already flushed. Are you really? Lygia just wanted to confirm. Are you Yoongi-jun? He took out his name tag to prove his identity. That was just an alias. My real name is Kang Sun-Hun. She thought she had been deceived. So you pretended not to know me, didn't you? Just to see me swoon over you? Kang Sun-Hun had no choice. Well, it wouldn't have been good to reveal it right then. Lygia didn't know what to say. His personality was truly... She greatly admired Kang Sun-Hun's talent. I finally get to meet you, so what should I say first? Where have you been all this time? I'm a fan. Please sign this for me. I worked so hard just to become someone like you. Lygia stood still, clutching the hem of her shirt. She bowed her head to express her gratitude. Thank you so much for saving me. He hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Someone interjected to explain. Back then, you even had to struggle against a native on the Asian continent. Seeing you grow up this much, you must have put in a lot of effort. Kang Sun-Hun picked up the knife he had used, hugged Lygia, and comforted her. You did great. She looked up at Kang Sun-Hun. Lygia expressed her current feelings. I'm so glad that you're still alive now. Dezat's entire body was covered in a golden color. His and Adri's bodies were about to turn to dust. The students in the class all shared the same fate. The sky was filled with the light of fertilizer. Lygia immediately recognized it upon seeing it. Light? Is that fertilizer? Now Kang Sun-Hun could be certain. If even the audience stands could see that thing, it meant that everyone in this arena had become the target of judgment. Many rays of fertilizer light flew towards the trapped crowd. The blonde boy fell into a state of panic. Why is it rushing towards us? The brown-haired guy vehemently objected. Get away! Stay away from me! It seemed everyone despised it. I have no interest in getting stronger using this disgusting power.
Urgi hesitated forever, not daring to accept the energy. Just this once, he thought about his isolated past. If he had this power, he would no longer be looked down upon. Urgi really didn't dare to open his eyes to look. He did not intend to collect the power of the blessing, and the light of the blessing fell at Urgi's feet. He clearly understood a principle. If I rely on this kind of power, I will never become truly strong. Jung-ho looked towards Urgi, happy with his recent action. The gloomy space in the forest was the followers' residence of the Similes Church. Sun-Hun was helping everyone bandage their wounds. He broke into a sweat. Damn it, I only tried doing this just to be sure. Sun-Hun wanted the system to reconsider the situation of the people. He focused on healing, concentrating his holy power, fully recovering them. But my severed wrist recovered in just 3 minutes? The young man was excited when he met Sun-Hun. Oh my god, you are truly a healing mage. Thank you so much. He smiled gently. You're welcome. Treating everyone is also part of the request this time. Sun-Hun hoped to help everyone so they could reunite with their families in a healthy state. The young man wearing a hat was moved to tears by the healing mage. The people automatically closed the distance with him. Well then, if you don't mind, could you heal me too? Me too. Time in the building flew by. 3 hours later.
Sun-Hun carefully calculated perhaps he should open an office to accept healing requests. Chen Hien was worried about his condition. Didn't you say healing like this takes too much energy? Here, a stamina potion. He was full of confidence. I've found a solution. Sun-Hun had already drawn a conclusion. With the full recovery skill enhancing the body's regeneration ability, if he activated out-focus to narrow the scope to just the injured area, turning off external focus, turning on external focus, then the healing efficiency would skyrocket explosively. He gave a typical example. A minor wound heals in about 30 seconds, and even a severed wrist could be reattached in just 2 or 3 minutes. Sun-Hun argued sharply, enough to be recognized even by the standards of the Azun continent. He had no more doubts. Up until now, I had to look for patients myself, but from now on, the patients will come to me. Chen Hien was curious about the location. Where will the clinic be located? Sun-Hun had just planned it. Probably in Hien Village. There's no specific plan yet. He quickly offered, then let me introduce you to a good investor. Sun-Hun couldn't help but be surprised. An investor? Chen Hien directly clarified. What about the Dark Tower? How about cooperating with them? He explained the situation in detail. Currently, there is exactly one facility on the Azun continent for dark mages, which is the Dark Tower.
That's why dark mages in other areas face a lot of difficulties when needing treatment or looking for items. There has been a continuous demand to build a facility for dark mages, at least in the north, but every time it's sabotaged by the church teaming up with the Adventurers Guild. He didn't have to hesitate. Since I don't use healing magic, a facility like that could take on the treatment for dark mages. Chen Hian already imagined a bright future. Once the rumor spreads, dark mage customers will flock in. Sun-Hun shook hands firmly. It really is a win-win situation. He continued to offer another suggestion. I also know someone in a high position at the Dark Tower. You should try negotiating with them. Sun-Hun nodded without hesitation. Understood. Chen Hian thought very simply. Come to think of it, if many groups gather in Heen Village, we can also gather information about dark monsters, right? He couldn't be sure how things would unfold. It's hard to say. Sun-Hun suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, I have something to say about the dark monsters. Elijah cried her eyes out. This is truly the best story ever. He noticed her condition. What are you doing? Jung-Ho had to step in and explain. I was just telling her about the first time we met. She was curious about Kang Sung-Hun's adventures. Elijah praised Sung-Hun's kindness. To think you would stop a massive church just for the children. You are truly extraordinary. She placed her hand on her chest. I've made up my mind. Elijah bowed to him. From now on, I will serve you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple. He immediately rejected it. No.
Tears welled up in her eyes. Why was that? Sun-Hun frankly shared. I don't accept disciples. It's too troublesome. He gave Li Jia an opportunity, but I am looking for teammates to work together like a family. She screamed with joy. Really? Sun-Hun gently explained. Well, what I need right now is just a part-timer to handle some chores. Li Jia didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. That works too. Sign me up. He decided to postpone this matter. Let's discuss the details over a meal. Her cheeks flushed red like an overripe tomato. Li Jia couldn't believe this was real. This feeling was just like a dream. Chun Hian made a suggestion. Then let's celebrate with a really delicious meal. Jung-Ho admitted a truth, but Kang Sung-Hun and I are terrible at cooking. She was no better than them. I can only make steamed eggs at best. He proudly boasted about his own skills. Perfect. Let Chef Alec show off his skills for everyone to see. The dish was beautifully presented by Chun Hian. It's done. Please enjoy. Unexpectedly, he and Li Jia fainted right at the dining table.
He was so scared that he trembled. This was not what I intended to do. The scream echoed all the way outside. Alec, please don't touch the cooking utensils anymore. The tumor monster appeared out of nowhere, hovering in the air. The appearance of the tumor monster looked terrifying. The system announced, level up, disbelief from level 3 to level 5. Sun-Hun focused on the data. The disbelief stat had increased by 2 levels. Jung-Ho suddenly remembered the past. Thinking about it, didn't you use a bunch of holy relics from the priest school back then? Even if they were only for one-time use. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, with that much, I must definitely receive the Divine Vessel reward. Sun-Hun curiously clicked on the screen, wondering what he would get this time. Divine Vessel. A certain amount of divine power has been accumulated. The reward will be increased. The reward given by the system to Sun-Hun appeared. You received a new skill, pain transfer. Transferring pain from one person to another. The maximum number of targets is 3. Chung Hee-Yun wanted to know what it was. Did you get anything good? He wasn't very happy. I received a new skill. Sun-Hun tested it directly on his own hand, activating the pain transfer skill. He was startled out of his wits. Damn it, Lucia suddenly felt pain, huh? He acted nonchalantly as if nothing happened. It's simply like this. Jung-Ho was at a loss with the situation. You could have explained it with words. She was angry because she thought her food was being stolen. Hey, don't even think about touching my steamed eggs. Sun-Hun thought its significance was huge, canceling the pain transfer skill. This skill could be used as a painkiller during treatment, a quite useful skill indeed. Chung Hee-Yun shared with the teammates. Oh right, just now I discovered a very suspicious room. He felt that this matter was unusual. It was tightly locked with a large padlock. No matter what they did, it couldn't be broken. I think it must be a mass-produced holy relic. Sun-Hun wanted to see what it was, so they went to check it out. The 4 of them moved forward following Chung Hee-Yun's guidance. He pointed to the last room. There it is. He launched an attack to break the lock, level 5 disbelief, and the padlock immediately shattered into pieces. Sun-Hun saw the messy room. It seemed he knew the situation well. This is, he explained for everyone to understand, the room where the altar is placed, where believers pray or perform rituals to communicate with the gods. Jung-Ho doubted life itself, locking up such a place with a holy relic. He was busy criticizing and didn't pay attention to the path. Isn't that just like preventing believers from contacting the gods? That's why Jung-Ho suddenly tripped when stepping on an empty bottle. He hit his head on the ground after leaning over. Chung Hee-Yun hugged Jung-Ho and cried out miserably, Kim Hyung. Sun-Hun carefully examined it. Now looking closely, empty bottles were scattered all around. Lizzie quickly found a medicine box. There's a bunch of sedatives here, probably from these bottles. She speculated based on the evidence at the scene. Did they prepare this because meeting the gods would drain a lot of their spirit? But he had the opposite thought. Normally, when a high priest or an apostle meets the gods, their spirit should be restored.
Sun-Hun noticed something unusual. There were no holy paintings or statues of gods here either. He raised his doubts. The deeper he investigated, the more suspicious this church became. On the wall hung the words, "Do not doubt him."
Leisha showed off the results of today's work. I distributed sedatives to the travelers. This is the last bottle left. Sun-Hun himself had to admire it. Very good. Thanks to today, your spirit has recovered quite a bit, hasn't it? She yawned widely. Can I go to sleep now? Jung-ho waved goodbye. I want to rest too. I have no energy left. He turned and went to his room. Good night, everyone. While Sun-Hun was in a deep sleep, he opened his eyes because he heard a noise outside. Nothing could escape Sun-Hun's eyes. As expected, it had appeared. He identified the creature, Similis. Sun-Hun clearly knew the cause of the incident. Divine entities invade dreams when they are angry. He clenched his fists. Even so, I will still listen to what it has to say. Sun-Hun panicked and looked closely. He couldn't avoid being surprised. The wound from earlier, he could feel the pain. Sun-Hun hesitated forever before uttering the words, status window. The system displayed an information, disbelief level 5. He focused on analyzing. The status window had appeared, which meant Sun-Hun confirmed what was happening. This was not a dream, but reality. He hurriedly ran outside to check. Sun-Hun saw that his teammate was already there. Leisha, are you awake? He hadn't even finished his sentence. I heard strange noises while sleeping, Leisha continued. Looking out the window, I saw that thing out here.
Chun-Hyun acted cool in front of everyone. I guess everyone is awake now, aren't they? Alec appeared. He couldn't help but worry, whatever it was, to dare break in the middle of the night like this. Sun-Hun reminded his teammates, enough talking, get ready. He was sure of one thing, the master of this island had appeared. The tumor monster had a bizarre shape. It hovered in space. The air around the tumor monster was covered by evil aura. Sun-Hun tried to withstand its pressure, level 5 disbelief, resisting the fear. He turned around to see if Chun-Hyun was having any difficulties and saw him angrily gritting his teeth. For some reason, Chun-Hyun was vomiting blood. Sun-Hun called out his name loudly. Alec. He hurriedly supported Chun-Hyun. Damn it. The blood mage is bearing the full brunt of that god's divine power. His body definitely won't be able to handle it. Sun-Hun rejoiced inwardly because he had prepared in advance. That water had some effect. The tumor monster emitted a strange sound, its power seemingly wanting to annihilate his entire group. Sun-Hun's entire body was covered in golden light. He remembered how he had turned the villain into fertilizer. This debt. Sun-Hun held the potion bottle in his hand. If you don't want to be turned into fertilizer, he then smashed the bottle. Dispersion number 1 sedative. Wake up right now. Sun-Hun died his best to protect his teammates. Chun-Hyun, Leijia, and Jung-Ho all stood frozen on the spot. Sun-Hun timely saved Chun-Hyun from the tumor monster's attack. It used a giant eye to observe everything from above. He was given a black liquid to drink. Dark magic plus 100. Dark magic plus 100. He felt lucky to have kept his calm. Thanks to you, I survived. Stay awake.
Chun-Hyun reminded himself, I guess I have to try and endure it. I saved this for later. The dark magic enhancement potion temporarily increases dark magic to increase resistance to divine power. Sun-Hun thought to himself, what a disgusting freak. No wonder the high priest had to rely on sedatives. It looks just like a tumor monster. A tumor monster is simply defined, a teratoma, a type of tumor that forms inside the body, producing abnormal tissues unrelated to the surrounding cells. This has been scientifically proven. For example, it's not a sweet potato. This is a stomach. When you cut the stomach open, you will see teeth or hair growing inside. He knew well whether it was harmful to humans or not. However, a tumor monster usually only has a disgusting appearance without the ability to attack. Sun-Hun looked at the problem from another angle, but this one is not only hideous, it's also actively trying to attack us. The tumor monster shot out black tufts of hair. Jung-Ho and Leijia tried to dodge its move. He had no other choice but to use his power. Level 5 disbelief. Sun-Hun struggled to block the tumor monster's attack. Its hideous appearance terrified people. The tumor monster controlled its extending tentacles. Chun-Hyun was temporarily restrained by it. She panicked when seeing Jung-Ho injured. Jung-Ho! He spoke up to reassure Leijia. I'm fine. He cut off the tumor monster's tentacle. What an unlucky day. Chun-Hyun's arm was gradually mutating. Huh? He screamed loudly because his arm had deformed. Chun-Hyun could not accept the truth. No, my sexy biceps. Sun-Hun directly ordered, just chop it off. I will regenerate a new one for you. Do you want to turn into a monster? He had to obey the healer. Chun-Hyun quickly treated the wound. Blood form skill. Activated. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's only temporary. Sun-Hun praised endlessly. The prosthetic arm is pretty good. Do you really need a completely new one? Chun-Hyun thought it was only good for show. Of course, this arm can't even wash a face. He started to feel scared. Just touching that thing will cause an immediate mutation, right? Leijia couldn't help but be surprised. But Jung-Ho is fine. Jung-Ho has a special body. I'm immune to mutation. He couldn't help but worry. He is already tough. Plus the mutation resistance. It's really troublesome. Ordinary weapons won't work. Sun-Hun already had a plan in mind. Everyone, take out the faith weapons. He immediately agreed.
Understood.
Chen Hyun also summoned her weapon. Understood, she pointed at herself, but I don't have one. He then let Lucia advance it, so take my voucher, just deduct it from a month's salary. Lucia happily took it. Oh, great. Sun-Hun himself was still wondering, but the real problem lay elsewhere. He continuously analyzed it, the divine barrier surrounding it. With this state, even with the whole belief set, it could not be broken. Chen Hyun had a suggestion. Can we use disbelief? Sun-Hun could hardly guarantee it. At this level, the effect is negligible. He could only try his best. If a flaw appears, I will try to do something. She discovered the direction of the tumor monster. Look, it's heading towards the arena. It seemed Sun-Hun had guessed its intention. Could it be? He immediately changed direction. Let's go to the arena too. The tumor monster flew right over the group's heads. Thick black tufts of thread appeared around it. They smashed into the ground, shattering rocks and dirt. The tumor monster had absolutely no intention of stopping. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow something. It turned out the tumor monster intended to collect fertilizer. Jung-ho was frozen stiff. It's licking the fertilizer. Chen Hyun criticized the tumor monster. That thing has absolutely no dignity. Of course, Sun-Hun knew very well. That's right. A true god would never lower itself for a bite to eat and reveal such a flaw. He would seize the opportunity to fight. But for me, extreme focus, concentrate stamina into silver glory, disbelief level 5, activate the cut skill. Sun-Hun made up his mind. This is my chance. It was paralyzed by his power. The system verified the current state of the tumor monster. The status has been destroyed. Sun-Hun rallied his teammates to contribute. Now is the time, everyone. The other three charged forward upon his command. Understood. Lucia immediately got into a fighting stance. Jung-ho put all his effort into defeating it. Chen Hyun unleashed her exclusive moves. The tumor monster lay motionless on the ground.
Its body was cut into small pieces, and she was overjoyed. It hit, a perfectly accurate strike. Lizzie noticed the chunks of meat flying up again, gathering into a lump just like a tumor monster. It looked like a clay figure, just molded from wet mud. The tumor monster tightly grabbed her hand, Lizzie's. Lizzie's arm, touched by the tumor monster, became deformed. She fell into a state of panic, and Jung-ho rushed over to rescue her. Sun-Hun ran over to observe Lizzie's arm. He tried to save her, using the pain transfer skill. Sun-Hun was willing to endure the pain on behalf of Lizzie. She recognized it as soon as she saw it. Don't tell me you used pain transfer. Sun-Hun didn't complain at all. Don't worry about that.
Chung-Hyun felt he was being discriminated against, but he had never used it on me. The shape of the tumor monster looked quite bizarre. He was always on guard, wondering what trick it was going to play next. It always had unpredictable transformations. The tumor monster molded a human-like face for itself, dedicating it to Lord Simulus. Obey. It just put on a one-man show. Obey. He only realized it after a long while. All of them were things it had absorbed. Jung-ho was also terrified. It was truly horrific. The people swallowed by the tumor monster argued incessantly. No, I don't want this. Someone save me. Just die already. The sound came from its mouth. Obey. Trembling in fear. The system indicated the current situation. The effect of the sedative had worn off, and mental strength was dropping rapidly. Sun-Hun's group stood in front of the tumor monster as it frantically rushed forward like a moth to a flame. He focused his attention on its direction. Sun-Hun called out loudly, but she didn't react. Wake up. The tumor monster crashed straight into the ground when it failed to catch Lizzie, as she had managed to widen the distance from it in time. The tumor monster widened its eyes to examine the situation. Its target was Lizzie, who was extremely calm. At least I have to stop this mutation, using the cloning skill. The tumor monster struck Lizzie directly, sending her flying far away. He quickly caught Lizzie. For some reason, Sun-Hun was stunned. The tumor monster directed its gaze toward Jung-ho, whose entire body was covered in a yellow light. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone in danger. Damn it, that fragile mentality. If she turned into fertilizer, she might be absorbed before she could resurrect as a dark monster. Sun-Hun had to make a decision. She had to die first.
He threw the knife towards Jung-ho, a double-edged blade. Chun-Hien suddenly reached out, pulling Jung-ho away before the knife could strike. The pillar of light could not shine on him, and Chun-Hien smiled in satisfaction at his own action. He turned to scold Sung-Hun. Hey, what are you doing? If you kill Kim, the dark beast will rush to attack us. Sung-Hun was momentarily at a loss. Time is up, what should I do? Chun-Hien was aware of the danger. This battle was already incredibly fierce. Surely the tumor monster would only be satisfied if it destroyed the arena. He constantly asked the two, are you guys okay? Sung-Hun was so tense that he couldn't speak. He had exhausted all his strength. Damn it. Chun-Hien was injured but didn't complain at all. Blocking everything was really difficult. Jung-ho was sweating profusely. Chun-Hien was exhausted but still tried his best. I can't keep going like this for much longer, but just collapsing like this would be truly pathetic. Chun-Hien had to call upon an ancient power for help. Oh goddess Segment, please grant me strength. The energy in his body surged, accompanied by pain, as Chun-Hien's sharp claws emerged from his clothes. A red monster crawled out of his body. Chun-Hien's claws were very sharp, and power enveloped its body. Sung-Hun was curious about the appearance of the monster. A red monster, was that Sekhmet's power? It flew towards the tumor monster and attacked. The red monster bit it once, and the tumor monster screamed tragically but could do nothing. The system provided information. Sekhmet's red curse is activated. Simulus's mutation ability is sealed. Simulus's corrosion resistance is sealed.
He was too tired. I can't hold on much longer. Chun-Hyun sent him his dying words. Finish this before I die. Sun-Hun regained his confidence. I'm not someone who likes to use divine power, but there is no reason to refuse a teammate's help. He was a bit concerned. One of them had already gone out. Sun-Hun looked towards his teammate and the other person. The system evaluated Jung-Ho's status. Mental strength almost depleted. Risk of mental breakdown. He faced many difficulties in destroying the tumor monster. Their condition was really bad. We had used up the last of the sedatives earlier. Sun-Hun looked for a way to salvage the situation. There was still the calm voice, but when activated, it restores the target's mental strength, removes the panic state, and increases the effect of the full recovery judgment on that target. But it was too weak to dispel that feeling of extreme shock. He took out the energy stone, and with Sun-Hun gripping it tightly in his hand, there was only one last thing to do.
The system revealed the effect of the stone, Gordius's tear, an item that fully restores mental power upon use, but it causes a deep hallucination state. Sun-Hun thought to himself, a byproduct of the boss monster obtained in the shifting dungeon. The hallucination penalty is very severe, but unavoidable. He conjured his special weapon, summoning Freeka's crossbow. Sun-Hun reminded himself, Ephriapach, create the Gordius's tear arrow. All right, be patient. He didn't have the heart to shoot the arrow. This will sting a bit. It hit right on Jung-Ho's butt. The system immediately helped him wake up. The effect of Gordius's tear was activated, and his mental power was fully restored. Chun-Hyun smiled brightly, and Kim began to feel alive again. Jung-Ho was extremely panicked. Chun-Hyun! Sun-Hun didn't forget to communicate with him beforehand. Kim Jung-Ho, prepare to draw the attacks and lend me the golden glory for a bit. He was full of confidence. The two of us will destroy that monster together. It seems like Jung-Ho is not doing too well. Deep hallucination state.
From Jung-Ho's point of view, he was a bit stunned. Didn't it look cute now? Sun-Hun gently explained that it was the hallucination speaking. The tumor monster gaped its mouth open and screamed, its shape constantly changing. The tumor monster was forming parts of a human body. It screamed loudly with a swaggering appearance. The tumor monster tightly clamped onto the red monster's neck, gradually making it lose its inherent energy. The strength in Chun-Hyun's arms had noticeably decreased. He couldn't hold on any longer. This was truly his limit. Chun-Hyun was about to shut down. I'll leave the rest to you. The red monster was tightly wrapped by the tumor monster, which mercilessly smashed the red monster into many pieces. Jung-Ho ran like the wind wearing slippers. He raised his weapon high. Time to switch players. Jung-Ho decisively slashed the tumor monster. Come here, you cutie. It was in pain from the sudden attack. The tumor monster is just crying here. From Jung-Ho's point of view, he couldn't bear to do it, but had to. My heart hurts. I'm sorry. As soon as its foot touched the ground, it shattered the rocks and earth. Jung-Ho clumsily tried to escape. Mr. Kang. Sun-Hun observed from above. Now that it was in human form, it looked even more disgusting. He gained a bit more confidence. Similice's movements had slowed down, and thanks to the power of Sekhmet, its mutation and corrosion were sealed. Sun-Hun threw the oil lamp down at the tumor monster. He initiated the final attack. The Ephriapach created an explosive arrow. That would make this possible.
The arrow pierced and shattered the oil lamp, and the fire spread fiercely just like that. Now surrounded by flames, the tumor monster was being burned down after doing its evil deeds. Sun-Hun felt gloating after a period of hard work. Not a bad roast. Pale green meat isn't too bad in its own way. Golden glory of Kama. Physical damage plus 250%. He slightly lifted his foot to gather momentum, and towards the meat, Sun-Hun rushed forward with his weapon. It tasted the best, focusing on golden glory. The sharp spearhead was right above the tumor monster's head. He naturally couldn't let it catch him. Sun-Hun attacked head-on. The tumor monster seemed to be defeated by his move, but it survived unusually. He lay motionless in the fire. Jung-Ho panicked and called Sun-Hun's name. Mr. Kang. He grasped the main point of the problem, which was that the tumor monster's heart was exposed on the outside. In Jung-Ho's head, there was only one thought, Similice's heart. Destroy it and end this. He didn't hesitate at all and bravely charged forward. A voice rang out, making Jung-Ho stop. Lord Jung-Ho. The system updated the situation. Deep hallucination enhanced and trauma activated. The tumor monster had disguised itself as an old acquaintance. Lord Jung-Ho, what are you doing? Do it right now. He was immediately distracted. Why are you here? Jung-Ho tried to awaken his mind. No, that's wrong. This is another illusion. I can't get pulled into it. It created an illusion to deceive him. You are trying to torture me. Have you forgotten our promise? The tumor monster uttered words of reproach, making Jung-Ho not know what to say now. Sun-Hun had encountered a similar situation. I almost lost my calm there. He couldn't provide any support for his teammate. Sun-Hun tried to stand up and run to his place. Damn it, he didn't answer at all. Perhaps fighting while hallucinating is really too much.
The tumor monster was very good at imitating voices. Sir Jung-Ho, Sir Jung-Ho, Sir Jung-Ho. It constantly disturbed Jung-Ho's mind. Sir Jung-Ho, Sir Jung-Ho. He had made his own decision. I'm sorry, Jung-ho firmly asserted. Right now I have to help Kang if I want to return to Earth, and that is also the only way I can keep our promise. His tears fell profusely. So please wait for me, just until then. Jung-ho decisively sent the tumor monster logging out of Earth. The tumor monster was stunned by this slash. If it were me, I would have ascended to heaven on the spot. Its clones also felt the pain and howled. Even though it was still noisy in his ears, Jung-ho still gritted his teeth with determination. Still not strong enough. One more time. Before he could act, a tentacle suddenly flew over. Then dozens of long tentacles tightly wrapped around his body. The tumor monster also took this opportunity to take one of Jung-ho's eyes. No, that was... Fortunately, Sun-Hun rushed over in time to save his life. Now, right before Jung-ho's eyes were only his smile and compliments. You held out very well. That is what makes you worthy of being my teammate. At this time, the system suddenly announced, external condensation activated, condensing stamina into a golden aura. Right after that, Sun-Hun delivered a shocking blow. The tumor monster was blown to pieces and could only stammer wordlessly. How? Is it possible? How could a mediocre human? He pulled out a shovel and smirked. You want to know why? Because Kim Jung-ho is not weak at all. At that time, the system helped Sun-Hun recall the shocking events in his memory and the danger of almost losing his teammate.
Fueled by your rage against the gods, your disbelief burned even more fiercely. He landed another strike and shouted loudly, because the angrier I get, the stronger I become. Every sharp shovel dragged across the tumor monster's body. It was torn into many pieces by Sun-Hun, making its screams agonizing. No! A loud explosion immediately shook the entire ground. A moment later, everything gradually returned to peace. The shovel also left the tumor monster's body as he just stood staring at it without saying a word. It's finally over. After dealing with the tumor monster, Jung-ho walked over with a face dyed red and apologized. I'm sorry, Dr. Kang. I hesitated for too long, didn't I? He smiled softly and offered words of comfort. For someone suffering from hallucinations, you fought quite well. I guess you saw something that made you stronger, didn't you? He sighed and replied, something like that. Sun-Hun didn't press further and just stopped there. Anyway, he had done a great job. Jung-ho quickly raised his head and continued. Yeah, the tumor monster had sustained large, unhealable wounds. But suddenly, a dot of light emerged from inside it. It bounced out of the main body and jumped into the air. He immediately returned to a state of absolute vigilance. What? Is this a final desperate attack? The ray of light that had just been freed still had its eyes half closed. Very quickly, its pupils were revealed. It flew extremely fast towards Sun-Hun's heart. A powerful force suddenly pierced through his chest. Sun-Hun's heart was gradually transforming as the system issued a prompt. You have devoured a fragment of Simulus. The power contained in the fragment is now yours. He clutched his chest tightly to feel the fluctuation. Don't tell me this is... Witnessing this scene, Jung-ho couldn't help but be terrified and ran over to ask, Dr. Kang, are you okay?
However, Sun-Hun did not reply and turned to squeeze his face. He kept his eyes on Jung-ho's wound and requested, Mr. Kim Jung-ho, let me take a look at your eye. The pupil gradually rose from the depths, weaving through each blood vessel to penetrate the flesh, and the nerves began to attach to it. A second later, his eye had returned. Jung-ho, fully enjoying the light, could not stop wondering, I can see now? My eye was clearly pierced, right? How did you do that? He raised a piece of the tumor monster's body to signal an explanation. This is a body regeneration ability. I absorbed Simulus's power. Because it is created based on the subject's own cells, it will not be rejected. I can even create vital organs, which phantom flesh cannot do. However, the more complex the structure, the more stamina it consumes. He still had a blank expression on his face because he could not process the information. This was almost a miracle. Even Sun-Hun was once bewildered when he first saw Simulus's power. It made me think of a tumor monster. I never thought I would be the one using that power. Therefore, if I have to name this power, calling it the miracle of the tumor monster is the most suitable. The system subsequently created an attribute window. Miracle of the tumor monster. Creates body organs for living organisms. The created organs function perfectly normally, can modify body organs, or restore bodies that have been altered. Having settled things, he immediately focused on the main issue. Moreover, there is a place that desperately needs this power. We must hurry before it is too late. Not far away, Lizzie woke up in the dark. Her face was pitch black and didn't look very good. This face would be perfect for scaring ghosts. Sun-Hun realized the abnormality in time. Miss Lizzie, you're awake.
Jung-ho also hurriedly ran after him, with a darkened face. As for Chun Hee-yoon, Lijah absent-mindedly nodded her head. Chun Hee-yoon was lying on the ground with an empty stomach. He remained unconscious despite the loud calling in his ears. Chun Hee-yoon, open your eyes. Jung-ho shook his body and screamed in agony. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. We promised to return together when the war was over. You said you wanted to go back to Earth and rub a tiger's belly. You said you wouldn't leave. This was definitely collecting a full set of death flags. Basically, this was half a suicide speech. With the situation this bad, even a dimensional traveler would find it hard to survive. So this was the second time losing a teammate, huh? At least this time he could actually recover the body. Upon touching Chun Hyun's chest, he immediately felt a faint heartbeat. Sun-Hun froze for a few seconds. He had to activate the system right away. Just now it quickly activated a skill, using the observation eye skill. The scanner swept over his body and listed a dozen ailments: severe blood loss, amputated limbs, bodily mutation, ruptured internal organs, unconsciousness, and very weak breathing. Sun-Hun's eyes wavered slightly in disbelief. Is he still alive? In this condition? Chun Hyun's hand was still tangled in the messy red threads. After the scan, the system concluded. Sekhmet's blessing was slowly fading. Reading this line, he blanked out for a moment, recalling the familiar symbol. Sekhmet. Sekhmet had tried to hold on to Alex's lifeline. Why go to such lengths for a normal believer who wasn't even an apostle? There was no time to complain. The medical box quickly appeared, filled with medicine bottles, a calming carpet magic circle, preventing stamina consumption, keeping the area sanitary, and blood collected from a dark mage. Ignoring the fact that the other two were still suffering, Sun-Hun urged them. I'm already feeling bad for them. Mr. Kim Jung-ho, Miss Lyja, give me a hand. Lyja couldn't even comprehend what was going on, but still replied. Huh? What do we have to do? He raised the sharp scalpel, going straight to the point. Of course we have to treat the patient. It's time to get back to my main job. Mr. Kim Jung-ho, keep checking the blood transfusion needle. When it turns from red to white, we will change to another bag. Miss Lyja, please wash the wound with the dark magic potion. We need to wash away the remaining holy power of Similis. When approaching Chun Hyun's stomach, Sun-Hun was deeply shocked. His waist and abdomen were heavily mutated, probably due to that final strike.
Fortunately, thanks to the blessing, the mutation did not spread to other areas, and a bunch of tumor monster specimens were being picked out onto a tray. Looking at that miracle, she lost control and screamed at Chun Hyun. Oh my god, is he really still alive? His internal organs are completely crushed. He remained calm, wiping his knife while replying. He is still alive. His heart and lungs are mostly intact, but his liver and intestines are completely ruined. First, let's fix the liver. Having said that, the system immediately used magic through Sun-Hun's hands, the miracle of the tumor monster. The torn liver was gradually healing under the blue flame. Seeing this, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. It also works well on a dark mage. I was worried because the original power came from a holy entity. Well, anyway, now it's a skill based on my stamina. Lizzie continued to witness another magical scene and was completely petrified. What the hell? Did you just create an internal organ out of thin air? Sun-Hun looked at the dumbfounded person and couldn't help but urge. Miss Lizzie, stop standing there in amazement and quickly help me recover my stamina. Just pour the potion on my head. I need to focus. She was still dazed and didn't understand what was going on. On your head? He was starting to lose energy and sweat, but still tried his best to instruct. Just pretend you were watering a plant. She was dumbfounded once again, her mouth agape. Did you really just say that yourself?
Before her eyes now were the slightly tired facial features of Sun-Hun, saliva drooling from Lizzie's mouth accordingly. Completely irresistible. Damn it. As the fluid flowed into the head, he immediately compressed the small intestine segment. I will transplant the intestine instead of regenerating it. It heals slower, but I can create the parts faster. Jung-ho beside him rolled his eyes with a bit of doubt. You can also transplant intestines? I've never heard of intestine transplantation before. Sun-Hun spoke to affirm his ability. It is possible, just a bit brutal. The corners of his lips curled up, carrying relief. It's still easier than resurrecting the dead. Even I have never tried putting a whole segment of small intestine in instead of just grafting a part. When the scissors touched the suture thread, the system activated a few more attributes, using the thread drawing skill, using the sewing skill, using the phantom flush skill, using the hand of Horus skill, using the earthbone skill, tumor monster, using the sewing skill, complete recovery judgment. The intact body appearing along with the notification made everyone marvel. The surgery was a great success. Chun Hyun's complexion was already rosier. Jung-ho even burst into tears and hugged Sun-Hun, thanking him greatly. Only Lizzie was still worrying about the red blood bag. Looking at it instantly makes you feel pity. That blood transfusion bag over there.
He suddenly became weak and bowed his head to Sun-Hun. I was always the only one to survive, and when everyone was dying, I couldn't do anything at all. Truly, thank you so much. He only knew how to be politely perfunctory. Don't mind it. Now let's go back and treat the two people at the inn. However, right after saying that, Sun-Hun's vision went dark, only having enough time to see two panicked faces. My stamina was completely depleted. The fainting state was activated. Because of that, he returned to the water dream. When he woke up, Sun-Hun was already sitting peacefully in the middle of the space. He couldn't help but smack his lips in frustration. And opened again? Stamina always runs out completely at times like this. Suddenly a drop of red liquid unexpectedly flew by with a dangerous reminder. You have safely passed. Right beneath Sun-Hun was a vortex dyed bright red.
He quickly sniffed out a strange scent. The smell of blood and gloominess was definitely... From within the vortex, half of the facial features revealed also carried a deep demonic charm. That person with half a tiger's head gradually appeared, the god of blood and slaughter, Sekhmet. Sekhmet slightly moved her lips and got straight to the point. I came to repay you for saving my believer. Sun-Hun didn't have a single trace of fear, but instead replied strongly. It is not strange for a divine entity to reward someone who helped their cult, but it is very rare for them to appear directly like this. She flicked her hand, creating a glowing red circle, and continued speaking. What's so strange about it? A human taking down a god will definitely attract attention, even if the god mentioned is just an incomplete god. The last few words made him recall the tumor monster. An incomplete god? Sun-Hun propped himself up and questioned. An incomplete god? Sekhmet unconsciously fell silent for a moment. He smirked slightly, seemingly very certain of his speculation. Looking at that reaction, it seems you won't say anything more even if I press you. I also noticed something was wrong. It ate its own believers and couldn't even communicate properly.
She touched her fingertip to Sun-Hun's heart, pulling him back to reality. Anyway, putting that aside, wherever you go, you leave spilled blood behind. So how could a god of blood and slaughter like me not be interested? If you submit to me, I will welcome you with open arms. He was not manipulated, but instead offered a counter condition. He's really overpowered. I'll pass. But if you submit to me, then I'll reconsider. Summit paused for a moment and thought, should I? Sun-Hun kept the same expression without a ripple. Finally, she sneered again. Just kidding. His face immediately darkened, and he couldn't stop cursing in his heart. This bastard. Summit paid no attention to that face and shifted the topic to Chun-Hyun. The one you just saved has also left a sea of blood wherever he went. It would be a waste to let such a talent die. Sun-Hun slowly stood up, not forgetting to deduce. So is that the reason you dote on Alex so much? She lowered her head, not even wanting to deny it. That's right, I owe him a debt. He was slightly surprised that a god could be in debt. A debt? Summit deliberately revealed a secret, but halfway through her words became chaotic because of what he had discovered. Seeing this, Sun-Hun understood somewhat, guessing that I can only say this much due to keyword restrictions. Without an agreement, she didn't want to stay either. Then I'm leaving. I will leave your reward in the real world. Check next to your pillow when you wake up. I am really looking forward to seeing what you will do next. He bowed his head slightly, pursing his lips in disgust mixed with rejection, acting as if she had the right to decide whether to look forward to it or not. Anyway, couldn't she see that door? The space behind the subconscious, where the manager is located. For something with an appearance rate of only 1 in 5922, it appeared quite fast. Anyway, since I'm already here, I should drop by and take a look. Stepping through that gate, the first thing Sun-Hun saw was iron chains. He was still intently looking around. The manager, in order to attract Sun-Hun's attention, sent a message. Welcome, today you came here by going beyond the subconscious, I see. Sun-Hun slowly stepped forward and didn't forget to question. So you are not the one who created that thing. The person on the other side quickly sent a message. If you possess a chaos core, the probability of entering this place will increase. He unceremoniously kicked the manager's box body. I came here because I have a question. She immediately got angry and scolded. Why did you kick it? Sun-Hun arrogantly replied. I did it because I felt like it. You know that I have absorbed the power of a god. I want to clearly understand that power. The manager couldn't help but exclaim in praise. I see. It hasn't been long since you achieved disbelief, yet you have already swallowed the essence of a god. A source of power blended with the soul and will of the god. Normally when humans touch the essence of a god, they will be tainted by it. They are bewitched by that faith and turn into fanatics. The fact that you are still safe and sound means how incredibly strong your will to resist the gods is. Mentioning this, Sun-Hun remembered his 3 friends and laughed contemptuously. Do I look like the type of person who easily submits? My teammates have all fallen, and one of them almost committed suicide by blowing himself up. From the perspective of a healer, that was the most infuriating moment. She took the opportunity to follow up with Sun-Hun, and that was his strongest weapon. Disbelief will only increase the angrier you get, a mindset that never collapses and always burns brightly no matter what happens. Of course, excessive anger is poison to the body. You should rest for a while. He kicked the manager again out of anger. Do you know, 90% of my stress is caused by you. She could do nothing but offer verbal advice. I sincerely advise you to rest well. Healer Kang Sun-Hun, you are truly extraordinary. Never before has any human been able to absorb the essence of a god. Perhaps the only one who can save me is you. If only I had realized this sooner. You deserve to be treated specially. If you need my help, I will do everything in my power. Sun-Hun understood his value to the manager, and the corners of his lips curled up immensely. So my obtaining that essence is a big deal, huh? Making someone who acts like a know-it-all surprised is quite interesting too. But speaking of this, he held his sword and stabbed himself in the chest. That action was like a threat to the manager. If I ever take anything from you in the future, it will only be after I have paid an equivalent price for it. She was momentarily surprised by that determination, but still tried to hold on to Sun-Hun. Is that so? You know you can rely on me a little bit too. Well then, as you wish, I will count on you. After speaking, the manager brought him back to reality, and when he sat up, Sun-Hun recognized this place. So this is the believer's dormitory, huh? My whole body aches so much. He held his aching neck and massaged it for a while. Good thing I went to meet him. Now everything is clear. How obsessed is that manager with me?
The other two nemeses have been evaluated as having no hope of saving him, and someone who still has a lot to lose will be much easier to manipulate. Suddenly, Sun-Hun's gaze darted to the red stone nearby. That's right, as soon as he touched it, the system found useful information. Sekhmet's Crimson Wish. Are you desperately longing for something? Every time you sacrifice blood, it will grant you an illusion of happiness. He read through it and understood a bit. So it is a type of holy relic in the form of an amulet. With no option for mental recovery or anything, it is basically useless to me. Should I just destroy this thing already? At that moment, a knock on the door distracted Sun-Hun. He quickly walked over and threw the door open. The person outside spoke in a soft nasal voice upon seeing Sun-Hun. You are awake. Before his eyes was Lysia floating in midair. She was also wearing a white dress that stood out against the night sky, startling him completely. Lysia still looked up at Sun-Hun with clear eyes and an innocent smile. On the contrary, he only had a look of helplessness and exhaustion on his face. Miss Lysia.
Sun-Hun poked his head out slightly and questioned Lysia. Lysia, why are you floating around like that? She was still in the mood to joke around nonchalantly. What's wrong? Are you surprised? He directly dealt Lysia a painful counterattack. I thought you were dead, after all the effort we put into raiding a god. Unable to stand these words, she immediately yelled in Sun-Hun's face. Hey, I'm not a ghost, you know.
Airwalk. It is a skill that allows me to walk on air and wind. This time I received it as an achievement reward. The system simultaneously sent an upgrade notification. Rebel. Unlocked when you attack a divine entity and survive. Achievement reward. Acquired a new skill. Airwalk. But no matter how much he read, he remained as cold as in the beginning. So you came here just to brag about that? She widened her eyes and quickly spoke. That, and also, I came here to receive treatment. Sorry for bothering you right when you just woke up. Seeing the forearm with no fingers left, Sun-Hun finally wavered. Come in quickly. A new hand gradually appeared after the system activated Comprehensive Recovery Judgment. Lysia looked at the remaining stitches and couldn't help but be curious. You can create body parts, even internal organs? Can a normal healer do that? Not a normal healer, more like a fake one. Incidentally, Sun-Hun also took the opportunity to ask about Jung-Ho and Chun Hee-eun. What about Alec? She quickly reported. He is sleeping in another room. His complexion looks fine too. Hearing that, he lightly lifted his shirt. You and Kim Jung-Ho must have worked hard to carry me all the way back here. However, in response to Sun-Hun was her sigh. Lysia began to recall the scene of encountering the old couple when everything had settled down. The passengers had gone outside and helped carry the injured. Thanks to the sedative we gave them earlier, I guess seeing that pile of tumors didn't shock them to death. They just felt guilty for hiding all this time. He casually added a few words. It's better than running around wildly and getting in the way. The important thing is to return them to their families safely. Speaking of this, she sat timidly again, looking up at Sun-Hun with curiosity. Really, I still can't tell if you are a good person or a bad guy. Anyway, I'm going to rest. I have something I want to give you. He quickly spoke in a flat and different voice. What is it? Lysia took out a golden sphere and explained. Killing her boss was your doing, wasn't it? I picked it up from the corpse of the Chimera-likes. It looks like a rare item, so...
However, Sun-Hun was still very curious as the spiritual energy in the orb was being absorbed by him. Using the observation eye skill, the item contained divine power, and divine power was leaking from inside. He looked at his hand and fell silent for a few seconds. This notification, it was exactly like the pills dropped by the members of the Dragon's No Life Guild. The masses of divine power formed after they drank the miracle water. Why were those things escaping from Similis's body? A familiar thought from his brain echoed again, even if it was an incomplete god. Sun-Hun began to connect the dots in his mind, a miracle drug granting divine power, and an entity that looked flawed from the perspective of a normal god. Could Similis be something created by someone using the miracle drug as a material? Seeing him just standing there in a daze, Lizzie quickly approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun-Hun pondered and hummed for a moment. "There are a few things about this that bother me. This is not the time to talk about it. I will explain when Kim Jung-Ho and Alec wake up." Hearing this, she didn't intend to stay long, as a growing young lady knows how to keep her dignity. "Understood. Then I'm really leaving this time. Thanks for the healing." Sun-Hun politely replied, "Good night." When Lizzie left, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "I'll look into those miracle water things later. Now I should also check my achievement rewards." At this time, Sun-Hun's system had reached a new height. Leveling up, he unlocked the Godslayer achievement for defeating a divine entity for the first time. He unlocked the Paradoxical State achievement for absorbing the essence of a god. He was very satisfied with this leveling speed, exactly what he expected from defeating a god. The Disbelief skill also skyrocketed in level. As for the rewards, while speaking, Sun-Hun touched the status window. Achievement rewards.
A second later, dozens of glowing screens surrounded his head, displaying different words on the notification windows. Stats, all stamina plus 10%. Other, inventory expansion ticket plus 5. Points, plus 3,000. Unidentified ore. Disbelief grows rapidly. Disbelief skill unlocked. Separation unlocked. Disbelief grows rapidly. Supernova suspicion skill unlocked. Faith reinforcement adds an additional effect to an own skill. You are the first to unlock the suspicion status achievement. After reviewing everything, he smiled in satisfaction. It's a lot, but at least it feels worth the effort. More importantly, the thing that caught Sun-Hun's attention the most was that miraculous skill, faith reinforcement, adding an additional effect to an own skill. He unhesitatingly spent a ton of points on it. Skill upgraded. That's the way. This is what should drop. Since it can only upgrade one skill, it is better to choose carefully. Extreme focus, observation eye, or comprehensive recovery judgment. Which one would be good? However, there was not a slight change on the screen.
Faith reinforcement adds an additional effect to an own skill. Huh? It still kept the same words that made Sun-Hun's eyes widen. Faith reinforcement adds an additional effect to an own skill. In the middle of the night, Leja, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by his roar. Are you kidding me, you damn manager? In his heart, Sun-Hun was equally dissatisfied. What kind of immoral bastard decides this with a roulette? If it lands on some garbage like the super chopstick control skill, I will wipe the Azan continent off the map. You shameless blockhead kids, I will use chopsticks to take you apart. A second later, the system suddenly popped up a new notification window. Hand of Horus. On it were the attributes of the Hand of Horus. A new option added to the Hand of Horus. Hand of Horus summons a hand with special power. Additional options. Can toggle physical intervention on and off. When turned on, it can manipulate or attack objects. However, any living creature it touches will be able to see the Eye of Horus. Even Sun-Hun couldn't help but exclaim, Hand of Horus? Previously it was an intangible hand, but now it has physical interaction capabilities.
This is actually quite beneficial for me. Now I can even turn off the lights right while lying in bed. Next, oh, it's been a while since I saw this. He quickly noticed the message sent in the middle of the night. The first-time achievement of overcoming the state of distrust has been completed. Would you like to write a commemorative message? Over on this side, Leisha was glaring at her screen. The sender, GGG, had brought threats to her. Hey, but this is hilariously dirty, man. GGG, you guys will never get this. But Leisha ultimately couldn't suppress her anger, frowning and scowling. Now even she had to scream out loud to feel better. Damn it, I'm so mad. Who the hell is this guy? He jolted slightly upon receiving the terrifying volume of sound. Anyway, what's next? The system, understanding Sun-Hun's thoughts, continued to present. First clear reward. Receive the special skill Insanity. You have absorbed the essence of a god and turned it into your own power. The skill is drawn from your very nature, a skill that belongs only to you.
His heart began to ripple at the information. Delirium, a state of cognitive decline due to brain damage, was certainly not a name that a normal healer would want. Furthermore, it seemed to use a leveling system similar to disbelief. So is the only one usable right now loss? Loss is unlocked. Will unlock apathy upon meeting requirements. Will unlock oblivion upon meeting requirements. When activated, it spreads a colorless aura, and targets touching this aura will suffer continuous mental damage. Attacking affected targets has a chance to weaken their attack power. You can set exceptions. When this skill is activated, other aura effects will be ignored. His face went blank like a bewildered fool. This was too game-breaking. The system, not knowing it was being scolded, continued to scroll text. When this skill is activated, other aura effects will be ignored. Sun-Hun continued to speculate on its capabilities, so it can ignore pesky effects like pressure and majesty, especially majesty, which is basically a signature skill of divine entities, and this skill can trample over all of them? It truly lived up to its reputation as a reward that would shock even the manager. Just while he was enjoying himself, a warning sound suddenly appeared, reminding Sun-Hun, be careful, the essence of a god cannot be touched by humans, but the essence of a human can be touched by other humans. Soon, those who want to steal your power will appear. Two crossed swords unintentionally drew a strange set of facial features. He still lightly chuckled. Sounds fun. That level of risk makes it worth achieving. The system desperately kept reminding him. Soon, those who want to steal your power will appear. You are really persistent. But very quickly, Sun-Hun noticed something strange around him. The atmosphere here was a bit... And what was with this sudden casual tone? It felt so cheap and irritating. Anyway, today is enough. I'll check the new disbelief skills after resting for a while. As soon as Alec recovers a little more, we should head back to Hin Village. Our beloved branch manager Liwin is waiting. Being sucked dry by the Magic Association, his mood must be terrible right now. Perhaps it's time to prepare a fun little event for him.
Time passed fleetingly a few days later at Hin Village. Liwin was gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, those cursed bastards. He appeared neither fast nor slow in front of the Magic Association building, Hin Village branch. They actually built it up already. Matiana, following behind, cheerfully put her hands on her hips. Really fast, isn't it? It is the work of architects hired with a huge amount of money. Of course, the funding from branch manager Liwin helped a lot. Liwin, already irritable, darkened his face even more and growled, "This woman." After whispering aimlessly, she continued back to the main business. Now the only thing left is to hold the inauguration ceremony. When will Mr. Kang Sun-Hun return? A uniformed staff member rushed over to report. Branch manager Liwin, finally found you. But the first scene he saw was Liwin's dark purple face. This brat, doesn't he know how to read the atmosphere? He didn't dare to offend him, so he just kept stuttering. Well, adventurer Kang Sun-Hun is dead. As soon as Matiana understood this news, her mouth immediately worked at full capacity, shouting loudly like this. Her throat must still be warm. What are you saying? She and Liwin scrambled to run over and question. What happened to Mr. Kang Sun-Hun? Explain right now, immediately. He still had a bit of calm rough to search his memory. I received this information from the Karen branch.
The Similis cult, headquartered on Bismarck Island, performed a ritual to summon an evil monster. Many civilians and adventurers were captured and brought to that island to be used as sacrifices for the ritual, but a group of adventurers defeated the cult and rescued some of them.
However, during that process, a member of the group sacrificed themselves. Matiana, still unable to find the truth, boiled with anger and grabbed his collar. What proof do you have that it's Kang Sun-Hun? There were reports from witnesses who saw Kang and his group boarding a ship to the island, and the description of the dead adventurer was a tall man wearing a white coat, black shirt, and having black hair. Upon learning the identity of that person, her legs immediately staggered. Mr. Kang Sun-Hun. Impossible, there's no way he could die. He was also very heartbroken but still focused on comforting Matiana. Please calm down, Lady Matiana. Because Kang Sun-Hun was an outstanding adventurer, we will arrange a funeral to commemorate him. Let's schedule the inauguration ceremony on that same day. Of course. He turned his head to look at Li Wen's footsteps, hesitating for a few seconds. Yes. When there was no one else around, the smile on his lips couldn't help but smirk. Li Wen's face clearly showed smugness, contrasting with the heartbreak from earlier. What unexpected luck. I couldn't be happier. Well done, Similis cult. I have to spread this news everywhere. The announcement released in the middle of the street made everyone who read it feel heartbroken. Julia could barely hold the paper steadily after reading that news. Impossible. Healer Kang Sun-Hun actually... She fell straight to the ground, causing the person next to her to panic. Hey, are you okay? What, this person passed away? At the Blood Magic Tower, everyone's mood was gloomy and sad. Impossible. Is it that person, the adventurer?
Even at the Cattler Knights, everyone was in an uproar over the shocking news. The world will never see such a righteous person like him again. I don't believe it. I will verify it myself. The scene shifts to the blood route, where everyone was glued to every word on the paper. An accident? That crazy guy? What kind of nonsense is this? There must surely be some mistake. Time flew by until the day of the funeral in Hin Village, with crowds of people bustling on the streets. A skinny hand was still swaying a wine glass for amusement. Li Wen sat up straight and shouted loudly for all the people to hear. Feel free to enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Food and souvenirs are all free. Let's pray for the deceased. Ket stood from afar watching the scene and shook her head in exhaustion. It feels more like a festival than a funeral. Riz also chimed in, interrupting her words. I heard they are holding the inauguration ceremony of the Magic Association at the same time as the funeral. Rebecca was dizzy the moment she received the news. But that's impossible, right? There's no way the healer Kang Sun-Hun could actually be dead. Rosen sighed, directly shattering her illusion. You don't understand the ways of the world. Death doesn't follow any order. He was very helpless, but could do nothing. Master. They stopped talking and quickly blended into the dense crowd.
At this moment, Li Wen's euphoric eyes suddenly widened. In that atmosphere, a shout rang out. Look, Kang Sun-Hun's group is returning. When everyone turned around, what caught their eyes was a coffin being carried into the party. Leading the group were two sad, helpless faces looking slightly down. The coffin following them quickly appeared. This was the coffin where the deceased rested. The person, completely covered in a black cloak representing the group, handed over the coffin to branch manager Li Wen. Please confirm the body. He walked up to the coffin, rubbing his hands, revealing an incredibly perverted expression. Ah, of course. Li Wen reached out both hands with silently blooming joy. The moment he had been waiting for so long to see how pathetic he looked after death. Using all his remaining strength, he finally flipped the lid off. Unexpectedly, the person lying inside was exposed with bruised facial features. The motionless believer lay beside white petals. As Li Wen pried the coffin lid open, he became even more confused. His smirk stopped at the corner of his lips. That believer, without a title, still got to lie in a beautiful coffin. What a melodramatic situation. The unnamed believer of Similis, who had impersonated Kang Sun-Hun in the temple. Recalling the scene of him running for his life in the courtyard, his swollen face was still the highlight that attracted many eyes. He was lucky to wake up, escape the arena, and survive. However, that night, when facing the true descent of Similis, his mind completely collapsed, and he died quietly, completely alone. Li Wen, not knowing the person had been swapped, still deliberately pretended to be in pain in front of outsiders. Is that really Kang? Is it him? Well, at least he died a miserable death just as I wanted. But before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a whisper behind his back. How could that be him? The black-cloaked person slowly pulled down his hood, not forgetting to talk incessantly. Because the real Kang Sun-Hun is right here. The moment Sun-Hun appeared, a part of the crowd panicked and dropped their jaws. Julia's tears flowed endlessly. That is Kang Sun-Hun. Seeing that the situation did not go as calculated, Li Wen opened his mouth wide and constantly cursed. You bastard.
Finally, Sun-Hun had to step forward and pat him on the shoulder. Branch manager Li Wen, I'm truly touched. Li Wen was temporarily speechless. What? Only then did he recount his experience of seeing his own picture on the paper with his own eyes. Suddenly, I received news that I was dead and a funeral was being held. At first, I thought you guys were just playing a cruel joke on me, but it turns out you organized a surprise party so we wouldn't have to be sad about losing our new friend, right? Liwen panicked, his face turning dark as he stammered. A surprise party? A second later, Chun-Hian unexpectedly patted his shoulder, acting cool. He wouldn't want everyone to grieve either, even though we don't know his name. Jung-Ho also chipped in, scaring the life out of Liwen. But I'm sure he's smiling down at us from high up in the sky, even though we don't know his name. The last person to add fuel to the fire was him. But come on, everyone. For branch manager Liwen, let's have fun together. Karma really spares no one. He was scared out of his mind, holding his head. No, it's not like that. Julia cried until her eyes were swollen when she saw the familiar silhouette. Healer Kang Sun-Hun. Suddenly, Mariana appeared with an excited smile and announced, "Glory to you, your manager at the Adventurers Guild, and the Magic Association as well." Everyone competed to cheer the name of that healer. Kang Sun-Hun, Kang Sun-Hun, Kang Sun-Hun, Kang Sun-Hun. Lizzie looked at this scene, finding it hard to speak. This is truly worse than a villain. Meanwhile, Bismarck Island was still sunk in gloomy darkness. On the ground, only the fragmented corpses of the tumor monster remained. Suddenly, a figure wearing traditional clothing appeared from nowhere. That person brought along a whole flock of sparkling, glowing butterflies. That person was Jujin. He spoke in a deep, cold, and hoarse voice. Then who is it? Is it the one who absorbed the essence of a god?
Returning to the main headquarters of the Takamilla Order in the west, it was silent in the night sky. The pink stone was emitting a soft light along with seamless words. He was approaching the Holy Land, protecting the holy body of Lord Takamilla. A blurred image of a soldier suddenly appeared. "Damn it, do you think you will leave peacefully after doing this?" Amidst the desperate screams, Sun-Ho walked forward very arrogantly. Back Sun-Ho, he raised his eyelids and glared at him. Sun-Ho did not hesitate to stab him with a sword, and he continued to swing his hand, creating several streaks of light in the air. A moment later, everything gradually quieted down, leaving only painful groans. Sun-Ho walked straight towards the stone without saying a word. He coldly brought his sword down, and the stone broke in half just like that. After that, Sun-Ho turned his back and walked away, leaving the gloomy atmosphere behind. This place is done too. Suddenly, a white bird brought a pouch in front of him. A carrier pigeon? But it dropped a letter and continued to fly away. Sun-Ho curiously took it and opened it. A notice from the Adventurers Guild. Catching his eye was Sung-Hun's face. Sun-Ho momentarily couldn't understand the meaning of this. What kind of joke is this time? Or perhaps, thinking of this, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Sun-Ho quickly ran away, carrying the denial to comfort himself. Even if it's the truth, he has no right to come looking for me. Early in the morning, the Biffon Inn was restored to its usual cheerful atmosphere. As soon as he woke up, he had a hot bowl of soup. Jung-Ho saw Sun-Hun picking at his food and was very worried. "Kang, why are you making that face? The completion ceremony went well." He reluctantly gave a vague answer. "Turn off God's communication channel for a bit."
The disbelief skills I received this time are actually quite good. Now, right before Sung-Hun's eyes were the features of two new attributes. Isolation. Upon a successful hit, there's a chance to drain the target's stamina and recover one's own. The higher the target's divine power, the higher the activation rate. Supernova. Detonates divine power to cause area of effect damage. When using disbelief upon activation, if the target's mental strength is below 50% of its maximum, the explosion damage is doubled, dealing an additional 2% damage to divine entities. Chen Hyun also read these lines and immediately dropped his jaw in astonishment. Additional damage to divine entities? Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Then he confidently beat his chest. The idea that humans cannot defy the gods? I am the one who broke that. Lizzie didn't want to be left out and quickly joined the conversation. Then isn't that a good thing? Who would have thought Sun-Hun would directly admit, "I was just showing off a bit back there," which made her helplessly cry out, "Oh my god." At this moment he took out a weapon, his voice mixed with a hint of regret. "The real problem is that my favorite weapon has been destroyed." Jung-Ho could only smile wryly and play along. Ah, silver glory. It certainly had its glorious days. Having said that, he quickly took out a wooden box. It seems the manager guessed that I would need a new one because this came as an achievement reward.
Another item replaced its presence. An unidentified ore, its 7-colored aura stood out immensely. She leaned towards Sun-Hun and asked curiously, "It's just a rock, is it a new weapon?" He quickly corrected Lizzie's words, saying more accurately it was a material for making weapons, looking special so he had looked it up in the mineral directory. Sun-Hun quickly flipped the page containing information about it. Bectasite stone, an ancient metal believed to contain the power of 7 emotions. It clearly stated the information about that colorful stone, Bectasite stone. 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hate, desire. He took the opportunity to explain a bit. Nowadays, it only exists in records and is considered a legend. The problem is where to find a blacksmith qualified enough to craft it, and who knows when that will happen. Suddenly, Jung-Ho offered a condition that made Sung-Zing waver. "Kang, do you want to use this temporarily while waiting?" He didn't wait for an answer and pulled out a black aura, wrapping around a black object shaped like a sword. He was very amazed at Jung-Ho's ability. "Here, what is this? How did you make it?" He smiled shyly and scratched his cheek. "I received a new skill as a reward after defeating Simulus. Now I can use a part of the dark monster's power even in human form, but every time I use it, my mental strength drops drastically."
While Jung-ho explained, Sun-Hun took the opportunity to observe the sword, using the observation eye scale. Blackbone Dagger, a weapon created from the power of Blackbone, containing the power of the Dark Monster. A temporary weapon, unstable, very poor durability. Finally, he gave a harsh conclusion. This thing would probably break after 2 or 3 swings. Jung-ho also understood these words. Because my power is weak in human form. Originally, Blackbone is used to make armor. Using it as a weapon is not very good. Seeing him disappointed, Sun-Hun immediately praised further. For a first try, it's not bad at all. In the worst case, we can just use the blue-silver dagger. Jung-ho also gradually became happy and sat up straight. Really? He couldn't bear to treat that blooming face badly, so he could tactfully advise. If you keep doing it, your skills will get better, right? Now make more, for example, 9 more. You also need to get used to the decrease in mental strength. Keep practicing. The criticized black sword was still covered in Blackbone. Using the Blackbone skill, mental strength decreased. Using the Blackbone skill, mental strength decreased. While Jung-ho was trying to fix it, the 2 people in the distance could only shake their heads in regret. Poor Kim, poor Jung-ho. Suddenly, Julia walked in and reported, Kang, someone is looking for you. 2 followers of the Takamilla cult were already kneeling in front of Sun-Hun. You arrived in exactly 1 month, just as agreed.
Chun-Hyun couldn't help but follow behind out of curiosity, wondering who these people were. Hearing that, he casually explained, those scammers from the Golden Laurel Mansion, the Takamilla cult. He parted his lips in a wry smile, but no one knew that the 2 cultists were screaming internally. It turned out the report about his death was indeed a mistake. They would be in huge trouble if they ran away, especially since he was also a member of the Takamilla cult. Sun-Hun didn't pay it any mind and asked directly, how is the investigation going? She took the initiative to report. Well, we returned to the headquarters after a long time, but it was completely destroyed. He was slightly surprised, not expecting to hear this news. Destroyed? She kept her head down and answered timidly. That's right, as if someone attacked it. Everything was devastated.
The buildings were crumbled, the holy relics smashed to pieces. At that moment, Sun-Hun silently operated the system. While turning off God's communication, Chen-Yun's voice appeared in his ear. Hey, do you think this was done by an awakening skill? The only thing that could crush a pile of holy relics like that is the power of disbelief, unless it's a divine entity. Sun-Hun rolled his eyes in deep thought for a while. It's hard to say. Unlocking disbelief without the help of the manager is very difficult. But if you break even a single holy relic somehow, you can gain disbelief even without an awakening skill. So you came back empty-handed? Hearing these words, the 2 believers hurriedly hugged each other in denial. No, this is the cult leader's notebook. He always carried it with him. The ink is quite smudged, but we turned the whole base upside down to find it. He quickly took the book and flipped through a few pages to check. Reaching another text-heavy page, Sun-Hun understood everything. As expected, it seems he also used miracle water. It clearly stated the keywords, found the miracle bonehound, medicine created by the alchemist. He then turned to ask for their opinions. What do you guys think this bonehound is? Elijah suddenly jumped up and gave a suggestion. Isn't the bonehound the underground arena hidden in Bisabran? He turned his head slightly, in the mood to tease the innocent girl. Part-time employee, how do you know that so well? Following her memory, she recalled the betting of famous figures. Array already drew the entire map of that place. It's where the trashy nobles go for illegal gambling. Sun-Hun touched his chin and quickly agreed with these words. If the bonehound is indeed that underground arena, then perhaps cult leader Takamilla first learned about miracle water there. Good, that is really useful information. Hearing that, the 2 believers' faces lit up with joy. So you forgive us, right? You will also return Father Otada's soul, right? But in the blink of an eye, his face darkened, filled with murderous intent. You still have to pay for your sins. Initially, the plan was to overthrow your cult, but someone else struck first. Therefore, the Magic Association decided to finalize the plan of 5 years of unpaid community service, which of course includes Father Otada too. Chen-Yun partly understood the story and immediately broke into a satisfied smile. So, our next destination is decided, right? Sun-Hun nodded and reminded him. Yeah, we will be going quite far this time. Meanwhile, the familiar butterfly appeared, fluttering at the place he mentioned. To the eastern city of Bisabran. A playful girl quickly appeared, not forgetting to introduce herself. Hello, I am a mage from the Golden Tower in the east. Today, at the request of Lady Matiana, I will escort Mr. Kang Sang-hun's group all the way to the east. Traveling from the west, where Hin Village is located, to the east normally takes about a month by horse carriage. A month? That is way too long. But we mages can use return magic, so we accept a bit of risk and take the dungeon route instead. After clearing the dungeon, we can use return magic to go back to the Golden Tower. It usually takes about 1.5 hours to clear a dungeon. Except for this time. While she was talking nonstop, the monsters had already rushed in. Li Hyun and Jung Ho joined forces to take down the monsters. Chen Hyun placed his hand on the ground to sense. Quick and wonderful. The power from his hand dispersed in several directions. Over here, Sun-Hun was also busy dealing with the monsters. He struck a powerful blow on Frika, causing it pain, but the system absorbed its energy in time. Frika's crossbow created dawn holy water arrows. A tongue slowly stuck out in the golden light. Sun-Hun didn't hesitate to reach out and collect the items, the gunpowder perfectly compressed. At this moment, an explosion rang out amidst the echoing gold flames. Supernova, an explosion proportional to divine power. The mage, looking at this scene, was terrified, so scared she almost lost all her bangs. A dungeon clear record of 20 minutes? What kind of monsters are these people? Meanwhile, the sky in the eastern part of the Azun continent in the city of Bisu Bran was strangely peaceful.
She bowed sincerely to thank Sun-Hun's group, thanking them for everyone's hard work. Everyone did a great job. Chun Hee-yun smiled happily with genuine excitement. It had been a long time since they returned to this town, but when they opened the paper, it was covered by a red dot. Fortunately, they could still make out a few spots on it. He looked it over and immediately nodded in praise. Good, good. It seems these 3 places are the possible entrances leading down to the underground arena. Lizzie was still a bit skeptical, kneeling down to investigate. Is that divination really reliable? Chun Hee-yun immediately turned serious and reminded, places emitting such creepy energy in a city are rare, you know? Sun-Hun also took the opportunity to analyze the map once, the back gate of the city library, the alley on 4th Street, and the F-zone underground sewer. Isn't there anything special about those places? Chun Hee-yun quickly pointed to a circled area. The underground sewer gives a very strong feeling of a fateful encounter. If we go there, we might meet an important person. He agreed without hesitation immediately. Then let's decide on that. Very quickly, this quartet set foot in the F-zone underground sewer of Bisabran. It stinks down here.
Not going far, they were attracted by the shouts of "Let me in." Park Jian was trying his best to explain, "My teammate is in there." But the 2 people opposite him didn't care. "Not our business. Get lost, you hear?" He persistently brought out all the evidence. It was your guild that dragged him away. From a distance, Sun-Hun and Jung Ho were assessing Park Jian. It seems someone arrived before us. Looking at his outfit, he must be a dimensional traveler. In the end, the strategy he came up with in a helpless moment turned out to be the best. This method is too funny, just sneaking past them quietly. That method would be the most effective. They followed Sun-Hun's footsteps and glided past the crowd, ignoring the scolding words. "Do you want to end up as a slave in the arena too? Kid, keep going. I won't stand here and take a beating." When the space fell silent, they still strode forward as if nothing happened. Suddenly, Park Jian unexpectedly caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but be confused. He also noticed that unusual gaze and turned around with a roar. "Hey, who the hell are you guys?" Sun-Hun clicked his tongue with a bit of regret. "They found out. I thought I acted really naturally." Seeing that indifferent look made his blood boil. "Whether you were discovered or not, you guys just walked right past our eyes." Unexpectedly, Lizzie swiftly kicked. "I'll strike first. There are only 2 of them. Deal with them." Jung Ho looked at this scene and was a bit dissatisfied. He said, "It's as if we are the villains." He could only force a smile and play along to keep things cheerful. "We are uninvited guests after all." At this moment, the girl next to him finally stepped forward. "Only 2? Are you sure about that?" As soon as she finished speaking, a series of dark shadows simultaneously appeared on the magic circles, and each homunculus was summoned. They appeared everywhere in the sewer, making even her jump in fear. "Gross! What are those things?" Sun-Hun replied very calmly. "Low-level homunculi." However, Lizzie was so panicked that she misheard the words entirely as Santa Claus. Despite this, he still patiently explained it. "Homunculus, the byproducts created when ancient alchemists failed in their attempts to create life." Are those alchemists? While resting, he rummaged through his pockets. These things were not just ordinary homunculi. Coincidentally, Sun-Hun's eyes fell upon 2 precious potion bottles, which were miracle water. Receiving a few drops of miracle water, the homunculi let out a loud roar. She took the opportunity to land a kick on it. Over here, he began to be pushed back by the homunculi. Jung Ho gritted his teeth, trying his best to hold his ground, but still found it very hard to resist. Why are they so strong? In the midst of the chaos, he saw the problem. Homunculi have no mana, so they cannot use skills, but their pure physical abilities are superior. They are stronger than most residents of Azun. And now that they had used miracle water, the divine power must have enhanced their recovery ability and durability many times over. Thinking this, Sun-Hun hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, draw your resolute weapons." But a word from Chon Hien interrupted him. "No, leave this to me." Sun-Hun was a bit fed up with that show-off who loved violence. "Starting to act deep again. Stop showing off and step back, Alec. Alchemists are not like mages. They have a very high resistance to dark magic. Moreover, you are facing dozens of homunculi radiating divine power. The odds of winning are heavily skewed against you, Alec." However, he didn't waver at all, still insisting on charging forward. "Just wait and see." Chon Hien prepared to move before rushing up. Blood magic, blood lungs. Lord Alec will now put on a wonderful performance. In the blink of an eye, his body darted forward. Chon Hien glided past the homunculi like the wind. He suddenly felt a surge of power behind his back and immediately leaned to the side.
Sun-Hun simultaneously widened his eyes in astonishment, and the disaster causer also gradually collapsed. What the hell is that? A blood mage punching through divine power without facing a backlash. How can that be possible? Very quickly, the knife in his hand was covered in a large amount of red liquid. Jong-hyun stood among the corpses he had smashed, raising his voice coldly. Wondering? You will find out within 60 seconds.
Leisha rolled her eyes in confusion at that ambiguous attitude, while Sun-Hun remained calm, his cold face expressionless. Then he slowly questioned, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She also urged, "Stop babbling. If there is something, just say it clearly." Hearing those questions, he grumbled softly, "Don't you know how to be dramatic?" Chen Hee-yoon immediately struck a confident pose, excitedly announcing, "The answer is so simple, isn't it? I have never used dark magic." Hearing that, Leisha and Sun-Hun slightly paled, sweat breaking out. She exclaimed, "Huh?" After that, Chen Hee-yoon held out his hand to clearly explain every detail. Blood mages like us, every time we cast a skill, we lose both blood and dark magic. Even among dark mages, this is the hardest class. Then he excitedly showed off. But right before the match with Similis, I just got a truly surreal skill. Here is how it works. Pure blood. When activated, you will enter the ascetic state for a certain period of time. Ascetic state effects. Locks dark magic. Using skills only costs blood. All stats increase 1.5 times. Immune to holy damage. The two opponents turned pale upon hearing that. The man exclaimed in surprise, "Immune to holy damage?" And the woman standing nearby also responded in shock. There is even such an overpowered skill? Then immediately, Chen Hee-yoon dashed forward with his sword to prepare to finish off the target in front of him. In short, for a certain period of time, it completely wiped out all the annoying penalties of the blood mage. He swung the blade down hard on the monster below, then gently exclaimed, "This is exactly like a super awakening mode." At the spot where the blade pierced down, a blinding light suddenly radiated. Immediately after, from the monster's body, countless sharp red spider lilies shot out towards the enemies behind. Red spider lily. The two behind were instantly pierced by the petals into their flesh, causing them to scream in pain.
Witnessing that scene, Lizzie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Alec is really strong." Meanwhile, Sun-Hun stood nearby, calmly assessing the situation. Normally, a blood mage's skills deal massive damage, but in return they come with agonizing penalties. Watching Chen Hee-yoon frantically wipe out the monsters, he softly sighed. But now that those penalties are gone, no wonder this guy is like a bugged monster. His power is way beyond the allowed limit. Jung-ho suddenly jumped out from nowhere, cheering excitedly. "Chen Hee-yoon, you're truly amazing!" Unaware that the petals had already rushed right up to his face. Immediately, the petals pinned straight into the wall behind him. He almost took the full hit, but luckily he managed to dodge in time. Jung-ho widened his eyes in shock, his face turning pale, his whole body stiff and afraid to move. Then he frantically shouted with full of resentment, "Why am I getting dragged into this mess too? This is freaking dangerous." Seeing that, he turned his head and calmly replied, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention." Then Chen Hee-yoon bowed his head, awkwardly confessing, "This move is really sweet, but it has a tiny weakness. After 1 minute, you will completely lose control of your body." Hearing that, Lizzie and Sun-Hun standing from afar suddenly froze, as he softly uttered, "What?" Then Chen Hee-yoon focused his strength and thrust his sword hard into the ground. Instantly, an intense explosive power spread out everywhere. He casually reminded them, "So you guys better dodge on your own. I can't carry you."
Seeing this, Park-yeon, Jung-ho, Sun-Hun, and Lizzie all stared wide-eyed. Sun-Hun was about to say something to stop him, but Sun-Hun had already unleashed a violent power, a blood explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Sun-Hun had to brace himself to keep from being blown away, hissing in anger, "You lunatic!" Then he completely lost control, moving erratically. Lizzie cried out in panic, "He's gone mad!" His face darkened, and he angrily spat. That psycho finally did something worthwhile. She impatiently yelled, "Run! Just focus on escaping now!" Then Sun-Hun, Lizzie, and Park-yeon hastily fled, but he still turned his head and snapped, "You trash who specializes in ruining the game." She also angrily warned, "You jerk, don't come near us until that move wears off, you hear me?" Seeing the three of them run away, Jung-ho panicked and called after them, "Huh, wait, what about me?" Seeing no one look back, he whimpered and cried out helplessly, "You guys!" A while later, the three of them finally escaped outside. Lizzie, out of breath, complained, "We almost ended up in the Graith." Park-yeon slumped to the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat, his face pale, and grumbled in annoyance, "What were you thinking inviting that guy into our team?" Sun-Hun stood calmly beside him and replied, "You're lucky to be alive." After calming down, he stood up and loudly introduced himself. "At a glance, it's obvious that you guys are also dimensional travelers. I am Park-yeon."
He immediately asked, "Did you say you were looking for a teammate?" He recounted the whole story in a low voice. "Her name is Sim Sul. She got involved with a criminal gang and was thrown in here to be a combat slave for this arena."
Lizzie smiled brightly, excitedly pulling Park Ji-yeon into the group. "Perfect timing. We were planning to turn this arena upside down anyway. Let's team up, fellow countrymen." Sun-Hun immediately tapped her on the head, saying strictly, "Who allowed you to recruit people on your own? I'm the boss here." Lizzie cried out unjustly, "Come on, you were going to destroy this place anyway." He calmly replied, "Well, that's true." In Park Ji-yeon's mind, fragments of the memories he just experienced flashed by. Everything that just happened, the sudden invasion, the furious rage, and this turnaround too. He muttered, "Should I trust these guys?" That thought kept lingering. Could he really trust them? Cut to the arena. At the Bonehound Underground Arena, the stands were packed with people, and cheers echoed throughout the stands. Two men were fiercely fighting on the ring. The orange-haired guy was sweating profusely, his teeth clenched, his whole body emitting a faint energy. In the stands, a silver-haired man cheered wildly, Kill him dead." And the orange-haired woman next to him agreed, "I bet my entire fortune on this match." Down in the ring, the bald guy had gained the upper hand, and the orange-haired guy was slashed with a sword. As soon as the orange-haired guy fell, the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Drex coldly ordered, "Clean it up." His subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." He stood with his arms crossed, casually saying, "The tailor is coming today, so deal with him quickly." Drex, the guildmaster of the Bonehound. After that, Drex opened his arms wide, excitedly declaring, "Thank you everyone for waiting." He enthusiastically introduced, "The next fighters are the ones everyone has been waiting for, the bloodthirsty twins, Blood Butcher." Just as he finished speaking, two stuffed bears jumped down from above. Right after, both landed heavily on the floor, creating a loud explosion, dust and smoke rolling up blindly, startling the people around. A weasel and a rabbit appeared amidst the smoke, striking an extremely cool and cute pose. Drex was stunned, freezing when he saw the two guys in front of him. Then the green-haired man spoke up, breaking the silence. "What on earth is bloodlust?" And the blue-haired lady standing next to him covered her mouth and giggled. "They are so cute." Meanwhile, he was still bewildered. "What do you mean by dissection and bloodlust?" The rabbit suddenly turned around and glared at the subordinate who was supporting the defeated man. Feeling that gaze, he instinctively looked up. Before he could understand what was going on, the rabbit threw a straight punch right into his face, then followed up with a powerful headbutt that sent him flying away. Drax turned pale and shouted, "What the hell is that? Who are these guys?" He immediately pointed his finger and ordered his subordinates, "We are under attack. Catch them now." The rabbit immediately turned back around and quickly cast a magic spell, Cloning Skill. Instantly, two more clones appeared, making them startle and freeze in their tracks. After that, each rabbit rushed in to attack Drax's subordinates mercilessly, causing them to scream miserably.
The weasel nearby was not outdone either, unleashing a flurry of attacks that made the opponent collapse. After the fight, the weasel suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. It slumped down, groaning helplessly. "How dare they make me wear this humiliating outfit? I shouldn't have trusted them." The rabbit casually replied, "If you don't like it, go show your face to those nobles." Seeing his subordinates all fall down, Drex furiously shouted, "You idiots, if you can't handle it, use that thing right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a black wolf suddenly closed in beside him, coldly saying, "I wonder what that thing is. I'm starting to get curious." Immediately, the wolf grabbed Drex, lifted him up, and slammed him hard against the wall. The impact caused the wall to crack. It flatly asked, "So you are the leader here?" After that, Sun-Hun took off the wolf mask, revealed a dangerous smile, and interrogated, "Who are you? Where is the tailor you just mentioned?" Drex asked painfully through gritted teeth, "Who exactly are you guys?" Sun-Hun didn't bother to answer, but punched him hard in the chest again, making him cough up blood, then coldly said, "Answer me first. Who exactly is the tailor you mentioned?" Drex remained stubbornly silent, then suddenly opened his mouth to reveal a pill hidden inside. He smiled slyly. "Do you think I have the free time to confess everything to an intruder like you?" After that, Drex bit the pill without hesitation. Instantly, his whole body erupted with a source of frenzied power, knocking him away. Sun-Hun fell to his knees on the ground, holding his head to compose himself. A suspicion flashed through his mind. That light, this divine power, could it be compressed from miracle water? Drex seized the opportunity to jump up, charged straight ahead, and hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Those intruders are very strong. Everyone use the pills quickly." They immediately followed suit, swallowing the pill without hesitation. One of them even shouted gloatingly, "You bastards wearing animal suits, you must have had a lot of fun playing just now, right?" As soon as they took it, their bodies simultaneously erupted with fierce power, their eyes bloodshot with killing intent. Seeing this, the rabbit and ferret stopped for a moment, and the ferret warily spoke up, "I've got a bad feeling about this." Quick as lightning, they flew in to attack both of them, aiming to crush them. The arena immediately echoed with continuous explosions and clashing sounds of battle. In the stands, the chaotic crowd scattered. A pale man shouted, "This place is too dangerous. Let's get out of here quickly." But someone who regretted leaving the money yelled back, "Wait, what about our money?" The other person replied frantically, "We'll come back for it later."
Lizzie in her rabbit suit was completely surrounded and had to constantly dodge attacks. She shouted angrily, "This is so annoying." Losing her patience, she muttered, "Oh God, everything is in total chaos," and then summoned her weapon, the unyielding wrist sword. Right after that, Lizzie began her counterattack. Her body felt weightless as she glided through the air, walking in midair. She swooped down with a barrage of attacks, making her opponents scream wildly. That's way too VIP Pro. Witnessing the scene, Park Ji-yeon in the brown ferret suit secretly admired them. Amazing. They aren't hurt at all. We are all dimensional travelers, but the difference in skill level is like heaven and earth. The battle continued to grow fiercer, with neither side willing to yield. On this side, Drax and Sun-Hun were still locked in a fierce struggle, both evenly matched. But he suddenly stopped, his head spinning, with a grimacing expression of discomfort. What is this? I feel so dizzy. Furthermore, Drax wondered, why haven't they taken any damage after fighting for so long? He calmly replied, "Our group is basically a specialized squad dealing with fake cults, so we have a very high divine power resistance." Right at that moment, the system displayed a notification. Black Bone Dagger. Durability has reached 0. The weapon is destroyed. Sun-Hun smirked and asked, "Besides, you're feeling a bit dizzy now, aren't you?" That question made him startle.
Rez seemed to realize something and quickly turned to look at his subordinates, his heart filled with unease. What? Don't tell me everyone is affected. And sure enough, they were all staggering, their faces deathly pale. Just as they weakened, Lizzie and Park Ji-yeon immediately seized the opportunity to charge forward. She shouted loudly, "There's an opening!" In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates were taken down. Witnessing that scene, Rez sweat profusely, his eyes widened in horror. "Damn it! This—" he yelled at Sun-Hun. "What did you do to us?" He remained silent, not speaking about his ability. Insanity. Targets that touch the aura will have their mental power drained. Current number of accepted targets, 3. Sun-Hun smiled faintly in provocation. "Did you think I would obediently confess?" Then he lowered his center of gravity, getting into a combat stance. Instantly, Sun-Hun rushed forward with a flurry of attacks, forcing Rez to brace himself to defend. Despite his desperate attempts to block, he was still losing ground, cold sweat beating up as he panicked in his mind. At this rate, I'm going to die. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce his neck, Rez shouted loudly to summon White Domain. Right after that, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping both of them in that blinding radiance. He paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Lygia was startled and cried out, "Hey, what is this?" Park Ji-yeon next to her was also stunned. "This is..." After that, Sun-Hun was teleported to a room. He looked around and silently analyzed. White Domain, a skill that turns everything around into pure white, except for the target. He must have poured all of that high-level divine power into this move. It truly is a pure white dark zone. She suddenly screamed, clutching her head in panic. "What is this? Everything turned white. I can't even see my own body." Seeing this, Sun-Hun demanded, "Hey, rabbit ears, keep quiet for a bit." But Lygia still tried to speak. "No, listen, you are the only thing I can see right now." Park Ji-yeon chimed in with a remark. "Hearing that sounds like a romantic confession, doesn't it?" Sun-Hun immediately reminded her, "They probably can only see her too. Don't just suddenly expose your position like that." As soon as he finished speaking, a block of stone suddenly collapsed above his head. He reacted extremely fast, instantly blocking the sneak attack. Drex laughed in delight, praising him. "Quite good instincts, aren't they?" Then he shrugged lightly, looking regretful. Even so. Right after, Sun-Hun was repeatedly slashed by Drex's power, and he smiled sarcastically. "You can't block all of my attacks either." Starting to lose his patience, Sun-Hun frowned in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Now every punch has gotten much lighter, but if this keeps up, it will be really troublesome." In times like this, he immediately activated his power, using the observation eye skill. The target was an adult male about 1.8 meters tall. Drex's silhouette instantly became clear before Sun-Hun's eyes, his position completely exposed. But his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Without giving him time to react, Drex had cut off one of Sun-Hun's attacks. He clutched his severed arm, a question arising in his mind. Was the observation eye skill instantly neutralized? Is it because that white domain move continuously wipes out everything around? He stepped back behind Sun-Hun, his voice full of mockery. "Looks like the tables have turned. You have no way to see me. You really are all talk." Drex immediately rushed forward with his sword to stab him, then decisively declared, "This battle is over." However, Sun-Hun still calmly replied, "Over? For who exactly?" Suddenly, a red liquid appeared beneath his feet. Drex looked down, his pupils widening in astonishment. He stood rooted to the spot, looking at the red liquid wrapping tightly around his legs. What is this? Clearly there shouldn't be anything else visible besides his body. Drex looked up at him and discovered that his severed arm was leaking that red liquid. Sun-Hun slowly turned his head, leisurely speaking. "Now I know exactly where you are, miracle of the tumor monster." Drex screamed in panic, the sound echoing throughout the room. Immediately, he dashed forward and stabbed straight into him.
The surrounding space began to crack. In the blink of an eye, everything shattered and then instantly restored to the original space. Finally, Sun-Hun leisurely said, "Got you."
In just a blink of an eye, Drex's entire body was seen being gradually corroded by it. He opened his eyes wide in panic and screamed, "What the hell is this?" He stood proudly and asked in a low voice, "Are you ready to talk now?" Unable to bear the pain, Drex yelled, "I will talk." As Sun-Hun gradually peeled off the beast's disguise, he begged desperately, "I will confess everything. Please stop this." Moments later, his sweat-drenched face was revealed. Some people only open their mouths after taking a beating, huh? Reaching out a hand to offer the elixir amidst the struggle, Drex slowly recounted, "The tailor is the broker who provided us with the delphinidine elixir. I am sure we are not their only clients. They definitely have other arenas as well." Hearing this, Sun-Hun questioningly asked, "Delphinidine elixir? Isn't it miracle water?" Drex hesitated and stated, "That is just a commercial name for distribution, not the real name." He went on to explain further. There were 2 conditions in the deal. All arena fighters must drink the delphinidine elixir, and all corpses of the fighters who died in battle must be handed over. Piecing those words together, he silently speculated in his mind. If they are collecting the corpses, then the glowing fragments we found inside the members of the Diagonal Line Gang and Similes are the true targets. Looking at Drex struggling with that slimy mess, Sun-Hun interrogated further. "So what is the tailor's name?" He frowned upon hearing Drex's answer. "Sin. It's Lord Sin." Sun-Hun glanced slightly behind. Lizzie clearly showed deep thought. Both shared the same lingering thought. If it's Sin, then...
Seeing himself about to be completely swallowed, Rex begged desperately, "That's all I know. You will let me live now, won't you?" Suddenly, Sun-Hun's lips curled up slightly. "That's strange." His next words made Rex's eyes widen in absolute shock. "The deal was for you to spill the information, and I would stop the mutation process. I never said I would let you live." He panicked and screamed, "What?" Sun-Hun looked down and smiled with narrow eyes. "You still have to pay for your crimes. You've killed a lot of people." As soon as the words were spoken, extreme panic clearly appeared in Rex's eyes. "Wait, please spare my life." A few seconds later, Rhett lay unconscious. Shortly after, Sun-Hun brought out a bunch of keys and stated that there must be a prison inside the fighter's entrance, and Miss Sim Se-eun must be there too. Park Yeon nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lizzie was a bit curious. "Anyway, if it's Sin, it's that guy, right? The one wearing a hanbok who is always acting deep?" Sun-Hun shot a tired glance over. "Even though I've never met him in person, yes, it's him." The sound of scissors dragging across the floor created friction, and his voice continued. "One of the top 10 dimensional travelers currently on the Azan continent." Ju-jun's imposing back walked slowly, the tailor Sin. On another side, Chun-Hien cheered joyfully. "This is awesome!" Standing amidst the scattered corpses, he asked anxiously, "Mr. Kim, are you still alive?" Jung-ho replied exhaustedly, "For now, yes." Hearing that, Chun-Hien immediately turned away. "You traitors! You abandoned Mr. Kim when he was in danger." Jung-ho replied in dissatisfaction, "He was in danger because of you, kid." Suddenly, Chun-Hien put on a mysterious expression. "Let's ignore those trivial matters. Anyway, now that we've gathered and..." Jung-ho looked around and exclaimed, "This place is completely ruined." Out of nowhere, Ju-jun walked up and spoke with a disdainful tone. "What can these Azan locals do to fight against a group of dimensional travelers?" Jung-ho asked in confusion, "Who's that?" In contrast, Chun-Hien replied without much surprise, "I don't know, but with that attitude, it sounds like an acquaintance from our home town." Suddenly, his face clearly showed surprise, as if he saw something. At this moment, Ju-jun asked with a sarcastic tone, "Have you forgotten my voice already?"
He spoke arrogantly, "Long time no see to both of you." Seeing that the person in front of him looked familiar, Jung-ho happily exclaimed, "It's been a long time. Your name is..." Sujin smiled amiably, placing a hand on his chest to introduce himself. "Still terrible at remembering names as always. It's me, Shin Sujin." This name made Jung-ho unable to hold back his excitement, and he shouted, Right, Sujin, Chun-Hien, it's him, the hound that used to follow our old group." Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. In front of Jung-ho was the murderous face of Chun-Hien. "You." Right after speaking, he was seen holding a weapon with red energy in his hands and yelling, "You shameless bastard." After those words, Chun-Hien charged straight at Sujin and warned, "I will kill you." In response to his aggression, Sujin calmly pointed a finger. "That greeting is a bit rude." Then he curled his index finger, and the bands of red energy around Chun-Hien suddenly froze. The next second they wrapped tightly around him, while a cursing sound rang out, "You bastard." Seeing this scene, Jung-ho cried out in confusion, "Wait a minute, what's wrong with you two? Don't fight, let's talk." Sujin casually walked past Chun-Hien. "Honestly, I'm a bit surprised." His eyes narrowed, and he continued disdainfully, "Chun-Hien is a given, but I didn't think you were still breathing." Sujin's words rang out coldly, "Why are you still alive?" making Jung-ho surprised. "You say?" Before he could finish, Sujin teleported close to Jung-ho. Moments later, he was seen taking Sujin's Caesar stab head-on without time to react. He lowered his eyes slightly and repeated, I killed you first back then. Jung-ho widened his eyes and let out cries of pain. Ah. Witnessing this, Chun-Hien angrily roared, you bastard. Then he used all his might to break the binding ropes. Chun-Hien immediately swung his sword fiercely at Sujin. Chun-Hien gritted his teeth and shouted with extreme resentment, you dog. He targeted Kim Hyung twice already. He felt deep regret. We should never have teamed up with a psychopath like you. These words fell on deaf ears for Sujin. In his mind, an old image between he and Sujin appeared. Then Sujin put on a fake expression and said, that hurts. I still feel nostalgic thinking about those days. The video ends here. Please hit the like button so Bear can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye everyone.